Due to the alternation between the deities of kindness and malevolence, the tensions within the divine realm have escalated. The god of destruction, advocating for expansion, seizes the pregnant Xiao Wu and seals the enforcer Tang San to usurp power. The Shrek's 7 monsters, along with Wu Yuhao and others, valiantly resist and seek assistance from elemental deities. At the moment of Xiao Wu's childbirth, Tang San breaks free from his seal using the umbilical cord blood and confronts the god of destruction alongside the other deities. Unexpectedly, a greater crisis looms as temporal and spatial turbulence strikes, releasing the Golden Dragon King from his seal, whose divine nucleus attaches itself to Tang Wulin. Ultimately, the divine realm is swept away by the chaos, and Tang San sends his young son to the Doluo continent, marking the beginning of Chapter 1, the Divine Realm Committee. The clouds shift in a myriad of forms, at times resembling rolling waves, and at other moments evoking the serene beauty of a maiden. Each transformation defies predictability, yet bestows upon observers an enhanced sense of aesthetic pleasure and awe. The dense essence of heaven and earth lingers within the mist. If an ordinary human were to arrive here, even a single breath would extend their lifespan by a decade. However, for an individual of mundane constitution, overabsorption of this essence would yield dire consequences, for it embodies divine power. Could an ordinary person truly venture into this realm? The answer is unequivocally negative, for this is the divine realm. Majestic palaces glimmer with a faint golden hue under the radiance of the divine realm, standing as the pinnacle of the entire divine domain and the locus of control over all that transpires within it. The Divine Realm Committee bears the responsibility of judging the deities and overseeing the divine realm while upholding its regulations. The main hall of the palace is octagonal in shape, with each wall devoid of adornment yet alive with countless flickering scenes. Each light screen represents a different world or spectacle from various planets in the mortal realm. This is also the place where the Divine Realm Committee monitors the myriad planets within this star domain. At the center of the main hall lies a round table, its surface composed of an unknown material. Upon closer inspection, one can discern ethereal clouds, appearing both nebulous and infinitely deep. Surrounding the table, 5 individuals are seated. At the head of the table sits a man clad in an opulent blue robe, his similarly colored hair cascading behind him, the luxurious fabric seemingly rippling like water. Upon closer examination, one's gaze is irresistibly drawn into the profound azure, as if the entirety of one's soul were being engulfed by the boundless depths of the sea. To his left sit 2 individuals, one clad in black and the other in white. The young man in the black robe possesses short black hair, exuding a spirited aura, yet his eyes flicker with the flames of mischief, a sly smile gracing his lips. The woman in the white robe possesses fiery red hair, cascading down her back, her countenance breathtakingly beautiful and gentle, radiating an unparalleled sense of purity. Opposite them, to the right of the blue-robed man, sits another male and female duo. The man remains obscured, draped in a purple cloak that shrouds his head, leaving only a vague outline visible. Within the folds of the cloak, 2 crimson glimmers pulsate, obscuring his features, while an aura of unfathomable terror emanates from within the fabric. The woman seated beside him is the very antithesis, adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown that brims with vitality, her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. While her beauty may not rival that of the woman across from her, she is veiled in a subtle golden hue. The vibrant essence she exudes is truly unforgettable and evokes an unmistakable sense of closeness. See God, numerous humans from various realms have recently reached the pinnacle of their cultivation and require divine positions to enter our divine realm. It is time to further expand the divine realm. A deep voice emanates from within the purple cloak, its crimson luminescence directed squarely at the blue-haired youth at the head of the table. The blue-haired youth furrows his brow, stating, "God of destruction, the rules of the divine realm were established long ago. How can they be so easily altered? Moreover, expanding the divine realm may very well destabilize the very foundation of our domain. This is inadvisable. Though there are humans who have reached their zenith in various realms, there are also deities within our divine realm willing to relinquish their divine positions to explore more distant galaxies. Let them transition freely." The cold voice of the god of destruction responds, "Free transition?" The interchange of divine positions is fraught with difficulty. Some individuals who possess inherent qualifications have fallen due to the constraints of divine succession. If the divine realm were to have more divine positions available, promotion would become considerably easier. What is to prevent us from expanding the divine realm? Through the accumulation of divine power over the years, a gradual expansion would naturally align with the will of heaven, allowing for greater development of the divine realm. The sea god furrows his brow, stating, "The expansion of the divine realm is no trivial matter. It would incite turmoil, throughout the entire divine realm and could significantly impact the fluctuations we monitor across the star systems. The implications for the mortal realm are immeasurable. This matter must not proceed. The god of destruction need not raise it again. His tone was resolute, and upon his pronouncement, the gazes of the other 4 individuals converged upon him, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. The god of destruction coldly remarked, "This matter cannot be decided by you alone. After the reincarnation of the 2 divine kings, each of us holds a vote. I hereby request a ballot. I am in favor of the expansion of the divine realm." The sea god solemnly stated, "Even if we are to vote on this matter, it must be conducted at an expanded meeting of the Divine Council and cannot be resolved by merely the 5 of us. We shall discuss this further." His words, imbued with an undeniable authority, effectively quelled the aggressive demeanor of the god of destruction. The violet robe of the god of destruction billowed without the influence of wind, as his crimson gaze flashed momentarily before returning to a state of calm. The woman in the green dress, seated beside the god of destruction, remarked, "This matter indeed requires careful deliberation. Destruction, do not be overly hasty." Upon her utterance, the god of destruction's eyes softened slightly, and he fell into a contemplative silence. The woman in the green dress turned to the sea god, her visage adorned with a smile, and said, "Sea god, you appear to be thriving of late. Is your household expecting an addition?" The sea god was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her as he inquired, "Goddess of life, what do you mean?" The goddess of life smiled enigmatically and replied, "Inquire of your esteemed partner upon your return, and you shall know." Chapter 2. The Divine Realm. The sea god's expression subtly shifted, a fleeting spark of excitement crossing his face as he nodded to the goddess of life and said, "Thank you." The 2 individuals seated opposite the goddess of destruction and the goddess of life simultaneously smiled and inclined their heads towards the sea god, exclaiming, "Congratulations." The sea god returned the gesture with a smile. The goddess of destruction, her voice somewhat cold and rigid, remarked, "Congratulations," though her tone lacked genuine enthusiasm. Yet she uttered the words nonetheless. The sea god proposed, "In recent years, indeed, many exceptional humans have emerged across the various continents below. I suggest we enhance the oversight of the celestial hunters. Should we encounter any outstanding individuals, we could certainly consider their introduction to the divine realm. Additionally, we ought to strengthen the approval process for the succession of divine positions. What do you think?" Upon hearing his words, the goddess of destruction's gaze softened slightly, and the other 3 nodded in agreement, leading even the goddess of destruction to acquiesce. The goddess of destruction declared, "Let us conclude our meeting for today. I have several disputes among secondary divine positions to address." With that, she stood and turned to leave. The goddess of life cast a somewhat apologetic glance at the sea god, but rose as well, addressing the 3, "Sea god, goddess of goodness, goddess of evil. I must take my leave as well. I need to keep an eye on him, lest he becomes excessively harsh." At that moment, the sea god's mind wandered, and he rose with a smile, saying, "Do take care." The goddess of life then hurried after the departing figure of the goddess of destruction. The cloaked goddess of evil stood, turning to face the sea god with a smile. It appears that the goddess of destruction still harbors deep grievances. Nevertheless, her intentions are for the advancement of the divine realm. The goddess of goodness rose as well, stating, "Her emotions today seem rather agitated. Please do not take offense." "Sea god." The sea god smiled subtly and responded, "I currently lack the luxury to be offended. I merely wish to hasten to see my wife. You shall keep watch today. I shall indulge in a brief respite." The goddess of evil chuckled, "Off you go. Be sure to share the good news with us." With a flourish of his sleeve, the sea god transformed into a streak of blue light and gracefully departed. Observing his retreating figure, the beautiful goddess of goodness approached the goddess of evil, gently resting her head upon his shoulder. The goddess of destruction has become increasingly excessive of late. The conflict between her and the sea god has become overt. How shall we navigate this? The goddess of evil sighed softly. "We are no longer the 2 sovereigns we once were. Here, we are merely successors. Let us observe the unfolding events. The goddess of destruction has sought my counsel on several occasions, hoping to persuade me to lend her my support. Her ambition for the divine realm's progress is, in essence, not misguided. The sea god's prudence is equally justified. Positioning ourselves on either side would be inappropriate. We can only mediate, hoping that they do not escalate their discord." The goddess of goodness remarked, "Within the divine council, both the goddess of destruction and the goddess of life possess a rich history. The sea god arrived slightly earlier than us, but not by much. As for us, we must acknowledge that if not for the departure of the 2 divine sovereigns, allowing us to temporarily assume the roles of the goddess of goodness and the goddess of evil, we would not even be qualified to be here. In terms of strength, the sea god is the most powerful among us, as he also embodies the position of the god of Shura. Following him are the goddess of destruction and the goddess of life, with ourselves being the weakest. You are correct. Mediating may indeed be our best course. Even if conflict arises, the divine realm must not descend into chaos. We can only resort to this moderate approach. The goddess of evil responded, currently, there are 18 first-tier divine positions, 216 second-tier positions, and 1,847 third-tier positions within the divine realm, with around 10,000 ordinary divine officials and celestial hunters. Like us, most have chosen neutrality. After all, we are all divine entities, and the sea god and the goddess of destruction merely differ in ideology. Frankly, I sincerely hope that those two divine sovereigns conclude their sojourn in the lower realm and return swiftly. Their presence would certainly mitigate many of our current issues. The goddess of goodness, with a look of helplessness, exclaimed, those two have been entangled in the cycle of reincarnation in the lower realm for countless lifetimes, not knowing how many they have experienced. Each time they reach their zenith, when we seek them out, they refuse to return unless they regain some memory. It is truly exasperating. The goddess of evil suddenly chuckled. There is no use in pondering these matters, dear, since we have time to spare. Why not continue to strive ourselves? Look at the sea god. He has already fathered a daughter, and it seems he has successfully sown the seeds of fortune once more. For us divine beings, procreation is nigh impossible, yet he already has 2 offspring. We have yet to make any progress at all. We are undeniably lagging behind. The goddess of goodness blushed slightly, casting him a disapproving glance. Who can we blame for that? It is merely your own inadequacies. I demand wine. Prepare a drink for me. The goddess of evil abruptly swept her into his arms, proclaiming, very well, I shall mix a drink for you, a fiery crimson libation. How does that sound? As he spoke, he turned and strode away with the goddess of goodness in his arms, leaving behind a shadow of darkness, vigilantly overseeing the myriad sights of the lower realm. Chapter 3. Life and Destruction Suspended Amidst the Clouds. The mist surrounding the goddess of destruction gradually transformed into a deep violet hue. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that the very water molecules encircling his form would instantaneously disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness, while the deep violet radiance grew ever more profound. What is it that you are doing today? A soft voice resonated from behind him. The goddess of life had approached him unbeknownst to him. The goddess of destruction replied coldly, he is stagnant. How can the divine realm progress? In the future, if we wish to command more star systems, the expansion of the divine realm is imperative. This is a necessary path, and his obstruction hampers the advancement of the entire divine realm. Apparently, he has forgotten how many souls he brought to the divine realm upon his arrival. Has he ever adhered to the rules himself? Such a selfish individual. I truly do not comprehend why the 2 divine sovereigns entrusted the entirety of the divine realm to him. Had it been me, the divine realm would not resemble its current state. The goddess of life furrowed her brow. Destruction. The sea god has not erred in this matter. Indeed, upon entering the divine realm, he brought many individuals with him, but we cannot deny that during that era, the Diluo continent witnessed the emergence of many exceptional talents, individuals who attained recognition through their own efforts. Furthermore, many divine entities wished to venture out and relinquish their divine positions during that time. To take a step back, when the sea god first arrived in the divine realm, he inherited both the positions of the sea god and the god of Shura. As a first-tier divine entity, he was inherently qualified to bring individuals into the divine realm, albeit with a numerical limitation, yet it was permitted. As for the god of Shura, he is among the oldest beings in the divine realm, a member of the divine council. The succession of the god of Shura is a significant matter, and bringing in a few core members is entirely reasonable. This was also sanctioned by the 2 divine sovereigns. I understand your dissatisfaction with the 2 sovereigns' decision to entrust the divine realm to the sea god prior to their reincarnation. Yet if I were in their position, I would likely have made the same choice, the goddess of life concluded. Upon hearing her words, the goddess of destruction abruptly turned, his crimson eyes sharpening as they fixed upon her with an intense gaze, an aura of annihilation surging towards her, where the essence of destruction traversed. The very fabric of reality trembled, threatening to shatter and become part of the void. However, as this immense divine power approached the goddess of life, it was reconstituted, returning to its original form, life and death intertwining, a most peculiar phenomenon. The goddess of life sighed. Your realm is one of destruction. You are unwaveringly righteous. This is something we all believe. However, To govern the divine realm with a mindset steeped in the essence of destruction is, without a doubt, detrimental to the heavens. Prior to their departure, the two sovereigns had sought me out specifically regarding this matter, and it was only after my acquiescence that they proceeded with their decision. I trust they have approached you as well, though perhaps you were unable to heed their words. Destruction, do not act foolishly. Promise me, will you? The goddess of life, undeterred by the intense aura of annihilation swirling around her, gracefully approached the god of destruction and gently nestled beside him. The god of destruction opened his arms, embracing her, and the fierce crimson glow in his eyes softened. In his uniquely deep voice, he remarked, "The future of the divine realm remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, can he truly see clearly? He often speaks of impending calamities that threaten the divine realm. In my view, even if disasters do arise, they seem to be directed solely at him. Otherwise, why are we, the primordial entities of this realm, blissfully unaware?" The goddess of life softly replied, "I believe the sea god does not speak falsehoods. Moreover, in matters such as these, it is better to err on the side of caution. For us, life is an enduring journey, and the more it stretches, the more we yearn for its continuation." The god of destruction inquired, "Did you just tell him that new life is about to be born?" "Indeed," she responded. "His wife is expecting another child, and this time, it should be a boy," she said wistfully. The god of destruction tightened his embrace, lamenting, "It is my fault. My essence of destruction has robbed us of a chance to have a child." The goddess of life smiled gently, replying, "Do not lay the blame solely upon yourself. This is not merely your burden to bear. It is a shared plight. I create, you destroy, life and death intertwine, allowing us to remain united. I find great contentment in this, so why seek more? Furthermore, for beings like us, the continuation of our bloodline is trivial. What truly matters is the perpetuation of our will. One day, should we encounter a child in the divine realm whom we cherish, we shall bestow upon him our powers, and he will be our child in spirit." Indeed, the god of destruction gently nodded, a flicker of crimson light momentarily flashing in his eyes as he turned to regard the divine council in the distance, his gaze suddenly cold and foreboding. Chapter 4. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. The call echoed, a radiant light materializing at the pinnacle of the divine council. The previously calm and dignified blue figure now appeared somewhat anxious, even exuberant. In a cozy chamber, a girl was engaged in her activities. Her long hair fashioned into a scorpion braid cascading before her, her exquisite, fair visage captivating, especially her pair of exceptionally lively eyes. Compared to the noble elegance of the god of kindness, she exuded a more ethereal charm, imbued with an indescribable, unique aura. The door swung open, and the blue figure rushed in, swiftly reaching her side, grasping her shoulders with an intense gaze fixed upon her. "Xiao Wu, are you expecting?" The sea god, clad in blue, could not suppress the tumultuous emotions within, his voice trembling with anticipation. They had resided in the divine realm for many years, yet had only a single daughter. For a deity to conceive offspring was an arduous endeavor, nearly insurmountable. The mere prospect of a child had seemed a stroke of fortune, and thus the sea god had long believed himself incapable of fathering another. Yet today, after hearing the words of the goddess of life, he realized that he was to become a father once more. What could possibly bring him more joy? Xiao Wu pouted, playfully retorting, "All you think about is having children. You never concern yourself with me." The sea god quickly released her shoulders, sitting beside her, lifting her gently into his lap, cradling her as he tenderly caressed her long, scorpion braid. "Whether it be you or the child, you're both my most cherished treasures. Without you, how could there be a child? Are there any discomforts you feel?" he inquired softly, his eyes brimming with affection. Leaning into his embrace, Xiao Wu smiled brightly. "I feel no discomfort. The goddess of life mentioned that our child is already over 2 months along, and in 7 more months, he will be ready to enter the world. Wu Tong is going to have a little brother. What name do you think we should give him?" The sea god beamed. "Really? We are truly to have another treasure? This is wonderful, simply wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Wu." He held her tightly, his eyes sparkling with elation. "Hey, be gentle. Don't jostle the baby," Xiao Wu playfully admonished. The sea god, startled, quickly loosened his embrace, cautiously stroking her belly. "Yes, yes, I'll be careful." Xiao Wu giggled. "From now on, we shall establish 3 rules. Every night, you shall sleep in the study. You are not permitted to sleep beside me anymore. Otherwise, I cannot tolerate your clinginess." The sea god wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and mumbled, "I wonder who is truly being clingy here." "What did you say?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her brows furrowing in mock anger, ready to unleash her ire. I meant you. The sea god quickly corrected himself, knowing better than to provoke her at this moment. Xiao Wu huffed. That's more like it. As for the second rule, you must heed my every command. Do as I say, go east when I say east, and do whatever I instruct, even if it is wrong. Observing her feigned arrogance, the sea god sighed. Haven't we always done that these past years? Must we emphasize it? Xiao Wu scratched her head. Oh, it seems that's true. Then let's amend it. After we have our second child, you must love me more than you love him. The sea god tapped his forehead. What kind of mother competes for affection with her son? You, regardless, whether you agree or not. Xiao Wu insisted. All right, I promise you everything. The sea god chuckled helplessly. Xiao Wu continued, as for the third rule. She tilted her head in thought, having originally prepared 3 rules. But since the second was discarded, there was now an extra slot. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know once I do. All right, I promise you. You can add anything else later, the sea god replied, accommodating her whims. If the other deities in the divine realm saw him in this state, who would ever associate this figure with the mighty ruler of the entire divine realm? Xiao Wu giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. That's more like it. Now, think of a name for our little treasure. The goddess of life told me our second child will be a boy. Chapter 5, Tang Wulin. The sea god, now composed, declared, our precious daughter shall be named Tang Wutong, deriving one character from each of our names. Tang from my name, Tang San, and Wu from yours, Xiao Wu, combined with the character for phoenix tree. Hence Tang Wudong signifies the little phoenix of Tang San and Xiao Wu. For our son, let us follow suit. I propose we name him Tang Wulin. What do you think? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. Tang San and Xiao Wu's little Qilin? Perfect. Let be so. However, her expression soon turned grave. Though it may be a bit tricky to write, you'll be responsible for teaching him to read and write. The sea god Tang San smiled. No problem, leave it to me. Only then did Xiao Wu feel satisfied, embracing him as she inquired, how did today's council meeting go? Tang San recalled the provocation from the god of destruction and shook his head in resignation, saying, the god of destruction has always harbored discontent towards my control over the divine realm, and once again, he uses the expansion of the divine realm as a pretext to challenge me. However, I managed to suppress him. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and replied, but this cannot be a viable solution in the long run. The god of destruction is, after all, one of the oldest deities, and he has numerous supporters, particularly among the evil gods, who are his loyal followers. Now that I am pregnant, I cannot assist you in terms of power. Bearing the dual divine forces alone will undoubtedly be burdensome for you. What if he harbors ulterior motives? Brother San, you are too soft-hearted. It would have been better to heed the advice of Boss Dai and take action against him sooner. A new ruler brings new subjects, and his duplicity is detrimental to the entire divine realm. Tang San replied, the god of destruction is, after all, one of the founders of the divine realm. Moreover, his wife, the goddess of life, has always treated us well and governs life and creation. Both creation and destruction are indispensable forces in any realm. If we were to truly confront them, it would be disadvantageous for the galaxies under our control. Furthermore, the god of destruction's thirst for power is merely a reflection of his nature. He is not inherently malevolent, but rather, he is simply overly hasty. Rest assured, I will handle this matter judiciously. After some time, I shall engage him in a serious discussion. Xiao Wu nodded and inquired, is the expansion of the divine realm truly unfeasible? Tang San responded, it is not entirely impossible. Our divine realm is formed and sustained by the mental energy from the various planes of the lower realms. A day in the divine realm equals a year in the mortal realm. Over the years, we have accumulated a vast amount of mental energy. If we were to expand the divine realm and increase the number of deities, it is indeed feasible. Under normal circumstances, I would agree to it. The expansion of the divine realm would allow us to maintain order over more planets, which is advantageous. However, he paused, his brow furrowing deeply. Xiao Wu asked, is this still about that premonition? Indeed, Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu continued, you had that premonition when our son-in-law had just ascended to godhood. Back then, you predicted that within 30 years, the divine realm would face a great calamity. Yet, all these years have passed, and there has been no sign of such a disaster. Not only has the god of destruction's doubt towards you intensified, but even other first and second-tier deities in the divine realm share similar sentiments. Brother San, is your perception truly infallible? Tang San took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profound as he placed Xiao Wu gently on the bed, then stood and walked to the window. Their room was situated at the pinnacle of the divine realm council, and from here, with his divine power, Tang San could almost see the entirety of the divine realm. I have a foreboding that the disaster seems to be drawing ever closer to us. It will likely manifest within a year. This is precisely why I cannot allow the God of Destruction to expand the divine realm at this juncture. Should the mental energy within the divine realm become diluted during a time of crisis, it could lead to significant peril. Xiao Wu also stood and walked to his side, grasping his hand, and said, "Brother San, I believe in you. However, you truly should have a serious conversation with the God of Destruction to prevent further deepening of the conflict. Otherwise, when a crisis does arrive, how can our divine realm unite to confront it?" Tang San smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace once more, and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall do so." "Xiao Wu, must I truly sleep in the study tonight?" "Of course," she replied, "but be warned, do not sneak over. Your brother's warm embrace is quite comforting." "Absolutely, I will not." Chapter 6. The Castle of Destruction. In the early morning, soft rays of light streamed through the window, casting a faint glow throughout the room. The divine realm lacks a sun, yet it experiences day and night, albeit on a different cycle than the mortal realm. Tang San gazed at his wife, nestled in his arms, who slept restlessly like a little kitten, her long legs entwined with his right leg, arms wrapped around his waist, her head resting against his chest, leaving a damp spot on his garment. Occasionally, her movements brushed her smooth skin against him, necessitating a greater exertion of his willpower. This girl, does she not realize my immunity to her is nearly non-existent? Do we not agree that she would not come to the study? Yesterday, who groggily went to the bathroom and then came running back, unceremoniously curling up against me. "Hey, wake up," he said, pinching her cheek. "Don't make a fuss," she protested, swatting his hand away and tightening her grip. In a flash of azure light, Tang San transformed into a streak of escape, finally extricating himself, and he stuffed a large pillow into her embrace. Xiao Wu possessed a certain virtue, or at least she believed it to be a virtue, the love of sleep. Ever since arriving in the divine realm, this virtue had taken root within her. Above the dark castle, ominous clouds loomed, and occasionally, a purple lightning bolt would strike down, enveloping the castle in a deep violet glow. Even the mightiest of deities would feel an undeniable sense of oppression upon entering this place. For it was the domain of the God of Destruction, a desolate area where many deities had vanished, the Castle of Destruction. Even the Goddess of Life, the wife of the God of Destruction, would not venture here easily, as the air was thick with the overwhelming essence of destruction, stemming from the annihilation thoughts of various beings in the mortal realm. Only the God of Destruction could absorb and transform this energy into his own power. Therefore, during his cultivation, he would always be found here, while at other times he resided above the Lake of Life, where the Goddess of Life dwelt. In the dimly lit hall, a crimson carpet stretched from the entrance to the innermost chamber. A flash of lightning illuminated the hall momentarily, revealing the imposing figure of the God of Destruction seated upon the central throne. On either side, 4 chairs accommodated 8 individuals. No, to be precise, 8 deities. Among these 8 deities, only the first on the left, clad in heavy armor, exuded a normal aura, while the remaining 7 emitted a palpable sense of oppression or madness. Let us commence preparations for that matter. The deep voice of the God of Destruction reverberated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, the 8 deities seated below trembled slightly. A diminutive deity with glowing green eyes licked his lips with a long tongue and inquired, "My lord, can we truly begin?" "But what of the sea god?" His voice was peculiar, rendering it difficult to determine his gender. "I said we can begin preparations. Do you not comprehend?" The God of Destruction's tone turned icy, and an oppressive silence fell over the hall. "Yes, yes, my lord. We shall commence preparations at once," stammered the small deity. The God of Destruction coldly declared, "I will handle the matter with the sea god. Once I seize control of the divine realm's core, we shall initiate the plan. Your task is to ensure all preliminary work is thoroughly prepared." "Understood, my lord." The 8 deities simultaneously rose, bowing respectfully to the God of Destruction. At that moment, a halo of light ignited behind each of them, some dim, some bright, but each halo bore 7 rings, layered and gradually transitioning in hue, becoming lighter towards the center. The 7-ringed halo signified a first-tier deity. The God of Destruction rose, a radiant halo encircling him, far more grand than those of the lesser gods below. Within it resided 9 rings, emanating a potent aura of annihilation, faint yet palpable. His dark red gaze cast into the distance, the glimmer in his eyes shifting. Lost in contemplation, at that moment, a brilliant azure light suddenly illuminated the ceiling of the hall. The instant the light appeared, the 8 hidden gods within the shadows trembled slightly, each revealing a spectrum of emotions. The crimson light in the eyes of the God of Destruction also flickered in surprise. A melodious voice resonated, the god of destruction. His voice was icy as he inquired, "What wisdom do you offer, sea god?" Tang San's voice emerged from the azure light. "Upon further reflection of yesterday's events, it is not entirely unfeasible. My premonition suggests that something significant may transpire within a year. Should no developments arise in that time, perhaps we could heed the god of destruction's counsel to expand the divine realm." Upon hearing his words, the god of destruction paused momentarily, then, after a brief silence, replied gravely, "Very well. That is indeed agreeable." Tang San's gentle voice continued to echo in the hall until, in the next instant, the azure light receded, vanishing entirely. Yet, the god of destruction instinctively clenched his fist. This was the power that commanded the very heart of the divine realm. Regardless of the rank of the gods, should the god king wish to communicate, he could reach them instantly. "My lord," spoke the first god on the left, cloaked in heavy armor. "Since the sea god has spoken thus, we might consider his proposal." Silence. The god of destructions will surged powerfully. Is he attempting to demonstrate his dominance as the ruler of the divine realm? Who can predict what intentions he may harbor a year from now? We shall proceed as originally planned. This opportunity is rare and must not be squandered. Opportunity? What opportunity could it possibly be? Even the 8 lesser gods below were oblivious. Nevertheless, none dared defy the will of the god of destruction. Chapter 7. The God of Food and the 9-Color Goddess. Half a year later, Tang San sat quietly behind a desk, perusing a ledger. It contained a compilation of mental energies accumulated from various regions within the divine realm over the past month. Among them were notable humans, each detailed with comprehensive records. Frowning slightly, Tang San slowly shook his head. At that moment, a cool little hand reached from behind to massage his furrowed brow. "What troubles you, third brother?" came the melodious voice of Xiao Wu. Tang San allowed her to tend to him, a gentle smile gracing his face. "It is nothing, merely that, for reasons unknown, the influx of thoughts from the lower realms has noticeably diminished. Yet, conditions across the continents remain unchanged, leaving me puzzled about the underlying issue. I have sent inquiries several times, but to no avail." Xiao Wu moved to sit on his lap, now 8 months pregnant, with only a month remaining until the birth of their child. "Could it be a precursor to your premonition?" she whispered. Tang San's body shuddered slightly as he embraced her, saying, "I hope not. The last thing I desire at this moment is to face a great calamity." A warm smile spread across Xiao Wu's face. She understood his concern. Throughout the past 6 months, he had cared for her meticulously, spending almost all his time by her side apart from necessary duties, which had brought her immense contentment. "Fear not. Whatever challenges we encounter, we shall face them together. We will endure." Xiao Wu comforted him softly. Tang San nodded with a smile. "As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." Xiao Wu nestled against him, her face radiating satisfaction. In a verdant valley, lush grasses carpeted the ground, and towering ancient trees dotted the landscape, where flowers bloomed in abundance, resembling a celestial paradise. Amidst this enchanting scenery, a woman danced gracefully, her movements harmonizing with the blossoms, rendering it impossible to discern whether the beauty of the woman eclipsed the flowers or vice versa. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a soft yellow gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely, radiating charm. "Cease your dancing. If you continue, I may be unable to resist joining you." A languid voice interrupted. Following the sound, one could see a man reclining on a lounge chair among the flowers, appearing to be in a half-dream, exuding an air of indolence. He too appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a thick beard and captivating peach blossom eyes that glimmered with an enchanting allure. He lay with his hands behind his head, entranced by the dancing figure in the yellow gown. "Really? You think you can dance?" The woman scoffed, halting her movements. The man chuckled, unfazed. "I am indeed a god. Dancing like a divine spirit suits me well." As he spoke, he rose, mimicking the stance of a hungry tiger preparing to pounce, lunging toward the woman in yellow. With a playful giggle, she swiftly twirled aside, and the two began to frolic amidst the flowers. Remarkably, despite their antics, not a single blossom was harmed. "Enough, enough. Let's stop the antics. Hurry and prepare a meal." "I am famished," the woman admonished, grasping the man's hand. He grinned. "What delectable sausages would you like today? I have large sausages, small ones, and mushroom sausages, all in abundance." "Ugh, how revolting. Who wants sausages?" "You, the god of food, cannot compare to the former god of emotions when it comes to cooking." "I care not. I demand a feast of exquisite delicacies. If you cannot satisfy my appetite today, you shan't sleep in our chamber." "Very well, very well. How could I deny the wishes of my beloved 9-Color Goddess? I shall prepare a splendid meal for you." As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of white light. Darting away, With a flash, he arrived at a nearby cottage. Upon entering the kitchen, the sound of clattering utensils filled the air. For the god of food, cooking was an effortless task. Any ingredient placed in his hands could be transformed into a culinary marvel. The nine-color goddess took a seat at a stone table outside, resting her chin on her hands. Though she wore a smile, a hint of wistfulness lingered in her eyes. Life was pleasant, yet felt somewhat monotonous. It was no wonder that other gods sought to abandon their divine stations to explore the unknown. Alas, they lacked the courage to do so. For now, this will suffice. Perhaps in a few days, I shall visit Third Brother. Before long, the door swung open, and the god of food emerged, a grand platter held aloft. It was filled to the brim with fried rice. Indeed, it was fried rice. However, as the dish was presented, the surrounding floral fragrance was utterly overshadowed. An intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Each grain of rice gleamed a golden hue, and within the fried rice, emeralds and jade accents sparkled, creating a visual feast that could make anyone salivate. Come and savor this pearl and jade fried rice, crafted by none other than the god of food himself. The nine-colored goddess disdainfully remarked, "What is this so-called pearl, jade, white jade, and golden rice? It is merely fried rice with a bit of green vegetable." Despite her scornful words, her hands moved swiftly. A ribbon of vibrant hues flashed past, wrapping around the plate and delivering it to her. The god of cuisine seemed accustomed to her criticisms, smilingly watching as she placed the fried rice on the table, preparing to indulge. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, his gaze directed toward a specific point. Behind them, halos of light began to overlap, forming 5 radiant rings that hovered above their heads. An overwhelming aura surged forth. The nine-colored goddess sensed the disturbance as well. She set down her fried rice and swiftly appeared beside the god of cuisine, her own 5-ring halo rising. Unlike the god of cuisine's white rings, her halo was resplendent in a spectrum of colors. Moreover, she raised her right hand, and a delicate pagoda ascended from her palm, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. Chapter 8. The God of Gluttony. A sinister, cold laughter echoed, and the surroundings seemed to descend into darkness. The sky above the valley, once clear, turned ominously overcast. Layers of dark yellow light cascaded from above, resembling a colossal dome of light enveloping the entire valley. "Who goes there?" The god of cuisine said with a piercing gaze. "Oh, you know who I am. Yet do you dare to resist? Do you possess that capability?" The chilling voice carried a hint of arrogance, yet more profoundly, an indescribable pressure loomed. "But you are merely 2 second-tier deities, and neither skilled in combat. The existence of such deities in the divine realm is indeed a waste of divine energy." A shadow of dark yellow gradually emerged from the distance. Although it appeared to move slowly, its presence rapidly magnified before the god of cuisine and the nine-colored goddess. It was a grotesque figure, corpulent and menacing. Towering at 3 meters, it radiated a fierce dark yellow glow, and behind its head, 7 dark yellow rings encircled it. With small eyes that fixated not on the god of cuisine or the nine-colored goddess, but rather on the plate of fried rice, its gaze brimmed with greed. How fragrant! How delightful! This god of cuisine still has some merit. From now on, you shall be my personal chef. Ha ha ha! I have waited long for this day. The god of cuisine scoffed. Why must the villain always appear so arrogant? The nine-colored goddess nodded, adding, and to be so hideous as well. The dark yellow figure stiffened, roaring, "How dare you call me ugly?" The god of cuisine retorted proudly, "Look at your despicable appearance. How can you not be considered ugly? Do you even know who we are?" The dark yellow figure chuckled menacingly. "I know, of course. You hail from the same continent as the sea god and were once allies. Am I correct? Is this what you wish to convey?" The god of cuisine, perplexed, inquired. "Aren't you afraid?" With a mocking smile, the dark yellow figure replied, "I am the god of gluttony." "Afraid? Oh, I am indeed terrified. Ha ha ha." His boisterous laughter echoed, devoid of any trace of fear. The god of cuisine's expression darkened. The adversary was fully aware of his connection with the sea god and his wife, and yet dared to act so brazenly, indicating he had some form of leverage. In the next moment, a sycophantic smile graced his face. "Ah, so it is the esteemed god of gluttony. If you desire delicacies, you should have said so sooner. It would be my honor to serve as your personal chef. Let us proceed. My wife and I shall not resist. How about I prepare the meal while my wife pours the wine for you?" The nine-colored goddess appeared unfazed by his shamelessness, her expression remaining stoic as she coldly regarded the god of gluttony. Startled for a moment, he then burst into hearty laughter. "Good, good. Those who know how to adapt are indeed wise. This saves me the trouble of persuasion. Come along with me." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a powerful suction drew forth, engulfing the god of cuisine and the nine-colored goddess into his vast garments. Having captured them, the god of gluttony seized the plate of fried rice before him, tipping it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. So fragrant, so delicious. It has been ages since I have savored something so delightful. This trip has certainly been worthwhile. Ha ha ha. The dark yellow radiance abruptly retracted, coalescing into a dark yellow orb that shot off into the distance, vanishing in an instant. The valley returned to its former state. The small cottage remained, flowers blooming. Yet the master was absent. In a dimly lit lake of crimson, accurately a lake formed by gathered magma, a figure lay quietly, a rotund man. His bare body and small eyes reflected a hint of distant memories. It seemed he had been resting here for an eternity, perhaps even centuries, yet he remained unchanged. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a flickering golden-red glow between his brows, and the surrounding elemental energy had transformed entirely into a fire attribute due to the magma, allowing his body to exhale and inhale freely. Suddenly, a faint dark red hue began to spread across the sky above the magma lake. At first, it was barely perceptible, given the sky's reflections from the molten lake, but soon, as the dark red enveloped the entire expanse, the atmosphere turned ominous. A unique aura began to permeate the area, carrying a subtle sweetness, yet predominantly a softness. From the magma lake, jets of molten rock erupted, transforming into graceful figures of young maidens, gliding across the surface towards the man at the center of the lake, whispering melodiously. The man suddenly sat upright, moving through the magma as if on solid ground. As he rose, his towering figure shimmered in an extraordinary golden-red hue, his halo glistening as 5 rings coalesced into a fiery crimson halo, illuminating the previously darkened sky into golden-red brilliance. The maidens hastened their pace, quickly encircling him, with a flash of crimson light in his eyes. The golden-red radiance behind him surged forth, and a resounding phoenix cry echoed as a golden-red fire phoenix burst forth from the magma lake, scattering all the magma maidens before it, their essence and song dimming in its wake. Ah, to awaken from my color dance demon so effortlessly. Quite impressive, little fat man. A melodious voice resonated as a slender figure gracefully approached across the magma. Chapter 9. The God of Desire. She wore a long white gown that starkly contrasted with the fiery world surrounding them, possessing an exquisite visage and a figure of flawless perfection. Most notably, her semi-transparent gown revealed glimpses of her alluring form, as if an endless temptation sought to emerge from within. The god of lust? The stout figure narrowed his eyes, but in an instant, they transformed into pools of clarity, and a formidable aura erupted from his being. The golden-red fire phoenix above him radiated an increasingly dazzling brilliance at that moment. Ah, the god of lust sighed. Her visage appeared so pure, seemingly devoid of any carnal desire, yet paradoxically exuded an immense allure. It seems that our intelligence was profoundly mistaken. If memory serves, during your time on the Dolua continent, you exhibited a keen interest in women. How is it that in just a few decades, your mindset has undergone such a transformation? The once malevolent fire phoenix has now metamorphosed into the god of Phoenix. Could it be that not a trace of that wicked fire remains? What a pity that would be. Her sultry voice echoed in the air, each word flowing like silken threads, akin to his subtle fragrance wafting towards the god of Phoenix. Instantly, he felt his heart sway. With each syllable she uttered, a slight tremor coursed through his spirit, and the more he listened, the more it seemed as though flames were poised to ignite within him. Yet at that very moment, a white figure appeared in his heart, a woman, her delicate face adorned with a hint of shyness, but predominantly a profound reluctance. The emergence of this figure sent a shiver through the god of Phoenix's soul, and suddenly, the golden-red light in his eyes surged. Huh! A sharp exclamation erupted as he spread his arms wide. The brilliance of the golden-red fire phoenix above him intensified, and in an instant, he transformed into a sphere of golden light, plunging into the heart of that fire phoenix. In that moment, the entire magma lake erupted into a frenzy. All the molten rocks surged upwards, merging into the body of the fire phoenix, and the terrifying flames erupted with full force, dispersing the dark red hue of the sky in an instant. The powerful divine fluctuations pierced the heavens. Oh, you are truly astonishing. Such immense power. This intelligence was utterly erroneous. The malevolent fire phoenix has seemingly shed all traces of wickedness. I am genuinely curious. What has transpired within you? Behind the god of lust, circles of luminous halos quietly emerged, transforming into a 7-ringed radiance, illuminating the surroundings. Layers of dark red light spread forth like a vast, colossal cage, suppressing all the flames of the god of Phoenix within. What do you intend to do? The god of Phoenix's deep voice resonated. Oh, it's nothing sinister. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to visit. The god of Phoenix, since your resolve is so steadfast, why not allow me to judge you through original sin? Be cautious. As she spoke, the god of lust's entire form suddenly transformed into a dark red hue. With a single step, she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the god of Phoenix, her arms encircling his body from behind. The god of lust is a formidable first-tier deity, one of only 18 in the entire divine realm. A powerful entity second only to the 2 divine kings and 3 enforcers of the divine council. The god of Phoenix, already a pinnacle existence among second-tier deities, nonetheless faced an insurmountable gap when confronted with a first-tier deity. In a flash of dark red light, her figure melded into his body, vanishing from view. The god of Phoenix trembled slightly in the air, and his eyes shifted from golden red to dark red. The colossal fire phoenix began to thrash violently in the air. Dark red light started to emanate from his feathers towards his body, and he began to shudder violently. Soon, the dark red light had spread to cover more than a third of his form, and the massive fire phoenix began to dance frantically above the magma lake, unleashing terrifying flames in an attempt to break free from the overwhelming invasion of the god of lust. However, the god of lust clung to him like a parasite. Regardless of how fiercely he struggled, his phoenix flames, no matter how scorching, could not dislodge the encroaching god of lust. The dark red light continued to spread, climbing higher, until half of his body was engulfed in darkness. The fire phoenix gradually quieted, descending onto the surface of the magma lake, appearing as if it had begun to wither, on the verge of succumbing to the abyss of desire. In his phoenix eyes, countless images flickered, representing the most primal aspects of his inner self intertwined with lust. The greatest strength of the god of lust lies in her ability to invoke the original sin associated with desire. If the judge cannot maintain control, they will inevitably become her slave, suffering severe damage to their cultivation. Among the many deities in the divine realm, the god of lust reigns supreme as the foremost among the deities of original sin, her power formidable. Even those at the divine king level would not dare allow her to easily invade their souls. The god of Phoenix was not so easily susceptible to such an assault, yet he had never encountered an entity of original sin, which is why he fell victim at the outset. The dark red light had gradually spread to the chest of the god of Phoenix. Should it continue upward and claim his head, he would inevitably be controlled by his own lust, falling under the dominion of the god of lust. However, at that moment, the god of Phoenix's body suddenly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He uttered a few clear words, "Wife, I miss you." Chapter 10, The God of Rage. In the next instant, a resplendent golden red light erupted from his forehead, and the colossal fire phoenix abruptly lifted its head, releasing a piercing phoenix cry. The golden red light surged from his head, rapidly enveloping his entire being. The dark red hue that had been on the verge of consuming him receded as swiftly as melting snow, as if it had encountered something terrifically formidable. The dark red light abruptly detached, transforming back into the form of the god of lust, who floated away, her complexion pale and her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the god of Phoenix. Though one could not claim that the god of Phoenix surpassed her in strength, she recognized that she had just suffered a crushing defeat in their recent confrontation, particularly in a domain where she prided herself. "You harbor a beloved?" the god of lust inquired in surprise. The god of Phoenix replied nonchalantly, "It seems your understanding is limited to my circumstances prior to arriving in the divine realm. As for the rest, you remain oblivious. Since my arrival in the divine realm, I have remained here, never departing, not even from this magma lake. Do you know why?" The god of lust shook her head, seemingly no longer in a hurry to subjugate the god of Phoenix. Rather, she appeared intrigued by him. A deep, bone-chilling pain flickered in the depths of the god of Phoenix's eyes. "Because I despise myself, I loathe my past lack of effort. If my power had been sufficient, I should have inherited the mantle of the god of fire. Yet, I failed during the succession of the god of fire, and was forced to settle for the position of the god of Phoenix. Among all divine beasts, aside from the now extinct dragon god, the rest can only attain the status of second-tier deities, and I am no exception. As a second-tier deity, I am unable to bring my kin, who lack adequate cultivation, into the divine realm. My wife remains forever on the Doloa continent, while I alone have come here. Yet, what significance does my existence hold in this place? Thus, I harbor a profound resentment, I loathe my inability to strive. I detest my powerlessness to bring my beloved wife to the divine realm, eternally severing our bond. For decades, my heart has been consumed by this hatred, overshadowed only by an endless yearning for her. The once fervent desires have long since dissipated, leaving only the remnants of my affection and longing for her. Even if you were the god of lust, what power do you possess to sway my heart? Were I to have a choice, had I known that I could not inherit the title of the god of fire and could not bring my wife into the divine realm, I would rather forsake divinity altogether, aging alongside her until we return to the earth together. 2 fiery tears streamed from the eyes of the phoenix god, and he cast his gaze skyward, unleashing a resounding phoenix cry. In the next moment, he transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix, soaring towards the god of lust. The god of lust listened intently to his tale, and by the end, her body trembled slightly, her gaze towards the phoenix god entirely transformed. As she beheld the phoenix rushing towards her, she sighed softly and began to dance gracefully above the lake of magma, dark red ribbons swirling in the air, enveloping the phoenix god. For a fleeting moment, she, as a first-tier deity, was locked in a fierce contest with a second-tier phoenix god. At that instant, a profound orange hue suddenly emerged in the crimson sky, followed by a chilling voice. I never anticipated that the illustrious god of lust could fail at such a trivial task. If that is the case, allow me to assist you. A beam of dark orange light descended, morphing into a tall, slender figure cloaked in an orange robe. Upon his arrival, the entire magma lake erupted into a furious boil, morphing into a visage of unbridled rage, which opened its mouth wide and seized the phoenix god. The dark red ribbons of the god of lust surged forth, ensnaring the phoenix god tightly, binding him like a zongzi. Who asked for your assistance? The god of lust's eyes flickered with intensity, her aura unstable, as if poised to erupt at any moment. The atmosphere brimmed with a dark red energy, her dark red halo behind her growing exponentially, overshadowing the dim light of the 7-ring dark orange halo behind a man. Are you incapable of subduing him? Shouldn't I then lend you my aid? The dark orange figure seemed to speak with a hint of trepidation. The god of lust's aura calmed slightly, yet her gaze remained icy. With a huff, she soared upward, pulling the phoenix god with her as they ascended into the distance. The god of wrath grunted in exasperation, transforming into a dark orange beam of light, swiftly pursuing them. The once tumultuous magma lake returned to tranquility, though now it lacked its master. Chapter 11. The God of Emotions. My dear, what are you doing? The young girl flitted out of the wooden hut, her face alight with excitement as she beheld her husband chopping firewood outside. Chopping wood. Are you hungry for the fire to cook? The youth gazed at her with indulgence, gently stroking her pastel blue hair, his eyes radiating warmth. I'm not hungry. The girl's lively eyes sparkled with mirth, though a hint of craving lingered. What delectable dish are you preparing for us today? The youth smiled. The recipe my teacher left me has quite a few dishes. Today I plan to experiment with some new ones for our esteemed ancestors, your mother, and you to taste. The girl beamed. Wonderful. You're the best, dear. Shoo. At her words, the youth's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily gestured for silence, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping. With a hint of trepidation, he whispered, My love, be cautious. If your father hears that, I might face dire consequences. Who knows what kind of tricks he might pull? The girl chuckled. Are you really that afraid of my father? The youth sighed. Can you blame me? Back when I sought to be with you, your father even placed a seal on you. I endured so much suffering. After we married, it took me a considerable time to lift your seal. It delayed our plans for a child. Look, your mother already has a second child, and we still have none. The girl huffed. How could that be? You and I may not have a child together, but you already have one from your time on Earth, don't you? The youth was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on his face turned bittersweet. What was the point in discussing this? We have spent over 20 years in the divine realm. The world has changed beyond recognition. If my child, who should not exist, still has descendants, who knows how many generations they have lived through? One day in the divine realm equals a year on Earth. Nearly 10,000 years have passed since the Dolawa continent. The girl's gaze softened again, filled with regret. I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to bring it up. I just feel anxious about not having children. The youth gently covered her mouth, smiling. Why dwell on such matters? Being with you is already the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by fate. And if we desire children, we should heed your mother's advice. Hard work is essential. He chuckled as his hand subtly glided along her curves. Stop it. The girl playfully swatted his hand away, her cheeks flushed as she jumped aside. Despite being married for over 20 years, their appearances had hardly changed since their arrival in the divine realm. and their bashfulness remained the same. "All right, go wait for dinner. I'll start cooking," the youth said with a hint of exasperation, having chopped enough wood by now. Indeed, as a deity, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble if not for the desire to make life feel more tangible. In this modest courtyard, 3 wooden huts stood. The youth and the girl resided in the one on the right. Just then, the central wooden hut's door swung open, and a tall man emerged. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with neatly combed golden hair and a strikingly handsome face, exuding an air of authority without anger. "You little rascal, have you been bullying my girl again?" The middle-aged man with golden hair directed his ire at the youth. The youth responded with feigned helplessness. "Ancestor, she is not bullying me. I wouldn't dare." The middle-aged man chuckled. "You're a first-tier deity, and my precious daughter is merely a second-tier deity. How could she possibly bully you? But don't think that just because you're the god of emotions, you can act with impunity. If you dare to mistreat her, I'll still spank you." The girl giggled and bounded over to embrace the middle-aged man's arm while playfully threatening the youth with her fist. "See? I'll let Uncle spank you." The youth scratched his head, and the middle-aged man laughed heartily. At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 20s emerged from the central hut, smiling. "Every time I hear you two call each other that, I can't help but be amused. The generational hierarchy is utterly chaotic." Indeed, the girl referred to the middle-aged man as uncle, while her husband, the youth, called him ancestor. What a tangled web of relationships. The youth sighed. "Ancestor, I cannot help it. What choice do I have with my lower status?" In truth, before ascending to divinity, the youth, the god of emotions, was a descendant of the golden-haired middle-aged man. The time gap was nearly 10,000 years, hence the need to address him as ancestor. The girl, on the other hand, was the daughter of the middle-aged man's close friend, who later ventured to the mortal realm for training and ultimately united with the youth. Their romance once stirred the heavens. Ultimately, the two ascended to divinity, arriving in the celestial realm to unite in matrimony. However, this naturally led to a perplexing issue of hierarchy, and thus they could only address one another according to their individual standings. For this reason, the god of emotions often found himself the target of his wife's playful jibes. At that moment, the door of the wooden cabin on the left swung open, revealing another couple. The man appeared to be in his 50s, while the woman seemed barely in her late 20s. Neither radiated a particularly strong aura of divine power. "Father, mother," the youth exclaimed with a smile as he approached, supporting his father, while the girl hurried over to embrace her mother-in-law's arm. The parents of the god of emotions were not divine beings themselves. However, due to their son's status as a first-tier deity, they were granted passage to the celestial realm. This was how they ascended to divinity. Ancestral elders. The parents of the god of emotions simultaneously bowed to the middle-aged couple emerging from the central cabin. The man, referred to as the ancestral elder, was the god of war, a second-tier deity, while the woman was the god of speed, also a second-tier deity. The wife of the god of emotions was the butterfly goddess. Chapter 12. The Arrival of Unwelcome Guests. Enough. I have long suggested that we simply address each other by name. Amongst ourselves, we shall refer to one another by our divine titles. This will alleviate much of the hassle. Daihao, why can't you grasp this? The god of war said with a hint of irritation. Daihao forced a smile. How can we allow that? We must maintain our hierarchy. You are our elder. Enough. God of emotions, hurry and prepare our meal. Make sure to cook plenty. We'll all enjoy a drink together later. Of course. The god of emotions responded with a cheerful nod, hastily setting to work. Though he held a high divine rank here, he was paradoxically the least esteemed among them. In their trio of wooden cabins, the 3 couples resided, with him typically responsible for cooking while the butterfly goddess managed cleanliness. They formed a harmonious family, a rarity in the celestial realm, embodying a rather unique large household. Don't rush the meal. First, come with us for a moment. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air without warning. For distinct beams of light erupted from 4 corners, swiftly enveloping the area surrounding the wooden cabin, extending over several thousand square meters. The 4 beams of light were dark golden, dark green, deep pink, and dark blue. Each hue radiated an overwhelming and terrifying intent, swiftly saturating the atmosphere. In an instant, ominous energy surged, completely obscuring the sky. What is happening? The god of war gazed in surprise at the transformation above. Although he had been in the celestial realm for many years, he had never encountered such a situation. While disputes existed in the divine realm, they were rare. Each deity possessed their territory and seldom ventured beyond it unless significant matters arose. Even in the event of disputes, they typically reported directly to the divine council for resolution. True conflict was indeed uncommon. However, The sudden emergence of these 4 beams of light clearly signaled ill intent, and their powerful aura indicated they had come with a purpose. 4 figures slowly emerged from 4 different directions, each emanating a distinct aura. The previously humble and obsequious god of emotions now stood tall, positioning himself protectively in front of his parents. His parents, being of the lowest tier of divine authority, were ill-suited for conflict in the celestial realm. The god of war, the god of speed, and the butterfly goddess also moved forward, encircling the parents of the god of emotions in a protective formation. "Who are you?" the god of emotions demanded in a low voice. Simultaneously, rings of light began to emanate from behind his head, and his own aura began to shift into something extraordinary. It was a cascade of emotional waves. Each surge caused the 4 colors in the sky to tremble slightly. 7-ringed halo, first-tier deity. Yet, the 4 approaching figures also bore their own halos, each possessing 7 rings. For first-tier deities? A flicker of surprise crossed the god of war's eyes. It was known that there were only 18 first-tier deities in the celestial realm. The unique auras of these 4 individuals revealed their identities without ambiguity. "Who are you?" he first inquired, directing his gaze toward the figure radiating dark golden light. A diminutive man with an unusually large head, whose eyes gleamed with a chilling light and whose voice was sharp. "You are the god of greed from the 7 deadly sins?" The dark golden halo dimmed slightly as the god of greed chuckled. "Indeed, that is I." The god of war then turned to another direction, observing the owner of the dark green halo, a rotund figure whose eyes appeared to flutter between wakefulness and slumber, his body swaying as if about to collapse. "The god of sloth?" The plump god of sloth seemed to be caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness. The god of war slowly floated upward, glancing towards the remaining 2 directions. The deep pink light emanated from a woman whose 7-ringed halo shone brightly. Her brow was tightly furrowed, her eyes brimming with unfulfilled longing and jealousy. She bore an unattractive visage, with one eye larger than the other, a flat nose, and an oversized mouth, not to mention her short stature and slouched shoulders. The goddess of envy. Beneath the dark blue 7-ringed halo strode a remarkably handsome man with flowing golden hair, who glanced disdainfully at the god of war, his eyes filled with contempt. "The god of pride." "Indeed, that is I. Why don't you surrender at once?" the god of pride proclaimed with haughty arrogance. The god of war cast a cold glance around the 4 sin deities, retorting icily, "The 7 deadly sins. For of the original sin gods gracing my humble abode today, what an honor. Might I inquire why you have come? I'm certain I have never crossed paths with any of you." The god of greed chuckled mischievously. "Ah, but you've never crossed paths with us, have you? Yet, you're the brother of that individual, and look, his daughter and son-in-law are here as well. How delightful, how delightful. We can take you all back for a family reunion. You dare to target my father? Such audacity." The butterfly goddess seethed, her voice laced with fury as she unfurled her magnificent violet gold butterfly wings. The god of emotions, his eyes icy, remained silent but clasped the butterfly goddess's hand tightly. The god of pride dismissed them disdainfully, there is merely one first-tier deity among them. "It is laughable that our master sent all 4 of us here. One of us alone could easily capture them all." Upon hearing the words of the original sin gods, the god of war felt a profound sense of foreboding. He understood that their target was not merely his family, but his esteemed brother, the god of the sea. Furthermore, their audacity to act so brazenly indicated meticulous planning. Did the god of annihilation intend to incite a war in the celestial realm? Was he not afraid of divine retribution for such audacious acts? The god of speed exclaimed furiously. The god of pride arrogantly retorted, "That depends on whose hands the divine punishment rests." Chapter 13. The 4 original sin gods. The 4 original sin gods gathered before the secluded home of the god of emotions, their overwhelming presence rendering the faces of his family grave and tense. The goddess of envy, with a face twisted in cold jealousy, remarked, "What merit does Tang San, the god of the sea, possess to wield dominion over the celestial realm? He is utterly unqualified. Since he assumed command of the divine realm, there has been no progress whatsoever. It has reached a point where a change is imperative." The god of war inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with a fierce intensity, an overwhelming battle intent suddenly erupting from him. His formidable aura caused the air to shift dramatically, a faint howling echoing in the atmosphere, and his body began to swell in response. Given the circumstances, further words would be futile. The priority was to break free from this place before considering anything else. Meanwhile, the father of the god of emotion maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor. He gently patted the god of emotion on the shoulder and said softly, "Child, "Do not concern yourself with us. We have lived many extra years, and we have derived great joy from our time spent with you." The god of emotion trembled slightly, yet his expression solidified with determination. His resolve was unwavering. Having ascended from an ordinary human to a deity through relentless trials, he would not falter, regardless of the enormity of the challenges before him. Come then, 4 first-level deities. The 7-layered halo behind him radiated brilliantly, powerful emotional waves erupting outward from his being. Not only, but the butterfly goddess beside him also shone with a resplendent purple-gold light, which gradually began to intertwine with the divine radiance emanating from the god of emotion, hinting at a potential fusion. In the past, when they fought together on the Dolua continent, their abilities could merge seamlessly. However, upon reaching the divine level, the human form could no longer sustain such a union. Yet, having become deities and undergone the divine power baptism of the divine realm, their original capabilities have been restored. It was evidently reasonable for the god of destruction to dispatch 4 first-level deities to capture them, not only because the god of emotion was a first-level deity, but also due to the god of war's status as a peak second-level deity. More crucially, the god of emotion and the butterfly goddess, along with the god of war and the god of speed, possessed a unique ability from the Dolua continent known as the martial soul fusion technique. Of course, it should now be referred to as the divine soul fusion technique. Given the rarity of conflict in the divine realm, even the god of destruction, as a law enforcer, remained unaware of the extent to which their divine soul fusion technique could manifest. Gentle light flickered, causing the air to slightly distort. The brilliance emanating from the 4 original sin gods intensified as well. They were not only tasked with capturing the 6 before them, but also ensuring that the aura of battle did not escape this location. Naturally, as they initiated their actions, similar movements were occurring elsewhere. In the Divine Realm Council, Tang San silently attended to official matters. In recent days, perhaps due to the impending sense of foreboding, his mood had grown increasingly restless. The uncertainty surrounding this premonition, coupled with the lack of similar feelings among other deities, left him unable to take any preparatory measures. After all, his foundation within the divine realm was still rather shallow. Though he had presided over the divine realm for several decades, it had remained peaceful, with each deity operating independently, making it challenging to command them unless they willingly complied. When it came to countering the unknown crisis, he could only rely on the accumulated strength of the divine realm over the years. Although the impending crisis loomed like an imposing mountain, Tang San still sensed a glimmer of hope within it. However, he could not make any more precise judgments. He silently wished that this crisis would arrive a little later, ideally after the birth of his son. At that point, Xiao Wu would be able to assist him. In the past 6 months, the divine realm had been tranquil, and the god of destruction seemed to have restrained himself considerably, rarely speaking during meetings and refraining from any challenges or provocations. Nevertheless, Tang San did not believe that this influential figure would remain calm indefinitely. His tranquility might simply be a facade, perhaps stemming from his desire for assurance from Tang San. With only 6 months remaining until the agreed-upon time, if the crisis had not yet materialized, he would have no choice but to support the expansion of the divine realm. He hoped he was correct in this regard. In truth, Tang San fervently wished to be mistaken. Moreover, he understood that if the god of destruction's proposals were approved and succeeded, his own standing within the divine realm would plummet. At that juncture, he might have to relinquish his authority over the divine realm. Yet, even so, he felt a sense of relief, for at least the catastrophic disaster had not yet arrived. Today, the gods of goodness and evil were absent from the divine realm council. There had been some issues in their former realm, where the reincarnated gods of goodness and evil had encountered troubles that they were struggling to manage. According to the rules of the divine realm, they were not permitted to intervene in earthly matters, but given the significant contributions of the former 2 divine kings, assistance was warranted, albeit within certain limits. As for how the gods of goodness and evil would aid them, Tang San could only offer his prayers. After all, these 2 were the very deities chosen in the past, and the selection process had not been without its trials, which had been so grueling that even Tang San found it hard to watch. Naturally, when he later tested his son-in-law, he employed similar tactics, if not more challenging ones. After all, who would want their precious daughter to be taken away by a son-in-law? The mere thought of his daughter and son-in-law brought a smile to Tang San's face. Since her marriage, his daughter had become remarkably more obedient, and although she was no longer by his side, she often returned to visit. Soon, she would have a younger brother. I should call them back for a family dinner tomorrow. As the ruler of the divine realm, Tang San could not easily leave the divine realm council, but he could certainly summon other deities, especially family members, for such a trivial matter. Tang San. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Tang San paused, having felt no prior indication of his presence. The voice was familiar. It belonged to the god of destruction. Narrowing his eyes, Tang San's divine consciousness extended outward, and his expression shifted dramatically. For he beheld a dense mass of purplish-black clouds hovering outside the Divine Realm Council, pulsating with violet lightning, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The god of destruction's power was indeed formidable, if it were solely the god of the sea or the god of Shura's strength. Tang San considered himself no match for them. Yet, as a fused deity, even without Xiao Wu's assistance, he would still be unable to conquer himself. But what was he attempting? Displaying his power outside the Divine Realm Council was a grave taboo. With a flash of blue light, Tang San exited the Divine Realm Council, hovering in midair and gazing intently at the colossal storm cloud above. God of destruction, what are you doing? Are you not aware that the use of divine power is strictly forbidden near the Divine Realm Council? Tang San reproached him without reservation. The god of destruction's cold voice issued forth from the purplish-black clouds. Surrender the core of the Divine Realm. Tang San's pupils constricted abruptly. He had not anticipated the situation escalating so quickly, but the god of destruction's words made his rebellious intentions glaringly clear. Are you intending to incite a rebellion? Behind Tang San, concentric blue halos rapidly blossomed, transforming in an instant into a radiant wheel of 7 luminous rings. It was indeed the divine position of the sea god, accompanied by a golden trident that materialized in his grasp. Although he wielded merely a first-level divine authority, the confluence of dual divinities, coupled with his rigorous cultivation in the most potent realms of the Divine Realm Council, rendered his prowess extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, he possessed the ability to seamlessly transform into the god of Asura. The god of destruction coldly remarked, "If the Divine Realm continues under your dominion, it heralds a true catastrophe. Perhaps the calamity you foresee is, in fact, your own doing. I do not seek to instigate a rebellion. Rather, I aim to restore order. Soon, I will make it known throughout the divine realm under whose governance it is best suited for development." Tang San inhaled deeply and replied, "God of destruction, I comprehend your urgency. I, too, desire the flourishing of the divine realm. However, the ominous crisis I perceive is exceedingly potent, capable of annihilating the divine realm, necessitating a temporary stabilization. Depart now, and I shall consider today events as if they had never occurred, allowing you to retain your role as the enforcer of the divine realm. What say you?" Ha ha ha. The god of destruction's laughter echoed. "Cease your pretense of benevolence. Your unfounded premonitions serve solely to facilitate your swift control over the divine realm without its expansion. Your foundation is inherently fragile. Once the divine realm expands, the divine beings aligned with me will create more divine positions, resulting in an increase in the number of mortals ascending to divinity, thereby threatening your reign. Am I not astute enough to discern your intentions?" Tang San retorted, "You are projecting the malice of a petty individual onto a noble heart. Do not think I fear such a scenario. Even if it were to materialize, what then? Do you believe I am truly enamored with this position of power? Furthermore, such a situation is utterly improbable. Your power embodies destruction, and you can only command the negative deities such as the evil god and the god of original sin. Within the divine realm, the number of negative deities can never surpass half that of the positive deities. Do you not understand this? How then can you claim dominion over the divine realm? Originally, before the 2 deities descended, the divine realm was entrusted to me, not to you, precisely due to the issues surrounding your divine position. This was not a matter of insufficient strength, nor was there any ulterior motive. I harbor none either. Should a day come when I willingly relinquish the position of sovereign over the divine realm, it would be bestowed upon the goddess of life, not you. God of destruction, I inquire of you, does the goddess of life know of your visit today?" The god of destruction fell into a brief silence. The mere mention of the goddess of life held considerable sway over him. "Of course she knows. We are united in purpose. Would she stand alongside you?" he coldly asserted. Tang San replied indifferently, "Very well, then summon the goddess of life. Should she insist on displacing me from this position of authority, and if both the god of goodness and the god of evil concur, I shall willingly cede this divine position to you. What say you to that?" The god of destruction was taken aback by this proposition, yet the scenario he presented was evidently unattainable. Although the personal strength of the god of goodness and the god of evil ranked among the weakest in the Divine Realm Council, they were still formidable first-level deities. Their presence would undoubtedly thwart the success of today's endeavor. Thus, The god of destruction had intentionally orchestrated some turmoil in the lower realms to divert their attention. By the time they returned, all would be settled, leaving no room for concern regarding their potential interference. As for the goddess of life, Tang San slowly raised the golden trident, emanating a series of golden halos that expanded outward. God of destruction, what have you done to the goddess of life? She is your wife, after all. The god of destruction suddenly roared in fury. The matters between my wife and I are none of your concern. Tang San coldly responded, since you insist on this course, I shall have no choice but to subdue you first and then seek the goddess of life. Behind him, the 7 radiant rings blazed forth, and the golden trident traced arcs in the air, a mass of golden clouds surging forth from behind him like an ocean. Chapter 15, A Grueling Battle. Roar. In a sound of furious rage, the war god's form expanded to a towering height of 100 meters. His majestic physique resembling a formidable mountain, his white fur interwoven with black patterns enveloping him entirely. A pair of tiger claws forcefully struck down the god of pride. Yet upon him, a dark blue halo began to manifest. The 4 original sin gods possessed tremendous strength. They were all first-level deities. And the combat prowess of these negative deities far surpassed that of ordinary positive deities. The combined might of these 4 first-level deities suppressed the emotion god, the butterfly god, the war god, and the speed god, rendering them immobile. This was not a mere skill, but a pure suppression of divine power. The sheer magnitude of their collective strength was terrifying. The 7 luminous rings surrounding the emotion god radiated an intense brilliance. He bore the brunt of the majority of the pressure, thus affording the war god an opportunity to act. Otherwise, the divine power alone would have been sufficient to capture them. At the level of deities, the efficacy of many techniques had diminished, and the true contest lay in the strength of divine power and divine souls. Of course, some tactical acumen still held significance. A vertical eye slowly fissured open on the forehead of the emotion god. Despite bearing the majority of the pressure, his aura remained undiminished, exuding an unwavering strength. The god of greed looked at the emotion god with a peculiar expression, while the god of envy cast jealous glances at the butterfly god, adorned with long, pastel blue hair. The god of sloth remained in a state of half-consciousness, while the god of pride incessantly engaged the war god in battle. Only through the combined efforts of the war god and the speed god could they barely fend off his assaults. Indeed, the emotion god was formidable. How many years had it been since he ascended to divine status? Merely a few decades, yet he possessed such immense divine power. No wonder the sea god had appointed him as a first-level deity. His foundation was undeniably solid. It was fortunate that so many had gathered today. Not a single one could be allowed to escape. At least for now, the information must not leak. Within the divine realm, neither the sea god, nor the god of destruction, nor any member of the divine realm council could possibly control the entirety of the divine realm. Put in more effort. Sloth, you as well. The god of greed cast a discontented glance at the god of sloth, who had been remarkably unproductive from the onset, exhibiting a laziness that was truly infuriating. Oomph. The god of sloth grunted, and his divine power surged abruptly. Among the 7 original sin gods, he possessed the greatest total divine power. A slothful figure, he spent his days lounging and sleeping, and his method of cultivation mirrored this, resulting in an accumulation of divine power that far surpassed the others. As the god of sloth exerted himself, beads of sweat appeared on the brow of the emotion god. He was not solely relying on his individual strength to withstand the divine power suppression of the original sin gods. Rather, he was collaborating with the butterfly god, leveraging their mutual compatibility of divine power. Through their fusion, they could unleash strength that transcended their individual capacities. Since entering the divine realm, opportunities for combat had become scarce for him. Although he was rich in battle experience from his time on Earth, the divine realm was fundamentally different from the mortal realm. This cannot continue. We cannot withstand this for long. The butterfly god communicated within the heart of the emotion god. The emotion god understood this as well. However, to falter now would mean exposing their loved ones behind them. At that moment, the war god faced off against the god of pride once more. A blinding golden light erupting from his form, the white tiger protective barrier shielding him. The god of pride unleashed a powerful strike upon the protective barrier of the white tiger, producing a sound akin to the resounding clang of a great bell. The war god staggered, his formidable physique momentarily shrinking, then transforming into a series of brilliant rays, coalescing in the air into a colossal character for kill. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy figure darted forth, a flash of lethal brilliance akin to a serpent's flicking tongue, vanishing in an instant. The god of pride uttered a low growl, as an indigo luminescence enveloped him, forming a barrier in an attempt to withstand the war god's onslaught. Yet, the massive character for kill proved exceedingly sharp, amidst a deafening tearing sound. His indigo shield shattered. Subsequently, that lethal glimmer approached him. The god of pride roared in agony, a fresh wound appearing across his chest. Although the injury healed almost instantaneously, his countenance twisted into a mask of fury. He had been wounded. A god of such stature, a first-level deity, had sustained harm at the hands of two second-level gods, an unforgivable affront. With a thunderous roar directed skyward, the 7 radiant halos behind him surged with newfound vigor, and 2 illusory rings emerged, granting him the appearance of momentarily wielding 9 halos. Though transient and illusory, lacking the true power of a god-king, the release of such prowess altered his aura entirely. Ascendant 9 heavens. This was the god of pride's signature technique, capable of instantly amplifying his divine power, unleashing strength beyond twice its original might. A fist struck forth, and the sky seemed to erupt with a dark blue thundercloud, the resounding roar threatening to shatter the barrier erected by the 4 original sin gods above. "Do not kill the deity," the god of sloth exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization, finally uttering his first words since arriving. Chapter 16. The fusion technique of divine souls, the ethereal white tiger. After unleashing this assault, the god of pride paused, pondering. Indeed, regardless of the disputes at hand, the killing of deities was impermissible. The conflicts within the divine realm were merely for the control of the divine domain. Unjustly slaying deities would inevitably invite divine retribution, a perilous endeavor. However, contemplating retreat was evidently futile now, for the terrifying Ascendant 9 Heavens thunder had already descended upon the war god and the god of speed. The space surrounding the war god and the god of speed morphed into twisted arcs of lightning, casting their forms in shades of indigo. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 4 original sin gods observed no trace of fear upon their faces. The god of speed pirouetted gracefully, like an agile feline, nestling into the war god's embrace. In that instant, a surge of vast, ethereal white light erupted from their beings. The aura of the war god and the god of speed intensified, and the 5 rings of light behind them fused seamlessly under the watchful gaze of the original sin gods. The Ascendant 9 Heavens thunder hesitated before the profound white light. Suddenly, to the astonishment of the 4 original sin gods, a colossal white tiger materialized in midair. This majestic beast bore 3 pairs of wings, its immense body pristine and unblemished, with eyes as dark as ink and as profound as the abyss. With a tremendous paw, it struck out, shattering the Ascendant 9 Heavens thunder. Though its claw was singed, the divine thunder was indeed obliterated. More significantly, behind the great white tiger, a circle of 7 radiant halos blossomed forth. A first-level deity? The fusion of 2 second-level deities' powers had manifested the strength of a first-level deity? Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. Yet, regardless of how implausible the situation might seem, it had indeed transpired. The immense white tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, and the god of emotion felt a sudden lightness envelop him. In the next moment, a deep voice echoed in his ear. "Hurry, take Wutong and seek your father-in-law." A brilliant white light erupted, transforming the massive white tiger into an unparalleled beacon of radiance, hurtling toward the barrier in the sky. "Not good," the god of greed shouted, prompting the other 3 original sin gods to spring into action, each unleashing their divine powers in a desperate bid to thwart the advance of the white tiger. Born from the war god and the god of speed, despite their status as 4 first-level deities, the combined might of the war god and the god of speed, even temporarily elevated to first-level strength, could not contend with them. However, at that moment, a colossal vertical materialized. Within this, I lay the wisdom of ages. 7 emotions surging forth simultaneously. The golden eye glimmered, its pupil a deep azure, and then countless blue-golden rays erupted from the vertical pupil. Each beam of light morphed into the shape of a small hammer, scattering in all directions. These small hammers split into 4 streams, simultaneously targeting the 4 original sin gods. Despite their first-level divine strength, the original sin gods found themselves unable to evade the assault, compelled to withstand it with their own divine energy. Yet, as the hammers approached, their expressions shifted dramatically, for this was no ordinary divine energy attack. It emanated from the very essence of their souls. The god of emotion had never revealed his strength within the divine realm. All inquiries regarding his capabilities had stemmed from the mortal realm. The four original Sin gods were well aware of his formidable mental prowess when he was still a consciousness. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that in his current form. His soul strength was so fearsome. Joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, and disdain, 7 distinct emotions permeated the hearts of the four original Sin gods. Fortunately, as the arbiters of original sin, their resistance to such emotions far surpassed that of ordinary deities. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force of the soul manifested as hammers, mercilessly striking at their very essence. This assault not only prevented the four original Sin gods from reinforcing the barrier above, but also caused a disruption in their divine energy, weakening it considerably. In the void, the true words, the storm of the mind. This was the assault unleashed by the god of emotion in conjunction with the butterfly goddess. Akin to the fusion technique employed by the war god and the god of speed, ordinary skills held no sway against deities, yet the fusion technique was different. It combined the powers of two deities, culminating in a transcendent explosion. In that fleeting moment, the storm of the mind had forcibly interrupted the release of divine energy from the four first-level deities. The vertical eye shifted, revealing only the silhouette of the butterfly goddess. Though she appeared somewhat transformed, her once powder blue eyes had turned a deep black, and more significantly, her butterfly wings had vanished, replaced by a delicate mist of frost. Previously, when the butterfly goddess and the god of emotion roamed the mortal realm, each possessed 2 soul weapons. Thus their fusion techniques numbered not 1, but 4. At this moment, they invoked the second, still of fusion, the solo dance in frost, raiment of light. The butterfly goddess was no longer merely the butterfly goddess. She had transformed into the goddess of light, born of their combined divine powers. The goddess of light turned her gaze back, casting a deep glance at her parents, who stood still yet exuded tranquility. Gritting her teeth, she pivoted, transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring toward the heavens. The god of emotions was acutely aware that if he were to insist on taking his parents along at this juncture, it would likely result in none being able to escape. The only feasible path lay in breaking free from the seals of the four original Sin gods, which could potentially lead to the salvation of his loved ones. Moreover, within the divine realm, due to the constraints of divine punishment, the killing of gods was not a trivial matter. Such an act could only be sanctioned following a public trial convened by the Divine Council. This principle remained unalterable, even for the God King. Therefore, for the time being, they need not fret over the safety of their kin. Boom! In the heavens, the fusion technique of the god of speed and the god of war, the spectral white tiger, collided violently against the barrier. Chapter 17. The fusion technique of divine souls. The golden path. Thanks to the previous obstruction caused by the fusion technique of the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess, the soul storm, the barrier relaxed slightly, creating a gap upon impact. However, this fierce collision also caused the spectral white tiger to rebound, and before it could touch the ground, it reverted back to the forms of the god of war and the god of speed. The goddess of light attempted to reach out to them, but she heard the god of war roar, "Hurry, flee." The fissure that had just opened in the air was already beginning to close, making it impossible for anyone else to slip through. A colossal vertical eye emerged from behind the goddess of light, which instantly transformed into a dazzling display of blue, purple, and gold light. Subsequently, a beam of tricolored light converged and surged forth, striking the rapidly closing fissure with tremendous force. This radiant beam left a trail of brilliant gold in its wake. Within this golden path, the goddess of light's speed surged dramatically, transforming her into a streak of golden light as she darted through the gap. This was another fusion technique of the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess. The withering in splendor, the golden path. By unleashing the golden path in her current state, the goddess of light exhibited the pinnacle of divine soul fusion techniques. Even if the four primary gods joined forces, having already endured the soul storm, their hastily infused divine power could not prevent her escape. The god of war and the god of speed descended from the sky, standing protectively before the parents of the god of emotions. Yet the two divine beings no longer resisted, their faces betraying a faint smile. The departure of the god of emotions' parents at least preserved a glimmer of hope for them. Each golden halo seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the universe, radiating outward in waves toward the god of destruction. This was the sea god's most formidable control skill, known as the unstable tempest. Once ensnared by the unstable tempest, even a primary god could not extricate themselves within 10 seconds. In the realm of divine collisions, 10 seconds was an eternity. As the top-tier divine being adorned with 9 rings, the god of destruction dared not be caught in the sea god's unstable tempest. While he might escape in a shorter time, the outcome would surely be unfavorable. The sea god's ascent to a primary divine status was significantly tied to this unstable tempest. A low growl erupted from the vast expanse of purple-black mist, followed by concentric rings of purple-black light cascading outward, coalescing into a 9-ringed halo. Underneath this halo, the god of destruction coldly regarded the sea god, Tang San. Layers of purple-black destructive intent surged forth, and in an instant, the sky transformed into a uniform hue, as massive bolts of purple-black lightning rained down, incessantly striking the floating golden halos. This was the god of destruction's annihilation thunder, should it manifest in the mortal realm. A single strike could effortlessly lay waste to a city or obliterate a mountain range. Yet, before the golden halos wrought by the unstable tempest, it could merely disperse them, preventing them from approaching the god of destruction's true form. In the sky, purple lightning danced while golden halos whirled, as the two divine beings stood resolutely opposed to one another. Tang San regarded the god of destruction with a cool demeanor, unperturbed. Compared to the annihilation thunder, his unstable tempest demanded far less energy. In terms of overall divine power, he confidently believed himself equal to the god of destruction. Thus, such expenditure was unambiguously to his advantage. The potent golden light flickered in the air, illuminating the sky with bursts of brilliance with each shift. The god of destruction's eyes glowed red, yet he refrained from taking further action, maintaining his stance against Tang San. Tang San controlled the central core of the divine realm. He too was cautious not to press too hard. Although the power of the central core could not directly affect them, it was fortified by the divine council, providing formidable defense. Should Tang San activate the protective effect of the central core, even he would be unable to counter it. This was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Naturally, should Tang San resort to such measures, it would signify his defeat. As a law enforcer of the divine realm, and currently its power holder, he would not act unless absolutely necessary. Observing the unwavering figure of the god of destruction from a distance, various thoughts flitted through Tang San's mind, though his expression remained unchanged. The golden trident in his hand continued to unleash waves of unstable tempest, escalating the consumption of the annihilation thunder. The sky as thunder grew increasingly dense, and the golden halos multiplied, rendering the god of destruction seemingly more passive. Tang San, the god of destruction, suddenly bellowed. Tang San's gaze froze. Do not cling to delusions. Your intentions are for the advancement of the divine realm, and considering your inherently obsessive divine nature, I can overlook your actions. Withdraw your attack immediately and summon the goddess of life. You still hold the title of law enforcer. Though he was uncertain how the god of destruction had dealt with the goddess of life, it was evident that he had employed some means to prevent her from appearing here. The god of destruction coldly replied, Tang San, do not be naive. Since I have initiated this assault today, it is undoubtedly premeditated. You will have no chance whatsoever. How many years have you been in the divine realm? Meanwhile, both the god of destruction and the goddess of life have existed since the inception of the divine realm. Life and destruction are interdependent, giving rise to myriad causes within the divine and mortal realms. Today, no one can thwart my resolve to advance the divine realm. Not you, nor any other divine being. Even with the two god kings present, my resolve remains unchanged. Third brother. At that moment, a delicate cry suddenly resonated. Tang San's body jolted, and he glanced in a specific direction. There, two figures had silently emerged beside the purple-black mist. The voice of the one calling out was unmistakably that of his wife. Xiao Wu. Chapter 18. The Ceiling. Behind Xiao Wu stood a tall figure clad in armor, who was restraining her arms, rendering her immobile. Xiao Wu, visibly pregnant and on the verge of tears, was evidently under complete control of this man. The usually composed Tang San's countenance finally shifted as he shouted furiously at the god of destruction, You dare hand your law enforcement orders to the god of ruin, allowing him to intrude upon the divine council? Are you not afraid of divine punishment? As the controller of the divine realm's core, he was fully capable of dispensing divine punishment. Although divine punishment could not target a law enforcer like the god of destruction, even a primary divine being would face dire consequences when confronted with it. The god of destruction replied coldly, Do you dare to invoke divine punishment? Your wife and child are right there. Even if you control the core of the divine realm, you cannot ensure that the divine punishment would only strike the god of ruin. If you are unafraid of your wife and child suffering the consequences, then by all means, try to invoke divine punishment. Tang San appeared momentarily dazed, unable to wield the golden trident any longer. The god of destruction suddenly bellowed, retracting your chaotic winds. A bolt of purple-black lightning crashed down, striking not far from the god of destruction and Xiao Wu. Given the formidable strength of the god of destruction, even a direct hit from the lightning would pose little threat to him. However, Xiao Wu was a different matter. She let out a piercing scream, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Wu's situation was rather unique. She could wield the powers of both the Sea God and the Asura God in tandem with Tang San. Yet, the trials she endured were far lesser than those faced by Tang San, rendering her a relatively extraordinary deity. To maintain her ability to control both divine positions alongside Tang San, she ultimately ascended to the divine realm as Tang San's wife. In times of necessity, she could assist Tang San in wielding a divine position, but under ordinary circumstances, her strength hovered around that of a secondary deity. Since becoming pregnant, Xiao Wu's body had evidently weakened considerably, now rendering her incapable of wielding the power of a primary deity, let alone that of the bloodthirsty Asura God. The moment the god of destruction appeared with Xiao Wu, Tang San understood. This nefarious plot had long been devised by the god of destruction. He had ensnared himself with the god of annihilation's thunder while bestowing the annihilation order to the god of destruction, enabling him to infiltrate the divine council and capture Xiao Wu. The sea god's trident was raised high, and the swirling golden halos formed by the chaotic winds were retracted, descending back into the trident. Destruction, I never imagined you could be so despicable, Tang San nearly roared. In the divine realm, it was well known that Tang San and Xiao Wu shared an exceptionally close bond, with Xiao Wu being Tang San's greatest weakness. The god of destruction replied coolly, "Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. It is not just your wife. Your daughter and son-in-law are equally within my grasp. You stand no chance. But rest assured, I shall abide by the rules of the divine realm and will not harm you. I intend for you to witness with your own eyes how I will elevate the divine realm to new heights. When that time comes, I shall release you. Yet you shall no longer possess the qualifications to be an enforcer. Surrender willingly." Tang San's expression shifted, yet he gradually lowered the golden trident in his hand. With a flash of golden light, the trident transformed into a streak of light that vanished into his being. Almost simultaneously, the god of destruction morphed into a purple-black beam, instantly appearing before Tang San, striking him squarely in the chest. "Brother San," Xiao Wu cried out from a distance. Yet, Tang San remained steadfast, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the god of destruction. The god of destruction's right palm pressed against Tang San's chest, and in that moment, countless purple-black light patterns coalesced into strange symbols that revolved around Tang San's body. These symbols continuously formed and infused into the right hand of the god of destruction, the intense purple-black radiance seemingly penetrating into Tang San's very essence. Tang San's complexion gradually turned pale, yet he remained motionless, allowing the god of destruction to proceed with his actions. "Oomph." Tang San let out a muffled groan, his body swaying as he was propelled back several meters. And the god of destruction withdrew his hand. It was evident that a swirling purple-black rune had manifested upon Tang San's chest, its glow pulsating while the purple-black aura enveloped his entire being. The sea goddess halo behind him had vanished, and the robust aura of divine power had dissipated. At this moment, he appeared almost like an ordinary person. "Destruction, I hope you do not become a sinner of the divine realm," Tang San remarked calmly, gazing steadily at the god of destruction. The latter's body trembled slightly, declaring that further words were futile. Success or failure would determine the hero. As he spoke, he waved his hand, propelling Tang San toward Xiao Wu, who was waiting anxiously. He halted right in front of her. "Brother San, how are you? It's all my fault." In my haste, tears filled Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes. Yet Tang San smiled gently, shaking his head as though nothing had transpired, grasping her hand and saying, "Whether as a deity or an enforcer, in my heart, what are they compared to my Xiao Wu?" "Brother San." Xiao Wu leaped into Tang San's embrace, the heavily armored god of destruction offering no resistance. Tang San's divine power had been entirely sealed by the god of destruction, rendering him no longer a threat. With a flick of his right hand, a golden key shaped like an octagram shot towards the god of destruction. Chapter 19. Mastering the Divine Realm. The god of destruction caught it, his eyes ablaze with a fierce, crimson glow. This was the key to controlling the heart of the divine realm. He had awaited this day for far too long. Xiao Wu is about to give birth. "Considering our camaraderie, let's find a more suitable environment," Tang San said, embracing Xiao Wu as he addressed the god of destruction. "Take them." The god of destruction commanded with a wave of his hand. A circle of silver light enveloped the god of destruction, transporting Tang San and Xiao Wu in a particular direction. Turning around, The god of destruction faced the divine council, his earlier excitement gradually escalating into madness. At last, I have finally become the sovereign of the entire divine realm. The god of goodness, the god of evil, and even you, Tang San, shall witness your folly. The divine realm can only truly flourish under my dominion, accessing more planes and wielding greater mental power. As he spoke, he darted towards the divine council, merging into it and vanishing from sight. Moments later, the colossal castle housing the divine council began to shimmer with a layer of purple-black radiance, the clouds surrounding it morphing into the same hue, radiating the essence of annihilation. The emotion god and the butterfly god had flown for quite some time before finally pausing amidst a sea of clouds. While the personal divine power of the emotion god was not even on par with that of the god of original sin, the moment they combined their strengths and fused their souls, their explosive combat capability was unmatched by any single god of original sin. Their speed was equally unparalleled. Thus, they had finally managed to escape. Yue, what shall we do? The butterfly god inquired anxiously, her expression betraying her worry. The emotion god, understanding her thoughts, fell into silence. The current situation is dire. Our time in the divine realm has been too brief, and we are still unfamiliar with it. Do you know which friends your father-in-law has? The stronger, the better, he replied. You wish to seek assistance? The butterfly god asked. The emotion god nodded slightly, given the current circumstances. The god of destruction has likely already set his sights on your father-in-law. Once he controls the heart of the divine realm, our escape will be futile. Through it, he can locate us in an instant. Therefore, our immediate course of action is to spread the word of the god of destruction's deeds, inciting unrest within the divine realm, which may offer us a glimmer of hope. No, that cannot be. The butterfly god exclaimed fervently. I refuse to believe that my father is so weak. Even if the god of destruction seeks to harm him, it cannot be that simple. He possesses the heart of the divine realm. How could he possibly be defeated by the god of destruction? The emotion god quickly grasped his wife's hand, saying, Wudong, do not panic. Listen to me. The god of destruction's audacity to act against us at this moment indicates that he must have a comprehensive plan in place, and he must be exceedingly confident to proceed in this manner. Certainly, the father-in-law may not have truly been defeated by him, yet the likelihood of such an eventuality is far from negligible. Once the god of destruction gains control over the central nexus of the divine realm, we shall find ourselves utterly exposed. With the return of the four great sin gods, it is likely that our troubles will soon commence. Therefore, we must remain composed. The butterfly goddess furrowed her brow and remarked, the god of destruction wields dominion over more than 8 primary deities, and combined with his own formidable power, he commands nearly half of the high-end combat strength within the divine realm. However, the true pinnacle of power lies with the 2 divine kings and the 3 enforcers of the divine council. My father and the god of destruction are merely 2 among them. Besides them, there are the god of goodness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life. The goddess of life is benevolent and gentle. She married the god of destruction to temper his destructive temperament. Should the god of destruction lay hands on my father, she would undoubtedly be the first to object. Although the god of goodness and the god of evil have only recently arrived in the divine realm, they have inherited the positions of divine kings and possess formidable power. Together, they are a force to be reckoned with. Neither my father nor the god of destruction can hope to match their combined strength. Hence, what grounds does the god of destruction have to control the central nexus of the divine realm, let alone the entire divine council? The emotion god nodded slightly, acknowledging her reasoning, and said, it is futile to continue speculating at this juncture. You should attempt to contact your father-in-law and see if there is any response. If there is, it would greatly facilitate our efforts. The butterfly goddess's eyes brightened, of course. How could I have overlooked that? As she spoke, her eyes gently closed, and a halo of purple-gold light began to rise. A golden rune in the shape of a trident gradually materialized upon her forehead, transforming into a radiant ring that enveloped her form. The emotion god also closed his eyes, his spirit blossoming as powerful psychic energy radiated outward, covering an extensive area. In terms of spiritual cultivation within the divine realm, he was only slightly inferior to the 5 enforcers. The expression on the butterfly goddess's face shifted gradually, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the emotion god's hand. He firmly clasped her hand in return, providing her with a measure of solace through his strength. As the golden light receded, the butterfly goddess turned her gaze to the emotion god, her cerulean eyes brimming with tears. Wudong, do not weep. What news do you have? The emotion god quickly embraced her, exuding a calm demeanor in that moment. The butterfly goddess, Tang Wutong, replied, Father is indeed in peril. The god of destruction has threatened him with Mother. Both father and mother are imprisoned by the god of destruction, and Father's powers have been sealed. He instructed us to seek him out. We must go immediately. Within my spirit resides a remnant of Father's power, which can shield us from being detected by the central nexus for a short duration. The emotion god spoke gravely. Wudong, we must maintain our composure at this critical time. Since your father-in-law has requested our presence, he must have devised a countermeasure. We must not rush. Regardless of the circumstances, we will rescue your father and mother. Indeed, the butterfly goddess nodded obediently, the golden light on her forehead igniting once more as the trident pattern radiated a soft golden halo, enveloping both of their forms as they soared into the sky, determined in their direction. Chapter 20. Is the end of destruction creation? In the Divine Council, the resplendent hall was shrouded in a layer of purple-black, casting a dim pall over the entire space, infused with a potent aura of destruction. Even as primary deities, the 7 great sin gods felt a twinge of trepidation. The god of destruction remained entirely concealed beneath his grand cloak, his blood-red eyes casting a shadow of gloom. What is the situation? The god of destruction inquired coldly. The god of greed, slightly embarrassed, replied, the emotion god, butterfly goddess, god of war, and god of speed have exceeded our expectations. Individually, their abilities fell within our calculations, yet they possess a unique capacity for synergy. The god of war and the god of speed, along with the emotion god and the butterfly goddess, can amplify their powers in unison. In that instant of augmentation, their strength surpassed our predictions. Particularly, when the emotion god and the butterfly goddess collaborated, their capabilities approached that of the enforcers, catching us off guard and forcing us back. The god of destruction coldly retorted, with your greed, sloth, pride, and envy for primary deities, you could not contain a mere quartet led by a single primary deity. What purpose do you serve? Following his acquisition of the central nexus, the god of destruction's presence was markedly more imposing than before. Under his scrutiny, the great sin gods dared not show even a hint of defiance. The overwhelming aura of destruction made their halos tremble as if caught in a tempest. The god of greed suggested, my lord, could you utilize the central nexus to ascertain their location? We shall pursue them immediately and ensure they do not escape again. The god of destruction replied, not at this time. I have only just gained access to the central nexus and require time for integration and adaptation. Their departure will not stir significant unrest. We shall proceed according to our original plan. Once our objectives are accomplished, no deity will oppose my rule. God of lust. The god of destruction commanded. The god of lust promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, my lord. The god of destruction instructed. You will cooperate with the god of ruin and guard the locations where those deities are imprisoned. While they are sealed by me, we must remain vigilant against any attempts at rescue from those 2 young ones. The god of lust promptly assured, rest assured, my lord. I will work diligently with the god of ruin to leave them no opportunity. Very well. You may depart now. Yes. The god of lust respectfully bowed to the god of destruction before promptly turning and striding away. As she walked, an image began to surface in her mind, a vision of the plump figure lying amidst magma reverberating within her thoughts. To her surprise, she found herself unable to forget the expression in his eyes at that moment, a sorrow so profound it stirred a flicker of unease within her heart. As the god of lust departed, the god of destruction solemnly declared, all others must also spring into action. Under no circumstances can we allow anything to impede the completion of our mission. The god of envy interjected, my lord. What if the god of goodness and the god of evil were to return unexpectedly? If they were to do so, the god of destruction shook his head, stating, for now, they cannot return. The troubles I have engineered for them cannot be resolved swiftly. Moreover, time flows differently in the divine realm compared to the mortal realm. This time, I have employed destructive intent to ensure they encounter temporal disruptions on their return journey, causing time to regress for them. They will be unable to return until we have completed our endeavors. Even if they come back afterward, they will not pose a threat to us. The countenances of the assembled great sin gods relaxed somewhat. Their recent actions have been exceedingly abrupt, even leaving the sin gods themselves in a state of unease. Although they, alongside the god of ruin and the god of destruction, represented one of the most formidable forces within the divine realm, the vastness of that realm, coupled with the multitude of deities, including several other primary deities, rendered their position precarious. Should the god of goodness and the god of evil oppose the god of destruction and rally other deities to their cause, the god of destruction's rule would not be so secure. While the sea god had previously held sway over the divine realm, he had excelled in one aspect, He never exhibited any desire for power, consistently maintaining a loose structure within the divine realm without forming factions. At least among the general deities, he held a reputation of considerable esteem. Now, the daughter of the sea god and her son-in-law have escaped, and it is inevitable that the news will spread. The ensuing turmoil within the divine realm is foreseeable. Although the god of destruction can temporarily maintain control over the central authority of the divine realm, prolonged issues are likely to arise. Thus, the god of destruction is correct in asserting that they must expedite their actions to expand the divine realm. Once accomplished, the divine realm will be able to absorb the thoughts and energies from more lower realms, benefiting all the gods in return. If they succeed, concerns over governance will dissipate. The original sin gods departed quietly, leaving the god of destruction alone in the grand hall of the divine council. The god of destruction emanated a faint glow, his gaze deepening as he murmured to himself, "Am I truly acting rightly?" There was a hint of doubt in his tone. It was swiftly replaced by fervor. "It must be right. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall continue my mission. The end of destruction is creation. Did you not proclaim this? If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my capacity for creation. Only under my command can the divine realm grow stronger and evolve towards absolute dominion." Chapter 21. The legend of the dragon god traversing a mountain range. The god of emotion and the butterfly god slowed their pace. "Is it here?" The god of emotion inquired, gazing into the distance from the peak. Beyond this mountain lies a dense forest, interwoven with rivers, as a gentle mist swirls through the woodland, ethereal and elusive. The butterfly god nodded gently, saying, "The location my father provided is indeed nearby. The heart of that forest should be there. Do you think we can rescue father and mother?" The god of emotion embraced her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We shall succeed." The butterfly god nodded softly, her eyes reflecting a sense of calm. Despite the sudden upheaval, her heart remained steady with him by her side. The god of emotion's eyes transformed into a crystalline gold. Not the metallic sheen one might expect, but a translucence reminiscent of fine crystal. This golden hue was rich in texture and imparted an indescribable beauty. Without any discernible fluctuations of divine energy, the distant forest materialized vividly in the god of emotion's mind, every detail perfectly rendered. Simultaneously, he shared his perceptions with the butterfly god beside him. This was one of the formidable abilities he possessed even while in the mortal realm: mental detection and sharing. Upon entering the divine realm, this evolved into a form of divine consciousness detection. In terms of divine awareness and spirit, he was undoubtedly on par with the enforcers. This was his forte, and with the heritage of the god of emotion, it culminated in a wondrous transformation, merging multiple abilities into a singular prowess. The might of divine consciousness detection lies in its impenetrability. Unless the opponent's divine consciousness surpasses that of the god of emotion, discovery is virtually impossible. The forest was laced with rivers, shrouded in mist that in some areas shimmered with color, indicative of unknown substances, possibly toxins. The ground was lush with various plants, appearing verdant. Yet upon meticulous observation through divine consciousness, it became evident that the terrain was exceedingly soft, resembling marshlands. Many of these swamps harbored potent auras. "There are divine beasts within the forest," the god of emotion stated gravely. Divine beasts in the divine realm, akin to animals in the mortal realm, possess immense power due to their absorption of elemental energies. While ordinary divine beasts pose little threat, some exist with extraordinary might. For instance, the dragon god, who ascended from the mortal realm, once wielded power surpassing that of a first-tier deity. The god of emotion was particularly familiar with this matter, for the dragon god emerged from the world that he and the butterfly god hailed from, known as the Doloa continent. In ancient times, the dragon clan ruled Doloa continent, and the progenitor dragon god, possessing unparalleled innate abilities, ascended to divinity and established a divine position for himself. Due to the dragon god's overwhelming strength, the divine council sought to restrain him, but the dragon god, naturally proud, refused to comply. He instigated a war alongside other divine beasts against the pantheon of gods. At that time, various magical beasts and spirit beasts in the mortal realm were permitted to ascend to divinity through their own efforts after reaching the divine level, and they had a dedicated system of divine positions. Divine beasts were traditionally governed by the deities, yet under the dragon god's leadership, they unleashed their primal instincts in a bid to unify the divine realm. The conflict soon engulfed the entire divine realm, culminating in a fierce battle led by the 5 sovereigns of the divine council: the god of goodness, the god of evil, the god of Shura, the god of destruction, and the goddess of life, who rallied the gods against the divine beasts. Ultimately, they defeated the beast faction led by the dragon god, yet the gods suffered grievous losses. 4 of the 7 elemental first-tier deities perished at the hands of the dragon god. It was the combined efforts of the god of goodness and the god of evil that ultimately vanquished the dragon god. His divine consciousness shattered, yet through sheer will. He forcibly split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. After the complete fragmentation of his divine consciousness, he reformed into spiritual consciousness. With his once mighty abilities divided between the two, the Golden Dragon King inherited the dragon god's formidable physical prowess, rendering him immensely powerful and nearly impervious, coupled with unparalleled speed. The Silver Dragon King, on the other hand, inherited the ability to command elemental forces, mastering water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. The moment of the dragon god's division unleashed an immense surge of energy, prompting the Divine Council to launch a full-scale extermination effort. Eventually, the Golden Dragon King was slain within the divine realm, his essence obliterated, leaving only his divine power sealed within the Divine Council. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon King seized the opportunity to escape the divine realm, vanishing into the chaotic currents of time and space, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King sustained significant injuries during his escape, and his divine consciousness was entirely shattered, reforming into the spiritual consciousness found in the mortal realm. Even if he did not perish amidst the temporal chaos, he posed no threat. The upheaval caused by the Dragon Clan inflicted severe damage upon the divine realm, resulting in nearly half of the divine positions becoming vacant. It took several centuries for the divine realm to regain its vitality. It is worth noting that a few centuries in the divine realm equates to hundreds of thousands of years in the mortal realm. It took the mortal realm hundreds of thousands of years to replenish the divine positions, illustrating the magnitude of that harrowing experience. Following this traumatic episode, the Divine Council enacted the most stringent divine punishment in history. Henceforth, no beast from the mortal realm would be permitted to ascend to the divine realm through cultivation, effectively sealing off the path for beasts to attain divinity. All divine positions associated with beasts were revoked, and thereafter, regardless of how powerful any beast might become, they would be suppressed beneath the divine realm, with no pathway to ascend. Ultimately, they would remain at the pinnacle of their kind until their demise. Chapter 22. Entering undetected while still in the Dolawa continent, the god of emotion encountered such formidable beasts. In his world, they were referred to as spirit beasts. Among them, one spirit beast king, known as the beast god, had cultivated for an astounding 800,000 years, but was unable to ascend to the divine realm. However, it is inherently a subordinate of the dragon god. Given the animosity between the divine realm and the dragon god, it is inconceivable that it could ever traverse into the divine realm. The divine beasts currently inhabiting the divine realm are markedly different from those once graced with divine status. These creatures lack any divine rank and merely represent the remnants of bloodlines left behind by the original divine beasts, along with those that naturally emerged during the inception of the divine realm. Due to their absence of divine rank, their absorption rate of the primordial energy from the divine realm is a mere tenth of what a divine-ranked being could achieve. In such circumstances, the resurgence of the chaotic times that once plagued the divine realm is utterly impossible. The few remaining divine beasts exist solely in specific locales within the divine realm, and it is unexpected to sense the presence of divine beasts in this very place, where the aura seems particularly potent. Though these divine beasts may have lost their former luster, some still possess formidable abilities. Within this forest, the emotion god detected at least 100 distinct auras of divine beasts, compelling him to exercise caution. With his rank 1 divine status, he was naturally unafraid of these creatures. However, divine beasts hold no fondness for divine beings, and an encounter could likely lead to conflict, which might disturb those who guard his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Let us proceed stealthily. The emotion god advised the butterfly goddess. The myriad divine beast auras in the forest hindered his spiritual detection from probing into its depths. They would need to venture further in. With the connection between the butterfly goddess and the ocean god, there was little chance of getting lost. The butterfly goddess replied, "Divine beasts possess acute senses. While they may not detect your spiritual energy, they can easily perceive our presence. What shall we do?" At this moment, it seemed that they had no choice but to take action. A glint of cold determination flashed in the emotion goddess' eyes. The butterfly goddess, attuned to his thoughts, nodded, a subtle smile gracing her delicate features, her gaze sharpening as she remarked, "It has been a while since we fought side by side." After marrying the emotion god, she had assumed a more demure role within the divine realm, but in her earlier days when she and the emotion god roamed the mortal world. She was a peerless prodigy, renowned for her fierce combat prowess. During their previous encounter with the 4 original sin gods, the situation had escalated unexpectedly, and the overwhelming divine pressure exerted by the 4 rank 1 divine beings had momentarily unsettled her. Now, however, as her composure returned, her fighting spirit began to rise within her. As she spoke, the butterfly goddess raised her right hand, performing a gesture of summoning in the void, and a golden light erupted from her palm, extending in both directions to manifest a spear in her grasp. The spear, sharp at both ends and radiating a brilliant golden hue, emitted a faint echo of dragon roars. This spear, known as the Golden Dragon Spear, had a storied origin when the dragon god perished and split into the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King. One of the ribs of the Golden Dragon King transformed into this spear upon being struck down in the divine realm. It eventually came into the possession of the ocean god and was gifted to the butterfly goddess. Legends of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings abound on the Dolua continent. Yet the truth of their whereabouts remains shrouded in mystery. The projections of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings emerged during the dragon god's demise, witnessed by many beings, thus giving rise to the lore surrounding them. While the Golden Dragon Spear does not possess the full might of the Golden Dragon King, it harbors tremendous destructive power, capable of absorbing the life force of all beings to replenish its own energy and augment its vitality. The ocean god had once informed the butterfly goddess that the spear contained seals, which could only be unlocked by one who could inherit the power of the Golden Dragon King. The power of these seals is formidable, originating from the dragon god himself, rendering even the divine council members uncertain of their ability to break them. During their idle moments, the butterfly goddess and the emotion god had examined the spear closely, with the emotion god deducing that it contained a total of 9 layers of seals. The peculiar nature of these seals suggested that while the initial ones appeared weak, any attempt by him to breach them would cause them to vanish without a trace, seemingly unaffected. This led him to conclude that the ocean god's assertion that the power of the Golden Dragon King was necessary for their removal was indeed accurate. After that, they had ceased further attempts, as the likelihood of conflict in the divine realm had diminished significantly. Who could have anticipated that the god of destruction would suddenly instigate hostilities, leading to the current predicament they faced? Hand in hand, the emotion god and the butterfly goddess ascended, the butterfly goddess brandishing the Golden Dragon Spear in her right hand while clasping his left hand with her left. In the emotion god's left hand, a small orb of eerie blue light emerged. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was a small dagger, approximately 7 inches long, glimmering with a ghostly radiance, occasionally revealing a spectral visage flickering within. Chapter 23. That vivid yellow. The emotion god and the butterfly goddess soared into the air, darting towards the forest. As they hovered midair, the light surrounding their bodies suddenly distorted, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. This was the emotion god's ability to mimic, capable of emulating the surrounding environment, rendering them virtually invisible. Of course, its potency surpassed mere invisibility. The range of his mimicry extended far beyond their immediate vicinity. As they gracefully entered the forest, the emotion god fully expanded his spiritual awareness, leading the butterfly goddess as they navigated areas devoid of divine beast auras, venturing deeper into the woods. The divine beasts appeared to be in slumber, and as they progressed further, none stirred to confront them, making their journey considerably easier. Nevertheless, the emotion god remained exceptionally vigilant, ensuring his feet never touched the ground, gliding 3 feet above it as he advanced. With his spiritual awareness fully engaged, he remained attuned to his surroundings, and soon, a clear image of the area ahead materialized. He discovered a small lake nestled within the core of the forest. The lake was not particularly large, measuring approximately 500 meters in diameter, yet all the streams within the forest flowed toward it. This struck him as peculiar, for the lake's capacity should not suffice to accommodate such a volume of water. A faint mist hovered above the lake, tinted a delicate green and brimming with an immense life force. At the center of the lake stood a robust stone pillar, approximately 20 meters tall, which abruptly expanded at its apex, transforming into a structure akin to a castle. Upon reaching the vicinity of this edifice, his spiritual awareness could penetrate no further, obstructed by a formidable aura of divine consciousness. This essence seemed to have existed there inherently. Even the emotion god's rank 1 divine awareness could not breach it. Through his spiritual detection and the connection between the butterfly goddess and the ocean god, The emotion god surmised that the ocean god must be within that structure. Moreover, judging by the scale of the building, it likely housed a considerable number of individuals. With a target in sight, their next steps became clear. The emotion god urged the butterfly goddess to hasten, propelling them towards the small lake. The forest sprawled expansively. Yet at their pace, they could reach the vicinity of the small lake within a mere quarter of an hour. Despite their awareness of the potential dangers lurking above the lake, both the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess held an unwavering trust in the sea goddess' judgment. If the sea god had summoned them here, there must be an opportunity awaiting them. Before long, they had traversed more than half the distance. Suddenly, the god of emotions sensed an unsettling disturbance in the air, instinctively reducing their speed. Nonetheless, they continued to soar forward. Without any warning, an immense force of suction erupted from the ground, so powerful that even the god of emotions, wielding formidable divine power, found themselves abruptly yanked downwards towards the earth. However, the god of emotions reacted swiftly. As they plummeted, they instinctively embraced the butterfly goddess beside them, unleashing a surge of divine energy, part directed towards the ground, while another part surged into the butterfly goddess, lifting her high above their heads. Having been partners for many years, their synergy was impeccable. A magnificent pair of powder blue wings unfurled from her back, with the golden dragon spear raised high as her wings spread. The divine energy that intertwined them erupted forth to counteract the gravitational pull from below. The ground in this region was a vibrant yellow, and as the overwhelming suction intensified, despite the god of emotions exerting all their strength to resist, they ultimately found their feet firmly planted on the ground. As soon as their feet touched the earth, the brilliant yellow soil surged upwards, coiling around their body. Moreover, a tremendous pulling force erupted, as if it sought to drag them completely into the depths below. In the face of such a predicament, the god of emotions displayed remarkable composure, remaining unflustered. Their eyes instantaneously transformed into a chilling azure hue. A powerful blue light erupted forth from their being, coursing downward into the ground. The immense force of suction remained, yet the vibrant yellow soil was suddenly enveloped in frost, hardening in the process. The pull persisted, yet the firm earth resisted, preventing the god of emotions from being drawn in. The god of emotions' divine consciousness suddenly focused, condensing within the narrow area surrounding their feet. In the next moment, their gaze sharpened towards a specific direction, and without a moment's hesitation, the butterfly goddess cast forth the golden dragon spear. As the spear was launched, a low rumbling dragon's roar echoed, and a slender golden dragon materialized, coiling around the spear. In an instant, divine power blossomed. The golden dragon spear radiated dazzling golden light, vanishing as it plunged into the vibrant yellow soil. Chapter 24. The Mire Monster. The vibrant yellow soil possessed immense suction, and as the golden dragon spear was hurled by the butterfly goddess, it swiftly disappeared into the depths. Yet in the following moment, the ground trembled violently, and the yellow soil began to churn violently, sending the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess soaring into the air. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the forest floor emanated a brilliant yellow glow. A deep roar resonated, and a colossal figure emerged from the rapidly swirling yellow soil. It was a giant, towering 10 meters high, devoid of facial features, its entire form composed of the vibrant yellow earth, exuding a potent elemental aura. "What is this?" the god of emotions inquired, puzzled, glancing at the butterfly goddess. Having spent little time in the divine realm and mostly with family, he had rarely ventured into its depths. The butterfly goddess, being the daughter of the sea god, possessed far greater knowledge of the divine realm. "It appears to be a mire monster," she replied. "I cannot believe such divine beasts still exist." The mire monster is said to be formidable, a rare breed in the divine realm, having existed since its inception. It commands the powers of earth and possesses strength akin to a secondary deity among the divine beings. Its mastery over the earth is second only to that of the earth elemental god. Why would it suddenly attack us? With a deep roar, the mire monster unveiled a pair of dark red eyes from its otherwise featureless head, emanating a fierce and violent aura. Is that the essence of destruction? The god of emotions felt a stir within, and he and the butterfly goddess instantly understood the nature of the mire monster. Traditionally known for its gentle disposition, the mire monster had not participated in the ancient rebellion of divine beasts, allowing it to endure through the ages. Its gentle nature, coupled with its profound connection to the earth, enabled it to detect their presence through shifts in the earth's essence. As for the reason behind its attack, it could only be attributed to the god of destruction. The aura emanating from the mire monster revealed that its consciousness had been tainted by the god of destruction, inciting its wrath. With a swift motion of her right hand, the butterfly goddess summoned the mire monster's immense form, causing it to tremble. A beam of golden light erupted from its chest, transforming its entire being into a brilliant gold. The sound of dragon roars intertwined with its deep growls echoed through the air. The mire monster struggled desperately, even attempting to plunge its massive hand into its own body to extract the golden light. Yet the light clung to it as if it were an inherent force. The vibrant yellow glow surrounding the mire monster gradually dimmed, while the golden radiance of the dragon's spear intensified. The golden dragon spear could absorb vitality and even the essence of the soul. Under its influence, despite the mire monster's considerable strength, it stood no chance against the combined forces of the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess. A singular eye opened upon the forehead of the god of emotions, splitting open to reveal a brilliant golden light that shot forth, accurately striking the top of the mire monster's head. The mire monster let out a frenzied roar as its colossal body shook violently. The light from the god of emotions intensified. The golden beam connecting to the mire monster's head, shifting with its movements while remaining locked onto its central position. Gradually, the monster's thrashing subsided, and the fiery red glow in its eyes began to fade. The god of emotions' golden light grew ever stronger, as with his formidable divine consciousness and soul power, he relentlessly helped the mire monster dispel the destructive essence within its mind, drawing the essence into himself and neutralizing it with his powerful mental energy. In the divine realm, few dared to employ such methods to counteract the god of destruction's influence. Wudong, cease your efforts, the god of emotions instructed the butterfly goddess. Tang Wutong summoned the golden dragon spear back in her grasp, and in the next moment, circles of golden light rippled from the spear, merging into her being, gradually becoming one with her. The vigorous divine energy surged into her body, which she then shared with the god of emotions, amplifying both of their auras. With a soft thud, the mire monster's body visibly softened, and the overwhelming suction it once radiated dissipated entirely. The towering 10-meter form gradually diminished to 5 meters, its vibrant color fading. Just moments ago, a substantial amount of divine power was siphoned from its being by the butterfly deity. However, the destructive thoughts within its consciousness were entirely eradicated by the emotion deity. What has happened to me? The voice of the mud pit monster resonated deeply, akin to a thunderous bell. The emotion deity replied solemnly, "Greetings, esteemed elder of the mud pit. You appear to have been manipulated by the destructive thoughts. Have you encountered the god of destruction?" The mud pit monster paused, adopting a pensive expression. At that moment, his eyes had transformed entirely into a rich earthen hue, which, although not overtly conspicuous against his vibrant yellow form, at least seemed far more normal. Yes, indeed, the god of destruction descended upon our marshy forest, commanding us to obey the edicts of the divine council. We have long been the remnants of the bloodline of divine beasts, barely surviving. Many descendants of the divine beasts harbor profound resentment towards the divine council, naturally opposing it. Subsequently, the god of destruction unleashed a tremendous wave of destructive thoughts, enveloping the entire forest. After that, my memories become a blur. Everything seemed normal, yet I felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything. This sensation is truly dreadful. Chapter 25, The Core Region. The emotion deity and the butterfly deity exchanged a glance, recognizing the horror reflected in each other's eyes. This forest was exceedingly vast, inhabited by countless descendants of divine beasts. Even though their strength had waned significantly, lacking even a single being at the first-tier divine level, their sheer numbers were formidable. The god of destruction's ability to extend his destructive thoughts over this entire forest showcased the immense power he wielded. He had entirely dominated this realm through his own prowess. The emotion deity furrowed his brow. While he could influence large populations through emotional means, complete control and sustained influence over time was another matter. He realized that he might need to re-evaluate the capabilities of the god of destruction, whose true strength likely surpassed that of his father-in-law. There is no need for formality. In light of this, we must take our leave. Please try to remain within your territory. Given that all descendants of the divine beasts here are controlled by the god of destruction's destructive thoughts, this marshy forest could be quite perilous. Thank you. I shall rest now. I feel so weary. I hope that when I awaken, everything will return to normal. The mud pit monster's voice gradually diminished, and his vast form slowly melted into the earth, disappearing from sight. Strangely, throughout this entire process, There were no signs of destruction among the vegetation within the mud pit monster's domain. The emotion deity glanced at the butterfly deity and saw the deep concern etched in her eyes. Do not overthink it. Once we meet my father-in-law, everything will become clear. Let us proceed. With the simulation technique reactivated, the emotion deity and the butterfly deity once again vanished into the air. All divine beasts within this marshy forest had been tainted by the god of destruction's malevolent influence. Had they not possessed an almost invisible ability to assimilate into their surroundings, they would have undoubtedly endured countless battles. As they continued onward, the emotion deity grew increasingly cautious. The strength displayed by the mud pit monster had been formidable, and he sensed that the divine beasts affected by the destructive thoughts might be even more powerful than usual. Once those destructive thoughts permeated their consciousness, they could potentially nourish them. This was truly terrifying. No wonder the god of destruction had imprisoned both his father-in-law and mother-in-law here. How could they possibly escape from such confinement? Approaching the vicinity of a small lake, the emotion deity remained particularly vigilant. He was experienced. During his time on the Dole continent, in forests inhabited by soul beasts, the closer one got to the core region, the more powerful the soul beast became. Undoubtedly, this place would be no exception. His intuition proved correct. As they neared the core of the forest, approximately 10 kilometers from the small lake, the emotion deity suddenly felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. This was not the symptom of poisoning, but rather akin to being struck by electricity. The mist within the forest silently transformed into a faint blue hue, and within the emotion deity's consciousness, this pale blue mist began to brew with flickering blue lightning. The butterfly deity's expression sharpened as the two quickly exchanged their soul power. The emotion deity closed his eyes, activating the eye of fate upon his forehead. In this state, his consciousness could reach its zenith. Arise, he commanded, directing his consciousness towards a specific direction. At that moment, the previously faint blue mist suddenly intensified, transforming the surroundings into a realm of lightning, a veritable forest of thunder. The original marshy forest vanished, replaced by a tempest of electricity, with terrifying bolts of lightning crashing towards the emotion deity and the butterfly deity, dense as towering mountains. The immense pressure and terrifying explosive force erupted simultaneously. What powerful lightning! The emotion deity marveled, having never witnessed such a potent display of electrical prowess. Yet what of it? A surge of robust consciousness erupted from his being, a seven-ringed halo manifesting behind his head, radiating the aura of a first-tier deity. Without any embellishment, only the sheer strength of divine power enveloped both himself and the butterfly deity, resolutely withstanding the onslaught of the massive bolts of lightning. Despite the rapid consumption of divine power, not a single arc of lightning penetrated the protective barrier. The emotion deity narrowed his eyes, a strong intent emanating from within. He raised his right hand, and a deep blue sword light shot skyward, slicing through the surrounding lightning. Although the bolts surged forth, attempting to conduct their energy through the deep blue sword light towards the emotion deity, it devoured everything in its path. Behind the emotion deity, a white silhouette materialized, rapidly solidifying, emanating an overwhelming wave of divine power. Her gaze was clear and icy, her exquisite features radiating an air of nobility and beauty that rivaled even that of the butterfly deity. The deep blue sword light flashed, and, as it traversed the sky, the bolts of lightning momentarily froze in midair, unable to continue their assault on the emotion deity's divine barrier. With a crisp chime, the surrounding lightning diminished in intensity. Not far away, a colossal figure began to emerge. Chapter 26. Thunder Dragon. It was a creature exceeding 20 meters in length, adorned in a deep blue hue. Its back bristling with numerous protruding spikes. 3 prominent horns crowned its forehead, each over a meter long, surrounded by crackling electricity. However, after the earlier strike of the sword, one of its long horns was now sheathed in frost. The emotion deity's capabilities during his reign over the Doa continent were primarily twofold: spiritual power and ice, purest ice. In the divine realm, there was no god of ice. Ice and water share a common origin, with only the water deity recognized. Yet, were there to be an ice deity, the emotion deity could undoubtedly take on the mantle without question. The ultimate ice, the sword just unleashed, is known as the 3 supreme techniques of the Snow Empress. Emerging behind the god of emotion is one of his former companions from the Doa continent, a formidable soul beast that has cultivated for nearly 700,000 years. The Ice Sky Snow Woman. Due to the constraints imposed by the rules of the divine realm, soul beasts cannot ascend to divinity. However, the Ice Sky Snow Woman, along with several other soul beasts, has merged with the god of emotion for various reasons, becoming an integral part of his own power. In this circumstance, they have transcended the limitations of a mortal realm and entered the divine realm, finally attaining identities within it. They are now individual entities, capable of existing in the divine realm even if separated from the god of emotion, provided they remain undetected by the divine council. After all, they essentially hold the status of divine beasts. Nevertheless, even if discovered, as long as the god of emotion can demonstrate his control over them, he might still gain the reluctant acknowledgement of the divine council, which operates under the dominion of the sea god. The Ice Extreme Unmatched, which the god of emotion has executed, is one of the 3 grand techniques of the Ice Sky Snow Woman, who also bears the melodious title, the Snow Empress. In the Duluwa continent, she was the spirit of the god of emotion, and upon entering the divine realm, she became his companion. The Thunder Dragon? The butterfly goddess gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature, nearly exclaiming, "The Thunder Dragon? The god of emotion has indeed heard of such beings. They are favored by lightning and possess the bloodline of dragons." During the tumultuous times led by the dragon god and numerous divine beasts, several powerful individuals from the Thunder Dragon lineage wreaked havoc in the divine realm. Eventually, the Thunder Dragon was vanquished by the Earth God using the power of the earth. Such divine beasts were thought to have vanished after that cataclysmic war in the divine realm. How could a Thunder Dragon reemerge? A troubling notion began to take root within the god of emotion. It appears that the actions of the god of destruction are far from simple. The Thunder Dragon before him was not particularly large, especially when compared to those individuals whose powers approached that of a first-level divine being. The Thunder Dragon roared, and from the sharp horns along its back, massive spheres of lightning began to coalesce, each glowing in a deep purple hue, with electric currents swirling within like tempestuous clouds. An overwhelming surge of divine energy instantly rising. The skies in this area transformed into a tempest of thunderclouds. The god of emotion remained unfazed. As a first-level divine being, he was not intimidated by the Thunder Dragon. However, they were perilously close to the core area, and should they be discovered by the guards within, it would spell true trouble. Even with a mere intuition, he could deduce that the guards watching over his in-laws were at least first-level divine beings. A swift resolution was imperative. The god of emotion's eyes blazed with divine light, and the Snow Empress, in sync with his intentions, swiftly advanced and, in a flash, appeared before the Thunder Dragon. In the next moment, a verdant figure detached from her, and the two joined hands, turning to unleash a colossal beam of ice blue and emerald light. The surrounding temperature plummeted dramatically, freezing the previously soft, marshy ground instantaneously, while the overwhelming aura cloaked every plant within a radius of several thousand meters in a layer of frost. The chilling cold reached its zenith in an instant. At this moment, the halo behind the god of emotion transformed entirely into a crystalline white, embodying absolute zero, his most potent ice attribute ability. Sensing the impending threat, the Thunder Dragon unleashed the spheres of lightning, attempting to counter the twin assault from the god of emotion and the Snow Empress. Yet, when those spheres of lightning collided with the enormous beam of blue-green light, the terrifyingly compressed lightning was instantaneously frozen, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. It is essential to note that in the divine realm, the ability to tear through space does not exist, unless one intends to depart the divine realm, which requires colossal divine power. However, temporarily solidifying and freezing space is an achievement only attainable by first-level divine beings. Chapter 27. The Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. The girl in the emerald dress, separated from the Snow Empress, is named the Ice Empress. She, too, was once a soul beast, known as the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, and was among the earliest followers of the god of emotion. The divine technique they employed is called the Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, one of the god of emotion's most powerful ice attribute techniques. The fusion of ice and snow, amplified to absolute zero, showcases this ice attribute technique in its most exquisite form. Any attribute, when harnessed to its utmost potential, possesses the capacity to transform decay into marvels. Moreover, the ice attribute, being a formidable derivative of water, exemplifies this. Water, in its essence, is the epitome of softness, yet when it solidifies into ice, it transforms into an embodiment of rigidity. The vast energy released during this transformation is termed temperature. Despite the Thunder Dragon's formidable prowess, it starkly revealed the chasm between them when confronted with the god of emotion's merciless assault. The mightiest of divine beasts equates to the pinnacle of second-level divine beings, and the Thunder Dragon before him exemplified this limitation. As the blue-green beam swept past, clarity returned, revealing a colossal ice sculpture where the Thunder Dragon had once stood. The lightning elements in the air broke free from their control, swiftly returning to normalcy, and the thunderclouds above dissipated quietly. The ice and snow emperors transformed into two streaks of light, reintegrating into his being, vanishing from sight. Taking a deep breath, the god of emotion nodded to the butterfly goddess, and together they flickered into the air, disappearing once more. Having faced danger twice, they concluded their battles with remarkable speed. Even with the Thunder Dragon, the god of emotion did not slay it, but merely immobilized it through the might of absolute zero. Of course, this form of freezing and sealing is virtually indistinguishable. Escaping from it would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. However, given the Thunder Dragon's robust vitality, it would surely not face any mortal peril. In the divine realm, unless driven by extreme hatred, it is generally forbidden to kill one another, especially to annihilate a divine being. Thus, the rebellion of the divine beast that once wreaked havoc upon the divine realm earned the ire of the gods. Finally, arriving at the small lake, the god of emotion halted, grasping the butterfly goddess's hand. He directed his consciousness to scan the lake's depths. The water was clear, yet its bottom remained obscured. Beneath the deep blue surface lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. As the god of emotion probed with his divine consciousness, he discerned even more clearly that this seemingly modest lake was profoundly deep, and even with his formidable strength, he could not fathom its depths. Moreover, the pressure of his consciousness intensified as he delved deeper, consuming more energy, and with the god of emotion as cultivation, he dared not probe further. After all, they were there to rescue someone and needed to retain sufficient strength. Fortunately, within the range he had already explored, having penetrated several thousand meters underwater, he was somewhat relieved to find no divine beasts present in the lake, which was indeed fortunate. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the presence. If any divine beasts resided there, even those of individual strength akin to the Thunder Dragon would certainly attract the attention of the guards. Father's right there. The emotion god's agitation was palpable. Let us proceed, he declared decisively. At this moment, hesitation was not an option, although the castle-like structure undoubtedly harbored dangers. The fact that the sea god summoned them indicated a degree of certainty. Regardless of the potential perils, they could not afford to hesitate. Thus, the emotion god slightly adjusted his breathing, elevating his senses to their zenith while retracting his probing consciousness. With that, he and the butterfly goddess soared into the air, hurtling towards the edifice above. Their divine powers intertwined, elevating each other as they maintained their optimal state, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The stone columns, though towering, posed no significant delay, and soon, the emotion god and butterfly goddess arrived before the structure. "Follow me," the butterfly goddess instructed, as the golden trident runes upon her forehead radiated an intensified golden light. This compelled the emotion god to channel more divine power to maintain their concealed state, ensuring they remained undetected. Enveloped in the golden glow, he discerned that the outside world seemed to be effectively isolated, with little of their essence leaking outward. Clearly, this was the protective ability of his esteemed father-in-law at work, safeguarding himself and his wife. Now it was the butterfly goddess's turn to lead. She elegantly ascended to a windowsill and, using her momentum, quietly soared upwards, continuing her ascent towards the castle's zenith. To avoid revealing their presence, the emotion god refrained from probing the castle with his consciousness. Who knew what sort of entities resided within? If there were beings of power surpassing his own, or of comparable strength, his acute perception as a level 1 deity would easily detect any anomaly. Thus, they swiftly arrived at the window of a pinnacle resembling a tower at the highest point of the castle. The window was ajar, yet a faint, dark, purple luminescence flickered within. Though they remained at a distance, the emotion god immediately sensed that it emanated from the ruined god's destructive intent. Enter through the window with utmost speed. The sea god's voice suddenly resonated from within. Upon hearing that voice, both the emotion god and the butterfly goddess felt their hearts settle significantly, as though they had found a steadfast anchor. They exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts in sync, and simultaneously channeled their divine power to accelerate. The emotion god wrapped his arms around the butterfly goddess's waist, transforming into a streak of light that dashed towards the window, suffused with destructive intent. With a soft thud, the golden barrier emanating from the trident dimmed noticeably, and they felt as if they had broken through a layer of obstruction. In the next moment, their bodies lightened, and they found themselves within a room. Although the tower appeared modest from the outside, the interior revealed a world of wonders. clearly embodying some spatial mysteries. The chamber was circular, approximately 100 square meters, adorned luxuriously with flickering pale golden light. The sea god stood there in a blue robe, while nearby, the butterfly goddess' mother, Little Dance, sat on the bed. Upon seeing them, she leaped up joyfully. The sea god hurriedly supported her, encircling her noticeably rounded waist, and admonished, "Look at you. It won't be long before you give birth, and yet you're so clumsy." Little Dance giggled. "Seeing my daughter and son-in-law brings me joy." Relieved to see her parents safe, the butterfly goddess released the emotion god's hand and rushed to them, enveloped in her father's embrace. The emotion god, unable to mirror their display of affection, merely scratched his nose and stood aside, observing their familial bliss. Yet, a twinge of melancholy gripped his heart. His own parents and ancestors had been captured by the ruined god, and their current state remained uncertain. The sea god gently stroked his daughter's long hair, smiling reassuringly. "It's all right, we are unharmed. Do not worry." Regardless of the ruined god's intentions, he would not easily resort to killing. At this moment, the emotion god approached respectfully, saying, "Greetings, father-in-law, mother-in-law." Little Dance shot an exasperated look at the sea god, reproaching, "It's all your fault. You were so harsh with you how back then. See, he is always somewhat distant from us now." The sea god, slightly embarrassed, replied, "One must endure hardships to rise above others. Without sufficient trials, how could he ascend to the divine realm and become a level 1 deity so swiftly? Moreover, anyone wishing to be my son-in-law must be thoroughly assessed." He then fixed a penetrating gaze upon the emotion god. "Xiao, wouldn't you agree?" The emotion god, ever intimidated by his father-in-law, hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, yes. Father, you are right. Father, mother, are you both all right?" Upon hearing him address them as such, Little Dance beamed. We are well. Everything is fine here. It's just a change of scenery, with food and drink available. Besides, your father has been too occupied with duties to spend time with me. This incident may not be such a misfortune after all." The emotion god's lips twitched slightly. His mother-in-law truly possessed a carefree spirit. The sea god released his embrace, allowing the butterfly goddess to assist her mother back to bed, while he himself approached the window. The emotion god promptly followed, positioning himself beside his esteemed father-in-law, awaiting his instructions. The sea god squinted, his deep azure eyes reflecting the ocean's depths, and stated gravely, "This situation has unfolded rather unexpectedly. The ruined god must have sent agents to deal with you. Your elder brother and others have likely been captured." The elder brother he referred to was, of course, the emotion god's ancestor, the war god, Daimubai. Indeed, the emotion god nodded, a flicker of concern betraying his composure. The sea god patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fret excessively. They will be fine." Though the ruined god is somewhat deranged, he is not a mindless killer. He still possesses a sense of restraint. The emotion god paused, his heart filled with curiosity. Despite the fact that the ruined god had imprisoned his father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as several deities connected to them, the sea god did not seem to harbor any deep-seated hatred towards him. The sea god smiled faintly. "You must be pondering why I do not despise the ruined god, correct?" "Yes," the emotion god replied, somewhat taken aback. The sea god responded calmly, "What does hatred achieve? What does a lack of it accomplish? Furthermore, this matter is far from being straightforward." The emotion god felt a chill run down his spine. "Father, the ruined god has placed a seal upon you, hasn't he? Can I assist in breaking it?" Since encountering the sea god, he had noticed that the once formidable divine power radiating from him had entirely vanished. It was impossible to completely dissolve the sea god's might without killing him. Thus, the only conclusion was that his powers had been sealed. The sea god replied, "You cannot. Moreover, the seal within me is connected to the ruined god. Should it be lifted, he will immediately become aware, and at that moment, you will be left with nowhere to hide." In the face of a powerful enforcer of the divine realm, the emotion god's level 1 divine power was insufficient. "What should I do then?" the emotion god asked. The sea god stated, "The reason I summoned you is to assign you a few tasks. Follow my instructions, and do not concern yourself with anything else." Chapter 29. The sea god's mandate. Upon hearing that the sea god had made arrangements, the god of emotion immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as his esteemed father-in-law remained steadfast, there was still hope for redemption. After all, his father-in-law had wielded considerable influence in the divine realm for many years, suggesting he had been prepared for this eventuality. "Father, did you anticipate the actions of the god of destruction?" the god of emotion inquired softly. The sea god nodded gently, acknowledging that his discontent with the god of emotion had long been established. Yet the essence of their discord stemmed merely from differing political views, nothing of grave consequence. The god of destruction, influenced by his own divine nature, acted with fervor, seeking extremes. This was precisely why, prior to the descent of the two divine kings, the divine realm had been entrusted to him rather than to the more historically entrenched god of destruction. However, he had not foreseen that he had assured the god of destruction that if the catastrophic crisis he predicted did not materialize within a year, he would proceed with the development of the divine realm according to the latter's vision. Regrettably, it seemed the god of destruction was unwilling to wait even that long. After expressing this, he cast a resigned glance at the lively scene where his daughter was animatedly conversing with Xiao Wu. Despite the exasperation in his eyes, a tender warmth flickered within. The god of emotion refrained from questioning further, for he was astute. He had gleaned much from the sea goddess gaze. Both the god of destruction and the sea god serve as enforcers in the divine realm, yet the sea god held dominion over it. In terms of individual strength, the god of destruction might not surpass the sea god, and should a full-scale confrontation erupt between these two enforcers, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire divine realm, making it improbable for the sea god to be easily subdued. It seemed the involvement of his mother-in-law played a significant role in this dynamic. The timing of the god of destruction's assault coincided with the impending arrival of his mother-in-law's child. Under such circumstances, fearing for the safety of his wife and child, the sea god likely felt compelled to acquiesce. Clearly, the god of destruction perceived this as an opportune moment. In truth, while this was indeed the case, his actions were undeniably underhanded. Yuhai, come here. I have several matters to discuss with you. The sea god beckoned. He led the god of emotion aside and whispered his instructions, then slowly exhaled a cerulean orb, which he entrusted to the god of emotion. This is the sea god pearl, a divine artifact I have refined over many years. Within it lies what we just discussed. Take it with you and Xiao Wu. I trust you to handle matters adeptly. If you encounter an insurmountable adversary, prioritize your safety above all. It would be preferable to be captured by the god of destruction. Do you understand? Meeting the sea god's gentle gaze, the god of emotion felt a warmth in his heart. He had harbored some reservations about his formidable father-in-law. Yet now, witnessing this powerful figure in a state of captivity did not diminish his noble demeanor. He remained composed and exuded an air of control, his eyes alone sufficient to instill confidence. Such an aura was truly captivating. Moreover, despite the brevity of his words of concern, the god of emotion could perceive a profound familial bond reflected in his gaze. Yes, father, rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm Xiao Wu. Even at the cost of my own life, I will ensure her safe return to your side. The sea god patted his shoulder and embraced him, saying, go forth. At that moment, the butterfly goddess approached, her eyes glistening with tears, evidently having just wept. The sea god gazed at his daughter with tenderness, gently kissing her cheek. Xiao Wu, listen to Yuhai while you are outside. Do not act willfully. Father Tang Wutong felt tears well up again as she clung tightly to him. Silly girl. Without enduring the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? This day was destined to come. I merely hastened its arrival in preparation for the unknown calamity. I will protect your mother. We shall be fine. Now, hurry along with Yuhai. The butterfly goddess, overwhelmed with emotion, had not fully absorbed the sea goddess words. She stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on her father's cheek before turning, grasping the god of emotion's hand. And together they transformed into a wisp of light, vanishing through the window. Standing by the window, the sea god watched their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head gently. That little one has ultimately not disappointed me. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had quietly come to his side, also gazing out the window. Did you truly foresee their successful escape? This incident was so sudden, and yet you had no prior preparations? The sea god smiled slightly. Some matters, if foreseen and prepared for, would only draw others' attention. It is only by allowing events to unfold naturally that the essence of truth is revealed. Xiao Wu pouted, her lips forming a slight frown. Third brother, why do I feel that you look rather mischievous when you smile? What would you do if your daughter and son-in-law were also captured? The sea god shrugged nonchalantly. I would be disappointed. Xiao Wu stared at him in surprise, her expression reflecting her disbelief. Chapter 30. The sea god Pearl emerging from the forest. The god of emotion and the butterfly goddess both exhaled in relief. The exit proved to be less arduous than their entry, as they encountered no further attacks from divine beasts. Throughout their journey, the god of destruction's loyal followers stationed in the ancient castle remained oblivious to their presence. This was not solely due to the god of emotion's mimicry of divine abilities. It was evident that a portion of this success stemmed from the sea god's residual power. Although his divine might was sealed, the god of emotion had learned from their previous exchanges that only a portion of the sea god's consciousness was imprisoned. After all, even the god of destruction was merely a peer among equals with the sea god. Thus, completely sealing him was an impossibility, allowing only a limitation on his power. Therefore, the sea god could still assist his daughter and son-in-law to a certain extent, but that was the extent of his capability. Due to the divine mark left on the butterfly goddess by her father in years past, she could transmit power through divine consciousness. Though not offensive or defensive abilities, such divine awareness was absent in others. What shall we do next? The butterfly goddess, her eyes still slightly reddened, cast a lingering glance toward the vast forest, yearning to rescue her parents swiftly. However, she understood deeply that the time was not yet ripe. They must await a more opportune moment. She had not been attentive to the sea god's admonitions to the god of emotion, having been occupied with conversing with her mother, and was thus unaware of the instructions given. The god of emotion opened his right hand, revealing the sea god pearl. The pearl radiated a crystalline blue hue, its interior shimmering with an enchanting aura reminiscent of ocean waves. Though it appeared small, a closer inspection revealed an almost irresistible pull on one's consciousness. Having been nurtured by the sea god for so many years, the sea god pearl was undoubtedly a rare and invaluable artifact. Furthermore, the butterfly goddess knew that the pearl's predecessor, the vast sea umbrella, was an item her father had possessed since his early days on Dolawa continent, subsequently bringing it to the divine realm. Its formidable defensive capabilities clearly reflected her father's concern for his safety. The god of emotions carefully affixed the sea god's pearl to the forehead of the butterfly goddess. Instantly, the golden trident runes upon her brow shimmered, as though the pearl had been seamlessly embedded, revealing only a small portion, radiating a gentle azure glow, as if it had become an integral part of the trident runes. The god of emotions chuckled. Now you have become a three-eyed being, enhancing our resemblance as a couple. The butterfly goddess retorted with exasperation. What time is it? And you are still jesting? What exactly does father wish us to do? The god of emotions reassured her. Do not worry. Your father and mother will be safe. Our family will remain unharmed. My father-in-law foresaw this day and has made preparations long ago. We must now meet a few individuals. As he spoke, he gently tapped the sea god's pearl with his right index finger, and a radiant light burst forth. A hexagonal red crystal separated from the pearl, descending into the god of emotion's hand. The butterfly goddess gazed at the hexagonal red crystal in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. Although small, the crystal's emergence seemed to plummet the ambient temperature, enveloping them in an indescribable sense of oppression. Yet it was not a chill, but rather a murderous aura, a chilling and terrifying presence. As this aura manifested, everything around them fell into silence, as if all existence in that realm was ensnared by the overwhelming bloodlust, leaving any life within its confines to tremble before it. However, neither the butterfly goddess nor the god of emotions succumbed to this fear. The god of emotions was fortified by his formidable cultivation, while the butterfly goddess had long been acquainted with this entity. This is Father's enforcer badge. He even granted us this? The butterfly goddess exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. The god of emotions nodded, replying, My father-in-law informed me that he had concealed some vital items within the sea god's pearl, which has remained hidden beneath his tongue, undetectable even by the god of destruction. The god of destruction requires time to seize control of the divine realm, and once he does, he will undoubtedly seek us out. With this enforcer badge, we need not fear him. The central divinity will no longer be able to locate us. The butterfly goddess gently nodded, exhaling a soft sigh. This is indeed the enforcer badge of the god of Shura. Such potent bloodlust. Father seldom utilizes the power of the god of Shura precisely because its murderous intent can easily corrupt one's character, much like the god of destruction, who was influenced by his own divine power, was he not? Precisely, affirmed the god of emotions. Thus, my father-in-law is a visionary of remarkable foresight. With his wisdom, he shall certainly be safe. The butterfly goddess nestled into his embrace, her concerns alleviating slightly. The god of emotions toyed with the enforcer badge in his hand, a flicker of reverence unconsciously surfacing in his gaze. Chapter 31. The God of Shura. The Divine Council comprises 5 principal authorities, led by the 2 divine kings, the God of goodness and the God of evil, who have governed since the dawn of the divine realm. Assisting them are 3 enforcers, the God of Shura, who presides over slaughter, the God of destruction, who governs annihilation, and the Goddess of life, who embodies creation. Subsequently, The two divine kings resolved to reincarnate, selecting a couple from the mortal realm as their successors, known today as the God of goodness and the God of evil. The God of Shura also found a successor, bequeathing his divine status before departing the divine realm to explore more distant worlds. With his formidable powers as an enforcer, he was among the most capable of discovering new realms among the deities who left the divine realm. The successor of the God of Shura is Tang San, also known as the Sea God. In the past, Tang San was a paragon on the Dolua continent, leading his companions from the Shrek's 7 monsters to triumph over the formidable inheritors of the Angel God and the God of Rakshasa, ultimately securing victory in the war. Those two deities fell, their powers dissipating, never to return to the divine realm, leaving their esteemed positions vacated. It is noteworthy that both the God of Rakshasa and the God of Angels were of the first-tier divine level, yet no longer exist within the current divine realm. When Tang San confronted those two deities, he wielded the powers of the Sea God and the God of Shura, while inheriting the Sea God's legacy. He also caught the attention of the God of Shura. Normally, a human who has already received a divine legacy cannot obtain another. However, the God of Shura insisted on passing his divine position to Tang San. Although the Sea God is a first-tier deity, there remains a notable disparity in rank compared to the God of Shura, who, out of necessity, relinquished his claim. This resulted in Tang San simultaneously mastering the powers of both the Sea God and the God of Shura. Nonetheless, regardless of the deity, one cannot wield the powers and abilities of two entirely distinct gods at once. Thus, Tang San can only control the power of one deity at a time, while the other's power lies dormant within him. In this scenario, Xiao Wu plays a harmonizing role, capable of channeling the power of one deity when necessary. Fighting alongside Tang San, the God of Shura, as the enforcer of the divine realm, undoubtedly possesses greater strength than the Sea God. However, most of the time, Tang San employs the Sea God's power, not because he values it more than that of the God of Shura, but rather because the latter's abilities are overwhelmingly domineering. The God of Shura embodies slaughter, presiding over death, judgment, and loss. The 5 members of the Divine Council impose mutual constraints upon one another. For example, the God of goodness and the Goddess of life are associated with light, while the God of evil and the God of destruction are aligned with darkness. The God of Shura exists as a balance between the two, embodying both righteousness and malevolence. The God of Shura's aura of slaughter is exceptionally potent. Those with unwavering hearts are less susceptible to its influence, thereby preventing alterations in their character. This is precisely why the God of Shura chose Tang San. Upon arriving in the divine realm and comprehending the profound truths of the God of Shura's legacy, Tang San resolved to minimize his use of the God of Shura's power. In contrast to the God of Shura's brutality and dominance, the Sea God status is characterized by a more balanced and harmonious nature, encompassing a vast and inclusive spirit. Tang San himself embodies a relatively benevolent disposition, which contributes to the God of destruction's disdain for him. At this moment, the hexagonal red crystal in the God of Emotion's hand symbolizes the authority of the God of Shura within the divine realm, also referred to as the Enforcer Badge. The former God of Shura held an exalted position in the divine realm, ranking above even the God of destruction and the Goddess of life. While he presided over slaughter, his inherent integrity and uprightness ensured the divine realm remained clear and just. Moreover, the God of Shura is the most adept in combat among the 5 divine authorities of the Divine Council. The climactic battle against the beast uprising led by the Dragon God was one he faced personally. The Dragon God was cleaved asunder by Ashura's sword, resulting in the Dragon God fracturing into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. This illustrates the immense power wielded by the God of Shura. Had it not been for him, the divine realm might have been entirely dominated by divine beasts, leading the mortal realm to become irrevocably altered, making it uncertain whether humanity would ever ascend to dominance across various realms. As the God of Emotions grasped the crystal, a trickle of blood-red light seeped through his fingers, and as he infused it with his divine power, the crimson radiance began to silently merge into him and Tang Wu Tong. This badge is not something that just any deity can wield. It must be a divine artifact recognized by the God of Asura. The butterfly goddess, Tang Wu Tong, is the daughter of the contemporary god of Asura, and her bloodline alone suffices for recognition. As for the God of Emotion, Dai Yu Hao, he has been directly chosen by the Sea God, which allows him to merge with the power of the God of Asura. An overwhelming surge of divine power flooded into their bodies, causing both the God of Emotion and the butterfly goddess to shudder. They felt an indescribable, formidable killing intent pierce through them, and immediately a plethora of abilities surfaced vividly in their minds. Chapter 32. Clarity of Killing Intent. Everything around them transformed into a frigid realm, and even their thoughts grew icy. Yet, within this chill, they experienced an extraordinary clarity. It was not only a clear perception of the external world, but also a profound understanding of their own inner realms. In that fleeting moment, the god of emotion felt that regardless of the adversary he faced, he could summon the best strategies and states to combat them. Is this the power of the god of Asura? The clarity of killing intent. This term was imparted to the god of emotion from the butterfly goddess. With a potent killing intent, he stimulated his comprehension of various abilities, elevating himself to the pinnacle of combat readiness. However, this same killing intent also suppressed all his emotions, allowing him to engage in battle with an enhanced level of calmness. A bitter smile crept across the face of the god of emotion. Clearly, the murderous heart of the god of Asura was not particularly suited to him. His most formidable state hinged on his inability to remain calm. It was only when he harnessed the power of emotions that he became truly powerful. Yet how could one stir emotions while maintaining composure? Nevertheless, the divine power of the god of Asura was not something he aimed to inherit. Rather, it was merely a means to mask their presence with the god of Asura's aura, rendering them undetectable to the divine realm's central authority. Lest apart, the god of emotions said, grasping the butterfly goddess's hand, and together they soared into the air. The butterfly goddess closed her eyes, seemingly entering another state, exuding an aura of coolness. This sensation caused the god of emotions' heart to tremble. At that moment, Tang Wudong resembled an alternate identity that had once existed when they were in the Dolua continent, a persona that had been hailed as the goddess of war. Undoubtedly, the killing heart of the god of Asura seemed to greatly amplify her abilities. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the butterfly goddess's divine power was inferior to that of the god of emotion. As a second-tier deity, she was more susceptible to the influence of the heart of Asura. Yet, being the daughter of the current god of Asura, her legacy and the degree of recognition she received from the divine power exceeded that of the god of emotion. Naturally, the god of emotion refrained from interrupting his wife as she sought to comprehend the divine power of the god of Asura. In the divine realm, the cultivation of deities progresses at a rather sluggish pace. Although the elemental energy in the divine realm is tremendously abundant, the deities themselves have reached their limits before arriving in the divine realm. To surpass their current boundaries, they must first inherit divine essence, and the capacity to bear divine power varies among different deities. A second-tier deity cannot ascend to the level of a first-tier deity, no matter how much they train. This is simply the nature of the divine order. Of course, this is not absolute. Under particularly exceptional circumstances, deities may have the potential for ascension, as was the case with the dragon god. However, when a deity ascends, powerful fluctuations of elemental energy occur, resulting in significant losses to the divine realm's mental energy. Thus, one of the duties of the Divine Realm Committee is to oversee the deity states. Should any deity be on the verge of a breakthrough, they must be persuaded or even suppressed to maintain stability within the divine realm. The reason the god of destruction boldly proposed the expansion of the divine realm was due to a crucial understanding. He would garner the support of those deities who had reached their limits and sought ascension. The expansion of the divine realm would accommodate more mental energy. It would not primarily benefit the lower realms that might produce new deities, but rather those who wish to break through. With sufficient mental energy, a more expansive divine realm would naturally eliminate any reasons to suppress them. It was on this basis that the god of destruction united a substantial number of deities to support him. Otherwise, with just himself and the 8 first-tier deities he commanded, he would not be able to contend with the entire divine realm. With a clear direction in mind, the god of emotion controlled his speed, maintaining approximately 70% of his maximum velocity as he soared forward. Simultaneously, he savored the myriad sensations bestowed upon him by the divine power of the god of Asura. Although this augmentation did not unleash his utmost combat prowess, it still provided a significant enhancement when he refrained from employing emotional power. Furthermore, this state of extreme calm greatly assisted him in comprehending the principles of the heavens, such as the marvel of the god of Asura's badge. What extraordinary wonders might the other 4 divine kings uncover within their own badges? The divine realm is vast, despite their swift flight. The destination they sought remained a considerable distance away, situated at the periphery of the divine realm, a locale rarely visited by deities. The butterfly goddess maintained her meditative state, entirely reliant on the guidance of the god of emotion as they flew. After a full day of flight, The god of emotion gradually reduced their speed and released his divine sense to probe a particular direction. Due to the vast distance, he could not pinpoint their destination directly, but he was well aware of the approximate range. Moments later, his eyes sparkled, and he accelerated once more, descending towards the mist below. Chapter 33. The Teacher. As they traversed the clouds, the scene before them gradually came into focus. The first thing they beheld was a silver ribbon shimmering on the ground. It was a waterfall, spanning several dozen meters in width and plummeting over 100 meters in height, cascading down with an awe-inspiring force. Upon reaching the pool below, it produced a thunderous roar, sending countless droplets scattering and sparkling like myriad crystals. A rainbow arched like a grand bridge around either side of the waterfall, a breathtaking sight that could only be described as a paradise, even within the divine realm. Next to the pool, lush greenery flourished. The god of emotion guided the butterfly goddess towards the water's edge. Just as they approached the pool, a sudden red light erupted from its edge with tremendous force, surging forth like a radiant comet. The god of emotion was startled and prepared to intervene, but the butterfly goddess, sensing danger, suddenly opened her eyes and swept her right hand forward. A chilling, killing intent erupted, and a flash of golden light shot forth, the golden dragon spear. As she thrust the spear, even the god of emotion beside her was taken aback. The spear shot forth like a dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura, and in that instant, it seemed as if only the golden light existed in the universe, akin to golden lightning striking the red light. Clang! With a sharp, resonating sound, the once swiftly flowing waterfall appeared momentarily halted, as if impacted by some force before resuming its descent. In the sky, the butterfly goddess had regained her clarity, wielding the golden dragon spear with an awe-inspiring presence. At that moment, she seemed no longer just the butterfly goddess, but an embodiment of the goddess of war. The crimson light revealed a silhouette, that of a woman with flowing red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, wielding a long sword from which the red glow emanated. At that moment, her complexion appeared slightly pale, yet her expression was predominantly one of astonishment, her exquisite features reflecting a hint of incredulity. "Master, it's us. Please, do not take action," the god of emotion hastily interjected. The woman looked at Tang Wudong with a puzzled expression and smiled. "I noticed the two of you sneaking this way long ago. I intended to give you a fright. When did Wudong acquire such intense murderous intent? Who has dared to provoke our little princess?" Having regained her senses after unleashing that strike, the butterfly goddess, Tang Wudong, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Master, I apologize. I was immersed in contemplation, and the external stimulus unconsciously triggered my attack. Are you unharmed?" The red-haired woman smiled reassuringly. "I am fine. I haven't practiced this sword technique in many years, and I find myself a bit out of practice. Come, your master has been waiting for your arrival." The god of emotion was taken aback. It appeared that the mastermind was not solely his father-in-law. He descended alongside Tang Wudong, landing beside a tranquil pond. As they approached the water's edge, it felt as if they had crossed an invisible barrier, and the scenery below transformed instantaneously. Amidst the previously dense foliage, a courtyard emerged, featuring wooden houses where children played and elders rested. At the center of the courtyard stood a golden-haired young man, arms crossed, smiling as he watched their approach. "Teacher," the god of emotions said, grounding himself and stepping forward to bow deeply before the golden-haired man with utmost respect. "Rise," the young man replied with a smile, though it bore a hint of exasperation. "I had anticipated your arrival." Curiously, the butterfly goddess asked, "Teacher, how did you know we would come? Can you still foresee such things?" The golden-haired man retorted with a hint of irritation. "I have no gift for foresight. I merely understand your father rather well. The cunning fellow, once he made an agreement with me, would certainly not let me off easily. As the deadline approached, I anticipated this trouble would arise. Sure enough, here you both are. It's not every day that one visits without a purpose, and given the Asura God's divine aura emanating from you, it is evident that this is urgent. How else would Tang San have bestowed such gifts upon you?" The god of emotion looked at the golden-haired man in surprise. "Teacher, you had an agreement with my father-in-law?" The golden-haired man sighed with a wry smile. "Indeed, I was ensnared by him. This all traces back to you. When you were cultivating on Dilua continent, it was your father-in-law who first took notice of you. While others may not understand him, I am quite familiar. Your father-in-law is inherently lazy and has long desired to wander the cosmos with your mother-in-law. However, he cannot abandon his responsibilities. After several unsuccessful attempts to find a suitable successor, he finally encountered you. Coupled with your romance with Wudong, he began to subject you to various trials. preparing you to inherit his divine position. Chapter 34. The Resentment of Rong Yinbing. After some time, he entered seclusion, and I, just emerging from mine, was tasked with overseeing the situation on Dolawa continent before I quickly discovered you. Initially, I was unaware that you were his chosen successor and was, naturally, overjoyed. However, after observing you for a while, I also noticed Wudong, and it became clear to me. In truth, I was at fault. I could no longer endure the solitude. Having arrived in the divine realm long before you, and wishing to take my family away, unable to restrain myself, I approached you and ultimately passed my divine position to you. When your father-in-law finished his seclusion and discovered what had transpired, he was naturally displeased. However, it was too late. He had no recourse but to continuously challenge you. At that time, I dared not provoke him further, and besides, additional trials were not detrimental to you. As the teacher recounted this, the god of emotions' expression darkened. He realized that his father-in-law's torment stemmed in large part from this teacher. Indeed, the golden-haired man before him was the previous god of emotion. A remarkable figure among the divine beings, Rong Yinbing. Rong Yinbing chuckled, "Do not frown, my boy. Although you have endured considerable hardship, it has ultimately led to a sweet reward, has it not? You have won the heart of a beautiful maiden. As for your teacher, I too have faced my share of retribution. Do you recall when you first arrived in the divine realm? Your father-in-law still sought to make things difficult for you. At that time, I believed he was merely disgruntled, and out of desperation, I had to plead with him to spare you. I was at fault, compelled to agree to his terms. Your father-in-law is as cunning as a fox. I agreed not to leave the divine realm for 30 years, and promised that if he needed assistance, I would at least help him once. Little did I know, once I consented, he revealed that he had long intended to let you go and had no intention of continuing to make things difficult for you. His true aim was to hasten your integration with the divine position of the god of emotion through pressure, facilitating your union with Wudong. The bitter loss I endured was truly painful. The butterfly goddess, Tang Wudong, chuckled, "Teacher, spare us your lamentations. Both you and my father have your schemes. Since you initiated the scheming, is it not only fair that he turn the tables on you?" Rong Yinbing retorted indignantly, "But all the benefits ultimately fell to him. My son-in-law inherits my divine position. Is that not still a part of him? Moreover, he had long foreseen a significant event occurring in the divine realm. For the sake of divine peace, he decided after that seclusion not to pass the divine position to Yu Hao, but to shoulder the responsibility himself. Upon reflection, I realized that he had likely already ensnared me in his trap when he asked me to monitor the Dolawa continent, leading me to choose Yu Hao. Who knows how he must be secretly reveling in this? If cunning were an art, no divine being would rival your old man." Coughing lightly, the god of emotion, Dai Yu Hao, interjected, "Teacher, please do not be angry. This matter has long since passed. Let it be." Rong Yinbing huffed. "Now, tell me, what did Tang San send you to seek me for? I must quickly serve him and then soar freely into the skies. It's best to see him as little as possible to avoid being sold while he counts the profits." The god of emotion's gaze dimmed slightly. "Teacher, grave matters have arisen. My father-in-law and mother-in-law have been imprisoned by the god of destruction. We nearly fell into the clutches of the original sin god sent by him, barely managing to escape." What? Though Rong Yinbing had anticipated some developments, he was still taken aback when the god of emotion spoke. "Your father-in-law and mother-in-law captured by the god of destruction? When did the god of destruction become so formidable?" Rong Yinbing exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived in seclusion with his family for so long, he had not encountered other divine beings and was utterly unaware of the happenings within the Divine Realm Council. In truth, there were hardly any divine beings in the world who were aware of the events unfolding within the Divine Realm Council. The god of emotion then succinctly recounted the sudden power grab by the god of destruction, utilizing his mother-in-law's pregnancy to threaten the sea god, Tang San. Listening to his narration, Rong Yinbing's eyes revealed a contemplative expression, as if he were pondering something profound. The red-haired woman approached him, wrapping her arm around his, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. The god of destruction, after all, is the enforcer of the divine realm, often regarded as the god king. Now that he has seized control of the divine center, he wields formidable power over the entire divine realm. His subordinates include the 8 supreme deities, whose strength is unparalleled within the current divine hierarchy. After a considerable pause, during which even the butterfly goddess Tang Wudong grew somewhat anxious, Rong Yinbing finally spoke again, murmuring, "The more I think about it, the more I feel that the god of destruction resembles my former self. I can't believe for a moment that your cunning father-in-law would be so oblivious to the god of destruction's intense dissatisfaction without any preparation. That seems utterly improbable. Chapter 35. To seek the next one. Tang Wutong exclaimed urgently. But my father has made preparations, hasn't he? You are part of his plan. That is why we have come to seek your assistance. Teacher, you must help us rescue my father and mother. We implore you. Rong Yinbing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough. I lack the capability to rescue your parents. I no longer hold the rank of a deity, even with years of accumulation in the divine realm. My combat strength is at best equivalent to that of a first-tier deity. Defeating the god of destruction is simply unattainable for me. I cannot even unravel the seal he has placed on your father. The butterfly goddess blinked in surprise. Teacher, you want to help us? Rong Yinbing snorted. Could I refuse? I promised your father, and I'm already entangled in this matter. If I am not mistaken, your father must have something to convey to me. But it certainly does not involve me directly rescuing him. Am I correct, my dear disciple? As he spoke, he glanced over at the god of emotion. Admiration flickered in the god of emotion's eyes as he remarked, Teacher, you are truly insightful. My father-in-law indeed has a message for you. As he approached the god of emotion, he whispered a few words. The god of emotion's expression shifted dramatically, and after hearing him, he retorted irritably, I knew it. I knew Tang San wouldn't let me off easily. He wouldn't allow me to leave without extracting every last bit of value from me. Oomph. The butterfly goddess looked at the god of emotion in confusion, but he gently shook his head at her, though a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Let us go. You must hurry. I have agreed to this, and I truly owe you all. Rong Yinbing said irritably, turning back toward the cabin. The red-clad woman hurriedly followed, casting an apologetic glance towards the god of emotion and the butterfly goddess before departing. The butterfly goddess approached the god of emotion and quietly inquired, What exactly is going on? What did my father want you to convey to the teacher? Why did he suddenly become angry? The god of emotion replied mysteriously, It's not to be spoken of. Not to be spoken of. The butterfly goddess retorted angrily, Oh, is that so? Then fine, don't come to my bed ever again. My dear, you can't say that. It was my father-in-law who insisted on confidentiality, saying that even you shouldn't know. The fewer people who know, the better. Then will you tell me or not? I'll tell. Faced with his wife's threat, the god of emotion promptly dismissed his father-in-law's request. After all, what could be more important than his wife? He whispered into her ear for a while, and the butterfly goddess's expression turned to one of understanding. I see. So that is how it is. What should we do next? Who should we seek? The god of emotion replied, We must find a particularly important person. My father-in-law mentioned that whether we can persuade this individual is crucial to rescuing him. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. The butterfly goddess expressed her doubts. Why does it sound like you lack confidence? The god of emotion sighed. Who wouldn't he feel uncertain about persuading someone to turn against their own husband? The butterfly goddess was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock. Are you saying we need to persuade the goddess of life? The god of emotion nodded helplessly. This is the second task entrusted to me by my father-in-law, and it is the most important one. The teacher is correct. He cannot contend with the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the law enforcer of the divine realm, immensely powerful, and controls the divine center. In this situation, we have no chance whatsoever. Therefore, to oppose the god of destruction, we need someone who can directly withstand him. With the two divine kings absent and my father-in-law sealed, only the goddess of life remains. The butterfly goddess stared at him in disbelief. You can't be serious. We are going to persuade a wife to confront her husband? How do you know the goddess of life, ISNT, supporting the god of destruction? The god of emotion explained, Every deity has their own understanding. My father-in-law told me that the goddess of life did not appear when the god of destruction confronted him. If she were indeed siding with the god of destruction, she would need to use my mother-in-law as leverage. Thus, she must not support the god of destruction, but she also did not intervene. Finding her and persuading her to stop the god of destruction is paramount. Only the power of the goddess of life can potentially help lift the seal on my father-in-law. The butterfly goddess pondered, a glimmer of thought evident in her powder blue eyes. We must not delay. Let us hurry to the life forest where the goddess of life dwells and hope she is still there. The god of emotion took her hand, soaring into the sky, when suddenly the butterfly goddess's soft voice reached his ears. Yuhua. The god of emotion turned to look at her. A gentle smile graced the butterfly goddess's face. If one day you must stand against the entire world, I will always be by your side, ensuring you do not face it alone. The god of emotion shuddered, gazing at her in disbelief. Wudong. The butterfly goddess leaned gently against him. You be a good person, and I will be the good person's wife. You be a bad person, and I will be the bad person's wife. No matter what, we shall never be apart, all right? The god of emotion smiled. You be a good person, and I will help you do good. You be a bad person, and I will let your badness be directed at me. You are the bad one. Tang Wudong replied, somewhat exasperated. The god of emotion chuckled, but you often say that when we go to bed. You. A tender warmth flowed between them as they swiftly soared towards the life forest, where the goddess of life resided. Chapter 36. The Divine Center. The Divine Council. Master. The god of greed stood respectfully before the god of destruction, bowing in deference. The god of destruction spoke in a deep voice. Are you prepared? The god of greed nodded, responding gravely. Everything is in readiness. The 108 thought pillars we have set up in the divine realm over the years are fully interconnected, and you can control them at any time. In that moment, two beams of fierce light burst forth from the crimson depths of the god of destruction's gaze, his thoughts of annihilation mingling with a potent exhilaration. This day has finally arrived. The divine realm will inevitably grow even stronger under my leadership. Come with me. As he spoke, the god of destruction raised his right hand, and a luminous portal materialized beside him. In the eyes of the god of greed, a glimmer of avarice sparkled as he hastily trailed behind the god of destruction, both entering the luminous portal together. With each step, darkness intertwined with light. As the scene before him regained clarity, he realized that everything around him had transformed. The god of greed discovered that he had followed the god of destruction to a platform situated at the pinnacle of the divine council. Gazing into the distance, he beheld an ocean of clouds, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation of omniscience. A surge of exhilaration coursed through the god of greed's heart. He understood that this was a realm accessible only to the 5 members of the divine council. The fact that he had accompanied the god of destruction here was nothing short of astonishing. Naturally, he did not entertain the notion that the god of destruction harbored intentions to elevate him to the ranks of the divine council. In truth, he lacked the capability to do so. Without being a top-tier powerhouse, such aspirations were utterly unattainable, especially considering his identity as an evil deity, which rendered the prospect of joining the divine council exceedingly arduous. The sole purpose for the god of destruction bringing the god of greed to this place was to witness. He aimed to have the god of greed bear witness to all that he would accomplish. This moment would inevitably be etched into the annals of divine history. The god of destruction extended his arms, exultantly shouting to the heavens. Thunderous roars erupted. Influenced by his destructive intent, a pillar of purple-black light soared skyward from his position, instantly painting the heavens in hues of purple and black, expanding with astonishing speed into the distance. Amidst this earth-shattering display of destructive energy, the god of greed quickly knelt on one knee, a halo of 7 rings appearing behind his head, shimmering with a dark golden radiance, safeguarding him. Vast stretches of the sky became shrouded in purple-black clouds, with streaks of lightning flickering within. The god of destruction slowly drew his arms back to his chest, a burst of golden light illuminating his front, revealing the octagonal golden key bestowed upon him by Tang San. The soft yet regal golden glow flickered, its radiance spreading quietly. Even the god of destruction's own destructive intent could not diminish its brilliance in the slightest. A series of luminous rings materialized behind the god of destruction's head, 9 rings overlapping to form the halo of his supreme divinity. With a swift exhale, the god of destruction released a breath, causing the air before him to warp slightly. As purple-black beams of light converged from all directions, tracing magnificent arcs before ultimately condensing into a small hexagonal purple-black crystal before him. This was none other than the god of destruction's emblem. It was of the same caliber as the Asura God emblem given to the emotion god by Tang San. The god of destruction grasped his emblem and gently pressed it into the octagonal golden key. Instantly, the golden key transformed into a shade of purple gold. With the god of destruction's emblem embedded like a gem at the core of the key-shaped heart of the divine realm. Only the 5 members of the divine council could wield their emblems to manipulate this central nexus of the divine realm. And when the purple gold radiance pulsed forth, the entire divine realm seemed to tremble. A faint humming sound followed suit. The soaring purple-black, destructive intent momentarily retracted some of its annihilative essence. Yet it grew even more grandiose. With my intent, I command the central nexus of the divine realm to open, bellowed the god of destruction. Instantly, a layer of purple-gold brilliance blossomed before him, expanding into a circular purple-gold luminous barrier. Upon this barrier, various colored light points flickered delicately. My lord, should we first capture the sea god's daughter and the emotion god? The god of greed murmured. Both harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the sea god. After all, even the god of destruction dared not truly harm him. The god of destruction scoffed, those matters can wait. Now is the moment to commence our grand undertaking. Unperturbed by trifles. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, swiftly tapping upon the circular purple-gold luminous barrier. In a matter of moments, numerous purple-gold points of light emerged upon the barrier, while the purple-gold pillars ascending from the divine council rapidly split into beams of purple-gold light, shooting towards the horizon. This was the formidable power of the central nexus of the divine realm. It enabled the remote control of virtually all affairs within the divine realm. Any ruler could utilize it to govern the realm. Chapter 37. Facing Together. When the central nexus of the divine realm was still in the possession of the sea god, he had seldom employed it. The divine realm had always been peaceful and free, and he was reluctant to disrupt its tranquility. In fact, during the time when the god of goodness and the god of evil governed the divine realm, they too rarely activated the central nexus, only deeming it necessary during significant events that threatened the realm. Once the central nexus was activated, it signified that the entire divine realm would be affected. As the purple-gold beams split away, purple-gold points of light began to rapidly materialize upon the circular luminous barrier. The gazes of the god of destruction and the god of greed grew fervent. They had long been orchestrating the expansion of the divine realm, and each purple-gold point of light represented a prearranged psychic pillar, capable of absorbing vast amounts of psychic energy from the divine realm. This psychic energy, originating from the mortal realm, would gradually convert into elemental energy once it entered the divine realm, supplying its needs. However, over time, the deities of the divine realm could not absorb such an abundance of elemental energy. The excess would be stored within the realm. In simple terms, the divine realm functioned as a space accommodating the deities, with this space composed of elemental energy. Elemental energy served as a barrier, shield, and source of power for the space. The greater the elemental energy, the more stable the space would be. Conversely, as the elemental energy waned, the space would become fragile, potentially leading to fragmentation. What the god of destruction aimed to achieve was to mobilize the elemental energy accumulated within the divine realm over the years, expanding the size of this space, allowing it to encompass more dimensions and absorb greater amounts of psychic energy, thereby enabling the divine realm to accommodate more deities and grow even more powerful. His intentions were undoubtedly noble. The accumulated psychic energy within the divine realm had already reached considerable proportions. However, the sole concern was that if the calamity foretold by the sea god indeed materialized, the stretched and enlarged divine realm would suffer from compromised stability due to its fragility, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, the sea god had persistently opposed his plans for expansion. At this moment, with the sea god imprisoned in the central nexus of the divine realm under the control of the god of destruction, no force remained to constrain him. The god of destruction had quietly instructed his subordinates to position 108 psychic pillars throughout the divine realm. Once activated, these pillars could absorb the immense elemental energy of the divine realm, which could then be directly manipulated via the central nexus, facilitating the expansion of the divine realm. If one were to observe the divine realm from a great distance, they would witness purple-gold pillars rising skyward, propelled by the central nexus, infusing the atmosphere with potent purple-gold energy. Across the divine realm, the dense elemental energy began to ripple violently, with ethereal clouds that had previously drifted aimlessly now converging towards the purple-gold pillars. The entire divine realm began to tremble ever so slightly. In the heart of the lake, the ancient castle loomed. The sudden tremor of the divine realm roused the sea god from his meditation. He swiftly opened his eyes, and beside him, Xiao Wu wore an expression of confusion as she inquired, "I wonder what has transpired. What could this be?" The sea god offered no reply. Instead, he rose from his bed and hurried to the window to gaze outside. Not far from their location, a pillar of purple-golden light soared into the sky, illuminating a vast expanse of the heavens with its hue. One could distinctly sense the dense primordial energy of heaven and earth converging towards that radiant column at an astonishing pace. Even the waters of the lake beneath the ancient castle trembled slightly in response. The sea god closed his eyes and gently shook his head, a hint of bittersweetness evident on his visage. "Why must you tread this path? Why can you not wait a little longer? Are you so eager to prove something to me?" Xiao Wu approached him, softly saying, "Third brother, is my fault." The sea god, however, shook his head in denial. "No, it is not your concern. Even without the matter of your pregnancy, the god of destruction would not have remained patient. He would have taken even greater risks, inciting larger upheavals. Yu Hao has discerned that all of this was within my calculations. Surely, you can see it too." Xiao Wu appeared innocent and carefree. yet she was undoubtedly astute. During their time on Dolua continent, she had been his closest companion. Without her, the sea god might not have triumphed over his ultimate adversary. "You have never questioned me, for you trust me implicitly," he said, embracing his wife tenderly. Xiao Wu nestled against him and declared, "I am your wife. Whatever you choose to do, I shall stand by you. I need not inquire further, for my husband is never wrong." Observing the smile on her face, the sea god let out a wry laugh and sighed. "But this time, I cannot be certain whether my actions are right or wrong." Xiao Wu smiled and responded, "Regardless of right or wrong, we shall face it together." Chapter 38. The Benevolent Sea God. The sea god smiled. "It is truly wonderful to have you by my side." After uttering this sentiment, he gazed once more at the soaring purple-golden light, unable to suppress another sigh. "The reason I allowed events to unfold, fully aware that he would take action, and permitted him to seal me, is that I do not wish for war to erupt in the divine realm." Xiao Wu looked up at the sea god, and in that moment, she finally comprehended her husband's intentions. Indeed, the divine realm is under the sea god's dominion. Although Tang San had not been in the divine realm for long and lacked the entrenched power of the god of destruction, he was nevertheless a ruler of the divine realm. If he so desired, gathering a following would be effortless, especially since he already had companions and supporters at his side. But what of the god of destruction? He commanded the 7 archangels of sin and had the backing of various second and third-tier deities. His methods for expanding his dominion over the divine realm garnered considerable support from many deities within. In such circumstances, if the sea god had prepared adequately and engaged in a great battle against the god of destruction upon his initiation, ultimately driving him back, a war in the divine realm would likely become unavoidable. With control over the central authority of the divine realm, the sea god had a considerable chance of victory. Yet, what of it? Such a victory would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of many deities, resulting in a significant calamity for the divine realm. Moreover, the sea god genuinely feared that, should the god of destruction find himself thwarted, he might resort to employing forbidden powers that should not be utilized. This concern had long been apparent to the sea god. After the god of destruction took action, it could be said that he achieved his objectives with relative ease. Aside from the motion god and his wife fleeing, everything else remained within his grasp. In such a scenario, even if his heart brimmed with destruction, he would not dare to recklessly invoke powers best left untouched. There would be no war in the divine realm, yet the only ones suffering would be the deities of the sea god's lineage. "Third brother, you are too kind," Xiao Wu whispered. The sea god smiled faintly and replied, "The god of destruction is, after all, a venerable figure in the divine realm, and his intentions are not entirely misguided. It is merely that resentment has led him astray. Nevertheless, the divine realm owes much of its current state to him, especially since he is the husband of the goddess of life. The contributions she has made for the divine realm are extraordinary, and these are considerations I cannot overlook. When the 2 divine kings entrusted the divine realm to me, they urged me to protect it diligently, prioritizing its safety. At that time, they informed me of potential issues that could arise with the god of destruction. I have been contemplating how to navigate my relationship with him. Over the years, I endeavored to tolerate him, to allow him space, avoiding conflict and never resorting to the central authority of the divine realm, hoping to alleviate his grievances over not holding power. Yet, he ultimately could not let go. "Third brother, everyone sees the efforts you have made over the years. You need not feel remorse. You have done exceptionally well," Xiao Wu reassured him. Tang San remarked, "Now that the god of destruction has begun to expand his influence over the divine realm, it is a gradual process, and I hope we can still prevent him. Yet, only by allowing him to fully express his intentions can we truly hope to avert this crisis. I once had a premonition that when the great calamity of the divine realm arrives, several key points will be crucial in countering it, some of which pertain to the god of destruction and the goddess of life." Xiao Wu questioned, "Shall we then allow him to continue on this path? If his expansion of the divine realm is completed, it will be irreversible." Tang San turned to her and said, "In truth, I have never been entirely certain that the great calamity would indeed come. If, at that time, no calamity does materialize, then I would be the one in error, and the god of destruction would be justified. In that case, it would be meaningless to continue fighting him. I would then request that he relinquish his position as deity, and we would step aside, both the sea god and the god of destruction. I would take you to explore other realms, and if our children wish to accompany us, they may. If they choose to remain in the divine realm, that is their decision. Compared to power, I would prefer to spend more time by your side, to show you the wonders of the world, enriching our lives together." As he spoke, his eyes reflected a glimmer of longing, and Xiao Wu mirrored that sentiment. Chapter 39. The Forest of Life. A deep rumbling echoed through the air as they beheld the expanse of purple gold in the sky. Both the emotion god and the butterfly goddess could not help but change their expressions drastically. Is this the power of the divine realm's central authority? The emotion god inquired of the butterfly goddess. She replied, I am uncertain. I have never seen Father wield the central authority of the divine realm. However, it is certain that only the central authority could invoke such tremendous change. It seems the god of destruction has commenced his actions. They were unaware of the god of destruction's manipulation of the thought pillar, but they understood his intentions clearly. We must hurry, the emotion god said solemnly, grasping the butterfly goddess's hand as they swiftly soared forward. They were nearing their destination. Among the 5 supreme gods of the divine realm's council, both the god of destruction and the goddess of life held their respective positions, for when the divine realm was first taking shape, the council did not exist. The 5 supreme gods were elected later, and prior to that, they each had their own domains. The god of destruction reigns over the castle of ruin, while the goddess of life resides in the forest of life. The god of goodness, the god of evil, and the god of Asura each have their own domains as well. However, after the divine positions were inherited, their original abodes were left for the previous deities. A gesture of respect. Should they return to the divine realm, they would still find their homes awaiting them. Thus, the current god of goodness, the god of evil, and the god of the sea reside within the divine council. The forest of life, home to the goddess of life, is situated at the fringes of the divine realm, a sanctuary that reflects her tranquil nature and her role as a creator, allowing her to observe the changes within the divine realm. Suddenly, the sky ahead transformed into a soft shade of green. Though still a distance away, both the god of emotion and the butterfly god felt an unmistakable enhancement in their vitality, as if a surge of life force invigorated their beings, accelerating the flow of their innate energies and sharpening their minds. Truly, she is the most formidable, benevolent deity in the current divine realm. The divine powers wielded by the goddess of life surpass even those of the present god of goodness, for the latter has only recently arrived in the divine realm. Beneath that gentle green sky, a vast expanse of forest sprawled out, emanating a rich essence of life. This elongated forest lay at the edge of the divine realm, and from this vantage point, one could gaze into the distance, where countless stars and myriad fantastical lights shimmered through the gentle mist. This is indeed the true boundary of the divine realm, and the forest of life carries with it the essence of safeguarding the divine domain. The god of emotion, accompanied by the butterfly god, gradually descended towards the ground, mindful not to intrude upon the sacred territory of the forest of life, as such an act would be a profound disrespect to the goddess. They approached the forest with the utmost reverence for this supreme deity. A few kilometers away from the forest of life, a pillar of purple gold light soared skyward, as if it were a celestial column supporting the entire divine realm. A truly magnificent sight. During their descent, the god of emotion noticed that the edges of the divine realm now emanated a purple gold glow, which seemed to reach outward little by little. As the faint light flickered, the god of emotion's gaze momentarily hardened. Upon landing, he tightened his grip on the butterfly god's hand and proceeded towards the forest of life. The closer they drew, the more palpable the life force became, overwhelming in its richness and beneficial to any deity. With each breath, the vitality washed over them, erasing the fatigue of their journey and restoring them to their prime state. The trees within the forest of life were extraordinary. Their trunks shimmered in a vivid green, reminiscent of jade, while their leaves were a translucent dark green, from which the gentle essence of life emanated. It was a sight that left one in awe. The grass beneath their feet was soft and lush, each blade bursting with vitality, making it difficult for them to tread upon it. The god of emotion, with the butterfly god, floated slightly above the ground, avoiding contact with any of the plants, before drifting into the heart of the forest of life. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a sensation akin to returning to nature itself. Unable to resist, they inhaled deeply, savoring the unique fragrance of the flora, a scent that was both refreshing and indescribably enchanting. The god of emotion expanded his divine consciousness, projecting his voice through it. I, the god of emotion, along with my wife, the butterfly god, have come to pay our respects to the goddess of life. Is the esteemed goddess present? His voice echoed through the forest of life, reaching distant corners. After calling out thrice with no response, the god of emotion felt a peculiar sense of relief. Is the goddess of life absent? The butterfly god inquired softly. The god of emotion shook his head, replying, I cannot say for certain. In truth, I find myself hoping that she is indeed not here. Why would you wish my absence? Just then, a gentle voice resonated, causing both the god of emotion and the butterfly god to turn abruptly. They beheld the goddess of life, adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown, hovering a short distance behind them, her gaze serene as she regarded them. Upon seeing her, the god of emotion felt a weight in his heart, and, with a bittersweet smile, responded, "If you were not present, at least you would not be complicit in the wickedness of others. Perhaps you have been imprisoned by the god of destruction. If that were the case, you would still remain the goddess of life in my heart." At his words, the goddess of life's form trembled slightly, and her calm demeanor rippled with a hint of emotion. "Come with me," she said softly, waving her sleeve, and a layer of verdant light enveloped their bodies, guiding them deeper into the forest of life. The butterfly god glanced at the god of emotion, her eyes questioning, but he merely shook his head. No matter how clever he was, he could not decipher the goddess of life's intentions at this moment, nor could he fathom her current disposition. The verdant light enveloped them swiftly as the surrounding flora rushed past them, the air thickening with life force. Yet at that moment, neither the god of emotion nor the butterfly god had the leisure to admire the scenery. After a quarter of an hour, the landscape ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast clearing within the forest of life. The ground was carpeted with lush aquamarine grass, and a variety of vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of color, exuding an intense essence of life, as if every minute particle in the air were crystallized vitality. A sense of awe washed over both the god of emotion and the butterfly god as they beheld a colossal tree standing majestically nearby, its expansive canopy casting a shadow over the entire clearing. To the god of emotion, this tree was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Its height was beyond measure, and its thick trunk was so vast that it would take 100 people to encircle it. The enormous trunk blotted out the sun, resembling a vast cloud, stretching endlessly. Each branch bore countless leaves, from which an intense life force seemed to surge forth, as if nurturing countless new lives. As the goddess of life guided the verdant light downward, numerous delicate pale green luminescent points floated from the treetop, drifting toward her, bestowing upon her an ethereal radiance that accentuated her exquisite beauty. "Green Auntie, you are truly beautiful," the butterfly god exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Having grown up within the divine council, she had often encountered the goddess of life, who was gentle and kind, frequently engaging her in play, forging a close bond. In her youth, Tang Wudong had affectionately referred to her as Green Auntie and the god of destruction as Purple Uncle, a playful anecdote that circulated in the divine council. Upon hearing this endearment, the goddess of life's figure quivered slightly, a flicker of sadness crossing her serene gaze. "I am sorry, little Wudong," she sighed gently. The butterfly goddess shuddered slightly, her face instantly turning as pale as a ghost. "Aunt Green, you." The goddess of life sighed deeply, waved her grand sleeves, and a brilliant azure light illuminated the space, enveloping both the goddess of emotions and the butterfly goddess. In a flicker of that azure glow, the three deities simultaneously vanished from their original location. The goddess of emotions did not resist the actions of the goddess of life. Firstly, in the face of the latter's formidable power, any attempt at resistance would be nearly futile, especially since the forest of life was the domain of the goddess of life. Secondly, the struggle reflected in the goddess of life's eyes, along with her emotions, hinted that the situation was not devoid of hope. Moreover, the goddess of life appeared to hold a deep affection for the butterfly goddess, and it was in her innate character as a primary deity that she would not cause them harm. As the scenery gradually became clear again, they found themselves within a spacious treehouse, surrounded by lush branches and leaves. There was no need to inquire. This treehouse was nestled within the great tree itself. The goddess of life seemed to have calmed significantly, smiling as she addressed the butterfly goddess, Xiao Tong. "Do you remember how much you loved visiting Aunt Green when you were little? Come, have some life water." As she spoke, the goddess of life waved her right hand, and 2 cups filled with verdant liquid appeared before them. The butterfly goddess, clearly familiar with this place, took the cup but appeared somewhat dazed, her eyes gradually reddening. The goddess of emotions also accepted the cup, trusting that the goddess of life would not harm them, and drank it down in one gulp. A refreshing sweetness, laced with a hint of botanical fragrance, coursed down his throat, and in that moment he felt as though every pore in his body had opened wide, with each cell seemingly rejoicing in unison. His inner divine power surged dramatically, and even his aura intensified. This, Chapter 41, Aunt Green, Uncle Purple. No earthly treasure could possibly compare to this cup of life water. However, the butterfly goddess returned the cup, saying, "Aunt Green, this life water is far too precious. Moreover, it is only effective the first time one drinks it. I had already consumed it when I was a child. Drinking it again now would be wasteful. Besides, I am merely a secondary deity and not truly worthy of this life water." The goddess of life took back the cup, forcing a smile as she remarked, "Indeed. How wonderful it was when you were a child, you little rascal, always restless. I still remember how you were always eager to snatch the cloak from your Uncle Purple's shoulders. We were utterly powerless against you." The butterfly goddess trembled. Tears finally cascading down her cheeks. In her childhood, Uncle Purple had always treated her with kindness, playing and comforting her. Though his aura was intimidating, she could feel his genuine affection for her. The eyes of the goddess of life also began to glisten with tears. Yes, he always wished for a child, especially a daughter. He often said to me, "If we have a daughter, may she be as beautiful as you." Alas, the union of creation and destruction is fated never to bear offspring. I owe him an apology. The butterfly goddess gazed at the goddess of life with tear-filled eyes. "Why, Aunt Green? Why must Uncle Purple imprison Father and expand the divine realm? Wasn't everything better as it was before? If only I could. I truly wish to return to those times. Do you and Uncle Purple no longer care for Wudong?" The goddess of life remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. The goddess of emotions sighed softly and said, "My lady, this concerns the survival of the divine realm. You should know your father-in-law's character. He is wise and composed. Since he has foreseen great peril for the divine realm, the likelihood of such a calamity is indeed significant. Furthermore, he has pledged to the god of destruction that if his predictions do not materialize, he will relinquish all power of the divine realm to the god of destruction. Why must the god of destruction escalate matters to this extent instead of waiting?" The goddess of life raised her head, looking at the goddess of emotions. "What has he done to the sea god?" The goddess of emotions pondered for a moment before responding. "The god of destruction has taken my expectant mother-in-law hostage, imprisoning my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and all of my father-in-law's friends and family." The goddess of life furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she turned away, presenting her back to the goddess of emotions and the butterfly goddess. "You may go." The butterfly goddess was taken aback. "Aunt Green, you... The goddess of life replied calmly, "I understand why you have come. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you in this matter. The god of destruction is my husband. While I will not aid him against the sea god, I equally cannot support the sea god in opposing him. Until everything is resolved, I will not leave this place. I will neither help the god of destruction nor the sea god. Seek counsel elsewhere." Upon hearing her words, the first thought that crossed the mind of the goddess of emotions was that of avoidance. Undoubtedly, the goddess of life was evading the issue. She refrained from aiding the god of destruction out of her role as the enforcer of divine law, acknowledging that the actions of the god of destruction had already transgressed the rules of the divine realm. Yet, on the other hand, she was unwilling to confront her own husband and could not obstruct the god of destruction, for he was her spouse. Moreover, deep down, she did not believe her husband had committed any wrongdoing. The god of destruction, after all, was acting for the advancement of the divine realm, albeit with a differing ideology from that of the sea god. In such circumstances, her only recourse was to evade, hiding within this forest of life. From her earlier inquiries about the sea god, the goddess of emotions realized that she had effectively closed herself off from external information and perspectives. "Aunt Green," the butterfly goddess cried out desolately. The goddess of emotions stepped forward to grasp her hand, gently saying, "Wutong, there is no need for you to persuade her. My lady has her own burdens to bear. From her perspective, I can understand her predicament. On one side, she is the enforcer of divine law. On the other, she is a wife, and she does not know how to confront the situation." The goddess of life turned around, somewhat surprised as she regarded the goddess of emotions. Her expression softening once more. "I did not expect you to comprehend this, little one. In truth, you need not worry excessively. I know the god of destruction well. Though he is headstrong, his heart is not malicious. He simply harbors a greater desire for power. This situation was initiated for the progress of the divine realm. While he certainly wishes to suppress the sea god, more than that, he hopes to propel the divine realm towards significant development through his own strength. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he will not truly harm the sea god. Once the dust settles, he will undoubtedly release the sea god." The goddess of emotions shook her head, responding earnestly, "My lady, I understand and agree with everything you have said. However, there are matters you may still be unaware of. If the god of destruction were solely concerned with the development of the divine realm, we would not have come here today. My father-in-law has long predicted that it would be impossible to persuade you. Our purpose in coming here today is to inform you of another situation that must be communicated, for you are still an enforcer of divine law. and this concerns the survival of the divine realm. I implore you to deliberate carefully. Chapter 42. Persuading the Goddess. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Goddess of Life shifted. She realized that the Goddess of Emotions, being a primary deity, would never speak without cause, especially since these words were uttered by the sea god. Although young, she held a considerable respect for the sea god, recognizing that, in every conceivable manner, he was indeed well suited to govern the divine realm. The Goddess of Emotions concentrated, and 7 halos rose behind him, coalescing into a luminous wheel. A unique wave of emotional energy emanated from him, enveloping the 3 deities within, ensuring that their voices would not carry beyond this space. Nor could any presence eavesdrop on their conversation. His lips trembled as he murmured a few words to the Goddess of Life. This time, even the butterfly goddess beside him could not hear. He fully utilized his divine consciousness, sealing the sound so that only the Goddess of Life could perceive it. The expression on the Goddess of Life's face abruptly changed, and she gasped in astonishment. Are you telling the truth? No, this cannot be. Although the God of Destruction harbors great desires for power, he should not be so utterly confused. The God of Emotion spoke solemnly. I swear by my divine authority that all I have said is entirely true. I trust my father-in-law's judgment. Do you not believe it? The Goddess of Life's complexion shifted multiple times, her delicate hands slowly clenching. With a deep sigh directed towards the heavens, she lamented, Destruction, how foolish you are! How could I not trust the judgment of the sea god in such a grave matter? My earlier question was simply a reluctance to accept the truth. Observing that he had moved the Goddess of Life, the God of Emotion fell silent. Yet he firmly believed that this lawgiver of the divine realm would ultimately make a decisive resolution on this critical issue. After a brief moment of silence with her eyes closed, the Goddess of Life suddenly opened them and declared resolutely, Very well, I shall accompany you. Under no circumstances can I allow him to commit a grave error. The butterfly goddess, overjoyed, leaped into the embrace of the Goddess of Life, exclaiming, Thank you, Aunt Green. The Goddess of Life gently stroked her long, powder blue hair, letting out a long sigh. Yet her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow. The situation she most dreaded was, after all, unavoidable. What further words does your father-in-law have? Since he sent you to find me, he must have devised a plan. The Goddess of Life inquired of the God of Emotion. He quickly replied, My lord father-in-law hopes that if you agree, you could rescue him and help break the seal. The Goddess of Life nodded and said, Very well, let us depart. With that, she waved her flowing sleeves, and a flash of azure light enveloped them, transporting them far from the massive tree of life. The God of Emotion understood that this tree of life was in fact the embodiment of the Goddess of Life. With all its immense vitality stemming from her years of absorbing mortal thoughts and harnessing creative power, it was this vast life force that sustained the gods of the divine realm with prolonged lifespans. The Goddess of Life held an incredibly significant position in the divine realm, earning the utmost respect from all deities. Hence, securing her support was paramount for their endeavor, which was why he had sought her out second after the sea god. The Goddess of Life cast a lingering glance at her tree of life, slowly closed her eyes, and began to murmur softly. Waves of emerald light began to radiate from her, and the enormous tree of life erupted with colossal vitality, each leaf illuminating the surroundings, transforming the entire space into a verdant paradise. The God of Emotion, taken aback, hesitated to inquire further, fearing he might disturb her. The butterfly goddess signaled to him, conveying, This is the life prayer ceremony. Aunt Green is divining the outcome. Is it truly possible to divine such outcomes? The God of Emotion asked in astonishment. The butterfly goddess nodded, explaining, Aunt Green governs the evolution of life in the divine realm and possesses profound insight into the fluctuations of life, especially when it concerns herself. However, I have only witnessed her divine such outcomes once in my childhood. This is the second time. Aunt Green must be in a difficult position. Historically, the most renowned instance of her divination was during the Dragon God Rebellion, when the outcome foretold was dire. Subsequently, the divine realm underwent a tremendous upheaval, with many deities perishing in that battle. Let us hope this time yields a favorable result. As she spoke, the previously verdant world began to shift. Alongside the Goddess of Life's chanting, a flicker of crimson light suddenly illuminated the emerald expanse. Initially, this crimson hue emerged from deep within the Tree of Life. But soon it spread outward, first enveloping the tree's branches, then its twigs, and finally its leaves. In short order, the lush green was entirely replaced by a blood-red hue, and a malevolent aura surged amid the vast life force, causing the once magnificent tree to take on a sinister appearance, as if it yearned to devour all in its path. Chapter 43. The Life Prayer Ceremony. How could this be? How could this happen? The butterfly goddess exclaimed in disbelief. Though the god of emotion was not well versed in the life prayer ceremony, he could discern from the unfolding events that the results were far from auspicious. As the red gradually faded, so too did the color from the goddess of life's face. The tree of life returned to its normal state, and the surroundings regained their vitality, yet a pervasive shadow lingered in this vibrant world. The butterfly goddess trembled uncontrollably, and when the god of emotion looked into her eyes, he was met with an indescribable, profound fear. Wudong, what is wrong? Are you all right? He asked urgently, grasping her hand, which felt icy cold. The butterfly goddess murmured, "In the life prayer ceremony, if the tree of life emanates a golden light, it signifies good fortune. If it is red, it foretells calamity." During Aunt Green's divination regarding the Dragon God Rebellion, the tree of life merely showed traces of blood on each leaf. But this time, without her needing to elaborate, the god of emotion understood. This time, the tree of life had turned entirely blood red. This was not merely an omen of great misfortune, but an unmistakable sign of certain death. Yet, the nature of the goddess of life's prayer remained a mystery. A hint of desolation flickered across the goddess of life's face, and a sorrowful glimmer appeared in her eyes. She gently nodded, then slowly shook her head. Two crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks, shimmering with an ethereal green hue. The moment she wept, the entire tree of life trembled slightly in response. "Aunt Green," the butterfly goddess cried out, suddenly rushing to embrace her. The goddess of life managed a faint smile. "Let us depart." With that, she radiated green light once more, and in an instant, the god of emotion found they had exited the forest of life, stepping into the outside world. With the support of the goddess of life, the god of emotion felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Though a twinge of worry remained, he was reassured that with such a lawgiver at their side, rescuing his father-in-law's family would be far more attainable. After all, the goddess of life was an entity of equal standing to the god of destruction. The goddess of life gazed at the resplendent purple-golden pillar of light rising in the distance, a trace of melancholy evident in her expression. She gently shook her head and said, "Let us proceed." Drawing from their prior experience, venturing into that forest, the god of emotion led the way while the goddess of life, utilizing her vast divine power, guided their flight. In no time at all, they beheld the marshy forest that imprisoned the sea god from afar. The goddess of life furrowed her brow, her belief in the god of emotion's words strengthening. The sea god was indeed confined within the sacred forbidden realm. The sacred forbidden realm? Even the butterfly goddess was taken aback, for it was her first time hearing such a name. The goddess of life nodded and explained. The sacred forbidden realm was originally established to imprison those divine beasts that survived the Dragon God Rebellion. Did you see a lake in the center of this sacred forbidden realm? The deity of emotions and the butterfly deity both nodded simultaneously. The butterfly deity spoke. "My father and mother are imprisoned within an ancient castle that resides atop the heart of that lake." The goddess of life's expression instantly shifted, her eyes shutting in anguish. "Destruction. How could you do this? Are you aware that you are playing with fire?" The deity of emotions had already begun to piece together certain revelations and remarked, "During our last venture into the divine forbidden zone, we encountered attacks from divine beasts along the way. It seemed that these creatures were influenced by the destructive intent of the god of destruction, exhibiting an overwhelming desire to attack. The moment they detected our presence, they would unleash their full force. Moreover, I even encountered a divine beast that should have been extinct, an entity akin to a thunder dragon." "A thunder dragon?" The goddess of life's countenance darkened further. She spoke in a hushed tone. "Let us proceed. We must first meet your father-in-law and mother-in-law." "Indeed," the deity of emotions replied. And together with the goddess of life, they prepared to enter the divine forbidden zone. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from a distance, followed by a surge of flames that illuminated half the sky. What an intense fluctuation of fire elements! The deity of emotions exclaimed, gazing in astonishment toward that direction, which lay within the confines of the divine forbidden zone, albeit at a certain distance from them. "Let us investigate," the goddess of life said solemnly, her azure light shimmering as she propelled the deity of emotions and the butterfly deity toward the source of the flames. The goddess of life wielded immense power, and her speed was remarkably swift. In mere moments, they arrived at the location of the fiery outburst. From afar, the deity of emotions observed several figures hovering in midair. Among them, one figure radiated a blinding red light, launching massive fireballs downward, causing the thunderous explosions that echoed through the air. The terrifying force of the blasts was nothing short of domineering. Below, vast areas of the marshy forest had succumbed to flames, transforming the marsh into what appeared to be a pool of magma. Occasionally, faint cries of anguish could be heard, but they quickly faded into silence. It is worth noting that within the divine realm, every living being, plant, or object had become exceedingly resilient due to the accumulation of elemental energies over time. Thus, to destroy them was an arduous task, especially on such a grand scale. Yet, the crimson figure displayed such overwhelming might, illustrating the strength of its cultivation. God of fire, cease your assault, the goddess of life called out. The distant crimson figure hesitated momentarily, its fiery aura abruptly halting, and the terrifying fireballs ceased to emanate forth. As the figure and its companions became clearer, the deity of emotions recognized his teacher, Rong Yinbing, among them. Teacher, the deity of emotions exclaimed with uncontainable joy, hastening toward him. However, the butterfly deity remained by the goddess of life's side, demonstrating her wisdom. From the moment Rong Yinbing appeared, it was evident that these divine beings were reinforcements summoned by him to rescue her father. Although the goddess of life shared the same objective, she was, after all, the wife of the god of destruction. By staying beside the goddess of life, the butterfly deity could better signify her support for her father and avoid any misunderstandings with the divine beings before them. Rong Yinbing was accompanied by no fewer than 7 divine beings, each exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. The one who had unleashed the earlier fierce attack was a middle-aged man clad in a splendid red robe, his wild red hair framing a handsome visage. His eyes ablaze with crimson intensity and a bushy beard that nearly covered half his face, giving him a rugged appearance. The remaining 6 divine beings varied in form, with 2 being women adorned in blue and golden gowns, while the other 4 men wore resplendent robes of yellow, green, black, and silver, signifying their distinct identities. It was evident that the figure in the red robe was the god of fire, who ceased his attacks upon hearing the goddess of life's call. Upon seeing her, the expressions of the assembled divine beings shifted to one of peculiarity, clearly reflecting the concerns expressed by Tang Wudong. Greetings, law enforcer. The assembled divine beings collectively bowed to the goddess of life. Regardless of circumstances, she was one of the 5 supreme deities, wielding dominion over life and creation. The goddess of life approached the assembly of gods, offering a slight bow in return. Her gaze then shifted to the hellish expanse of molten rock below, her brow furrowing as she inquired, why has the god of fire recklessly attacked the divine forbidden zone? The god of fire, evidently possessing a tempestuous temperament, answered without hesitation. The former deity of emotions sought us out, informing us of the situation here. Currently, the sea god and his wife are imprisoned in the divine forbidden zone. We attempted to enter, only to be met with the ferocious attacks of the divine beasts within. Thus, I was compelled to retaliate. If I am not mistaken, the divine beasts here appear to be influenced by the destructive intent of the god of destruction, exhibiting formidable destructiveness. If we do not act, we would be overwhelmed by their assaults. Not all divine beings possess the ability to conceal themselves as the deity of emotions did. The 7 summoned by him were indeed the 7 elemental gods of the divine realm, equal in rank to the 7 original sin deities. They typically maintained a neutral stance, but were more closely aligned with the sea god, as he too was a righteous deity, and they admired his governance over the divine realm over the years. Hence, when the deity of emotions approached them, informing them of the sea god's imprisonment by the god of destruction, they hastily arrived. Among the 7 elemental gods, the water god and the light god were already friends of the sea god. These 2 female deities held high status among the elemental gods, with the light god being the wife of the god of darkness, and the water god being the wife of the god of fire. The 7 elemental gods shared a close kinship, and their disdain for the original sin gods, combined with Rong Yinbing's mediation, led to their swift arrival to aid the sea god. However, they were met with fierce resistance from the divine beasts upon entering the divine forbidden zone. The number of divine beasts in the marshy forest was substantial, and their combat prowess had been significantly enhanced under the influence of destructive intent. After enduring several assaults, the god of fire, known for his fiery temper, could no longer restrain himself. He was the most combat-capable among the 7 elemental gods, and thus unleashed his divine power to bombard the outskirts of the marshy forest, reducing many divine beasts to ashes. What the deity of emotions, the butterfly deity, and the goddess of life arrived to witness was this very scene. With a gentle sigh, the goddess of life remarked, "There is no need for slaughter. These divine beasts are innocent. They have endured much suffering within the divine forbidden zone for years. Allow me to handle this." As she spoke, the goddess of life, turned and descended into the depths of the divine forbidden zone. Rong Yinbing approached the deity of emotions and cast him a questioning glance. The deity of emotions quietly replied, "It was my father-in-law who requested that I summon the goddess of life. As the foremost righteous deity, she will make the right decision." After uttering these words, he turned to the 7 elemental gods, respectfully stating, "I am Dai Yu Hao, and I pay my respects to the 7 esteemed elders." Although he too was a first-tier deity, the 7 elemental gods were contemporaries of his teacher, Rong Yinbing, and even possessed a more ancient history, holding significant stature within the divine realm. Thus, it was only fitting for him to show the deference of a junior. Certainly, the 7 elemental deities did not dare to be presumptuous and hurriedly returned the courtesy, exclaiming in unison, "The god of emotions is far too modest." Though they were all classified as first-tier deities, the god of emotions held a superior status and overall power compared to the elemental deities and the god of original sin. It was only that Dai Yu Hao had recently ascended to the role of the god of emotions and had yet to reach the pinnacle of what such a position could entail. The god of fire chuckled heartily and remarked, "I have long heard Nian Bing boast about his disciple, and indeed, the pupil surpasses the master. Excellent, excellent. When you have time, bring the little witch to visit me. Little witch, you appear much more docile now." The god of butterflies feigned annoyance, saying, "Uncle Fire, you jest again." The god of fire laughed heartily, "I dare not. I dare not. How could I jest about you?" The god of butterflies retorted playfully, "Is it just because I once tugged at a few of your whiskers in our youth? You certainly hold a grudge." The god of fire, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Just a few, you say? You remarked that I had white whiskers and then proceeded to pull them out, which was quite painful. After you finished, you showed me. And indeed, there were only a few white ones. Yet, I found it perplexing. After tugging for so long, how could there be so few? Meanwhile, your other hand was filled with my unturned whiskers. Alas, a third of my poor whiskers have been plucked away by you." The god of butterflies felt her cheeks flush slightly, glancing at the god of emotions beside her, only to catch him smiling at her in a teasing manner. Unable to resist, she pinched him, asking, "What are you laughing at?" The god of emotions replied, earnestly, "I was contemplating that I must never grow a beard." This statement elicited hearty laughter from the assembly of deities. Though they jested, their gazes remained unwaveringly fixed upon the divine, forbidden land, where changes were already unfolding as they spoke. A gentle green aura began to spread, enveloping the area. The land, once scorched by the god of fire into a pool of magma, swiftly calmed. The fiery red hue gradually faded, and soon, towering trees sprang forth, restoring vitality to the terrain. However, that green radiance continued to expand outward. Initially, the divine forbidden land reverberated with countless furious and ferocious roars. Yet, under the soothing influence of this green light, tranquility swiftly returned to the realm. Rong Yin Bing silently sensed this transformation and remarked, "The malevolence has dissipated. The goddess of life is indeed formidable." The water goddess, clad in a flowing blue gown, smirked and replied, "Of course, she is powerful. After all, she is the wife of the god of destruction. She can undoubtedly counteract the destructive intent of her husband." The water goddess and the sea god shared a close bond, as they belonged to the same lineage. With Tang San's ascension to the position of sea god and his simultaneous inheritance of the Asura God title, he became a supreme deity, greatly benefiting the water element deities, who received respect they had not known before. The water goddess harbored a modicum of admiration for the sea god, and despite her longer tenure in the divine realm, her respect remained unwavering. Thus, upon hearing of the sea god's imprisonment, she was the first to respond. Naturally, the god of fire had no reason not to join. This couple was famously known for their fiery tempers, as they were perpetually at odds. Yet curiously, despite their frequent clashes, their affection remained strong. The reason Rong Nianbing maintained good relations with these 7 elemental deities was due to his previous mastery over the 7 emotions, which was facilitated by harnessing the powers of the 7 elements. He had once wielded 7 divine blades, each representing a distinct attribute, with his greatest prowess lying in water and fire. Frequently, whenever the water god and fire god clashed, he played the role of mediator. Moreover, Rong Yinbing possessed a unique talent. He was a renowned chef, once dubbed the Ice-Fire Demon Chef in his human realm, whose culinary skills even surpassed those of Oscar. The god of food, the 7 elemental deities often frequented his abode for exquisite meals, which naturally fostered a close-knit relationship. This was also a significant reason why the sea god insisted on having Rong Yinbing remain in the divine realm to assist him in facing this calamity. In this moment, under the leadership of the goddess of life, accompanied by the god of emotions, Rong Yin Bing, and the 7 elemental deities. They represented a formidable assembly of 9 first-tier deities, which constituted nearly half of the total first-tier deities in the entire divine realm. The goddess of life, as an enforcer, wielded a power capable of counteracting the god of destruction's malevolence. If they could rescue the sea god, it would undoubtedly suppress the god of destruction without question. The god of emotions held immense admiration for his father-in-law's strategy. He merely hoped for a smooth operation to rescue his father-in-law and halt the god of destruction's expansion into the divine realm, allowing him to reunite with his parents and ancestors. A beam of emerald light shot skyward as the goddess of life returned to the assembly of deities, nodding at them with a stoic expression, declaring, "Everyone, follow me. I have already calmed the divine beasts within the divine forbidden land." Although the water goddess had spoken with a somewhat brusque tone earlier, her words held truth. The abilities of the goddess of life and the god of destruction were indeed oppositional. The destructive intent of the god of destruction could be aptly countered by her life-creating essence, making it far easier than when the god of emotions attempted to dispel the destructive intent previously. Under the guidance of the goddess of life, the deities swiftly soared towards the core of the divine forbidden land. With the divine beasts no longer obstructing their path, their pace quickened considerably. In a short while, they beheld the unfathomable small lake at the heart of the divine forbidden land. Father, mother are within that castle. The god of butterflies pointed at the castle above the lake. With so many deities by her side, she felt a sense of calm, yet her urgency to rescue her parents intensified. The gazes of the elemental deities instinctively turned towards the goddess of life. Although they were aware that she was the wife of the god of destruction, she was the enforcer and stood as the foremost among the gods, compelling everyone to heed her counsel. The goddess of life stood still, closing her eyes, prompting a wave of confusion among the other deities who hesitated to urge her. After a moment, the god of butterflies could no longer contain herself and gently shook the goddess of life's arm. Green Antwi. The goddess of life suddenly opened her eyes, gazing intently in a particular direction, and spoke in a low voice, "Since you have all come, reveal yourselves." "Why have you come?" "I anticipated their arrival, but I never expected you would ultimately become the sea god savior." A chilling voice, tinged with sorrow, resonated as dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. "The god of destruction?" Rong Yin Bing exclaimed, his expression turning grim, mirrored by the 7 elemental deities. The sudden appearance of the god of destruction undoubtedly signified that rescuing the sea god would be an arduous endeavor. In such circumstances, their chances had diminished considerably. Moreover, let us not forget that the goddess of life and the god of destruction were ultimately family. It remained uncertain whether she could maintain her allegiance to their side. Faced with this scenario, everyone instinctively prepared for battle. Figures illuminated the distant sky, with the god of destruction soaring at the forefront. He retained the same appearance in his flowing purple robe, his grand cloak concealing a pair of scarlet eyes that shimmered with an unsettling brilliance. Even from a considerable distance, one could perceive the overwhelming aura of oppression he exuded. Behind the god of destruction stood the 7 archangels of sin and the god of ruin, accompanied by a multitude of figures emanating a comparatively faint presence. These were secondary and tertiary deities. It was evident that the god of destruction had long prepared for this moment, enabling him to lead such a formidable assembly of divine beings at this critical juncture. The gaze of the gods present, representing the emotion god, converged upon the goddess of life. The unfolding scene was unequivocally a trap, and should the goddess of life align herself with the god of destruction at this moment, it would spell disaster for them all. With a heavy sigh, the goddess of life waved her expansive sleeves, summoning a layer of verdant light beneath their feet, coalescing into the form of a colossal leaf that lifted them into the air, allowing them to hover high above. A rich essence of life radiated from her, repelling the destructive thoughts unleashed by the god of destruction, which were entirely thwarted by her immense vitality. Soon, the goddess of life, accompanied by the assembly of gods, ascended into the skies, gazing towards the distant god of destruction without uttering a word. In terms of strength comparison, the disparity between the two parties was not insurmountable. Although the god of destruction commanded a vast number of divine entities, he only had 8 primary deities on his side. Conversely, counting Rong Yin Bing, who bore the legacy of a deity, the goddess of life effectively possessed the combat prowess equivalent to 9 primary deities. The powers of the 7 elemental gods were certainly not inferior to those of the 7 archangels of sin. As for the secondary and tertiary deities, their influence in the battle at the primary deity level would be substantially diminished. Thus, the goddess of life effectively had an additional primary deity on her side. and as long as she stood firm, they might still possess the strength to confront their adversaries. Chapter 47. Why must you come? Observing the goddess of life. The god of destruction remained silent, the two parties locked in an aerial standoff. The overwhelming intent of destruction he radiated surged toward the goddess of life like an unrelenting tide. Yet, despite the tempest of destructive thoughts, the verdant glow around the goddess remained steadfast, neither expanding nor wavering in the face of the onslaught. Why? Why must you come? Do you not understand? My heart aches. It aches so deeply. The voice of the god of destruction grew hoarse as he raised his right hand, striking his chest with a resounding thud. The countenance of the goddess of life paled slightly as she gazed mournfully at him, questioning, why do you cling so desperately? Why can you not wait? Has not the sea god promised that if the situation he spoke of does not arise within a year, he would heed your counsel? I cannot wait. I certainly cannot wait. Why should I be compelled to obey him? Why does he, a mere junior, wield dominion over the divine realm while I do not? He is content to remain stagnant, oblivious to the need for progress. Under his stewardship, the divine realm shall never see favorable outcomes. Even if a year passes and he allows me to expand the divine realm, he would still be my constraint, with him holding the core of the divine realm. What leverage do I have? In order to foster substantial growth within the divine realm, to enable it to accommodate more divine beings, the outdated must be supplanted. Only by ousting him from the divine council, united in purpose, can we ensure the continual enhancement of the divine realm. The god of destruction's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation, and the fervent aura he emitted significantly influenced the myriad deities behind him, eliciting similar emotional upheavals among them. Uncle Purple, is this truly worth it? Must you turn against my father and mother? How can you be so unfeeling? Why must it be this way? The haunting voice of the butterfly goddess echoed in the air. Upon hearing her, the god of destruction's previously soaring momentum waned slightly, his gaze shifting towards the butterfly goddess standing beside the goddess of life. The intensity of the destructive thoughts receded somewhat as the god of destruction regarded the butterfly goddess with a complex expression. I am sorry, little Wudong, but Uncle Purple must proceed as such. Your father's actions have severely impacted the development of the divine realm. However, rest assured, Uncle promises that no harm will befall your family. Once everything settles and the divine realm expands, I will release your parents, and your family will once again thrive within the divine realm. Only under your watchful eye, correct? Rong Yin being interjected coldly. The god of destruction's gaze narrowed upon him, a formidable pressure descending abruptly, yet Rong Yin being stood unfazed. Though no divine halo appeared behind him, a shimmering curtain of prismatic light enveloped his form, rendering him nearly equal in stature to the god of destruction. With a disdainful snort, the god of destruction remarked, I knew the sea god would be prepared. So it is you. After relinquishing your divine position, you chose to remain in the divine realm instead of departing. Do you truly believe you can alter the current situation? Rong Yinbing replied coldly, Destruction, your insatiable thirst for power has clouded your judgment. You are no longer the god of destruction you once were. If you persist on this path, it will lead only to your own annihilation. Indeed, Tang San may be somewhat conservative, yet his conservatism has brought stability and peace to the divine realm. Expansion is feasible, but it must not be pursued with such reckless haste as you demonstrate now. You ought to understand that excessive expansion can jeopardize the very existence of the divine realm itself. Our once stable world will become fragile should we face a catastrophic event. How shall we withstand it? Yes, the divine realm has endured a millennium without issues. However, that does not guarantee future tranquility. I trust Tang San's judgment. Furthermore, even if his judgment proves erroneous, it will not bring any detriment to the divine realm. Conversely, should your judgment falter, your actions will render you a pariah within the divine realm, surpassing even the devastation wrought by the dragon god in the past. Do you comprehend this? You seek death. The god of destruction bellowed, his eyes flashing with fury. From a violet-black clouds above, a bolt of purple-black lightning descended with alarming speed, destruction lightning. The lightning struck Rong Nianbing in an instant, but the goddess of life raised her hand, sending forth a delicate leaf that floated gracefully, pressing against the destructive lightning. Astonishingly, that formidable destruction lightning was extinguished upon contact with the leaf. The goddess of life had finally intervened, her action causing the scarlet gaze of the god of destruction to constrict slightly, while the expressions of the gods surrounding her relaxed considerably. With the goddess of life present, victory in this confrontation was not entirely out of reach. Chapter 48. The Seed of Life. The god of destruction fixed his intense gaze upon the goddess of life. You have resolutely decided to oppose me, have you not? The goddess of life remained silent, merely observing him, her thoughts a mystery to all. The god of destruction coldly declared, "Very well. Let us speak through strength, then. I shall see what grounds you possess to rescue the sea god. The reason I allowed the emotion god and the butterfly goddess to depart was to ensnare you all at once. The sea goddess' other supporters are confined within this divine fortress. You too shall share their fate, should you lose. You will remain here to witness all that I shall do next. I will demonstrate through facts that your choices are misguided." The god of destruction had previously commanded the 7 deadly sins to strike against the allies of the sea god, intending to systematically weaken the sea god's power. Among the supporters of the sea god, the closest ties were held by those who had journeyed to the divine realm from the Doloa continent alongside him. As for the total number of deities supporting the sea god, even the god of destruction was not fully aware. However, having nearly attained mastery over more than half of the divine realm's might, he felt no fear. Thus, he awaited biding his time. He was even cognizant of the previous visit by the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess, refraining from obstructing their departure, hoping to lure all deities supporting the sea god to this very place, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. This upheaval in the divine realm was inevitable. Achieving victory in a single blow was undoubtedly the simplest course of action, embodying the essence of the god of destruction's plan. In fact, he had succeeded, though he had not anticipated that his adversary would be accompanied by as many as 9 first-tier deities, including his own wife. The goddess of life ascended gracefully, her form radiating a gentle green luminescence, which blossomed outward like a multitude of vibrant leaves, suffusing the entire sky with an essence of life. Within this aura of vitality, the god of destruction's annihilative intent was considerably diminished, continually pressed back. Behind the goddess of life, a robust emerald barrier enveloped the divine fortress, evidently intended to safeguard the deities within. The 7 elemental gods, alongside the god of emotions and Rong Yinbing, followed suit, spreading out and suspending themselves behind the goddess of life. Rings of varying hues illuminated behind each deity, their brilliance casting a radiant glow across the sky. As the collective pressure of the first-tier deities transformed the atmosphere into a spectacle of light. Similarly, the god of destruction stood firm, flanked by the 7 deadly sins and the armored god of ruin, who formed a steadfast line. Their rings, while also 7 in number, differed in hue. The god of ruins was silver, while the others bore darker tones, starkly contrasting with the elemental deities opposite them. "Do you truly wish to stand against me?" The god of destruction fixed his gaze upon the goddess of life, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. As he spoke, his own aura surged, climbing toward its zenith. The goddess of life regarded him with a sorrowful expression, her lips trembling as if to articulate something, yet ultimately remaining silent. Her mournful demeanor ignited a flicker of crimson within the god of destruction's eyes. "Very well, if that is the case, let us determine our fates through strength." The god of destruction roared skyward, his 9 rings of light flaring with unparalleled vigor as a violet-black mist ascended, transforming into the formidable god of destruction's thunder, reverberating through the heavens. The goddess of life closed her eyes, raising her arms at her sides. A surge of intense emerald light erupted into the air, racing toward the encroaching violet clouds. "Seed of life." The god of destruction spat out those words with venomous disdain. The emerald radiance, despite its stark contrast to the expansive clouds of destruction, ascended into the sky. Amidst the ominous thunder, enchanting celestial melodies began to resonate, slowing the destructive aura at an astonishing pace, while the sky itself gradually lightened. Both the goddess of life and the god of destruction were deities of the same era, each possessing formidable power. The goddess of life, in terms of overall cultivation, was certainly not inferior to the god of destruction, and her significance within the divine realm even surpassed that of her counterpart. As she manifested, many of the 100 deities previously aligned with the god of destruction exhibited flickers of hesitation. None desired to contend with this goddess capable of bestowing life. However, it was too late for any regrets, and their only hope rested on the god of destruction resolving matters concerning their union. Chapter 49. Why? All right then, let it come. The god of destruction roared, his form transforming into a burst of purple light as he ascended into the heights. The goddess of life, as if drawn by an unseen force, also morphed into a stream of emerald brilliance, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. "I will hold back the god of destruction. You must swiftly rescue the sea god's family and ensure the sea god presides over the situation." The voice of the goddess of life drifted down from above. This was all she could do. The assembly of deities led by Rong Yinbing nodded in agreement. In a flash, Rong Yinbing lunged toward the god of ruin, while the 7 elemental gods advanced, each summoning their elemental powers to confront the 7 deadly sins. All were first-tier deities in 8 against 8 confrontation, and the magnitude of their collective power was evident. Within the divine realm, there existed only 18 first-tier deities, including Rong Yinbing, who had relinquished his divine status. That number rose to 19. Yet at this moment, 17 were present on the battlefield, with only 2 absent, one being the sea god, and the other the enigmatic god of time. It could be said that the largest concentration of divine power had gathered here. The god of emotions grasped the hand of the butterfly goddess and refrained from participating in the battle, instead turning toward the divine fortress where the sea god and the goddess of life were imprisoned. Indeed, only by rescuing the sea god could they hope to truly alter the course of events. On the side of the god of destruction, 8 first-tier deities engaged in combat, while the second-tier and third-tier deities remained inactive, showing no inclination to impede the god of emotions, allowing the couple to approach the divine fortress unchallenged. Upon reaching the window, the god of emotions was astonished to find the sea god absent, oblivious to the external turmoil. A wave of unease washed over him. They were unaware of what had transpired during their absence. What if the sea god had encountered misfortune? Yet, had not the god of destruction previously claimed he would not harm the sea god's family? Wudong, the god of emotions, called out to Tang Wudong beside him. Her eyes ignited with twin orbs of purple gold light as the trident symbol of the sea god began to shimmer upon her forehead. However, as the symbol glowed, Tang Wudong's expression shifted dramatically as she realized the divine connection with her father was exhibiting intense fluctuations. Such disturbances in divine consciousness indicated turmoil in thought, and she sensed the sea god's aura was alarmingly chaotic. What could this mean? High above, the god of destruction and the goddess of life stood in opposition, their gazes locked in a complex exchange. Why? Why must you come? It would have been far better for you to remain in the forest of life, waiting for this all to conclude. Why did you insist on coming? After I made my decision, I never asked you to join me in this endeavor. I know your character. You would not agree. Therefore, I merely requested that you stay in the forest of life, waiting for the end of it all. Is that not preferable? The goddess of life gazed at the god of destruction with sorrowful eyes, gently shaking her head, and softly replied, I am sorry. It is my fault. I am not a worthy wife. Upon hearing her words, the god of destruction trembled slightly, staring at her in surprise. The goddess of life murmured, As your wife, I should stand by your side and support you in whatever you do. However, our natures are fundamentally opposed. If I were to support you in this matter, it would undermine the very foundation of my creation. Such an act would not only bring calamity upon the divine realm, but would also afflict the lower realms under our dominion. Life and creation are the cornerstones that maintain stability across all worlds. Therefore, I must not support you in this endeavor. I am truly sorry, my husband. If the god of destruction had previously exuded an impressive aura filled with wrath, upon hearing the words my husband from the goddess of life, his demeanor abruptly diminished. He gazed at her, sighed deeply, and gently shook his head. I have never blamed you. How could I not understand your predicament? We are married. That is why I allowed you to remain in the forest of life. As long as you do not interfere, I am already content. Did you not promise me that? Why? Why do you come here? The goddess of life suddenly lifted her head, her gaze intensely fixed upon the god of destruction. Then tell me, did you employ the power from the forbidden realm? The halo behind the god of destruction trembled slightly, and his voice faltered. The goddess of life closed her eyes in anguish. Why did you have to use that power? Do you understand what it could mean for the divine realm? You are the enforcer of the divine laws. How could you dare to break them? The god of destruction suddenly roared, No, I did not use that power. I did not. Chapter 50, The Forbidden Power. The goddess of life responded, Really? Then why have you imprisoned the sea god here? It was the sea god who instructed the god of emotion to inform me that you had used that power, which is why I returned. Otherwise, as husband and wife, even if I could not assist you, I would never jeopardize your affairs. I never believed that what you did was necessarily wrong. Even if there is risk, I am willing to share it with you. But you must not use that power. The god of destruction's breath quickened slightly, but after a pause, he earnestly declared, I did not. This time, it was the goddess of life who was left in a daze. Did not? She understood the god of destruction well. Her husband was too proud to lie. Although he was headstrong and possessed a strong desire for power, he had always treated her sincerely and never deceived her with falsehoods. Since he said so, it must indeed be true. Yet the sea god was also a being who would not lie. Could it be that he fabricated a lie in this conflict with her husband? This thought was almost inconceivable to the goddess of life. The sea god instructed the god of emotion to convey that you had activated the power from the forbidden realm. Otherwise, I would never have come. Could it be that the sea god spoke falsely? She asked in astonishment. However, the god of destruction fell silent. Faced with her inquiry, he slowly shook his head. No, one cannot say he lied. Huh? The goddess of life was momentarily bewildered, gazing at the god of destruction, awaiting his explanation. With a sigh, the god of destruction said, "In this matter, I did take a risk, but I was also confident. Indeed, I did use a bit of power from the forbidden realm, but I absolutely did not release that forbidden power, nor could I possibly collaborate with it. I merely borrowed some forbidden power while sealing the sea god, which caused a slight leakage. This forbidden power is crucial to the survival of the entire divine realm. How could I recklessly release it? That is absolutely impossible. However, I do harbor great apprehension towards the sea god, for he possesses the divine positions of two gods and can switch between them at will. The power of the god of Shura once had a strong restraining effect on my own, and I feared that I would not be able to completely seal him relying solely on my own strength. Thus, I incorporated a trace of forbidden power into my sealing technique, ensuring that even if the sea god were immensely capable, he could not break free from the seal. Now, even you, I, or the gods of good and evil could not help him break the seal. He will forever remain sealed, reduced to an ordinary deity. Thus, I truly do not fear your arrival today. In fact, I look forward to seeing how many deities would oppose my rule. I never expected you to come in person. You have ultimately returned. My heart aches, do you know?" Listening to the god of destruction's words, the expression of the goddess of life gradually darkened. She gazed piercingly at him and said in a solemn tone, "Destruction, you have permanently sealed the sea god for the sake of your power? Do you realize what this means for the divine realm? The god of Shura is one of the 5 supreme deities of our divine council. Without him, the council will lose its balance, potentially leading to chaos among the divine beings. Moreover, you have also borrowed that forbidden power, even if only a trace. You have still resorted to it. By imprisoning the sea god here, you are allowing the forbidden power within him to be fully activated by the aura of the forbidden realm. Am I correct? In that case, his divine power will gradually erode, resulting in a true permanent seal. How could you do this? Regardless of the circumstances, the sea god is not our enemy. Even if you fear him, your actions amount to his total destruction." As she spoke, the depths of her eyes revealed a profound worry and pain, more so, disappointment. Until this point, she had never considered the actions of the god of destruction to be wrong, which was why she had remained silent. However, she had not anticipated that her husband's desire for power had swelled to such an extent, leading him to take such ruthless actions against the sea god. Though he did not kill the sea god, his actions were, in fact, more brutal than murder. To completely strip a deity of their power is the highest punishment in the divine realm, unless circumstances akin to the dragon god war occur. A deity without power will find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the divine realm. The god of destruction fell silent, and deep within his heart, he too felt a twinge of regret. Yet, without taking such measures, he would never find peace. The sea god's power was far too formidable in a one-on-one confrontation. He had little confidence of emerging victorious. Moreover, a standard seal would be nearly impossible to hold against the supreme deity, even if it succeeded. It would only be effective for a short time. Thus, he devised this approach, yet he never imagined it would thoroughly enrage his wife. Chapter 51. You leave, I self-destruct. In his heart, the goddess of life held an esteemed position. If there were anything that could rival his desire for power, it would only be the goddess of life herself. Even if she scolded or struck him, he would still be loath to witness the disappointment reflected in her eyes at this moment. The pain contained within that disappointment was palpable, making it easy to imagine the turmoil within her heart. "I'm sorry, life. Perhaps I have erred. However, it is too late to change things now. I can only continue forward. I must fulfill my ambition. Once my task is complete, we will strive together to find a way to lift the seal, all right?" The god of destruction said softly. The goddess of life sighed and replied, "Destruction, I will not lay hands on you." Upon hearing her words, the god of destruction felt a flicker of joy within, for there remained a semblance of their marital bond. "Splendid. You shall wait for me here. Once I have resolved these matters, we shall return to the divine council," the god of destruction hastily proclaimed. However, the goddess of life shook her head and replied, "If you depart from this place now, I shall self-destruct my divine essence, completely perishing here. It would serve as recompense to the sea goddess family." "What?" The god of destruction was taken aback. Such words were not uttered lightly. Furthermore, the resoluteness in the goddess of life's tone, coupled with the determination reflected in her countenance, left him unsettled. His heart sank as he gazed at her, uncertainty flickering in his crimson eyes. The goddess of life closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly bear to witness her husband in such a state. After all, he was her husband. She would never raise a hand against him, yet she felt like his seal, capable of binding him if she so wished. Reflecting on the astonishing outcome of her life prayer ritual, the goddess of life felt a deeper anguish than her outward demeanor suggested. She had begun to understand why the ritual had yielded such results. It appeared that everything stemmed from the god of destruction's own doing. She did not harbor hatred towards him nor blamed him. She merely felt sorrow for him. In her heart, she resolved to stay by his side from that moment forth, never to part. Noticing the tears shed by the goddess of life, the god of destruction floated closer and gently embraced her. "I am sorry. I had no idea my actions would cause you such pain. It is my fault. Very well. I shall heed your wishes and refrain from leaving. However, even if I do nothing now, these events are irreversible. The 108 pillars of thought have already begun to take effect. The expansion of the divine realm has commenced. The deities below cannot possibly overcome me. Although they have an additional first-tier deity, my forces outnumber them by over 100. Unless the sea god can break the seal, no one can prevent this from unfolding. And the sea god cannot possibly breach that seal." The goddess of life nestled in his embrace, gently shaking her head. "No, none of that is important anymore. Stay by my side, will you? I simply wish to be with you. I do not wish to concern myself with anything else. I only want to be with you. Is that acceptable?" The god of destruction was taken aback by her demeanor. It was the first time he had encountered her in such a state. Nevertheless, he nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I shall remain by your side. Let the matters below unfold as they will, shall we?" The goddess of life seemed to relax considerably, opening her arms to draw the god of destruction closer. The vibrant life essence, full of creativity, intertwined with the destructive intent emanating from him, continuously clashed and melded. The divine energy waves between them still painted the sky in a dazzling display of purple and green. The deities engaged in battle below had no inkling of the current state of their divine marriage high above in the celestial realm. Battles in the divine realm were seldom grand in scale, and such a scenario, with a dozen first-tier deities clashing, was almost unprecedented. In the divine realm, the elemental forces were exceedingly dense, resulting in considerable pressure on life forms. Thus, although the deities possessed immense power, the destruction they could inflict in the divine realm was limited. The calamity caused by the god of fire previously only scorched several thousand square meters of swamp. Had it occurred in the mortal realm, the flames unleashed would have consumed at least half a continent. At this moment, the battle in the sky was fierce. The 7 deadly sins faced off against the 7 elemental gods, their already strained relations further exacerbated by the conflict, akin to foes meeting with heightened animosity. It was a one-on-one clash. Meanwhile, Rong Yinbing confronted the god of destruction. Both sides collided fiercely. Chapter 52 Battle. The god of destruction donned exquisite armor, a radiant silver halo shining behind him. In his hands, he wielded massive hammers. Each swing resonated through the sky, as if he could shatter the heavens. He employed brute force, earning him the moniker of the mighty god, the strongest in pure strength within the divine realm. Rong Yinbing could not match his strength, but in elemental control, he far surpassed him. As the mighty god swung his hammer, Rong Yinbing conjured a magnificent fire dragon with a flick of his hand, followed by a water dragon, then a wind dragon, an earth dragon, a light dragon, a dark dragon, and a space dragon. 7 colossal dragons intertwined, relentlessly attacking without directly confronting the god of destruction. Though the god of destruction's power was formidable, each time he shattered one of the dragons, Rong Yinbing would immediately summon another. The god of destruction was also unable to match Rong Yinbing's speed, forcing him to remain stationary, swinging his hammers. Their contest had now devolved into a battle of divine energy consumption. The divine energy of first-tier deities was vast. It was evident that this confrontation would not reach a resolution anytime soon. The combat styles of the other deities were similar. At their level, technique played a minimal role. Only powers akin to the sea god's unstable winds or the god of destruction's divine thunder could decisively turn the tide. Generally, their clashes revolved around the direct confrontation of divine energy. The sky shimmered with a kaleidoscope of divine energy. Yet, at the pinnacle of the castle, the emotions of the god of emotion and the butterfly goddess were fraught with anxiety. The divine energy seal densely cloaked the window, despite their various attempts. They could not breach it. The last time they had come, it was the sea god who had guided them inside with his power. Yet now, they could not establish any contact with the sea god. "What should we do?" Yuhua, The butterfly goddess was frantic. The fluctuations in her father's aura were immense. His mental state clearly deteriorating. In such circumstances, he was likely facing peril. How could they rescue him? That was the paramount issue. Moreover, their mother was pregnant, potentially giving birth at any moment. The god of emotion took a moment to catch his breath. He had already expended considerable divine energy trying to break the window seal. Gazing through the window, he could discern nothing. Everything inside was obscured by divine energy, and even with his extraordinary eyesight, he could only perceive a mirage. Without sight or contact, they were unable to ascertain the sea god's current state. The god of emotion grasped the butterfly goddess by the shoulders and spoke firmly, "Wudong, we must remain calm at this moment. We cannot lose our composure. Regardless of the circumstances, my father and mother are not in mortal danger, so do not panic. Since we cannot enter, we must first deal with the situation outside." Tang Wutong gritted her teeth. Without the god of emotion by her side, she might have truly lost control of her emotions. However, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. All right. Tang Wutong's eyes glinted with determination. Uncertain of her parents' situation, righteous fury ignited within her. She clasped hands with the god of emotion, and their eyes simultaneously glowed with a fierce golden light. A brilliant light flashed behind the butterfly goddess as a pair of resplendent butterfly wings unfurled from her back. Her butterfly wings differ remarkably from the delicate wings of a typical butterfly. The surface of her wings is adorned with a fine layer of scales. Imperceptible to the untrained eye, they present a soft, golden hue, yet under the radiance of the surrounding light, they emanate a regal purple, culminating in a mysterious and resplendent shade of purple gold. As the wings unfurl, the butterfly deity is also enveloped in a glorious purple gold radiance, transforming her previously gentle aura into a formidable presence. A halo of 5 concentric purple gold rings emerges behind her head, framing her flowing pastel blue locks in an extraordinarily dazzling manner. With a focused gaze, the butterfly deity turns to the god of emotions beside her. With a gentle motion of his arm, she half turns and nestles into his embrace, simultaneously folding her wings inward, enveloping both their bodies completely within. In an instant, a vast shadow of a purple gold butterfly materializes in the air, its wings displaying a mesmerizing gradient from light to dark purple gold, an astonishing sight. Concurrently, an aura of majesty surges forth. The 7 deadly sin gods, the 7 elemental gods, as well as the gods of fusion and destruction, momentarily halt their conflict, directing their attention towards the core ancient castle of the divine realm not far behind them. As the purple gold light emerges, they distinctly sense an aura that belongs solely to the supreme deity emanating from that direction. The first-tier gods are already the pinnacle of existence within the divine realm, yet they remain acutely aware of the insurmountable gap that separates them from the supreme deities. However, at this moment, the appearance of a supreme deity seems implausible. Could it be that the sea god has been unleashed? Yet, is that truly conceivable? Even the god of destruction, who is currently in confrontation with the goddess of life high above, cannot help but cast his gaze downward, momentarily taken aback by the radiant purple gold spectacle emanating from the butterfly deity. Chapter 53, Transforming Armor. Their astonishment stems from the undeniable fact that the butterfly deity is exuding an aura that unmistakably belongs to the supreme deity. Moreover, it is identical to that of the sea god, although the god of destruction has thoroughly sealed the sea god deep within his heart. He harbors an abiding trepidation towards the sea god. Among the deities in the divine realm, the only being capable of contending with him is the sea god. The goddess of life, despite her formidable strength, is his wife, and she is not particularly adept in combat. In contrast, the sea god bears the legacy of the Asura deity, once hailed as the most powerful force in the divine realm. Even when faced with the overwhelmingly strong dragon god, the Asura deity was the true mainstay. Had the Asura deity not stood against the dragon god, the divine realm would have been utterly fragmented. At this moment, sensing the presence of the sea god, and even that of the Asura deity, how could the god of destruction and his entourage of gods not feel apprehensive? Should the sea god reemerge and ally with the goddess of life, 2 supreme deities would be present, making it nearly impossible for any number of lesser deities to contend with them. Currently, within the divine realm, there are truly only 3 supreme deities: the sea god, the god of destruction, and the goddess of life. The new generation of benevolent and malevolent gods, though they have temporarily assumed divine positions and received some legacy, have not fully inherited the divine status. Thus, the 2 divine kings of the lower realms may still return. Of course, Whether they truly will return remains uncertain. These two have retained part of their divine status in the divine realm, likely due to concerns that the two newly appointed divine kings might be unable to manage the current situation. Therefore, in terms of strength, only those three have achieved the status of supreme deity. Impossible. The god of destruction furrowed his brow and declared. The goddess of life, however, displayed a contemplative expression. For while some things seemed improbable, as the overseer of creation and life, she began to grasp certain truths. Just then, the purple-gold brilliance radiating from the butterfly deity surged forth, yet her physical form seemed to fade, transforming into streams of purple-gold light that shifted quietly. The god of destruction's eyes brightened, and he instinctively exclaimed, "I understand now. The butterfly deity possesses the bloodline inheritance of the sea god. She has activated the power of her bloodline through a special method, allowing her abilities to blend with the essence of supreme deity, albeit only in aura. At most, this grants her the combat capability of a first-tier god, and it cannot be sustained." As he articulated his judgment, the god of destruction noticed further changes below. Circles of halos appeared, converging into a radiant wheel. Each halo bore a different hue, and with each emergence, the emotions of all present deities were subtly influenced. These represented the 7 emotional states: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, and evil. The god of emotions. Indeed, previously, within the purple-gold radiance enveloping the butterfly deity, it was none other than the god of emotions. The awe-inspiring aura emitted by the butterfly deity had caused them to momentarily forget the existence of the god of emotions, who was now releasing his own halo. 7-ringed halos signify a first-tier deity. But is it truly just 7 rings? The moment the final ring, a black halo representing evil, illuminated, a sudden surge of a purple-gold halo erupted forth. The 8th ring. Indeed, it was the 8th ring, an extraordinary sight emerging from the halo behind the god of emotions. This was nearly unimaginable, particularly for the deities aligned with the god of destruction, as it heralded dire news. Initially, the goddess of life already had an entity equivalent to a first-tier deity, and now this entity's strength has been amplified. The 8-ringed halo, which does not originally exist within the divine realm, has now appeared upon the god of emotions. Even more astonishing are the transformations occurring within the god of emotions himself. Layers of purple-gold luminescence manifest upon him, initially delicate and wispy, but soon solidifying into a full suit of armor that envelopes the god of emotions entirely, radiating the authority of a supreme deity. This purple-gold armor resembles scales, with elongated shoulder guards extending outward, comprising 3 layers, with the final layer draping slightly against the upper arm. The chest plate is robust, extending down to protect the waist, while the armor is scale-like, shimmering with a dazzling purple-gold brilliance. Fully encased in this armor, vast dragon wings unfurl behind him, and a resplendent golden spear, the golden dragon spear, appears in his hand. With a powerful roar directed skyward, the god of emotions unleashes a surge of might, instantly surpassing all present first-tier deities, rivaling the 2 supreme deities soaring above. The countenance of the god of destruction darkens, yet he remains suspended opposite the goddess of life, making no move. Chapter 54. The Descent of the Sin Gods and the Divine Punishment Array. Is this the Sea God's hidden card? In this regard, I have indeed miscalculated. The innate strength of the god of emotions reaches merely the first-tier deity level, yet his fusion with the butterfly deity is remarkably seamless. More importantly, their union allows divine power to transcend, unleashing an even greater combat prowess, a development unforeseen. However, to think that the sea god would rely solely on them to confront me is indeed naive. As the god of destruction mused on these thoughts, the god of emotions below had already taken action. As he emitted a prolonged howl, he abruptly raised his arm, and the golden dragon spear in his grasp erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, radiating a luminous, golden light that resembled a flash of lightning. Slicing through the heavens and hurtling toward the god of greed, the golden radiance vanished almost instantaneously. The god of greed's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding the opponent before him. He curled his body inward, a dark golden glow surging forth, as a greedy visage inhaled the energy of the golden dragon spear. In that moment, the spear's trajectory was indeed altered by the force of his greed. Though the golden light flickered and faded, the god of greed let out a piercing shriek. His greed had influenced the golden dragon spear, yet the effect was far from complete. At that juncture, the god of emotion, whose combat prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary first-tier deity, unleashed a full-force strike. Consequently, the god of greed found himself unable to evade entirely, and a dark golden liquid began to ooze from his shoulder, a clear sign of injury. In the next instant, the golden dragon spear had returned to the god of emotion's hand, who transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the god of greed, intent on coordinating with his own first-tier deity to vanquish one of the opposing first-tier deities. If they could overcome even a single opponent of that caliber, the current situation would likely cascade like a row of dominoes, swiftly granting them control of the entire battlefield. However, just as the god of greed was wounded, the god of destruction, who was contending with Rong Yinbing, suddenly emitted a low, rumbling roar. He swung his massive hammers with abandon, unleashing his divine power without restraint, forcing Rong Yinbing to retreat. Simultaneously, the other 6 original Sin deities expended their divine energy to perform similarly, compelling their respective adversaries to fall back. After forcing their opponents away, they did not press the attack, but instead retreated rapidly, flying backward, drawn by the shifting energies. The first-tier deities on the side of the god of emotion hastened to pursue, seizing the opportunity as their adversaries had just unleashed their strongest attacks, leaving their divine power and spirit considerably depleted, a prime moment to establish an advantage. Yet, it was at this critical juncture that a deep, resonant chant echoed through the air. A layer of peculiar purple light illuminated the backs of the 8 first-tier deities from the opposing side. The god of emotion and his companions then realized that, at some unknown time, the second and third-tier deities brought forth by the god of destruction had congregated together, forming an unusual formation. The 7 original Sin deities and the god of destruction retreated, resembling 8 gems embedded within this array. A layer of purplish light suddenly bulged outward, and an overwhelming force erupted, sending the god of emotion, Rong Yinbing, and the 7 elemental deities flying. A divine voice proclaimed, "Greed is the original sin." This deep sound resonated, uttered by hundreds of deities in unison. Potent psychic energy surged forth, coalescing in the sky into a gigantic visage of greed spanning thousands of meters in diameter. Simultaneously, the god of greed transformed completely into a dark golden hue. Although his 7-ringed halo did not expand to 8 like that of the god of emotion, it had nonetheless grown significantly thicker. Lust is the original sin. The chant resumed, as the sky shifted to a dark red hue, and the god of lust morphed into a colossal dark red luminary. Gluttony is the original sin. The visage of gluttony emerged, radiating a dark yellow brilliance. Sloth is the original sin. The dark green visage of sloth materialized. Anger is the original sin. A dark orange glow erupted, and the visage of anger roared into existence high above. Jealousy is the original sin. The visage of jealousy appeared, and the god of jealousy shone forth in a dark pink radiance. Pride is the original sin. The deep blue god of pride emerged last, transforming the sky into a deep azure. The 7 original Sin deities led all present deities in a thunderous chant. All worlds are but illusions. The original Sin deities do not endure. The original sins descend. Heaven and earth shall be obliterated. Amidst the intense buzzing, the very sky seemed to tremble in the next instant. The 7 colors that had previously manifested reappeared, this time enveloping the entire divine realm in a kaleidoscope of colors. A terrifying pressure descending like a deluge, forcing the god of emotion and the 9 first-tier deities to gradually lower towards the ground, their faces pale with fear. Suspended before the god of destruction, the goddess of life's complexion was somewhat ashen as she spoke. "You have allowed them to invoke the great array of original sin's descent. Do you not comprehend that this is the divine punishment array? How could you permit them such usage? They are, after all, the original Sin deities themselves. Should they lose control over the original sins they wield, they will surely wreak havoc upon the divine realm." Chapter 55. Can I not win? The god of destruction smiled nonchalantly, saying, "With you by my side, do you truly think I fear losing control over them? Furthermore, you should be aware that the divine punishment array of original sin can only be executed with the support of the divine realm's core. The core is in my possession, and should I wish to sever it, I can do so at any moment. Stand beside me, and I shall dismantle this array. I have no desire to harm them. I merely wish for them to witness the glory of the divine realm alongside me. I have never intended to inflict harm upon these first-tier deities. Regardless of whether they accept me, once my expansion of the divine realm is complete, they will have to accept the reality. At that point, they will understand that my intentions are purely altruistic. I simply wish to strengthen the divine realm." The goddess of life sighed deeply. "Destruction, you have truly lost your way. Just as the god of the sea has stated, Your thirst for power is overwhelming. You claim that all of this is for the sake of the divine realm. But would you act this way if it weren't for your personal ambitions? I cannot stand with you. Yet, for reasons unknown, I cannot shake the feeling that you will not prevail. I will not prevail. The god of destruction regarded the goddess of life with a bemused expression. At this point, do you still believe I will not win? Once the divine punishment array of original sin is activated, not even the god of the sea could contend with it. Should he truly appear, this array, reliant upon the divine realm's core, is inherently designed to counter the highest gods. In the past, we repelled the onslaught of the divine beasts using 3 divine punishment arrays, ultimately turning the tide. I am eager to see what chance the god of the sea has to turn the tables now. The goddess of life gazed at the god of destruction, her eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and a trace of pity. The god of destruction, feeling a flicker of anger, questioned why she regarded him with such eyes. Do you think I am inferior to Tang San in your heart? The goddess of life shook her head, replying, no, in my heart, you will always be the best. You are my husband. Even if you possess flaws, I will perceive them only as virtues. At her words, the god of destruction was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening as he instinctively moved closer, reaching out toward the goddess of life's hand. Yet, she abruptly stepped back, evading his touch, shaking her head with a bittersweet expression. However, while I can recognize your strengths, I can also see those of others. Can you not discern the merits of Tang San, the god of the sea? Ever since his arrival in the divine realm, his actions have been characterized by prudence, though he may not flaunt his prowess. Have you ever witnessed him undertake a task without certainty? His reluctance to support your expansion of the divine realm stems not only from a foreboding sense, but also from a lack of confidence. Expanding the divine realm is fraught with peril. The telekinetic force we require will indeed amplify. It is imperative that we possess more realms to underpin it. I had initially anticipated a gradual expansion on your part, a slow augmentation of the divine realm's expanse. However, it appears you are intent on an immediate and substantial augmentation. Considering the current number of telekinetic pillars you have summoned, it seems you wish to expand the divine realm several-fold. Have you contemplated the consequences should the divine realm fail to absorb sufficient external telekinetic energy, leading to a gradual erosion of its very essence? The god of destruction resolutely asserted, that is inconceivable. I have thoroughly investigated, and beyond the dominion we govern, there exist numerous realms ripe for our consolidation, ample enough to replenish telekinetic energy and fortify the divine realm. The goddess of life interjected, nothing is absolute. Your impulsiveness clouds your judgment, and your inquiries are insufficiently meticulous. Moreover, what if Tang San's premonitions prove accurate? Should a calamity befall the divine realm, and you expend its accumulated telekinetic energy on expansion, rendering the outer walls of the divine realm fragile and incapable of withstanding the impending disaster, you would be deemed the architect of its downfall. She urged destruction. Cease this course of action while there is still time. I believe Tang San has further contingencies. The god of emotion should not be his sole fallback. The god of destruction's gaze sharpened, his tone icy as he remarked, let us observe, then, who is correct, who shall emerge victorious. I shall remain here, awaiting the sea god to see if he possesses the means to avert catastrophe. My decisions are resolute and unyielding. The telekinetic energy emitted from these pillars is now irrevocable, and with my current strength, I cannot reverse it. The goddess of life exclaimed urgently, but I am here. I am willing to assist you. The god of destruction remained silent, slowly closing his eyes, disregarding the goddess of life's proposal. The god of emotion, Rong Yinbing, and the 7 elemental gods stood before the divine punishment formation conjured by the god of original sin, each bearing an expression of grave concern. Chapter 56. Escape? The god of emotion was still clad in the golden armor, transformed from the butterfly goddess, his eyes betraying a somber gravity. The formation before them was overwhelmingly powerful, the pressure emanating not only from their adversaries, but from the very essence of the divine realm itself. Under the influence of this formation, it felt as though the entire divine realm was converging its strength to suppress them. Furthermore, in the presence of the god of original sin's divine punishment formation, their internal negative emotions were being incessantly stirred. Greed, loathing, lust, and other negative sentiments began to rise within them, even though they were all first-level deities with formidable resistance. This influence gradually diminished their divine power. Master, what shall we do? The god of emotion turned to Rong Yinbing. Rong Yinbing's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he replied solemnly, this is the divine punishment formation of the god of original sin. one of the three great divine formations of the divine realm. Unless we can invoke the elemental God's divine punishment formation, we have no hope of countering it. However, our divine power is insufficient, and without the divine realm's core as the focal point, we cannot activate it. The God of light beside him spoke in a low tone. Even if we could invoke the elemental God's divine punishment formation, we must not do so. Engaging in a confrontation with the grand formation would likely tear the divine realm asunder, leading to far too many deities being implicated. It is truly unexpected that the God of destruction would go to such lengths to deploy such an oppressive formation against us. We are in a predicament now. If this continues, we shall exhaust our divine power and be captured. Rong Yinbing nodded, stating, for now, our only option is to break through and devise another plan. We cannot also come here. Yu Hao, the God of emotion, called out hurriedly. Here, came the reply. Rong Yinbing's eyes gleamed with determination. You will carve a path. We shall follow closely behind. We must not allow the God of original sin's divine punishment formation to fully manifest. Understood. The God of emotion acted decisively, a radiant light erupting from him. Behind him, a colossal vertical eye emerged. This enormous eye shimmered with an enigmatic glow, its pupil reflecting the entirety of existence, the flow of time, the fabric of space, the elements. And a myriad of emotions flickered chaotically, yet encapsulated the profound truths of the universe. The seven elemental gods swiftly gathered behind him, while Rong Yinbing summoned his seven-ringed halo to shield the God of emotion, temporarily alleviating the pressure from the God of original sin's divine punishment formation. In the distance, the seven original sin gods radiated resplendent light, observing their assembly without interference, allowing them to concentrate their strength. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged forth, shooting towards the horizon. A golden path 50 meters wide materializing in an instant. Indeed, this was the fusion technique of the God of emotion and the butterfly goddess, the golden path. The butterfly goddess, transformed into armor, signified the process of soul fusion with the God of emotion. Thus, the halo behind him transformed from 7 rings to 8, elevating him to a status just below that of the supreme deity. The powerful light flickered in the air and vanished, while the God of emotion's 8-ringed halo blossomed simultaneously, enveloping the elemental gods and Rong Yinbing in a golden radiance, propelling them along the newly forged golden path towards escape. They had no need to worry about the safety of the goddess of life. After all, she was the wife of the God of destruction and a being of supreme divinity. The God of destruction would not dare to suppress her. Preserving the living forces was crucial. Only then could they reach out to more deities to rescue the sea god and his family. Do you still wish to flee? The greedy god, nursing a shoulder wound, scoffed, his narrowed eyes gleaming with malice. His form had turned a translucent dark gold, and he pointed into the void. Instantly, the space before them transformed into a dark golden hue, and in the distance, a flicker of light appeared from the direction of the divine council. In the next moment, the 7-colored radiance of the God of original sin's divine punishment formation surged dramatically, distorting the light within the small area marked by the greedy god. After a moment of rippling like water, the light flickered, and the 9 first-level deities, including the God of emotion, who had seemingly vanished, reappeared within the confines of the area delineated by the greedy god. What is this? The God of emotion stared in astonishment at the 7 original sin gods. The greedy god, brimming with pride, declared, if the divine punishment formation of the God of original sin were so easily countered, it would not be one of the 3 great divine formations of the divine realm. You are woefully naive to believe you could escape thus. Today, you face only the possibility of being subdued. As he spoke, he thrust his palm towards the God of emotion. The God of emotion's gaze sharpened. He did not flinch or evade, but raised his right hand to meet the attack. The moment their palms collided, the sky quaked violently. However, the tremor was far more pronounced on the God of emotion's side. The force unleashed by the greedy god was absorbed by the formation behind him, causing him to sway slightly, while the God of emotion was propelled back over 10 meters. Chapter 57, The Confrontation. The expressions of the deities alongside the God of emotion darkened considerably. From this encounter, it was evident that the formation had nearly doubled the greedy god's strength. While it may not reach the level of a supreme deity, it was perilously close. It is important to note that at this moment, the emotion god, fused with the butterfly god, not only possessed the 8-ringed halo, but also bore the supreme, divine aura of the sea god. Under such circumstances, he was still repelled by the god of greed with a single strike. If it were anyone else among them, they would be even less capable of resistance. The god of greed glared fiercely at the emotion god, saying, "You, young one, are the one who injured me just now. It has been countless years since I have suffered any harm, and you shall pay dearly for your actions." The emotion god coldly regarded the god of greed and replied, "Do not presume you have triumphed." As he spoke, shadows flickered behind him. Stepping forward with his left foot, he unleashed a slow but powerful punch. Instantly, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse around him as a colossal scorpion shadow shimmered behind his form. In that moment, all the deities present could sense the fury within him. That anger enveloped them, causing even the original Sin God's divine punishment array to tremble slightly. The emotion god wielded the very essence of emotion. At this moment, he radiated an aura of pure rage. The god of greed also snorted disdainfully, his face revealing a glint of avarice. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a long tongue shot forth toward the emotion god. With a resounding crack, the emotion god was sent flying 100 meters, his body tracing a brilliant trail of purple golden light through the air. However, the god of greed was not unscathed either. His outstretched tongue froze midair, transforming into a solid ice column that he could not retract. The expression of greed and triumph on his face instantly froze, his elongated, frozen tongue creating a particularly eerie sight. Attack! Rong Nianbing suddenly moved, thrusting his right hand forward, summoning an extraordinary long knife into his grasp. This knife was peculiar, as it lacked physical form and was instead composed of radiant, seven-colored light. Simultaneously, the seven elemental gods hovering behind him swiftly arranged themselves in a semicircle, enclosing him in the center, each extending a hand to virtually strike at Rong Nianbing. The long knife in Rong Nianbing's hand erupted into an unparalleled brilliance, transforming even his own body into a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering and translucent, radiating light more potent than that of the seven original Sin gods amplified by the array. This strike was as elusive as the antlers of an antelope, yet the fearsome blade light arrived before the god of greed in an instant. The attack came as a complete surprise. By the time the god of greed had recaptured them, the seven original Sin gods had already surrounded him. Their current state exceptionally formidable, ensuring victory in a one-on-one encounter and greatly increasing their odds in a one-on-two. Thus, they had dismissed the elemental gods entirely. Yet, it was this very complacency that afforded Rong Nianbing the opportunity. As he fled, he had communicated with the emotion god through divine sense. They both understood that escaping from within this divine punishment array of the original Sin gods was nearly impossible unless the array was shattered. To dismantle the array, there were two methods: either destroy the divine core within the divine realm committee or slay an original Sin god. Within the array, achieving the latter was no small feat. They were intertwined as one, and should one sense danger, they could immediately come to each other's aid. Moreover, the current original Sin gods possessed terrifying strength. Even if the elemental gods launched a joint attack, it was likely that a single original Sin god could evade capture. Hence, true escape necessitated taking risks. Thus, all that the emotion god had done was to draw the attention of the seven original Sin gods. If one were to identify the most adept combatant among all present deities, it would undoubtedly be the emotion god. Despite his relatively short time in the divine realm, he was undeniably the strongest in this regard. Furthermore, it was precisely due to his brief tenure that his combat prowess and philosophy were most potent. Among the deities present, the seven original Sin gods and the seven elemental gods had existed since the inception of the divine realm, experiencing little change over the ages. In contrast, deities who ascended from a human world, regardless of their plane of origin, typically possess superior combat techniques and philosophies compared to those already residing in the divine realm. This was because they had to strive relentlessly in the mortal realm to earn their ascension. This was also why the original Sin gods and elemental gods often relied on sheer force, as they lacked significant combat skills, and the likelihood of combat occurring in the divine realm was exceedingly rare. Moreover, with their divine power, dominating ordinary deities through sheer force was the simplest and most direct approach. Among those present, Rong Nianbing, the god of destruction, the butterfly god, and the emotion god all ascended from the mortal realm. The emotion god and butterfly god were the most recent arrivals, retaining all the combat abilities and techniques they had acquired in the Dolawa continent firmly etched in their memories, including the wondrous soul fusion technique. When the emotion god managed to break through the encirclement of multiple original Sin gods, it was due to this very skill. This understanding was not lost on Rong Nianbing and the elemental gods, and it was equally acknowledged by the original Sin gods. Hence, once they established their array, Their primary target was naturally the emotion god, directing their focus towards him. The emotion god adeptly exploited this attention by unleashing the soul fusion technique, Golden Path. He carved a passage for the elemental gods to flee, while the original sin gods utilized the array to recapture them, with the first to confront being none other than him. The truth was that the combat prowess of the emotion god was extraordinarily formidable. Even with the advantage of the original sin gods and the divine punishment array, the god of greed was unable to claim complete victory. This only served to heighten the attention of the other original sin gods. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the true lethal strike did not lie with the emotion god. When he initiated all of this, Rong Yinbing and the 7 elemental gods had already been gathering their strength behind him, ready to execute a devastating blow while the original sin gods were distracted. Rong Yinbing, being the previous emotion god, possessed immense strength and had also ascended from the human realm. He excelled in manipulating the powers of the 7 elements, with profound insights into elemental understanding. This was why he had forged a friendship with the elemental gods. At this moment, with the simultaneous amplification from the 7 elemental gods, he effectively harnessed the combined strength of 8 first-tier deities. This strike, even within the divine realm, could only be described as earth-shattering. As the 7-colored elemental blade was unleashed, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue, and the divine punishment array of the original sin gods was forcibly cleaved open. This blow even surpassed the full might of supreme deity. The once proud visage of the god of greed contorted in an instant, twisted by shock. He completely lost his ability to assess the situation, feeling as though death was truly imminent, and even his divine essence was on the verge of shattering. To the naked eye, Rong Yinbing's strike appeared to be composed of 7 elemental forces, but only the god of greed, enveloped within the attack, could truly perceive that it was, in essence, elemental extraction. Whether in the mortal realm or the divine domain, the fundamental composition of the world is constituted by elements, differing only in concentration and purity. The technique known as the elemental severing blade is intended to strip away everything to detach the terrifying elements. This extraordinary divine skill enables one to witness the staggering toll it exacts as the wielder of the elemental severing blade. Rong Yinbing's hair instantaneously transformed from its original golden hue to a striking silver, a testament to the immense cost of this strike. High above, the god of destruction's expression shifted dramatically. In the very moment Rong Yinbing unleashed his strike, he comprehended that even if he stood in the position of the god of greed, he could not hope to emerge unscathed from such a blow. It was no wonder that the sea god had instructed Rong Yinbing to conceal himself and remain within the divine realm. It became evident that, in conjunction with the elemental gods, he was capable of unleashing such terrifying battle prowess. Though it was merely a single strike, it was more than sufficient. The god of destruction, reflecting on his own hubris, felt a pang of regret, but at that moment, such remorse was futile. He could not prevent the impending calamity. The god of greed was destined for annihilation beneath this blade, and moreover, the great formation would likely be rent apart, allowing the first-tier deities to escape. At this moment, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified entirely, with the entire divine realm poised in anticipation of the blade's true arrival. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. 6 beams of dark light suddenly coalesced into 6 luminous streaks, almost instantaneously appearing behind the god of greed. Each of them raised their arms, imprinting their palms onto the back of one another, their collective power merging like surging waves, ultimately flowing into the god of greed. In an instant, 7 dark radiances surged simultaneously, and the sky dimmed to a profound darkness, devoid of any color. The avarice upon the god of greed's visage vanished. The envy upon the face of the god of envy extinguished. The gluttony displayed by the god of gluttony dissipated. The lust upon the god of lust was rendered pure. The laziness of the god of sloth vanished. The wrath upon the god of wrath became an emptiness. The pride upon the god of pride transformed into humility. In that fleeting moment, the countenances of the 7 original sin gods grew exceedingly solemn, and an unprecedented aura of sanctity enveloped them, as if they had transcended their former identities as wicked deities to become symbols of divinity. The 7 hues of light surged like waves, ultimately coalescing upon the god of greed, whose originally dark golden divine power abruptly intensified, transforming into a resplendent and pure gold. Chapter 59, We Are Gods. The frozen tongue retracted instantaneously, then shot forth once more, culminating in a burst of radiant golden light that violently collided with the elemental severing blade. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the epicenter of the collision, reverberating outward. In that instant, the entire divine realm seemed to be on the brink of disintegration. The hundreds of second and third-tier deities suspended behind the 7 original sin gods were swept away by the terrifying maelstrom of divine power. Their faces drained of color as their divine energy dissipated. In the high skies, the god of destruction and the goddess of life each conjured a brilliant light to shield themselves. Both supreme deities wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes fixed below in a state of shock. Not far away, the god of emotion was also hurled by a tremendous force, crashing directly into the ancient castle at the heart of the divine forbidden zone, finally regaining his composure. The purple-golden armor upon him transformed into glimmering motes, reforming into the butterfly goddess, who nestled against him, her face pale. In the next moment, gold and multicolored light erupted once more. The terrifying turbulence ravaged everything in its vicinity, and the sky abruptly transformed into a colossal vortex of divine energy, mercilessly tearing at everything around it. Even the 2 supreme deities were compelled to flee in an instant. Fortuitously, the 7 original sin gods, alongside the 7 elemental gods and Rong Yinbing, combined their strength to elevate the vortex into the skies. Otherwise, the remaining second and third-tier deities would have faced certain doom. The cataclysmic storm of divine energy persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating. The elemental severing blade in Rong Yinbing's grasp lay utterly shattered, and he, along with the 7 elemental gods, was thrown back 100 meters, each one spitting blood, their divine power rendered nearly void, clearly bearing the marks of significant injury. The once radiant light upon the 7 original sin gods faded, yet they remained stable, swiftly returning to normalcy, their eyes fixed intently on the distant elemental gods. The original sins they represented no longer manifested upon their faces. Instead, each countenance bore a grave and sacred demeanor, gazing calmly at the gathering of deities in the distance. The god of emotion, in a sudden motion, supported the faltering Rong Yinbing, his expression rife with incredulity. He had believed his plan to be impeccably devised. However, the unfolding events had completely surpassed his expectations. Were they not the 7 original sin gods? Each represented a form of sin. So why, at this crucial moment, did they choose to assist one another at all costs? Surely, confronting the elemental severing blade, even the slightest misstep could result in their demise. To risk such peril for another's aid, was that the behavior of wicked gods? The god of greed, at the forefront, revealed a hint of a smile, his dark golden eyes seeming to penetrate the heart of the god of emotion. Do you not understand why they would aid me in the face of such a life-and-death crisis? He asked calmly. The god of emotion instinctively nodded, his face a canvas of confusion. With a serene smile, the god of greed continued, "It is because we are original sin gods, not merely embodiments of sin. There is a world of difference in that distinction." Upon hearing this, the god of emotion finally grasped the truth, his features shifting to reflect a dawning realization. Indeed, they were original sin gods, not the sins themselves. The difference in wording was monumental. What defines a god? A god is one who governs all that they control. For instance, as the god of emotion, he governs emotions. And what are the original sin gods? They govern original sins. Not that they embody the sins themselves. They remain deities. As deities, their actions are a reflection of control, merely absorbing the energies of sin from the mortal realm. The god of greed was not truly greedy. His outward manifestations were merely effects of his dominion over the mind. Despite the repugnant aura that surrounded him, he too was a deity. When genuine peril approached, the original sin gods, sharing in the essence of deities, would naturally go to great lengths to save their companions. For they are gods, even if they are deemed wicked. It is only their wielded power that is malevolent, not their very essence. While the god of emotion possessed formidable individual power, his relatively short tenure in the divine realm rendered his understanding insufficient, thus leading him to overlook this crucial point. As for Rong Yinbing and the elemental gods, they were well aware of these distinctions. However, in the heat of the moment, they had no other options. Only through such unity could they hope for a breakthrough. Yet, the outcome before them was undeniably one of failure. Ultimately, they had not triumphed. The 7 original sin gods, bolstered by the augmentation of the divine punishment array, remained an insurmountable force, even with the addition of a first-tier deity on their side. The 7 deadly sins gods merely consumed the divine power of the divine punishment formation, while they themselves expended their own divine strength. In this reciprocal depletion, the disparity became apparent. At this moment, all 7 elemental gods were injured, their divine power severely depleted, rendering them nearly incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins gods remained unscathed. The necessity to continue this battle had dissipated. They had lost all opportunities. Chapter 60. Release my father. The butterfly goddess gritted her teeth, her form trembling slightly, a manifestation of the emotional turmoil coursing through her as the emotion god. She was unwilling to accept this fate, truly unwilling. The greed god sighed, remarking, "We are well aware of your thoughts. However, our philosophies diverge, and we can only adhere to our respective convictions. We all believe in our Lord's judgment as being infallible, and all our actions are aimed at the advancement of the divine realm. Although there are personal motivations involved, they constitute merely a minor fraction. We shall not harm you, but we kindly ask you to refrain from interference. Merely stand aside and witness the grand undertaking of our divine realm's expansion." Purple-black and emerald-green light cascaded from the heavens, transforming into 2 luminous pillars that descended before the assembly of deities. The life goddess spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the void itself, causing the emerald light to scatter like stars, merging into the essence of Rong Yangbing and the 7 elemental gods. Rong Yangbing's once white hair rapidly regained its color, restoring his youth, while the expressions of the 7 elemental gods brightened considerably under the infusion of this immense life force. As the supreme deity, the life goddess possessed the ability to heal all origins. Before her, no injury was insurmountable. However, the divine power expended by the first-tier gods was beyond her capacity to mend. The god of destruction nodded towards the 7 deadly sins gods, and in the presence of their solemn countenance, he tempered his own arrogance, even inclining slightly in a gesture of respect. The 7 deadly sins gods promptly returned the bow, but when they lifted their heads once more, their expressions had reverted to their former demeanor. They governed sin, relying on the essence of sin. Thus, the deadly sins gods remained true to their nature. The god of destruction stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the life goddess and the emotion god, and stated matter-of-factly, "Take them away. This conflict holds no further significance. You need only await the arrival of a new era. I shall not impose upon you, and I believe that once the divine realm has expanded, you will come to recognize your errors. Release my father." The butterfly goddess suddenly screamed, charging towards the god of destruction. The emotion god, startled, hurriedly pursued and embraced her. The butterfly goddess gazed at the god of destruction with tear-filled eyes, her beautiful orbs reflecting anguish and defiance. The god of destruction remained silent. The life goddess sighed softly, approaching the butterfly goddess and gently caressing her. The butterfly goddess's form softened, succumbing to slumber in the embrace of the emotion god. The life goddess stated calmly, "As matters stand, we have done all we can. Let's depart." The life of a deity is boundless. No deity willingly embraces death. Continuing this struggle serves no purpose, and the divine power expended at the first-tier level cannot be restored in a short span. The god of destruction's crimson eyes gleamed with the pride of a victor. He had no further words for the life goddess. In his view, further discourse was futile. He sought to demonstrate through deeds that he was indeed correct, for only thus could he claim genuine victory and bring her back to his side. The expressions of the 7 elemental gods dimmed, yet they all nodded in silent agreement. They had done their utmost. Rong Yangbing sighed deeply, acknowledging that his presence in the divine realm was primarily to assist the sea god, repaying a debt of gratitude. However, this endeavor seemed to have been less than successful. Yet, he had exerted himself fully. That strike he had unleashed bore the risk of damaging his very essence. He had held nothing back. Now, with the god of destruction showing restraint, to continue would be tantamount to self-destruction. The emotion god cast a glance toward Rong Yangbing, and within his gaze lingered a palpable sense of unwillingness, unmistakably evident. Yet, Rong Yangbing shook his head, and within the emotion god's soul, his voice resonated, "Let us depart. Yu Hao, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Your father-in-law surely has some plans, though we may be unaware of them. I refuse to believe that such a cunning figure would leave no contingency, allowing himself to be so easily bested by the god of destruction. We have done all we can. Now, let us pray for his cunning." Dai Yu Hao pressed his lips tightly together, his expression hardening with resolve. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply to face the god of destruction, proclaiming each word with conviction. "I challenge you." These 6 simple words reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present deities. "Yu Hao," Rong Yangbing called out urgently. Yet, upon hearing the emotion god's declaration, he knew he could no longer intervene. A first-tier deity daring to challenge a supreme god transcended mere courage. Perhaps he was overestimating his capabilities. Yet this unwavering determination evoked a sense of admiration from all the deities in attendance. He was challenging the god of destruction, after all. Chapter 61. Unwavering until death. While the emotion god ranked among the elite of first-tier deities, he was challenging the god of destruction, who was arguably the mightiest among the supreme gods. The prospect of victory was virtually non-existent. Acknowledging this reality, he nevertheless issued the challenge, signifying that he had cast aside all considerations of life and death. The god of destruction's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated such audacity from the emotion god at this juncture. Young man, do you still cling to your delusions? Your talent is commendable. You may indeed have prospects for ascension in the future. You must understand, however, that should you provoke me further, I will not show mercy. The emotion god replied coldly, I do not comprehend what it means to cling to delusions. I only know what it means to be unwavering until death. The sea god is my father-in-law, and Wudong is my wife. What does it matter to forsake this life for their sake? Furthermore, you may not necessarily triumph over me. If I prevail, you shall release my father-in-law and lift the seal. If I lose, what is one life to you? The god of destruction let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, very well, very well. Truly, you are deserving of Wudong's admiration. You are indeed valued by both the sea god and the emotion god. This courage alone warrants their regard for you. If I were to refuse, it would only reflect poorly on my own stature. Thus, I shall honor your unwavering resolve. Before such a multitude of deities, as a supreme god, he could not possibly decline the emotion god challenge. To do so would severely undermine his own prestige. Yu Hao, the life goddess, gracefully positioned herself in front of the emotion god, turning to gaze at him with fervent intensity. Do not make a futile sacrifice. The emotion god silently shook his head. Aunt Green, you have aided us tremendously already. Now, let Yu Hao take the lead. Please, look after Wudong for me. If, should I fail, please inform her that I've gone to seek reinforcements and have gone missing. Is that agreeable? The life goddess trembled slightly. At this moment, she could no longer intervene. Regardless of how youthful the god of emotions may be, he stands as a paramount deity in the realm of divinity. And the dignity of a first-tier god often eclipses even the sanctity of life itself. The goddess of life offered a bittersweet smile, questioning if it truly had to be this way. The god of emotions gently shook his head, stating, I possess no choice. While other deities may depart, I cannot. I too am reluctant to part with Wu Tong, yet within this castle lies my father-in-law, my parents, and my family. I must fight for their sake. Take care, the goddess of life said, receiving the butterfly goddess. Her azure eyes sparkled, and two beams of light suddenly illuminated the eyes of the god of emotions. He shuddered, a layer of azure light briefly manifesting around him, subtly altering his aura. Go forth, unleash all your power, the goddess of life urged encouragingly. Rong Nianbing and the seven elemental gods did not depart. Admiration was evident on their faces. In the divine realm, the courage to forsake one's life for battle is indeed commendable, even if such valor seems foolishly suicidal in the present moment. The god of emotions drifted forward, his essence subtly transforming as he advanced. Joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, and aversion. These seven emotions shifted quietly around him, gradually revealing a tinge of melancholy on his countenance. Yet, as this sorrow emerged, a mist began to rise around him. Though faint, it did not disrupt the celestial order. However, in that instant, even the god of destruction's crimson gaze shifted slightly. The iridescent mist was not mere vapor, but a flame, divine fire, exclusive to the gods. Every deity possesses this divine flame. Yet few dare to truly unleash it, for it signifies the very essence of their life force. The ignition of this divine fire heralds the relinquishment of a deity's life, marking the commencement of their most resplendent moment. In days of yore, upon the Doloa continent, I and Wu Tong traversed countless trials before uniting. There was a time when I feared losing her. In that profound sorrow and longing, I birthed 3 soul techniques, known in our realm as soul skills, which I consider to be skills derived from my very soul. Thus, even in the divine realm, I continue to refer to them as such. These 3 divine techniques encapsulate my love and reluctance for Wu Tong. At that time, she went by the name Wang Donger. Hence, I named my techniques, the 3 Marvels of Haodong. Chapter 62. The 3 Marvels of Haodong. The god of emotions maintained an unruffled demeanor, his gaze tranquil as he recounted his tale, reminiscent of a close friend sharing cherished memories. Yet, as he spoke, the surrounding mist thickened, and the 7-ringed halo behind him began to shimmer with a hazy luminescence, becoming increasingly indistinct. The god of destruction remarked, "So, you intend to employ these three marvels of Haodong against me?" The god of emotions nodded silently. "Originally, I could not invoke these techniques, for I was with Wu Tong, and my mindset had shifted. However, now it seems I must part from her, and thus I believe I can once again unveil the three marvels within the divine realm. I humbly request your guidance." At the utterance of those three words, nearly every deity present felt a tremor in their hearts, their gazes towards the god of emotions shifting perceptibly. His eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce brilliance, though the sorrow on his face deepened. He suddenly turned, glancing at the butterfly goddess cradled in the arms of the goddess of life, while his body propelled towards the god of destruction. His pace was not swift, but in that moment, ethereal phantoms began to materialize behind him. 7 phantoms emerged, each with distinct forms. Leading them was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of icy beauty and pride. She embodied the sorrowful emotion, known as the Snow Empress, one of the 7 divine spirits possessed by the god of emotions. This Snow Empress, once an ice goddess of the Doloa continent, had cultivated for 700,000 years to become a formidable force, ultimately merging with the god of emotions and ascending to divinity. Following her was a woman in a green gown, the Ice Empress, who once shared the glory of the Ice and Snow Emperors with the Snow Empress, symbolizing the emotion of anger. An ice blue, 8-pointed grass floated nearby, representing joy. A massive ice bear hovered beside it, known as the Ice Bear King, humorously named Little White, embodying the emotion of happiness. An ominous single eye emanated a peculiar glow, representing hatred, while a beautiful mermaid princess radiated gentle spiritual waves amidst a backdrop of darkness, symbolizing disgust. Lastly, a curious white caterpillar, adorned with 10 golden lines, emerged. A member of the Ice Silkworm clan, it had fortuitously slumbered within the depths of ancient ice for millennia, achieving 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and now referred to itself as the Dreaming Ice Silkworm. In the days when the god of emotions was still weak on the Doloa continent, it was with the aid of this creature that he gradually ascended, ultimately becoming a deity. It represents the emotion of love, joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, and aversion. These 7 emotions converged, radiating potent intent, their gazes fixed upon the god of emotions. In that moment, apart from the emotions they personified, each displayed sorrow. As the god of emotions ignited his divine fire, they felt the anguish of parting. Though they had transcended to godhood, should the god of emotions choose, they could exist independently. Thus, even if he were to perish, they would not be ensnared by his fate. Yet, their bonds with him were profound. Aside from the unique case of the Lord of the Evil Eye, who merged with the god of emotions, the rest shared deep ties with him. How could they bear to witness him march towards the end of his life? Consequently, their sole recourse was to assist the god of emotions in overcoming the imminent peril. Only by vanquishing the god of destruction could this possibility be realized. United in purpose, each radiated an unparalleled intensity of intent, and under its influence, the divine radiance of the god of emotions became increasingly resplendent. The 7-ringed halo shone brilliantly, and vaguely, 2 additional ethereal rings seemed to exist, hinting at the majesty of a supreme deity. Witnessing this spectacle, both the elemental gods and the original sin gods widened their eyes in astonishment. They were finally enlightened as to why the god of destruction claimed the god of emotions possessed the fundamental potential to ascend to the highest divine echelon. Previously, even under the amplification of the original sin gods' divine punishment array, the 7 original sin gods had merely enhanced their own halos without exhibiting signs of further evolution. In contrast, the emergence of additional rings on the god of emotions was entirely different. This marked the foundation of divine elevation, the most coveted aspiration of all deities. The god of destruction's expansion of the divine realm is significantly influenced by the support he receives from the other deities. Only through the extension of the divine realm will there be a necessity for more high-ranking gods to sustain it, thereby allowing these ordinary deities to flourish and possibly unlock their potential for ascension, which previously seemed unattainable. It is under such incentives that numerous deities rally behind the god of destruction. As the emotion god approached, the god of destruction furrowed his brow. The divine energy emanating from the emotion god was trivial in comparison to his own, being the most seasoned of the divine kings. He regarded the emotion god as fervent flames of divinity, as inconsequential against the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Yet, the profound sorrow radiating from the emotion god nonetheless had a considerable effect on him. The capacity to influence a supreme god, particularly one steeped in thoughts of annihilation, speaks volumes of the intensity of the emotional waves being emitted. Suddenly, the god of destruction raised his hand and pressed downwards, conjuring a massive sphere of purple-black light before him, measuring a formidable 3 meters in diameter. This orb, shrouded in a grim luminescence, appeared as if it were a tempest of destruction compressed into form. The emotion god, with a face marked by sorrow, resolutely diverted his gaze from the butterfly god and turned back towards the god of destruction, simultaneously unleashing his own right fist in a powerful strike. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of nostalgia and longing surged within him, recalling every precious memory spent alongside the butterfly god. In the Dolua continent, the butterfly god had disguised herself as a male to become his roommate. Together, they fought side by side, overcoming myriad challenges, traversing through life and death. Ultimately, they reunited in the divine realm, becoming eternal companions. All these memories erupted from the emotion god's heart, transforming into the purest essence of longing and love. With the first move of the 3 ultimate seasons, the Winter Thought Fist, he struck forth, unleashing a punch that, while devoid of any cosmic alteration, resonated with boundless yearning. The gentle golden light seemed to embody hands yearning to caress the beloved's face, tenderly, ever so tenderly, cradling the visage of the butterfly god. Though the separation was but a fleeting instant, the longing in his heart was eternal. The Winter Thought Fist, a cascade of emotions, encapsulated both the ephemeral and the everlasting. Just like a moth drawn to a flame, the emotion god, fueled by his immense divine fire, plunged headlong into the terrifying purple-black abyss brimming with destructive intent. In that instant of immersion, his very being felt as if it were fracturing into pieces. The overwhelming force of the god of destruction's annihilative thoughts was well understood by all present. The goddess of life furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the plight of the emotion god. Guilt weighed heavily upon her heart concerning the butterfly god. For should the emotion god perish at the hands of the god of destruction, that hatred would remain forever unresolved. With a thunderous boom, an explosion erupted. In the moment preceding the blast, a hint of bewilderment flickered in the blood-red eyes of the god of destruction. The storm of destruction morphed into a towering purple-black whirlwind, and suddenly, a figure was violently expelled from the vortex of annihilation. He had emerged unscathed. The ice god gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. When the emotion god had entered the sphere of destruction, they all presumed him lost to this world forever. Yet in a stunning twist, he had forcibly ruptured the very orb that even the first-tier deities deemed insurmountable. Though the orb appeared simple, it was a manifestation of the god of destruction's primal annihilative essence. Despite his arrogance, the god of destruction would never underestimate his adversaries. As he spun rapidly in the air, seemingly caught in the vortex's grip, the emotional waves emanating from the emotion god intensified. The 7 divine beings behind him remained steadfast, each becoming increasingly distinct. The observing first-tier deities understood that when these 7 divine entities fully materialized, it would signify a complete severance of their bond with the emotion god, marking his eternal departure from this realm. In that moment, a ray of sword light shot skyward, a 7-colored brilliance that was unlike the elemental separation of the blade. The colors intertwined, each imbued with unique textures and emotions. The dazzling sword light sliced through the air as the emotion god's voice resounded, filled with fervor. Second move, the Winter Thought Sword, an unending remembrance. Longing is a most ethereal phenomenon. Every past moment had been deeply etched into his very soul. During his days in the divine realm, he and she had always been together, and even the most mundane of days had been the sweetest for them. The soft pink-blue hair, the enchanting pink-blue eyes, her exquisite beauty and boundless tenderness. Every moment, every second, saturated his spirit. A subtle smile graced the emotion god's face as he reminisced about the days spent with the butterfly god on the Dolua continent. He had been so naive back then. No wonder she had called him a fool. He truly was one, oblivious to the presence of such a breathtaking beauty by his side, mistaking her for a mere friend. Until that fateful day at the Sea God Lake in Shrek Academy, during the matchmaking event when she approached him in a flowing gown. In that instant, upon witnessing her true form, he felt as if he had truly become a fool, her fool, forever bound to her. A brilliant light flashed across the sky, and that extraordinary sword of emotion, steeped in longing, soared forth. In the heavens, a 7-colored lightning bolt seemed to descend. The ascending vortex of destruction was cleaved asunder, collapsing to either side. The radiant sword light fell straight upon the head of the god of destruction. He appeared utterly dazed, allowing the strike to descend upon him. His body quivered slightly as the seven-colored sword transformed into purple-black, gradually disintegrating into nothingness. Ultimately, even the supreme god could not be harmed by the emotion god's attack, for he remained a first-tier deity in the face of such prowess. Yet in that moment, only the god of destruction comprehended the stirrings within his own heart. The emotion god's assault could not injure him physically, but the emotions encapsulated within the attack undeniably resonated with him. In this divine realm, the only entity capable of influencing the god of destruction's feelings was none other than his wife, the goddess of life. With the winter thought fist and the winter thought sword, the impact of yearning surged into the god of destruction's soul like a piercing ache. Even his formidable consciousness, as deep and foreboding as a chasm, was not impervious to the emotional tide unleashed by the emotion god, whose own consciousness was among the most powerful within the divine realm. At this very moment, as his spiritual power erupted in full force, ignited by the flames of divinity and fueled by his own emotions, the longing blossomed to its zenith, inevitably affecting the god of destruction. Longing, this emotion, it seems, had long been absent from his heart. Can he recall the first time he felt such yearning? The god of destruction's mind wandered. It was when she smiled at me. Yes, that moment when she directed her radiant smile towards me, it was truly beautiful, exquisite, in fact. I cherished the sensation of being with her. Only in her presence could the destructive thoughts within me wane. Only with her could I grasp the essence of life's meaning. I longed for her deeply, which led me to seek her out, to find her. Finally we met. How wonderful it was to see her. Indeed, it was splendid beyond measure. She asked me to call her Little Green, while she referred to me as Little Purple. Why did these names, which I would have once found amusing, sound so endearing when uttered from her lips? Little Green, so delightful, truly delightful. Subsequently, she became my Little Green, and at last, I could be with her day and night. For her sake, I was willing to relinquish the destruction that resided within my heart. She was my beloved wife. At that moment, the god of destruction's crimson eyes softened, becoming gentle as water, as if reflecting the image of the goddess of life. Sensing something, the goddess of life turned her gaze towards him, her eyes now imbued with unparalleled tenderness as they met his crimson gaze. As fellow deities, she understood that the god of destruction was currently under the influence of emotions. It was precisely at this moment that his true heart shone through. He was thinking of me, longing for me. He yearned for none other than me. Little Purple, that silly Little Purple. That time, he came to find me, standing before me, foolishly silent. It was only when I asked him what he sought that he admitted he merely wished to see me. His demeanor was so adorably foolish. He embodied destruction, the annihilator of all. Yet before me, his essence of destruction seemed to crumble. I relished watching his destruction falter, because it was in those moments that I could sense his most sincere self. Destruction is not merely the antithesis of creation. It is also the dawn of a new beginning. I encouraged him to call me Little Green, willing to assist him in freeing his soul from the burdens of annihilation. Initially, I thought he would scoff at the name, yet he appeared genuinely pleased. In that instant, his once fearsome red gaze transformed into profound gentleness. Perhaps it was that fleeting gaze that ensnared my heart. The goddess of life gazed tenderly at the distant god of destruction. Whether in madness or tyranny, he possessed an overwhelming desire for power. Yet, despite all that, he remained my Little Purple. It is he whom I love, Little Purple. He loves me, Little Green, Little Purple. The goddess of life murmured softly, gently calling forth those two words. At that moment, the skies shifted dramatically. The god of emotions' eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and a single vertical eye on his forehead opened, unbeknownst to him. Black and white light entwined and clashed, each leaving imprints upon his palms. He thrust his hands forward, and under the radiance of the multicolored light, his entire being transformed into shades of black and white. Chapter 65, Life and Death. What power is this? In that instant, a wave of fear enveloped the hearts of every deity present. Even the goddess of life was not exempt. The third form, Winter's embrace, life and death. As he projected his hands forward, the god of emotions reflected the image of the butterfly goddess in his eyes. His smile grew ever warmer, as if holding the butterfly goddess' hand, accompanying her through the cycles of life and death. Winter's embrace, the final technique of the three supreme moves. The black and white hues were his divine skill, brought from the world of Doluo and refined with the aid of the sea god upon arriving in the divine realm. At this moment, the seven-ring halo behind his head, once ethereal, solidified into two distinct rings of black and white. He had truly acquired the power of the supreme deity. Even if only temporarily, it remained formidable. This single strike seemed sufficient at this time, for the god of destruction remained ensnared in his state of longing. Soul deprivation. The sorrow of fate. This was the essence embodied within the black and white hues. It could render divine power and consciousness temporarily defenseless, a terrifying existence. Since the completion of the elevation of these two divine techniques, the god of emotions had never employed them, lacking both opportunity and the requisite cultivation level to do so. Yet now, confronted with the god of destruction and the imminent peril, he unleashed them. He understood that only by defeating the god of destruction could he alter the course of fate. Just then, a sudden call pierced through the air. The god of destruction, previously lost in longing, snapped back to reality, finding himself gazing into those concerned green eyes from afar. "Little green," murmured the god of destruction. A faint smile graced his face. "She still cared for me. I still linger in her heart." With a smile, he raised his hands, greeting the god of emotions' black and white palms. A soft sound echoed instead of the anticipated explosion. The ethereal aura surrounding the god of emotions dissipated instantly as the black and white hues surged into the god of destruction, temporarily transforming him into those very colors. However, that was all. A powerful purple-black barrier enveloped the god of emotions, casting him far away, back to the side of the goddess of life. The god of emotions, astonished, realized that the divine flames he had once ignited had extinguished. Despite an overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through him, his soul, which should have been annihilated or ignited, remained unscathed. He had extinguished the divine flames ignited by the power of the supreme deity and compressed all the divine energy he had expelled back into his own body. Instead of obliterating him, when the goddess of life uttered those two words, the god of emotions recognized his defeat. Only in the state of longing could he hope to conquer the god of destruction. Yet, once awakened, he and the true supreme deity were fundamentally different in essence. In that moment, despair washed over the god of emotions. He felt finished, as if his life had reached its conclusion. Yet, that despair lingered only for a heartbeat. In the next moment, he found himself back beside the goddess of life. "Sora," she whispered, placing her right hand gently on the back of the god of emotions. It felt as though something within him ignited, a profound surge of life energy instantaneously revitalizing him. The god of emotions felt as though the divine power he had recently expended was surging back, like an eruption, restoring his body to its former state. The goddess of life gently returned the butterfly goddess into his embrace, murmuring, "Never forsake your beloved, no matter the circumstances. Lies cannot deceive her. If you truly depart from this world, she will cease to exist within it." As she spoke, the goddess of life slowly turned, bowing gracefully to the assembly of first-tier gods before her. "I apologize, esteemed ones." Having uttered those 5 words, she silently ascended, soaring towards the direction of the god of destruction, her face etched with regret, yet her eyes sparkled with joy and affection. The god of emotions stood transfixed, watching as the little green returned to the arms of the little purple, witnessing the two supreme beings locked in a tight embrace. In that fleeting moment, rather than despair, he felt a peculiar sensation. His animosity towards the god of destruction seemed to diminish significantly. The call from the goddess of life had indeed neutralized the final strike of the god of emotion, but equally, it had preserved his life. Had that strike landed, the god of destruction might have sustained injury and faced defeat in this struggle, yet the god of emotion, fully ablaze with divine fire, would undoubtedly have perished. The backlash of the god of destruction's self-destructive intent, combined with the exhaustion from burning his divine essence, was sufficient to erase him from existence entirely. Chapter 66, Once a Little Dance, Part 1. Thus, the call of the goddess of life ultimately saved him, allowing him to survive. However, the situation before him had spiraled entirely out of control. The goddess of life had returned to the side of the god of destruction. Even if she would not turn against her own, she could no longer stand in opposition to him. It was over. Everything seemed to have reached its conclusion. The gazes of Rong Yanbing and the 7 elemental gods dimmed, their eyes collectively drawn towards the castle. It was finished. The era of the sea god appeared truly at an end. Perhaps the god of destruction was indeed correct. The god of emotion clutched the butterfly goddess tightly. His eyes clouded with gloom. Yes, he had done his utmost. Even his courage had ebbed away, for he lacked the bravery to once again abandon the one he held dear. He dared not. He could not bear to. "Mother, mother." The butterfly goddess slowly opened her eyes, softly calling out, resembling a newborn babe, whispering and yearning. That gentle plea sent a tremor through the heart of the god of emotion. He had always possessed a profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, and upon hearing the butterfly goddess's call, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he had suddenly grasped something significant, a feeling born from the transformations of the universe. Something was about to transpire. Indeed, something was on the verge of happening. The once dull light in his eyes reignited with brilliance, and instinctively, he turned to a specific direction. The butterfly goddess followed his gaze, fixated on the same point. The core of the forbidden land of the gods, the ancient castle. The god of emotions sensed it, and the two supreme gods, whose cultivation surpassed his own, felt it as well. Lost in their intimate connection, both the god of destruction and the goddess of life lifted their heads in unison, gazing towards the same direction. In the eyes of the goddess of life, a sense of melancholy surfaced, as if one could read the words as expected from her gaze. In contrast, the blood-red eyes of the god of destruction reflected shock and bewilderment. He could not fathom what changes might occur. Was there truly a possibility for any variation to alter the current state of affairs? Wah, wah, wah. 3 resounding cries echoed, reverberating through the hearts of the gods like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums. Each deity distinctly heard the sound, perceiving a unique wave emanating from it. It was the resonance of life being born. A new existence had come into being. Its cries were resplendent, its essence pure. Indeed, a new life was about to grace this world. The butterfly goddess had fully awakened, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother has given birth. It is Mother. I am a rabbit, and my mother calls me Xiao Wu. I live carefreely in the starry forest, enjoying delightful days. Our soft-bone rabbit clan is not particularly powerful in the starry forest, yet we are fortunate to have Mother. Mother recounts her early struggles, always evading the predation of various foes. Fortunately, Mother was exceptionally lucky and survived through it all. She says to live long, one must be cautious. Even at her 10,000-year cultivation, she only dares to roam the mixed zones of the starry forest, never approaching the deeper core area. As for the land of great dangers, that is beyond her imagination. As Mother's cultivation grew stronger, the enemies in the starry forest diminished. Although our clan is not formidable, we have become quite impressive over time. Mother married Father when she was 50,000 years old. Father is a proud rabbit, for he was the 5th to be born, thus named Xiao Wu. Later, I was named Xiao Wu as well, stemming from that. Father was incredibly lazy, failing to bestow a more beautiful name upon me. Father is proud and formidable. Mother says he already possessed 100,000 years of cultivation back then. For our spirit beasts, achieving 100,000 years signifies extraordinary strength. Father declared his intent to venture into the core area of the starry forest, seeking a life befitting a high-ranking spirit beast. But Mother disagreed, fearing the encounter with powerful and ferocious spirit beasts that might devour us. Yet Father, in his pride, disregarded Mother's warnings. He was disobedient, not a good child. He went, and thereafter, he never returned. Wah, Xiao Wu is truly heartbroken. Mother is also deeply saddened. I've seen her weep in secret, unable to swallow even the tastiest carrots. I stay by Mother's side, assuring her that she has me, and as long as she forbids it, I promise not to emulate Father and venture into the core area. Each time, Mother would embrace me, gradually finding joy once more. I cherish the tenderness in Mother's eyes during those moments. They're truly gentle, oh so gentle. Chapter 67, Once a Little Dance, Part 2. How strange it is. They appear so different, yet they are brothers. Daming is a little green snake, while Erming is a small gorilla. We are of similar age. Oh, Daming seems slightly older, and Erming appears a tad younger, while Xiao Wu is in the middle. Yet, I soon grew reluctant to play with them. Their growth was too rapid. In just 10,000 years, Daming became thicker than a tree trunk, and Erming resembled a small mountain. But Xiao Wu remained so small. I no longer wished to play with them. They were too enormous, and I felt a bit frightened. Yet, they always clung to me, saying that although I was small, I was quite adorable. Moreover, once we reached 100,000 years of cultivation, we could transform into human form. It was only later that I learned Daming belonged to a race called the Sky Blue Bull Python, a powerful lineage, indeed. A top-tier spirit beast bloodline. Erming is a Titan giant ape, also a top-tier spirit beast bloodline, their lineage far superior to mine. The reason why Daming and Erming are brothers is that, when Daming's family encountered a formidable enemy, his father and mother perished, only to be rescued by Erming's father. Thus, they became brothers. Daming swore to protect Erming for eternity, even with his own life. However, Erming declared that he would likewise protect Daming with his life. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt immense joy and asked Erming to place her atop his large head, where she playfully patted him. Erming, undeterred, merely smiled foolishly. As time passed, we grew up day by day, and both Daming and Erming grew increasingly powerful, as did our mother. Yet one day, Daming and Erming announced their intention to venture into the core circle, for they belonged to that world, a realm of the strong. They invited me to join them, assuring me they would protect me well. But could I go? I could not. Mother forbade it, and I could not bear to leave her. I had already promised her that I would never venture into the core circle. Thus, I could not accompany them. I had to remain and stay by my mother's side. Daming and Erming stayed with me a while longer before ultimately departing. They were truly vexing, filled with a warrior spirit. I resolved to ignore them, for they would not stay with me. Once they left, Xiao Wu felt a profound worry, fearing they might never return, just like her father. They were so unkind. Xiao Wu cried for a long time. On that day, Xiao Wu encountered a peculiar creature that walked on two legs, moving swiftly while waving its front limbs. What was that on its body? Mother explained that it was called clothing, something only humans possessed. Humans were indeed strange. Why do they have those glowing auras? Mother said those auras were a sign of having slain our spirit beasts. Xiao Wu was frightened, and Mother protected me, keeping a safe distance from them. Mother warned that the most terrifying creatures on our Dolawa continent were humans, who hunted spirit beasts to enhance their own power. Humans were so wicked. Yet Mother also told me that humans had occupied the entire continent, and their world was filled with strange phenomena and unique items, unlike anything we knew. Later, that group of humans entered the core circle, and after a few days, only one wounded woman emerged. She appeared near death, gravely injured, likely by a powerful spirit beast. That day, while Mother went out to forage for food, Xiao Wu, unable to resist, approached the woman, who was also injured. The woman's pitiable appearance, her eyes filled with pleading, resembled those weak spirit beasts on the brink of death. At first, Xiao Wu felt some fear, but soon her curiosity took over. She gently prodded the woman, who showed no response. Xiao Wu then gathered some herbs she usually consumed to treat her own injuries and offered them to the woman. How amusing! After consuming them, the woman seemed to improve. She emitted strange sounds, which Xiao Wu surmised were the language of humans. When Mother returned, she intended to take me away, but the woman kindly offered us something. Despite her severe injuries, she beseeched us for help. Eventually, Mother consented, and we aided her in healing. During that time, the clever Xiao Wu learned the human language from her. Xiao Wu was so intelligent, quickly mastering the language and listening to tales about the human world. Wow, how vibrant and diverse the human world seemed, filled with so many delightful wonders. Xiao Wu was truly fascinated. It turned out that not all humans were wicked. Mother also learned the language from her and astonishingly transformed her appearance to resemble that of the woman. It was revealed that when spirit beasts cultivated for 100,000 years, they could take on human form. How delightful! One day, the woman departed, leaving Xiao Wu feeling despondent. No one was left to share stories of the human world with her. When Daming and Erming returned, Xiao Wu felt a surge of joy. Although she ignored them, after being away for so long, they returned only to boast about their glory in the core area. Xiao Wu had no interest in their tales, finding them utterly detestable. They spent several days with her, and she asked if they could stay longer. They exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a clear no, as if to say it was not an option, and who cared anyway. They departed once more, leaving only Xiao Wu and Mother behind. Mother warned that humans were perilous. The woman might return, as she was a 100,000-year spirit beast, something humans coveted. Consequently, Xiao Wu and Mother relocated to a distant place, still avoiding the core circle. Xiao Wu worried that Daming and Erming might not find us, but Mother reassured her that their strength was formidable and that they belonged to a different world altogether. During that period, Xiao Wu was quite unhappy. The joyful life she once led felt tainted by a human emotion she could only describe as boredom. Time passed, and one day, Xiao Wu suddenly felt an extraordinary surge of power, as if something within her had shattered. The energy of the great forest seemed to flow into her being. Mother informed Xiao Wu that she had achieved 100,000 years of cultivation, and in the mixed area, there were no enemies left. Mother began to instruct Xiao Wu, explaining that spirit beasts, after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation, faced a great calamity every 100,000 years. If they could not endure it, they would perish. Those who survived could live for another 100,000 years. Alternatively, they could be reborn as humans, shedding their beastly forms. However, this path would mean starting their cultivation anew and pose great danger, especially if discovered by humans. Mother knew that I had always longed to enter the human realm. The next day, she left, leaving behind a note in human script saying she had gone to find my father. After millennia had passed, Mother, Could you truly find him? Oh, mother, where are you? Please do not leave Xiao Wu all alone. Xiao Wu felt so frightened, so very frightened. Although I had attained 100,000 years of cultivation, I was still your little Xiao Wu. Yet no matter how much I cried, mother never returned. She never came back. No, I cannot accept this. I must find mother. Thus, Xiao Wu ventured into the core area of the Stardow Great Forest. The core area was truly terrifying. The spirit beasts here were fierce, attacking me upon sight, even if they could not overpower me. That great bear was formidable. Xiao Wu could not fight it off. Was I to perish? Just then, Daming and Erming appeared, and their arrival was a blessing. They drove away the great bear and rescued Xiao Wu. I implored them to assist me in finding mother, yet they merely gazed silently at me. They informed me that mother had entered the heart of the core area, a perilous place even they dared not approach. Daming had attempted to search for her, but had witnessed her being devoured by a colossal creature. Woe is me, mother, mother. Father, father. Little Wu weeps incessantly, her tears cascading for what seems an eternity. It is only in her dreams that her parents return to her side. Exhausted from her sorrowful cries, she finally succumbs to slumber, yet the tears continue to flow. De Ming and Ming have been tenderly caring for her, assuring her of their unwavering protection. However, in the absence of her mother, little Wu finds herself bereft of a home. This place no longer feels like her sanctuary. Little Wu yearns to depart. She no longer wishes to be a rabbit. She longs to venture into the realm of humans, to experience the world she has always dreamed of exploring. Mother, mother, I shall forever cherish thoughts of you, my beloved mother. To the world of humans, I come forth. I am little Wu, the dancer. The gentle call resonates in her ears, accompanied by the unmistakable cries of an infant. Mother, mother, tears stream down little Wu's cheeks. You still have me. A warm embrace envelopes her delicate form, reminiscent of a familiar comfort, a sanctuary that gradually alleviates her tears. Third brother, nestled in his arms. A radiant smile adorns her face. Indeed, she still has him. Though her mother has departed, she has encountered him in this human realm. It is he who rekindled the warmth of home within her heart, guiding her through the complexities of human existence. Together, they have ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, ultimately transcending it to arrive here in the divine realm. He has become the supreme deity, the ruler of the divine realm. He is her husband, the sea god. Tang San. Chapter 69. Unsealing. Tang San gently embraces little Wu, his handsome visage adorned with a blissful smile. Where's our child? Where's our offspring? Little Wu calls out with a hint of urgency. Tang San extends his other hand, presenting the tiny life cradled in his arms before her. It is a chubby little creature, its entire being enveloped in a rosy hue, exuding a peculiar fragrance that is both enchanting and invigorating, imparting an indescribable sense of joy. In that moment of rebirth, she feels the essence of life itself. As little Wu brings forth the fruit of her love with Tang San, memories of her past on the Doloa continent flood her mind. A smile graces her face as she remarks, "He is rather unattractive, must take after you." But thankfully, he is not merely a little rabbit. Tang San's lips twitch, his forehead adorned with 3 dark lines. What rabbit? You have long ascended to godhood. How could there be a rabbit? Are you his biological mother? A newborn is seldom pleasing to the eye. It takes time for beauty to develop. Wasn't Wu Tong the same? The baby's cries ring out loudly. Yet Tang San and little Wu gaze at each other with tenderness. It is a son? Little Wu exclaims joyfully. Having already welcomed a daughter, she had yearned for a son, and now her dream has come to fruition. Tang San nods, stating, "As we previously agreed, let us name him Wulin." Thus, their child, Tang Wulin, is born. Little Wu suddenly bursts into laughter. What if this little fellow chooses to descend to the mortal realm for adventures? Will he resent us when he writes his name with all those strokes? As Tang San places the child into little Wu's embrace, he tenderly strokes the baby's head, murmuring to himself, some matters are finally set to commence. Little Wu gazes at him in astonishment, but Tang San merely nods in affirmation. He then lowers his head, bestowing a gentle kiss upon their son's forehead. As he stands upright, it is as if a mountain has risen from the earth. He slowly turns to gaze out the castle window. With a flick of his right hand, a crimson light ignites. It is a blood-red liquid, seemingly just a few drops, yet it shimmers with golden light. This golden glow is soft, yet it emanates an indescribable aura. Tang San points with his right hand, and the liquid gracefully ascends to his forehead, imprinting upon his brow. The blood-red essence silently merges, and a hint of golden light emerges from Tang San's forehead. Initially faint, It rapidly transforms into a golden halo that cascades down from his head to his feet, bathing his form in a resplendent golden hue. With each step he takes towards the window, a crisp sound resonates, as if something within him is unraveling. Each stride creates a halo behind him. 9 steps. Precisely 9 steps, and upon reaching the window, the 9 rings of light have risen. Fragments seem to slip from him, cascading to the ground, dissipating like wisps of smoke, some purple, some gold, and others tinged with faint black and crimson. Once all has settled, the sea god appears transformed, suffused with an ineffable quality. He raises his hands and gently pushes open the window. Outside, a gentle breeze flows in, tousling his azure locks. Yet no gust intrudes upon the space where little Wu cradles their child. It has been a long time, dear friends. Tang San's voice resonates softly, carrying forth with an ease that belies its volume. The once overcast sky begins to clear, light gradually illuminating the heavens. The azure sky bathes the realm in brilliance. For though the divine realm lacks a sun, darkness does not truly prevail. At this moment, the light feels purifying, as though it cleanses the shadows from the hearts of all deities present. The god of destruction, whose eyes had previously softened, now darken once more, a fierce intent of annihilation surging upward. However, no matter how potent his destructive will, it cannot mar the serene blue above the ancient castle. With a flash of blue light, the sea god ascends from the castle, yet he does not fly towards the god of destruction. Instead, he gestures with his right hand, summoning forth a golden light, the sea god's trident. The once despondent emotions of the deities reignited with hope upon witnessing the sea god's sudden emergence. The ability to summon the sea god's trident signifies the restoration of his divine power. The darkness has receded, and dawn finally breaks. "Father," the butterfly god exclaims, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by the emotion god. "Wu Tong, do not disturb my father-in-law." The god of destruction gazes intently at the sea god, coldly remarking, "I never expected that even in such circumstances you could break free from your seal. Truly, I am astonished. It seems I still do not know you well enough." Chapter 70, The Clash of Ideologies. The sea god smiles calmly, responding, "You actually possess no flaws. Rather, there are matters you simply do not comprehend. Therefore, you have done nothing wrong. I have merely conceived of more possibilities than you." Indeed, the god of destruction regards the sea god with furrowed brow. The sea god, grasping the trident of the sea, remarked, "After repeatedly denying your request to expand the divine realm, I sense that your resentment has grown increasingly profound. I am acutely aware that this is an unfavorable situation. If not managed properly, it could lead to turmoil within the divine realm. I also recognize that you do not believe in my premonitions. In truth, I find it challenging to convince other deities as well. After all, it is merely an abstract, elusive prediction. Yet my intuition is undeniably intensifying. The impending crisis is likely approaching us sooner than anticipated. I know I cannot persuade you. Your grievances are escalating. Thus, I must state that if within a year my foreboding does not materialize, I shall heed your counsel regarding the expansion of the divine realm." At this juncture, a hint of melancholy crossed the sea god's countenance, yet you ultimately could not wait that long and took action. Your strike was sudden and well-prepared. However, whether you believe it or not, I too have an inkling of your impending actions. In fact, I have somewhat indulged your initiative. For the colossal crisis threatening the entire divine realm is drawing ever closer. If I cannot resolve the internal conflicts before its arrival, we shall only find ourselves in greater peril. To avert this impending catastrophe, we must first unite our efforts. Hence, I must allow your resentment to surface, and then seek to alleviate it, thereby restoring the unity of our divine realm. After a brief pause, the sea god sighed, remarking, "However, I did not anticipate your resolve. Perhaps it is indeed because I have become a source of your trepidation. You have even resorted to harnessing the power of the forbidden land to seal me away. While you may believe that this power merely serves to confine me, do you realize, under your provocation, that seal may indeed be broken? The energies you have unleashed from the forbidden land have already begun to influence some divine beasts nearby, even resurrecting those long vanished. This suggests that the forbidden land could potentially be unsealed, and if that were to transpire, you would become a pariah of the divine realm." The god of destruction cast a sidelong glance at the goddess of life beside him and scoffed, "Do not indulge in baseless fears. The seal of the forbidden land remains intact. How could it possibly break?" The sea god gently shook his head, stating, "Whether it will break remains uncertain. And this is not the time for such discussions. God of destruction, you may confine me, but even if you seek to expand the divine realm, Why do so with such extremity? You intend to triple the size of the divine realm. Are you aware that this is the utmost limit achievable by the accumulated energies of the divine realm? The god of destruction replied, of course, I am aware. Precisely because I know I have taken such action. By maximizing the expansion of the divine realm, it can more effectively absorb the energies from the lower realms, fortifying the divine realm and rendering it even more powerful. What is wrong with my approach? The sea god smiled wryly, saying, what is wrong? If my premonition proves accurate, you are gravely mistaken. You are unwilling to trust my judgment. However, I, like you, am a member of the divine council. Regardless of your descent, you should understand that all my actions are also for the sake of the divine realm. The god of destruction's facial muscles twitched slightly. He had to concede that his desire to expand the divine realm to its fullest extent was largely driven by a desire to oppose the sea god, to demonstrate to all deities that he was indeed correct. The sea god remarked, the timing of your assault is quite fortuitous, coinciding with the imminent birth of my child. At such a moment, I can scarcely attend to anything else. In my heart, nothing holds greater significance than my child. Thus, even though I was prepared, I could not best you, who had already made meticulous arrangements. For the safety of Xiao Wu and the child, I had no choice but to compromise with you. At that time, I still harbored a flicker of hope for you. However, as you imprisoned me within the forbidden land and utilized its forbidden powers to seal me, my final glimmer of hope for you gradually extinguished. I realized that you had truly lost yourself, entirely consumed by the ideology of destruction. The god of destruction coldly regarded the sea god, stating icily, to the victor go the spoils. Further discourse is futile. If you can break the seal, let us settle this matter with our strength. Do you truly believe that with your individual power, you can alter the course of fate, even without Xiao Lu's involvement? You cannot prevail against me. The allies you have gathered possess little fighting strength left. How do you intend to contend with me? Chapter 71. The Power of a Son. The sea god sighed. Are you curious how I managed to unravel a seal that should have been unbreakable? As I mentioned earlier, there are aspects you do not comprehend, and thus, you cannot judge accurately. It was not I who broke my seal. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction was taken aback. It was not the sea god himself who had undone the seal. His seal was unbreakable even by the goddess of life. Only a being of power surpassing theirs could possibly hope to resolve it. When did such a formidable entity emerge within the divine realm? As he gazed at the sea god with astonishment, he found only warmth in the sea god's eyes. The one who liberated me from my seal is not a mighty being, but rather my son. The god of destruction looked at him in confusion. His son? The newly born son? Suddenly, the goddess of emotion, cradling the butterfly goddess, exclaimed, I understand now. The sea god turned to the butterfly goddess, offering a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with kindness. Indeed, my daughter will comprehend, for she too has undergone a similar experience. When our divine offspring are born, they absorb the energies of the divine realm to complete their integration with this world. During this process, the bloodline aura, they emit mirrors that of their parents. I utilize my son's umbilical cord blood, invoking the bloodline power that belongs to me within it, which awakened the powers of the sea god and the god of Asura, compelling both deities to erupt from within and forcibly shatter your seal. Though your seal is formidable, it cannot withstand the combined might of two deities. Upon hearing this explanation, the god of destruction finally grasped the situation, yet his expression darkened further. Indeed, he had no children and therefore could not fathom such a possibility. Moreover, the absence of children was a topic he had always avoided, and naturally, no other deity would dare broach it in his presence. Was this something you had calculated long ago? No wonder you surrendered so readily that day. The god of destruction remarked coldly. The sea god, however, shook his head, stating, though I was aware of the possibility of such a situation, it was not something I had calculated. I could never include my wife and child in my calculations. That day, even had I been unaware of this possibility, I would have still surrendered. I could not risk the danger of Xiao Wu being harmed. To admit it candidly, my wife and child are far more important to me than the entire divine realm. In this regard, I am indeed an inadequate ruler. Alas, you are no better. As he uttered the last sentence, the sea god's voice turned stern, his gaze icy as he regarded the god of destruction. You, in your selfishness, have recklessly expanded the divine realm several-fold, rendering it fragile. Do you not comprehend that if this continues, the divine realm will inevitably shatter in the face of a crisis? At that point, all deities will suffer. Perhaps we, of our tier, may survive, but the second and third tier deities will undoubtedly perish. Have you ever informed your supporters of the potential for such an outcome? upon hearing the words of the sea god. The countenances of the over 100 secondary and tertiary deities standing behind the god of destruction suddenly soured. Within the divine realm, although the ruling authority is the divine council, it is the secondary and tertiary deities that are the most numerous. Should the divine realm shatter, they would be the first to suffer, as they lack the power to survive in the cosmic void beyond the divine realm. The god of destruction stepped forth into the void, his formidable intent of annihilation coalescing into a colossal hammer, hurtling towards the sea god. He could not permit the sea god to further unsettle the morale of their forces. The sea god raised his golden trident, unleashing a radiant golden circle that intercepted the hammer of destruction. Stand down, destruction. It is not too late for you to relent. Let us endeavor together to compress the expanding divine realm once more. Even if we cannot restore it to its former state, we can at least salvage some of the dissipated mental energy. The god of destruction coldly retorted, "If you wish for me to cease, first you must defeat me. How could you, alone, stand against so many deities?" He conceded, "Indeed, I acknowledge the existence of the circumstances you described. However, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If I can successfully expand the divine realm, I can assure those deities who follow me that they will have the potential for ascension. To achieve substantial gains, one must take risks." The 7 original sin gods, led by the god of ruin, had slowly flown to stand behind the god of destruction, signaling their support. Once one boards the warship, disembarking is no easy task. They had no alternative choices left. The sea god calmly stated, "Thus it appears that we must engage in battle to resolve the current predicament." The god of destruction gazed at him with arrogance. "Do you truly believe that you could defeat us all by yourself?" The sea god shook his head and replied, "The power of an individual is always insignificant. Even for us. I do not, of course, believe that my personal strength can conquer you, but I am certainly not fighting alone." Chapter 72. The Shrek's 7 Monsters. As he spoke, he turned towards Rong Yinbing and the 7 elemental gods, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your efforts, everyone. From here on, we shall take over." Raising his golden trident high, a beam of golden light surged upwards. As the supreme god and former ruler of the divine realm, his movement caused the faces of the opposing deities to shift, each hastily channeling their divine power in preparation to defend. However, the original sin gods were no longer capable of executing the divine punishment array, as it required the consumption of power from the core of the divine realm. To invoke it again, sufficient energy must be amassed from that core. Nevertheless, even so, led by the god of destruction, they still had 8 first-level deities on their side, making their overall strength considerably superior to that of the sea god, who had only a single emotional deity as a significant combat force beside him. The elemental gods, Rong Yinbing and his companions, had already exhausted too much energy and were insufficient for further combat. A faint smile graced the sea god's face as the golden light emitted by his trident abruptly reversed, cascading down upon the ancient castle behind him. "My comrades, are you willing to fight alongside me?" As Tang San's voice resonated, the ancient castle had completely transformed into a golden hue. One by one, windows opened, and figures shot forth from them, gracefully taking their positions beside him. The first to emerge was a tall, golden-haired man, strikingly handsome and robust, appearing to be in his 30s, radiating an imposing aura that instilled no fear even in the presence of the first-level deities. It was the god of war. Following the god of war, 4 more figures flew out in succession: the god of speed, the god of food, the 9-colored goddess, and the phoenix god. These deities, who had earlier been captured by the original sin gods, were now liberated, propelled by Tang San's divine power from the ancient castle. They hovered in unison behind Tang San. "Let's fight side by side," exclaimed Dai Mubai. Tang San turned to him with a faint smile. "Dai, how long has it been since we fought together? I never imagined that we would once again join forces against a common foe." The god of war laughed heartily. "I have long awaited this day. The divine realm is all well and good, but can be quite lonely. At last, we shall add some color to it. Kulme, let them witness the might of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Surely, the Shrek 7 Monsters cannot be without me." At that moment, a voice rang out, followed by a burst of pink light that soared from the window where the sea god had emerged. It was Xiao Wu, now adorned in a flowing pink gown. Though her complexion was slightly pale from recent childbirth, her eyes sparkled with an inner flame of excitement. "Xiao Wu," the sea god gasped, instantly appearing by her side with concern. "You've just given birth to Linlin. How could you?" Xiao Wu looked at him with a gentle smile. "It was my ties that led everyone into this predicament. Now, I must contribute my strength. We are deities, not as fragile as humans. What does it matter if I have just given birth?" "Destruction, Would you allow little green to assist me in restoring my vitality? Together, my husband and I shall battle you. Observing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the Shrek 7 monsters, the god of destruction felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. In his heart, the only one he truly cared for was the goddess of life. Yet, amidst the Shrek 7 monsters who hailed from the Doloa continent, he sensed a different kind of feeling he had never experienced before. Perhaps it could be termed brotherhood, or perhaps friendship. The god of destruction coldly chuckled. What does it matter? You may assist her. His next words were directed toward the goddess of life. The goddess of life nodded, sighing, why must it be this way? Emerald light shimmered as she extended a long trail of light, soaring toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gazed intently at the goddess of life, asking, why must it be this way? The goddess of life hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, but I cannot stand against him. At most, I can remain neutral. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still my husband. I realize that by doing so, I am no longer worthy to remain a member of the Divine Council. Therefore, after this matter concludes, regardless of the outcome, I shall withdraw from the Divine Council. As she spoke, she raised her hands and placed them upon Xiao Wu's shoulders, a rich life force surging forth to envelop Xiao Wu, replenishing her vitality depleted from childbirth. Childbirth for deities is inherently different from that of humans. The true interference lies within the mind. Thus, during her labor, Xiao Wu had recalled her experiences from the Doloa continent. However, after giving birth, the recovery speed of a deity is exceedingly swift. At this moment, she had already regained some vitality, and with the assistance of the goddess of life, her recovery accelerated significantly. Chapter 73. The Blessing of the Goddess of Life. The goddess of life gazed down at the child cradled in Xiao Wu's arms, her voice soft. He is truly beautiful. Xiao Wu smiled indeed. It is because he resembles his mother. Nearby, the sea goddess' lips twitched involuntarily at that remark. Was that self-praise laced with a hint of insult? The goddess of life bowed her head, gently kissing the forehead of Tang Wulin, nestled in Xiao Wu's embrace. In that instant, a brilliant emerald radiance erupted, causing Tang Wulin's diminutive frame to quiver slightly, and in the next moment, his entire being transformed into a vivid green hue. To this unfolding spectacle, Xiao Wu not only offered no dissent, but also expressed her delight, exclaiming, thank you, goddess of life. The goddess sighed softly and replied, you may call me Little Green. The kiss of the goddess of life is not something that can be granted to just anyone. It possesses the power to soothe the destructive thoughts harbored in the heart of the god of destruction. This kiss equates to bestowing upon the child the blessings of the goddess of life, a gift that requires the consumption of 1/10 of her divine power. Moreover, this is not a temporary expenditure. It is a fundamental sacrifice, one that will take her several decades to replenish. Even the butterfly goddess had never received such a blessing. At this moment, the guilt-ridden goddess of life offered this compensation to the child of the sea god in Xiao Wu, clearly indicating her lack of confidence in the upcoming battle. With her blessing, Tang Wulin's vitality would far exceed that of an ordinary human. Though he had just been born and was yet to inherit divinity, he remained indistinguishable from a typical human. Nevertheless, having received the goddess of life's blessing, his life force would be immensely stronger than that of an ordinary being, endowing him with formidable self-healing capabilities. The god of destruction and the sea god stood in a tense standoff. Are you truly prepared to lead them in a battle against us? The god of destruction scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the deity beside the sea god. He had every right to his arrogance, for aside from himself, the other 8 deities on his side were all first-level gods. In contrast, the sea god had only the emotion god with first-level capabilities. Even if he and Tang Wulin's sister combined their strengths, they would only marginally surpass the average first-level deity, which was of little consequence given the vast numerical disparity. The remaining deities were all second-level, and the chasm between second and first-level gods is immense. The best Xiao Wu could do for the sea god was to provide him with an additional first-level deity. The sea god's total combat strength comprised 1 supreme deity, 2 first-level gods, and 6 second-level gods, whereas the god of destruction's side boasted 1 supreme deity and 8 first-level gods. The difference in their strengths was staggering. The sea god regarded the god of destruction with a calm countenance. If victory is assured, what need is there for a wager? Regardless, we shall put everything on the line in this singular battle to determine our fates. Should you lose, I hope you will cooperate and promptly retract your released mental energy to fortify the divine realm as much as possible. If you emerge victorious, then I shall yield to you and refrain from opposing any of your actions. What say you? Agreed. It is settled. The god of destruction replied without hesitation. Deep within his heart, he held no desire to instigate a war among the gods. Although he and the sea god possessed differing ideologies, he maintained amicable relations with the sea god's family, particularly with the goddess of life, Xiao Wu, and their spouses, the butterfly goddess. This battle would determine the victor, pitting their beliefs against one another. The victor would claim the throne. The 7 deadly sin gods, along with the god of destruction, slowly ascended behind him, forming a line. In response, the sea god aligned his allies: the war god, the food god, the phoenix god, the 9-color goddess, the speed god, the emotion god, and the butterfly goddess, standing in a similar formation behind him. The goddess of life withdrew her hands from Xiao Wu, her delicate form soaring back to the side of the god of destruction. The sea god addressed the god of destruction, saying, "It has been far too long since I have seen my old friends. Since this battle will determine our fates, we ought to strategize. Shall we commence in a quarter of an hour? If you can guarantee no changes in personnel, then so be it." The god of destruction replied coolly. Despite being filled with thoughts of destruction and confidence in victory, he remained vigilant. The sea god maintained an air of calm, but his ability to break his own seal revealed just how cunning he truly was. To achieve ultimate victory, one must not afford him any underestimation. The sea god nodded in agreement. "Very well, is settled." As he spoke, he raised his left hand and beckoned towards the emotion god. Instantly, a sphere of blue light shot forth from the emotion god and into his grasp, expanding into a blue light shield that enveloped all the deities participating in the sea goddess side. The vast sea universe shield. Within the bounds of the vast sea universe shield, even a supreme deity would be unable to eavesdrop on their discussions. Third brother, the 9-color goddess exclaimed with excitement. Tang San, filled with regret, responded, "I am truly sorry for involving all of you in this." The war god remarked, "We are all brothers here. Why speak of such things? It has been far too long since we fought together. How nostalgic this feels. Once again, we, the Shrek 7 monsters, shall battle side by side. You shall lead us. Please lay out the plans." The sea god surveyed his companions, smiling as he nodded. "This time, I shall not take the lead. I will be the primary attacker. Otherwise, we shall be unable to withstand the god of destruction's annihilative intent." Yu Hao. Chapter 74. A wager that must be won? The emotion god hurriedly pulled the butterfly goddess forward. The sea god stated, "Wait, you shall collaborate with Tang Wudong, and you will take the lead. I will serve as the primary attacker, and we shall adopt the formation most commonly utilized in soul master group battles on the Dolawa continent." Understood, the emotion god replied. Following this, the sea god proceeded with a series of arrangements, to which the others nodded in agreement. On the other side, the god of destruction did not isolate his side from conversation. The god of destruction and the 7 deadly sin gods gathered around him. The greed god voiced his concerns. "My lord, do you believe the sea god has some trickery up his sleeve? His decision to confront us with such a formation suggests he possesses some form of reliance." The god of destruction replied, "His reliance is merely the power of the Asura God. Only by utilizing the Asura God's strength can he truly contend with me. Although Xiao Wu can also wield the sea goddess divine might, she is not the sea god, and thus cannot wield its full potential. Therefore, what you must be cautious of is ensuring that Tang San does not launch a surprise attack. The Asura God's offensive power is unrivaled among the deities. I anticipate that Tang San will undoubtedly seek to exploit the Asura God's formidable strength to penetrate our defenses. What we must do is maintain unity as a whole. I shall take the center, and you shall encircle me. As long as our divine powers coalesce as one, no matter what schemes he devises, they shall come to naught. Even if it is merely a war of attrition, given their considerable number of second-level deities, they will not be able to sustain it for long. Indeed, in battles between deities, if the disparity in cultivation is too vast, the sheer pressure of divine power makes it exceedingly difficult to resist. Furthermore, the attrition would be several times against them, with a clear advantage in strength. The god of destruction resolved to adopt the simplest and most direct method to counter the sea god and his allies. A quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed, and the blue light shield of the vast sea universe shield retracted. The sea god and his companions reappeared before the god of destruction and his deities. Xiao Wu soared into the air, approaching Rong Yinbing, and handed the child she cradled to him. Rong Yinbing accepted little Lin Lin, nodding to Xiao Wu. "Do not worry. We will protect the child." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Tang San, revealing a hint of inquiry in his eyes. As the saying goes, the skeleton of a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Even though these 8 first-level deities had suffered immense exhaustion and injury, their individual combat strength still held some merit. they should inherently surpass the second-level deities. He struggled to comprehend why Tang San insisted that his companions from Doluwa continent engage in battle rather than assist him. After all, if they all stood as first-level deities, their soul levels would be comparable, and they would not be excessively suppressed. Tang San gently shook his head, a confident smile illuminating his face. Witnessing his smile, Rong Yinbing felt a stirring within. This individual never embarked on a battle without assurance. Just moments ago, he had spoken with the god of destruction about certain victory, which now seemed dubious. This fellow's character was clearly one that refrained from wagering unless certain of triumph. Furthermore, this confrontation bore immense implications for the future of the entire divine realm. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom how Tang San's current lineup could possibly secure victory against the god of destruction. Naturally, Tang San would not divulge the answer, leaving Rong Nianbing to cradle the child in his arms. Being a father himself, he had no trouble holding the child. Looking down, he observed that although Tang Weilin had yet to mature, he possessed a pair of large, glistening eyes, black pupils surrounded by the faint blue hue that only newborns exhibit, brimming with innate spiritual essence. This little one would undoubtedly grow into a handsome lad. Are you ready? The god of destruction asked coldly. Tang San nodded in affirmation. His companions swiftly restructured their formation. Xiao Wu approached Tang San, grasping his hand as they stood side by side. The god of war, Dai Mubai, positioned himself beside Tang San as well, forming a trio at the forefront. Behind them stood the butterfly goddess and the emotion god in tandem, while the speed god flanked the emotion god, effectively placing himself behind the god of war. Further back were the nine-color goddess and the god of food, side by side, with only the phoenix god remaining at the rear. The formation resembled an inverted triangle, yet its irregularity rendered it somewhat peculiar. On the opposing side, the god of destruction had also finalized his formation. He stood at the center, surrounded by the 7 original sin gods and the god of ruin, collectively encircling him in a tight formation. Observing this scene, the deities alongside Tang San displayed expressions of peculiar unease, for only moments earlier, during the tactical briefing, Tang San had predicted that the god of destruction would employ such an impenetrable formation. Little Green, you shall serve as the judge for this contest. Tang San, do you concur? The god of destruction intoned gravely. Tang San nodded, replying, indeed, I trust in the impartiality of the goddess of life. The goddess of life sighed softly but still took to the air, surveying both sides before gently shaking her head. She understood that, at this juncture, what was about to unfold could no longer be averted. Begin, the goddess of life proclaimed, and the battle commenced in earnest. A powerful battle intent surged instantaneously. The god of destruction raised his right hand, a purple light shooting skyward before swiftly descending, ultimately coalescing in his grasp into a 2-zhong-long purple staff. This staff, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, was entirely purple-black, yet radiated an intense violet glow, the terrifying intent of destruction causing the very heavens to tremble. The Staff of Destruction, the formidable weapon of the god of destruction, had never before been wielded in battle, as he could not fully harness its power. This staff had existed since the inception of the divine realm, embodying the essence of destruction, and stood as a super-divine artifact rivaling the ancient tree of life wielded by the goddess of life, surpassing even the golden trident of the sea god. Only the benevolence of the god of kindness, the judgment scale of the god of evil, and the Shura sword of the god of Shura could be compared to these 5 super-divine artifacts, which were foundational to the establishment of the Divine Realm Committee. At this moment, the god of destruction's retrieval of the Staff of Destruction signified his unwavering commitment to exert every effort in this battle, even disregarding the decree against divine slaying. Tang San's expression grew solemn, yet a crimson light ignited around him, a blue halo swiftly shifting to envelop Xiao Wu. Instantly, her long hair transformed into a vibrant blue. Her eyes mirrored this change, and even her dress shifted to a deep oceanic hue. Xiao Wu's insistence on participating in the battle stemmed from the fact that her involvement would amplify Tang San's power to its fullest. She could help him command the strength of a deity. While Tang San had always presented himself as the sea god, his powers had steadily risen over the years, now bordering on surpassing that of first-level deities, akin to the emergence of the emotion god S8 halos. He had even exceeded that threshold. The sea god's power infused Xiao Wu, while Tang San himself wielded the deadly intent associated with the god Ashura, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess in the divine realm. However, every advantage bore its disadvantages. Due to Tang San's prolonged focus on the sea god's power, his mastery over the divine strength of the god Ashura was not as complete. compared to the god of Shuro of Ur, who had been the foremost combatant in the divine realm. Tang San's current control was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, had the god of Shura still been present, the god of destruction would likely not have dared to provoke him. A cold, divine light flickered across Tang San's visage as he clasped his hands before his chest. Each flash of light from his eyes caused the air to shimmer slightly. At that moment, he resembled a transformed being, a surging wave of murderous intent emanating from him. That razor-sharp aura seemed poised to cleave the very sky as circles of red light arose behind his head, forming a 9-ring halo, emblematic of the god of Shura's divine position. Xiao Wu stood beside him, raising her golden trident. The interplay of gold and blue enhancing her already exquisite beauty to an even more regal stature. On Tang San's other side, the god of war bellowed, his muscles swelling instantaneously, white fur erupting forth, his eyes transforming into a sea of white, radiating an overwhelming aura of battle intent. The god of destruction, gripping the staff of destruction, cast a chilling, piercing gaze upon Tang San and his companions as a purple light surged skyward. The god of ruin and the 7 original sin gods each unleashed their own divine halos, creating a formidable force that combined the might of a supreme deity and 8 first-level deities, overwhelming their opponents with an oppressive surge. Tang San moved, stepping forth from the core position of his team, an immense red light erupting from him as an unparalleled murderous intent surged forth. The original sin gods and the god of ruin found themselves momentarily ensnared in a realm reminiscent of the Shura hell. The celestial essence of the divine realm seemingly vanishing in an instant, leaving only a landscape of blood and corpses. They had not encountered such a terrifying aura in many years. The last time was perhaps a distant memory, during the battle between the god of Shura and the dragon god. At that time, they had stood with the god of Shura and thus had not borne the brunt of his formidable killing intent. Now, they faced the true essence of the god of Shura for the first time. The disparity between judgment and reality became painfully evident. Only by confronting the dreadful killing intent of the god of Shura could they truly appreciate its terrifying nature, a visceral shudder emanating from the depths of their souls. In the past, Tang San had traversed the city of slaughter left by the god of Shura on Dua continent as a trial, thereby comprehending the domain of slaughter. This was followed by the evolution of that domain, ultimately allowing him to inherit the legacy of the god of Shura. In the years since he entered the divine realm, although he seldom wielded the power of the Asura God, his comprehension of its divine potency had grown ever deeper. Even if he could not match the Asura God of Ur, the disparity was minimal. The murderous intent of the Asura God embodied a sense of judgment, unyielding and relentless. At this moment, confronted by the formidable pressure exerted by the multitude of divine beings, a fierce aura emanated from Tang San, akin to a colossal sword rising upwards, its sharpness cleaving through the oncoming force with brutal precision, allowing the overwhelming momentum guided by the will of annihilation to slide past him, without impacting his companions in the slightest. Chapter 76. The Glazed Pagoda consists of 9 levels. As Tang San unleashed his Asura sword intent, the other divine beings on his side sprang into action. Behind the god of war, the god of speed surged forward, transforming into a streak of black light that melded with his back. Instantly, the interplay of black and white luminescence fused together. The god of war leaned forward, his formidable form expanding into a gigantic white tiger, shrouded in ethereal light, charging towards the pantheon aligned with the god of destruction. Tang San and Xiao Wu clasped hands, simultaneously leaping into the air and landing upon the broad back of the god of war S and god of speed S soul fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. Standing upon its expansive back, Xiao Wu raised her golden trident, conjuring rings of golden light that spiraled forth, not launching forward, but hovering above her head. This was the sea god's divine skill, the uncertain tempest. The 4 divine beings unleashed their powers in unison, while the myriad gods behind them were not idle. Avine, shimmering with blue light, shot forth from behind Tang San, ensnaring the waist of the god of food. A peculiar glow enveloped the god of food, shifting in hue as he murmured incantations. The 9-color goddess ascended, her delicate form suspended in midair, radiating a resplendent array of 9 colors, transforming into a 9-tiered pagoda that settled firmly in the palm of the god of food's right hand. Beams of colorful light erupted from the 9-story pagoda, and the melodious voice of the 9-color goddess resonated throughout the space. The glazed pagoda consists of 9 tiers. The first denotes strength, the second denotes speed, the third denotes divinity, the fourth denotes mastery, the fifth denotes attack, The sixth denotes augmentation. 6 distinct colors of light, under the influence of her sweet and melodic voice, burst forth from the lower 6 tiers of the pagoda. The first tier released red light, followed in succession by orange, yellow, green, azure, and blue, 6 different hues, each divided into 8 streams. 2 of these streams infused into the spectral white tiger, while each of the divine beings on Tang San's side received one. Instantly, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded as all present were astounded to witness the radiant halos behind each divine being on Tang San's side swell with newfound vigor, their brilliance seemingly doubling in intensity. This occurrence bore resemblance to the effects of the original Sin God's punitive formation, albeit lacking the amplifying pressure of the formation itself. Nevertheless, its impact on the gods was equally potent. Since the arrival of the 9-color goddess in the divine realm, scarcely any divine beings had paid heed to her presence. Most were simply aware that the 9-color goddess and the god of food were companions of the sea god Tang San from the mortal realm, having gained recognition through their own cultivation, which allowed them to ascend to the divine realm. This couple lived modestly, rarely appearing before the assembly of gods, leading a tranquil existence without offspring. This could very well be their inaugural battle since arriving in the divine realm. Therefore, no one had any inkling of the 9-color goddess as capabilities. Now, witnessing the miraculous effects of the colorful beams descending upon Tang San's divine beings, all present were taken aback. They had never encountered such a wondrous augmentation technique. It was utterly unprecedented. In the divine realm, there were indeed divine beings proficient in supportive abilities, yet they were exceedingly rare, and most augmentation abilities were rather singular in nature. However, the enhancements displayed by the 9-color goddess were evidently proportional boosts, seemingly encompassing multiple capabilities. The different colors of light clearly represented diverse enhancements. Unbeknownst to them, the 9-color goddess, Ning Rongrong, had possessed this extraordinary ability even during her time on Dolawa continent. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which she embodied on Doa, was famously regarded as the continent's supreme weapon soul, renowned for its potent augmentation capabilities. The 6 augmentations she unleashed were strength augmentation, agility augmentation, soul power augmentation, defense augmentation, attack augmentation, and attribute augmentation. Each enhancement reached an astounding 100%. Thus, within this fleeting moment, under the illumination of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda's radiance, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the god of war, the phoenix god, the god of emotion, the butterfly god, and the god of food all experienced a remarkable doubling of their abilities across these 6 domains. While it is true that quantitative change does not necessarily lead to qualitative change, a second-tier divine being, even with a double enhancement, could never surpass a first-tier divine being. Yet, one must not forget that Tang San was also experiencing a similar augmentation while simultaneously merging with the Asura God's divine essence. Although the 6 augmentations might not allow Tang San to directly transcend the god of destruction in tier, they instantaneously elevated his overall combat prowess to a level that surpassed that of the god of destruction. A look of astonishment flickered across the face of the god of destruction, accompanied by a subtle heaviness in his heart. He was beginning to grasp the profound wisdom in the words of the goddess of life, realizing that the sea god Tang San was far more cunning than he had initially perceived. Who could have anticipated that a second-tier divine being could wield such impact in a realm where conflicts were seldom? Chapter 77, The Blood Sword of Asura. The 9-color goddess was merely one among those who ascended to the divine realm alongside Tang San, the god of war and the god of speed. Through their soul fusion technique, temporarily possessed strength akin to that of a first-tier divine being. Combined with the 9-color goddess's augmentations, they presented themselves as a first-tier divine being. What was most terrifying, however, was the Asura God. Under these augmentations, his formidable killing intent sharpened even further. He felt as though his will of annihilation struggled to coalesce in the face of the piercing aura of the Asura God. The distance between the 2 sides rapidly diminished, and a brilliant red light erupted, emanating from Tang San's back, casting a crimson hue across the heavens as the oppressive atmosphere of slaughter surged forth, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Tang San let out a resounding roar, fierce and domineering. He leaped from the back of the spectral white tiger, transforming into a stream of bloodlight that melded with the ominous red glow in the sky, then coalescing into a colossal sword descending from above, aimed directly at the formation of the god of destruction and the 8 first-tier divine beings. The might of this strike seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens and earth asunder. the forest of the divine forbidden area was rent in twain, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. The entire divine realm trembled beneath the weight of this strike. The earth roiled, and the skies churned. At that moment, all divine beings present felt as if they had plunged into a hell of slaughter, ensnared by a terror so overwhelming that merely gazing upon the sword's radiance induced the harrowing sensation of being consumed by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What was transpiring? The blood-red eyes of the god of destruction widened in shock. He had prepared a battle strategy, relying on steadfastness to counter unpredictability, and leveraging his side's overwhelming superiority to engage in a direct confrontation, aiming to exhaust the opponent's divine power and ultimately achieving a victory without battle. After the goddess of life returned to his side, the madness within him had diminished somewhat. However, he never anticipated that the battle was merely beginning, and the incarnation of the Asura God, Tang San, unleashed such a formidable strike with all his might. The sword and the body merged as one. The spirit and the sword became unified. This strike clearly embodied the full divine power of the Asura God. Such a blow had only been witnessed once by the god of destruction, during the final clash between the Asura God and the dragon god in the divine war. This strike was known as the Asura Bloodsword. At the cost of igniting his Asura bloodline, it was a desperate strike that expended his very essence. It was an all-out attack, one that possessed unparalleled destructive force. The fact that Tang San commenced the battle with such a reckless stance left those around him, including Xiao Wu, utterly bewildered. As thoughts raced through the mind of the god of destruction, he immediately responded with a deep roar that erupted from his mouth. In an instant, his towering figure expanded dramatically, akin to a giant rising from the earth. His staff of destruction grew in size alongside him, and a surge of magnificent purple light radiated outward from his form, coalescing into a colossal purple sphere. The Asura God's full-force attack was not something to be easily withstood. Any deity of lesser rank would face inevitable annihilation in the face of such an assault. At this moment, the god of destruction could only rely on his own strength to counter this onslaught. He had to ensure the combat effectiveness of the god of destruction and the 7 deadly sins. If he could not withstand Tang San, then any misstep on his part could lead to a reversal of the battle's tide. As the god of destruction initiated his counterattack, the god of destruction and the 7 deadly sins were also not idle. They each unleashed their formidable divine powers, forming another layer of protective barrier concealed within the destructive intent of the god of destruction, creating a second line of defense. The clash of red and purple erupted in the sky, and the entire divine realm seemed to momentarily collapse inward. In the next instant, an unparalleled roar erupted from the point of collision. This was indeed a clash between 2 supreme deities, destruction and slaughter, 2 inherently potent divine powers, erupted forth with full force. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Within the confines of the divine realm, all vegetation was reduced to dust, vanishing into the void. The goddess of life expanded a vast green shield to protect the other deities present, ensuring their safe retreat from the violent collision. The terrifying aftershocks of destruction lingered for several seconds before gradually subsiding. Tang San remained suspended in midair, caught by the white tiger of the underworld. Meanwhile, the god of destruction's sphere of annihilation had shattered, yet the protective barrier formed by the 7 deadly sins and the god of destruction remained intact, albeit now riddled with numerous spiderweb-like cracks. Undoubtedly, from the recent clash, it was evident that the sea god had gained the upper hand. The destructive intent of the god of destruction had been shattered, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, the god of destruction's gaze remained filled with arrogance, showing no signs of alteration due to the setback. The earlier strike of the Asura God's bloodsword had surged into his body, wreaking havoc and nearly shattering his very soul. Under the amplification of the 9-colored goddess, Tang San's power had indeed surpassed his own. However, he still had 8 first-level deities by his side. Moreover, even if Tang San's strength outweighed his own, they were still beings of the same level. At the pinnacle of divine beings, victory or defeat was no longer solely determined by sheer power. The god of destruction, with years of cultivation in the divine realm, although he had suffered a setback, had not sustained any significant injury. He believed that such an all-out strike from Tang San would certainly deplete his strength, perhaps even more than his own. This was precisely the scenario he wished to see. Both sides possessed ultimate strength at the level of supreme deities, and neither could claim an overwhelming advantage. In this context, engaging in a war of attrition with Tang San was evidently favorable. Should both he and Tang San withdraw from the battle due to exhaustion, The combined strength of his first-level deities would render defeat impossible. Tang San's chest indeed heaved slightly. The earlier strike had taken a considerable toll on him. At that moment of collision, Tang San's companions had already gathered by his side. Blazing flames erupted as the formidable phoenix god unleashed vibrant flames, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix that surged towards the god of destruction like a moth drawn to a flame. Only he dared to act. The god of destruction's eyes narrowed in cold fury, seeking death. With a sweep of his staff of destruction, a bolt of purple lightning surged forth. The god of annihilation's thunder aimed directly at the phoenix god. His anger was palpable at the audacity of a second-level deity to provoke him. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. When the purple lightning struck the colossal fire phoenix, it shattered, dispersing into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. An illusion? The god of destruction was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage, realizing he had been deceived by the enemy's illusion. This was indeed due to the illusion's realism, but more crucially, it stemmed from the influence of the Asura bloodsword on him. The 7 deadly sins and the god of destruction sensed his fury. Their formidable divine powers surged once more, surrounding the god of destruction, not only repairing the previously fractured protective barrier, but also amplifying their might as they directed their energies toward the sea god. Tang San seemed to be savoring something, yet wore a faint smile on his face as he summoned the Asura sword, striking forth once again. Remarkably, he broke through the momentum coalescing around the god of destruction once more. The god of destruction scoffed, eager to witness how many times he could shatter their combined force. Tang San replied coldly, "It won't take many more attempts. With just a few more, you shall face defeat." The god of destruction laughed heartily. "Defeat? Even now? Do you truly believe you will prevail? You have already wielded the Asura bloodsword. Your surprise attack yielded no success. What grounds do you have for victory? With the divine power you have left, even under amplification, you can at most unleash the Asura bloodsword 2 more times. Beyond that, your divine essence may very well collapse. 2 strikes of the Asura bloodsword. What can they possibly change? I concede that I underestimated your strength. Yet your abilities are still rather limited." As he spoke, under the god of destruction's command, he and the 8 first-level deities once again fused their divine powers, pushing towards Tang San. Compared to Tang San alone wielding the Asura sword, their combined might as 9 deities was evidently far easier to manage. Tang San snorted coldly, "Destruction, I refuse to believe you can withstand my Asura bloodsword once more. Allow me to demonstrate my might." As he spoke, he raised the Asura sword high above his head, the powerful crimson light bursting forth once again and the terrifying aura of slaughter, reminiscent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, rose once more. The god of destruction was genuinely taken aback this time. Tang San had just unleashed the Asura bloodsword. The Asura bloodsword required the burning of divine bloodline essence. Logically, it should not be possible to wield it consecutively. Yet how could Tang San summon it again so swiftly? Did he not fear the risk of overexertion, potentially rendering himself unable to recover forever? Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, when faced with the impending attack, one must still take up arms to resist. The Asura bloodsword is not to be trifled with. Should it fall into the hands of our adversaries, casualties would be inevitable. The essence of destruction swelled once more, transforming into a colossal sphere of light. The original sin gods and the gods of destruction similarly summoned their divine powers to erect 2 formidable barriers anew. Tang San ascended into the sky once more, his formidable divine power erupting forth entirely, the might of the Asura blood sword now rivaling, if not surpassing, its previous ferocity. What sight! This is the true power of the Asura God. The onlooking deities trembled at this spectacle, all silently grateful that they were not foes of the Asura God. The god of destruction spoke with ease, yet a grave seriousness weighed heavily upon his heart. How could he afford to be careless in the face of such a potent attack as the Asura bloodsword? The clash between the Asura bloodsword and the essence of destruction erupted once more. A resounding roar, even more powerful than before, reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the very fabric of the sky as if it were being torn asunder. Chapter 79. The Food God Takes Action. The essence of destruction layered and intertwined, frantically striving to obliterate the intense aura of slaughter emanating from the Asura sword. Yet, the murderous intent attached to the Asura sword possessed unparalleled destructive force, repelling the essence of destruction with its own fierce sharpness. This time, the confrontation did not culminate in immediate explosion, but rather a sustained clash. Tang San and his Asura sword once again gained the upper hand, as the essence of destruction began to fracture and retreat before the overwhelming aura of slaughter. The Shura Bloodsword had nearly reached the second layer of defense. The 7 original Sin gods and the gods of destruction, their halos radiating with brilliance, maintained their second layer of defense, still as solid as a fortress. Meanwhile, the Staff of Destruction continued to unleash powerful waves of destructive energy, persistently flanking the Shura Bloodsword from both sides. The eyes of the God of Destruction remained cold, devoid of any hint of fear. He firmly believed that through this attrition, victory would inevitably belong to his side. Tang San could not possibly sustain the Shura Bloodsword for much longer. At this moment, even if the God of Emotion wished to launch a surprise attack, it would hardly make a significant impact. The sheer magnitude of slaughter and destruction resulting from their clash was overwhelming. Under such circumstances, even a first-tier deity would not dare to approach lightly, lest they risk annihilation. Just as the God of Destruction considered Tang San to be at the end of his tether, suddenly, he noticed something behind Tang San. A blue light surged forth, and shortly thereafter, a figure ascended a short distance behind him. This figure appeared neither particularly powerful nor did it emanate any strong divine fluctuations. Yet at that very moment, for reasons unknown, the God of Destruction felt a sudden tightening in his chest. An ominous premonition stirred within him. The words of the Goddess of Life echoed in his ears. Tang San would never engage in pointless endeavors. That blue radiance was unmistakably the ability he had brought from the Delua continent to the divine realm, surely known as the Blue-Silver Emperor, a unique power. However, the figure soaring behind him was neither the mightiest god of emotion fused with the butterfly goddess nor the sea goddess avatar, but rather an unexpected deity. The God of Destruction's attention had previously been divided between Tang San, the god of emotion, the butterfly goddess, and Xiao Wu. They were the ones wielding first-tier divine strength. Next were the god of war and the god of speed, who were in the midst of executing their soul fusion techniques. Of course, the nine-color goddess, who had employed numerous amplification abilities, now commanded his attention as well. Yet apart from them, Tang San had 2 other deities at his side. One was the Phoenix goddess, who had manifested in the earlier illusion, and the other was the food god, who had been by the 9-color goddess' side, cradling the 9 treasures glazed tower. The Phoenix goddess might still possess some combat prowess, but as for the food god, he was undoubtedly the weakest among those deities, lacking even a modicum of battle capability. Yet, at this very moment, it was precisely the food god who was propelled into the air by Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor. Witnessing this scene, not only the God of Destruction, but even the 7 original Sin gods, the gods of destruction, and the multitude of distant deities were momentarily taken aback. Although the food god was a second-tier deity, he was not adept at combat. At this critical juncture, with the essence of destruction clashing with the sword of slaughter, the destructive force was terrifically potent. Under such circumstances, was the food god not being sent to his doom? Moreover, as he soared, the 9 treasures glazed tower, transformed from a 9-color goddess, was also flung from his grasp, suspended in midair. What was happening? What were they attempting to accomplish? In the next moment, the food god revealed his intentions through action. A powerful golden light suddenly erupted from his being, casting his entire form in a resplendent hue. Following this, boundless authority radiated from him, and as he raised his right hand, a torrent of crimson light surged upward from behind him. At this point, he had arrived behind Tang San, and all the deities beheld in astonishment as the food god, accompanied by that fierce blood light, swept past Tang San, transforming into a breathtaking arc of blood, hurtling towards the God of Destruction. The God of Fire stared in shock at the food god's manifestation of bloodlight, rendered speechless by his astonishment. The features of the ice god's face twitched slightly. The Shura Bloodsword. That was indeed the Shura Bloodsword. Yes, the food god had transformed into a Shura Bloodsword, identical to the one wielded by Tang San. If one were to draw distinctions, it would be in scale and might. The Shura Blood sword manifested by the food god appeared to possess at most 60% of Tang San's power. Yet, it was still the Shura Bloodsword, the supreme god Shura's Shura Bloodsword, amplified by the 9-color goddess. Prior to the emergence of the food god, who could have anticipated that this deity, who was fundamentally inept in combat, could wield such a heavenly technique as the Shura Bloodsword? Moreover, he was the food god, not the Shura god, to transcend 2 tiers and execute the divine technique of a supreme deity. This transcended mere incredulity. Chapter 80. The Food God's Shura Bloodsword. The expression in the God of Destruction's eyes shifted from a daze to shock. He could no longer maintain his composure. The food god arrived too swiftly. In the next instant, the Shura bloodsword he had embodied followed Tang San and struck the same target. The frenzied aura of slaughter from both Shura bloodswords erupted almost simultaneously, dispersing the essence of destruction in an instant. With a resounding clash, the second layer of defense that the 7 original Sin gods and the gods of destruction had painstakingly erected crumbled beneath the combined might of the 2 Shura bloodswords. The 2 arcs of blood merely paused momentarily before descending towards the ground. In that moment, neither the god of destruction nor any of the other original Sin gods had any other recourse. They erupted outward like a central explosion, unwilling to endure the terrifying assault of the Shura blood sword upon their own bodies. Although the Shura bloodsword descended beneath the previous 2 layers of defense, it ultimately failed to lock onto any deity, and the 2 arcs of blood dissipated simultaneously. Yet in the heavens, the air was thick with the scent of madness and slaughter, the intent of annihilation seemingly dispersed entirely. At that moment, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed, and the magnificent fire phoenix reemerged, soaring majestically from above, transcending the bodies of Tang San and the god of food as their dual Shura blood swords dispersed. The domain of this fire phoenix was vast, enveloping the 3 original Sin deities, greed, gluttony, and lust. Though the original Sin deities appeared flustered, they had not sustained any injuries in the prior clash. As they beheld the arrival of the phoenix god, a peculiar radiance graced the countenance of the goddess of lust. With arms outstretched, dark crimson lights surged forth, transforming into tendrils that sought to ensnare the true form of the phoenix god. It was she who once attempted to capture the phoenix god, and was well aware that, although this phoenix was still a demigod of the 2nd rank, its strength had reached the pinnacle of that rank, nearing the level of a 1st-rank deity. Had she not received assistance from another original Sin deity, capturing the phoenix god would have been no easy feat. However, just as the dark crimson tendrils were about to envelop the phoenix god, the fire phoenix suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of golden light that enveloped its form. Subsequently, radiant golden halos erupted from the phoenix, encapsulating the original Sin deities of greed and gluttony, flanking the goddess of lust. The god of gluttony, with mouth agape, intended to consume the flames of the fire phoenix. But upon witnessing the arrival of the golden halos, he was struck with dread and attempted to flee. Yet speed was not his forte, and escape proved difficult, leaving him ensnared by the golden halo. The god of greed, however, was far more cunning. As the fire phoenix exhaled the golden light, he swiftly transformed, becoming a dark golden beam that retreated rapidly towards the god of destruction. The golden halo that was meant for him traced a graceful arc, heading straight for the goddess of lust. The goddess of lust was completely enveloped by the flames exhaled by the fire phoenix, her form instantly turning into that of a statue. Although the golden light rapidly restored her under the influence of her dark crimson divine power, it still momentarily hindered her, and she too was ensnared by the golden halo. 2 figures simultaneously separated from the fire phoenix. The emotion god clad in the purple gold armor transformed from the butterfly god, and Xiao Wu merged with the divine essence of the sea god. The golden halo, was it not the signature technique of the sea god's trident, the unstable windstorm? Trapped within the unstable windstorm, the goddess of lust and the god of gluttony found it no easy task to extricate themselves. The unstable windstorm was renowned as the foremost controlling divine technique in the divine realm, and it was not to be taken lightly. For at least 10 breaths, escape was hopeless. The phoenix god revealed its true form, emitting a resounding cry as it unfurled its wings, striking down upon the god of gluttony and the goddess of lust. The 2 original Sin deities felt the searing flames penetrate to their very souls, even scorching their divine essences. In that instant, they could spare no divine power to dissipate the control of the unstable windstorm. Although the phoenix flames of the phoenix god were insufficient to inflict harm upon them, the sheer force of the flames was enough to bind them temporarily, preventing them from breaking free from the unstable windstorm. On the side of the god of destruction, 2 of the 8 first-rank deities were directly controlled. Meanwhile, Tang San's side merely found the phoenix god momentarily unable to intervene. When the god of food reappeared, his complexion had turned somewhat pale, and his aura had weakened considerably. Yet, not far behind him, a beam of resplendent golden light suddenly emanated from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, landing upon the god of food. He hastily began to consume something himself. Under the dual enhancement, the god of food's aura surged back to life at an astonishing pace. Chapter 81, Approaching Battle. The god of destruction appeared somewhat disheveled, his robe marred by multiple tears. Even more infuriating was the cracking of his own destructive intent. The two Shura blood swords had finally inflicted injury upon him. Although the wounds were not severe, in his heart, it remained a profound humiliation. He could not comprehend how, under what should have been their complete dominance, the opposing side had suddenly breached their defenses. What was the true nature of the god of food, Shura blood swords? Tang San looked at the god of destruction with a smile, surprised. Are you? I told you, a gamble does not necessarily end in loss. Now do you still believe you're certain to win? The god of destruction coldly replied, of course. Even if you have ensnared the goddess of lust and the god of gluttony, we still possess 6 first-ranked deities, far surpassing your strength. Moreover, as soon as we free our hands to assist the goddess of lust and the god of gluttony, breaking their control will not be difficult. And you? After unleashing the Shura blood swords twice, how much divine power do you have left to expend? The god of food's consumption must also be quite substantial. Regardless, the god of food, the 9-color goddess, and the others are merely second-ranked deities. While they can temporarily amplify their strength through special divine techniques, their endurance is ultimately limited. In the end, the true combatants on your side remain you, Xiao Wu, and the emotion god. Tang San paused momentarily. You seem different from before. The god of destruction snorted, more composed than before. Is it? I owe that to Xiao Lu. Her love has quelled the desires for power and the frenzied thoughts of destruction within me. Otherwise, perhaps I would have fallen for your scheme. You indeed possess the ability to achieve unexpected victories, but alas, such a tactic can only be employed once. You will not have the opportunity to use it again. You wish to see us in disarray, so that you might find an opening to fish in troubled waters. There is a possibility you could defeat us. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you such an opportunity. You think too much. Let us begin. Do not waste time recovering your divine power. As he spoke, the god of destruction raised the staff of annihilation once more. This time, he was no longer on the defensive. In the sky, clusters of purple-black lightning orbs began to coalesce rapidly, slowly taking shape, ominously shrouding Tang San's side. The observing deities in the distance could naturally hear the exchange between the two supreme gods. Indeed, at first glance, it seemed that Tang San's side had gained the upper hand in the previous battle, yet in terms of overall strength, the disparity remained significant. The god of destruction spoke the truth. Achieving victory through surprise could only be a singular occurrence. Tang San's side, see? This is splendid. The calmness you exhibit is your greatest strength. However, this very composure also ignites my fighting spirit further. Do you truly believe you possess absolute dominance? No, you are mistaken. We are now so close that the advantages of teamwork cannot be fully exerted. Let us compare our prowess in close combat. I wonder if you excel in this regard. Let's begin. With a thunderous command, Tang San ignited the golden light, and it was the emotion god who first sprang into action. His form vanished into thin air, only to reappear beside the goddess of jealousy. He did not directly attack her, but instead radiated an overwhelming light. Above his head, a colossal vertical eye materialized, and, curiously, as that eye ascended, a small hammer, as dark as ink, flew forth from the emotion god's back, striking the vertical eye perfectly. In an instant, the vertical eye transformed into a noble purple-gold hue, followed by countless purple-gold hammers bursting forth from within, scattering outward to strike all surrounding original sin deities. At the forefront, the most immediate presence is that of the god of jealousy. A dark pink halo behind the god of jealousy suddenly intensified, and with a pointed finger and a low exclamation, she declared, "Jealousy is the original sin." In an instant, a dark pink barrier materialized before her. At its center, an endless dark pink vortex swirled, within which myriad visages of jealousy existed, their strange spiritual fluctuations repelling the oncoming purple-golden hammers. Yet, the purple-gold force remained unyielding, and the jealousy-infused barrier released by the god of jealousy began to show signs of cracking under its relentless assault, the fissures spreading rapidly. Not only was the god of jealousy affected, but nearby, the gods of gluttony, pride, and sloth also felt the repercussions, as the 4 primal sin deities found themselves enveloped by those purple-golden hammers. Moreover, these hammers were astonishingly formidable. They were not mere divine force attacks, but emanated from the realm of the soul, directly assaulting the consciousness and spirit of the sin deities, exhibiting devastating power. Once the consciousness of a deity is harmed, healing becomes an arduous task. Thus, the 4 primal sin deities dared not hesitate, each unleashing their unique powers to counter the onslaught from the god of emotions. Chapter 82. The Storm of the Mind. If it were solely the god of emotions, he would naturally lack the ability to simultaneously control all 4 primal sin deities. However, He was not alone in battle. Clad in the purple golden battle armor, forged from the essence of the butterfly god, he radiated an immensely powerful aura, his halo transforming into 8 rings. Consequently, in terms of individual cultivation, he now surpassed the 7 primal sin deities existing in the realm between a first-level deity and a supreme god. The divine technique he unleashed was a fusion of his soul with that of the butterfly god, aptly named, the true word in the void, the storm of the mind. This terrifying storm directly interrogated the soul, founded upon the immense spiritual power of the god of emotions. With a single storm of the mind, he managed to temporarily subdue the 4 primal sin deities. This was the pinnacle of what the god of emotions could achieve. As he initiated this assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the soulless white tiger also sprang into action. Tang San charged directly at the god of destruction. Xiao Wu faced the god of ruin, and the soulless white tiger lunged toward the god of wrath. The god of destruction remained unfazed. On the surface, the situation appeared dire, yet as he had previously stated, in terms of foundational strength, the deities on Tang San's side were fundamentally incomparable to his own. This disparity in power was immense. As long as they could maintain their position, the depletion of divine power on Tang San's side would soon become evident, tipping the battle in their favor, potentially leading to an immediate conclusion. The Shura sword slashed downward, swiftly reaching the god of destruction. The god of destruction wielded the staff of destruction, a layer of purple light igniting to deflect the Shura sword. A potent wave of destruction surged toward Tang San. Surrounding Tang San, a series of blue lights suddenly emerged, bursting outward like towering trees. The destructive intent collided with these colossal forms, creating a surreal spectacle. The trees shattered under the influence of the destructive force, dissipating into nothingness, yet soon re-emerged from below, transforming into grand trees once more. This cycle of destruction and rebirth continued unabated, with both sides' divine powers depleting at an astonishing rate. What Tang San employed was one of his domain-type divine techniques, named the all-encompassing forest. The deities who had transitioned from the human realm to the divine realm possessed a rich arsenal of combat techniques, unlike the singular nature of the native gods of the divine realm. Although this did not necessarily imply greater combat strength, the variety of transformations displayed during battle was significantly enhanced. The god of emotions was no exception, nor was Tang San. The clash between the all-encompassing forest and the destructive intent brought Tang San closer to the god of destruction. The 2 supreme gods stood in close confrontation. As the Shura sword collided with the staff of destruction, red and purple energies intermingled, embodying slaughter and annihilation, causing the heavens to change hue. Suddenly, the sky shifted to purple, the earth to blood red, and then the earth transformed to purple while the sky became blood red once more. The god of destruction coldly stated, "You cannot succeed." Tang San replied calmly, "Even now, you remain so obstinately ignorant. Do you truly believe I would engage in a battle lacking certainty? Do you think I would propose this if defeat were inevitable?" The god of destruction derisively retorted, "Such words cannot possibly sway my resolve. Let's allow the facts to speak for themselves." The current battlefield was straightforward, on Xiao Wu's flank. The battle with the god of ruin raged fiercely, with no clear victor emerging. Meanwhile, the god of war and the god of speed, aided by the formidable soul fusion technique of the soulless white tiger, barely held their ground against the god of wrath. The battlefield now had only the previously exhausted god of food and the 9-colored goddess, who was augmenting the other's powers. While these 2 had indeed delivered a tremendous shock to the god of destruction today, their divine power was clearly waning at an alarming rate. Although the situation had temporarily stabilized, everyone understood that any change in a single aspect would instantly affect the entire battlefield. First and foremost, on the side of the god of emotions, the duration of a single divine technique was limited. Once that time elapsed, how could he continue to restrain the 4 primal sin deities? If one of the primal sin deities managed to free themselves, the dynamics of the battlefield would instantly reverse. Thus, the god of destruction harbored considerable confidence. However, his expression soon darkened as yet another unexpected event unfolded. Just as the storm of the mind was forcefully suppressing the 4 primal sin deities, when all believed the god of emotions had reached his limit, suddenly, a vertical eye rose behind him. Unlike the previous eye that radiated nobility and destiny, this one was round and filled with boundless malevolence. In an instant, the iris transformed into a blood-red hue. Then, a powerful blood-red beam shot forth, directly targeting the god of greed. Chapter 83. The Sigh of the Ice and Snow Goddess. The god of greed was fully engaged in countering the storm of the mind, and in such circumstances, Even if he wished to evade, it was impossible. When the blood-red beam struck him, he was astonished to find the sensation all too familiar. Destruction. Within that blood-red radiance lay an unmistakable aura of annihilation. This destructive essence closely resembled the destructive intent of the god of destruction, albeit significantly weaker. Yet even so, this was a divine technique unleashed by a first-level deity. Under the impact, the god of greed was sent flying. In the next moment, the purple golden armor upon the god of emotions instantaneously transformed into an icy blue hue. And an icy blue figure quietly emerged behind him. Upon seeing this figure, the distant water goddess was momentarily taken aback. For the icy blue figure bore a striking resemblance to her, nearly 6 or 7 parts alike. The god of emotions flickered, as if shattering the void. And in the next instant, he appeared before the god of greed. At this moment, the tempest within his soul had subsided, and the suppression of the 3 other original sin gods crumbled alongside it. However, should the 3 original sin gods wish to rescue the god of greed, they would find themselves utterly too late. With a delicate yet forceful gesture, the god of emotion struck before the god of greed. The god of greed, despite having suffered significantly from the previous onslaught of destruction, reacted swiftly, raising his palm in response. The essence of greed permeated the air as a powerful dark golden light surged forth, attempting to repel the god of emotion's assault. A flash of purple gold light flickered in the depths of the god of emotion's eyes, and the god of greed felt as though his head had been struck by a massive hammer. Furthermore, he discerned that the purple gold light did not emanate from merely 2 pupils, but from 3, as a vertical eye split open upon the forehead of the god of emotion. The once vibrant dark golden glow that he had unleashed faded significantly. At that moment, the right palm of the god of emotion pressed against the hand of the god of greed. Instantly, the most powerful among the 7 original sin gods was transformed into an ice sculpture, completely frozen in midair. In the fleeting moment before his body succumbed to the frost, a singular thought consumed the god of greed's mind. Just how many divine techniques did this insidious god of emotion possess? And each one was distinct. Indeed, from the onset of the battle until now, the god of emotion had unleashed a multitude of divine abilities. The blood-red gaze he wielded was a power he had possessed since his days in the Dolua continent, the destructive light of the evil Eye Tyrant. Subsequently, he unleashed his most formidable ice technique, the Sigh of the Ice Goddess. Concurrently, he employed his potent mental prowess, the Soul Impact. The confluence of these divine techniques, compounded by the prior suppression of the mental tempest, led to the god of greed suffering a tremendous setback, a misfortune that was entirely justified by the disparity in their powers. Exerting himself to the utmost, the god of emotion had already exhausted his capabilities amid this relentless onslaught. With a flash of blue light, the ice-encased god of greed vanished. Even amidst adversarial circumstances, divine beings were not easily permitted to slay one another. Thus, the god of emotion merely confined the god of greed. The side of the god of destruction had finally succeeded in subduing one of the 7 original sin gods, diminishing their overall strength by 1/8. However, as the god of emotion suppressed the god of greed, he himself found himself in peril, as the other 3 original sin gods, previously held at bay, now advanced toward him with great haste. The god of jealousy, the god of pride, and the god of sloth each unleashed their divine powers to form a cage, directly compressing toward his being. Should they subdue the god of emotion, the god of greed would naturally be liberated, effectively neutralizing Tang San's left and right arms. Yet, at the very moment they lunged, the god of emotion's form became ethereal. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished into thin air. A moment of bewilderment struck the 3 original sin gods simultaneously. Was this an illusion? The god of emotion had previously cast an illusion that deceived nearly all the divine beings present, including even the god of destruction. Now, he had once again employed an illusion to escape the clutches of the 3 first-level divine beings. The face of the god of jealousy radiated with frenzied envy. The god of pride's disdain froze, and the god of sloth's previously languid gaze turned grave. The strength of the god of emotion had far exceeded their earlier predictions. In truth, even if it were solely the god of emotion, he would not have reached this level, even with the power of the butterfly goddess. However, one must not forget the presence of the god of food and the 9-colored goddess within their entire team. The amplification from the 9-colored goddess affects every divine being on their side, including the god of emotion. Furthermore, as a being from the Dolua continent, he adapted swiftly to her enhancements. With the 8-ring halo already in place, receiving her amplification meant that, although he still could not attain the apex divine level. He had become the foremost god beneath it. This allowed him to momentarily control the 4 original sin gods and, through explosive power, subdue one of them. Such prowess was sufficient to astonish all present. Nonetheless, the god of destruction, who faced Tang San, remained unaffected by this turn of events, as if he had not witnessed any of it. In his mind, the situation was still under control. No matter how formidable the god of emotion, he could not possibly take on 4 foes simultaneously. The previous battle had drained him significantly. His divine power must be nearly depleted, and the time for his union with the butterfly goddess should be nearing its conclusion. Indeed, upon exiting the fray, the god of emotion immediately retreated, soaring towards the god of food, who also ascended to meet him. Meanwhile, the god of sloth, the god of jealousy, and the god of pride did not all pursue him. The god of pride and the god of sloth chased after the god of emotion, while the god of jealousy swiftly darted toward the phoenix god. Not only did the god of destruction believe they held the advantage, but the 7 original sin gods shared this sentiment. Moreover, they felt a suppressed frustration at being held at bay by mere second-level divine beings. The god of jealousy clearly contemplated that if he could seize the phoenix god, their side would be able to liberate 2 original sin gods. The strengths of the god of lust and the god of gluttony were formidable as well. Once they were freed, their combined forces would be sufficient to resolve the entire battle. Observing the god of jealousy charging toward the phoenix god, the god of destruction, locked in confrontation with Tang San, felt a glimmer of satisfaction. He sensed that the intent of Tang San's Shura sword was beginning to wane, an unmistakable sign of diminishing divine power. His time of suppression was drawing to a close. Should he retaliate, it would signal the end. The goddess of life sighed, gazing at the distant battle, and slowly closed her eyes. Rong Yinbing, cradling the newly born Tang Weilin, could not help but exhale a sigh and shake his head. The 7 elemental gods furrowed their brows in concern. Had it truly come to an end? All present could nearly foresee the conclusion of this conflict. Everything appeared devoid of any suspense. At that moment, unexpectedly, one figure moved. It was Xiao Wu, now endowed with the title of the sea god. With a flash, she darted forward like a bolt of blue lightning, aiming directly for the god of jealousy. The god of destruction, who had been battling her, found himself significantly outpaced, hastily trailing behind, yet falling short of halting her sudden advance. The god of jealousy, realizing Xiao Wu's intent, understood she was coming for him. Yet, what did it matter? Was this not a path to self-destruction? The distance between Xiao Wu and the phoenix god, as well as the 2 original sin gods he was restraining, was already minimal. Xiao Wu occasionally unleashed a tempest of chaos to maintain her control over the god of lust and the god of gluttony. Otherwise, the phoenix god alone would not suffice. Harnessing the powers of the sea god, Xiao Wu was indeed more formidable than the god of destruction. Yet, even as he was distracted, the god of destruction could still barely hold his ground against her. At this moment, the arrival of the god of jealousy felt like the final straw that tipped the balance. The equilibrium was on the verge of shattering. The goddess of jealousy refrained from soaring towards the phoenix goddess, for she sensed that the swift movements of Little Dance would certainly allow her to intercept before she could launch an attack on the phoenix goddess. Therefore, she came to a halt and turned around. The deep pink hue that belonged to the goddess of jealousy ascended, transforming into a monstrous visage of envy, shrouding the sea god Little Dance in its wrath. Though her combat experience did not rival that of the deities from the mortal realm, she was still a first-tier deity, possessing a modicum of battle acumen. The goddess of jealousy excelled in control, and her intentions were straightforward, to ambush alongside the god of destruction. Compared to subduing the phoenix goddess, suppressing Little Dance held even greater significance. After all, her very identity as Tang San's wife embodied immense relevance. It was well known that the god of destruction had initially gained the upper hand by capturing Little Dance, which compelled Tang San to acquiesce. At this juncture, if she joined forces with the god of destruction to seize Little Dance once more, the battle would reach its conclusion. Little Dance's strength, however, did not compare to the emotional amplification of the goddess of emotion. Faced with the envious visage of the goddess of jealousy, a resolute expression graced Little Dance's delicate features as she raised the golden trident high, sending forth waves of golden light that coalesced into clouds, advancing towards the envious countenance of the goddess. This was the sea god's supreme technique, endless clouds of 1,000 years. Chapter 85, Suppression. As the divine powers of both parties collided in the air, a disturbance rippled through the heavens and the earth. In terms of cultivation, the goddess of jealousy was still at a disadvantage compared to the sea god. However, under Little Dance's command, the sea god could not unleash her full might. Yet, it must not be forgotten that Little Dance wielded the golden trident, a divine artifact. Although the trident's quality might not match that of the Shura sword, it had surpassed its original limits after years of nurturing from Tang San. Thus, as the envious visage clashed with the endless clouds of 1,000 years, a deep pink and gold intertwined, with the deep pink gradually being dispersed by the golden light, enveloping the battlefield in a vast golden mist. The goddess of jealousy gritted her teeth, acutely aware that retreat was not an option. Any sign of weakness could lead to unforeseen consequences. Drawing a deep breath, her intense jealousy manifested upon her face, her eyes completely transforming into a deep pink. Two beams of deep pink light shot forth from her eyes, racing towards Little Dance's gaze. Jealousy light. To be struck by the jealousy light, be it deity or mortal, stirs the endless sin of envy within one's heart. Any trace of jealousy previously felt would be reignited, causing one to temporarily lose their sense of self. Each sinful deity possessed similar abilities, which are their most potent powers. The goddess of jealousy was entirely disregarding her own well-being. Casting the jealousy light required a depletion of her primordial energy, rendering her immobile and incapable of further action. Should her opponent act swiftly enough, it could result in her injury. Was Little Dance swift enough? As it turned out, she was indeed more than capable. A halo of golden light erupted from the exquisitely polished blade of the golden trident, striking the goddess of jealousy and binding her tightly. A manifestation of the sea god's ultimate technique, endless storms. However, at that very moment, Little Dance herself was also hit by the jealousy light, her delicate figure momentarily trembling, enveloped in a veil of pink. The goddess of jealousy observed clearly that although Little Dance was shrouded in pink, her eyes remained clear and untainted. An involuntary admiration arose within her. Truly, she was worthy of being Tang San's wife. Remarkably, no feelings of jealousy surfaced within her, revealing the purity of her heart. Yet, the goddess of jealousy had long anticipated this outcome. To be struck by the jealousy light, even in the absence of jealous emotions, one's body would still be tested by the sin of envy, resulting in a momentary paralysis. And in the realm of divine combat, a single second could spell disaster. Behind Little Dance, the god of destruction, wielding colossal hammers, had arrived, his mighty hammers descending with thunderous force. The goddess of jealousy's objective had been achieved. Her control over Little Dance was intended to take effect at this critical moment. Although Little Dance's individual strength surpassed both her and the god of destruction, the gap was not insurmountable. Under such circumstances, if the god of destruction were to fully unleash his power, he would undoubtedly suppress her, bringing the battle to an end. The goddess of life furrowed her brow, her eyes snapping open. The god of destruction was the closest ally of the god of annihilation, having joined his ranks upon arriving in the divine realm, becoming his right-hand man. This god of destruction was immensely powerful, often referred to as the Mighty One. The god of annihilation valued him highly due to his composed demeanor and wisdom. Unlike the 7 sinful deities, he was far less extreme, and his prowess was fully manifested in combat, embodying sheer destructive force. Should his massive hammer strike Little Dance, her fate would indeed be dire. The goddess of life summoned a radiant green light in her hand, prepared to act at a moment's notice to save Little Dance's life should it be jeopardized. Meanwhile, the god of annihilation's gaze sharpened, his voice deep and resonant. Tang San, do you still refuse to concede? At that moment, Tang San faced the direction of Little Dance and the others, a deliberate maneuver by the god of annihilation to control the situation during the battle. He intended for Tang San to witness the threat to Little Dance. In a high-stakes clash among the supreme deities, with Tang San's divine power steadily waning, witnessing such a scene could potentially provoke an immediate response from him, thus concluding the conflict. However, the god of annihilation was met with disappointment. He saw no trace of panic on Tang San's face, only a faint smile. That smile brimmed with confidence, exuding an aura of complete control. A sense of dread suddenly washed over the god of annihilation, amplifying the ominous premonition he had previously felt. This was not good. Indeed, it was dire. The god of destruction's hammer loomed, poised to strike Little Dance. Yet, unexpectedly, his body glided forward in midair, swiftly departing from above Little Dance, even soaring over the head of the goddess of jealousy, landing behind the battlefield. The goddess of jealousy had been in close proximity to the Phoenix goddess. As the god of destruction flew past her, he naturally reached the Phoenix goddess. The goddess of jealousy cursed inwardly, this fool. Why did he not first deal with Little Dance? Capturing Little Dance would have had a far greater impact on the battle than confronting the Phoenix Goddess. Truly a fool. However, just as she berated him internally, she suddenly felt a jolt coursing through her entire being, a tremendous force erupting from behind her. The goddess of jealousy sensed her divine power dissipating. Her eyes filled with incredulity as deep pink light burst forth from her 7 orifices. Her delicate frame swayed in the air, only to be engulfed by a wave of black light. The goddess of jealousy had been suppressed. Chapter 86, Impossible. The goddess of jealousy had been suppressed? Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the divine realm in that instant. Who could have foreseen such an astonishing turn of events? As if everything had shifted in an instant. And the catalyst for this monumental reversal was merely a single deity. Indeed, it was the god of destruction. A colossal hammer was retracted, and the god of destruction, shrouded in silvery armor, appeared utterly unfazed, for his visage was entirely concealed within his protective garb, rendering his expression imperceptible to any onlooker. In the very next moment, after he leapt over the head of the god of jealousy, he struck down upon her back with a mighty blow. Under the chaotic winds of uncertainty, the god of jealousy was powerless to resist. Her divine energy was shattered, and she was subsequently subdued by the god of destruction. Even at the moment of her suppression, the god of jealousy remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Alas, she failed to notice the faint smile adorning the delicate face of Xiao Wu, whose deep pink aura was dissipating. Indeed, all of this was foreseen by Xiao Wu, who had anticipated every development. The god of jealousy believed that her control over Xiao Wu would determine the outcome. Yet such a notion was also harbored in Xiao Wu's heart, a fact unknown to the god of jealousy. Both were ensnared, unable to resist the god of destruction's assault, which had befallen either of them. Having executed this astonishing reversal, the god of destruction now exuded an air of nonchalance, roaring towards the heavens, lamenting the heavens and the earth. In his hands, 2 colossal hammers ignited in contrasting hues, one a brilliant gold, the other a radiant silver. Simultaneously, the hammers descended upon the gluttonous god of greed and the lustful god of desire, both ensnared by the Phoenix god. Following a fleeting moment of paralysis, Xiao Wu regained her mobility, lifting the sea god's trident once more, steadfastly directing it towards the 2 ensnared deities. Although the god of destruction could not see, his immense divine sense allowed him to perceive all that transpired. No, impossible. The god of destruction roared in fury, unable to fathom the betrayal of his most trusted subordinate at such a critical juncture. This was simply intolerable. Yet, the undeniable truth lay starkly before him, leaving no room for disbelief. With a resounding boom, the god of desire and the god of greed succumbed beneath the weight of the god of destruction's hammers. Crushed into submission, the Phoenix god was liberated in the process. The skirmish on this front had concluded. Thus, among the 8 primary deities under the god of destruction, the emotion god subdued the god of greed, while the god of destruction overpowered the god of desire, the god of greed, and the god of jealousy, along with his own unexpected act of betrayal. 5 out of the 8 primary deities had fallen. Only 3 remained. Meanwhile, the god of wrath and the yawning white tiger engaged in a fierce struggle, gradually gaining the upper hand, while the other 2, the god of pride and the god of sloth, had pursued the emotion god closely. However, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted, leveling the disparity between the 2 sides. Was there still a glimmer of hope? The god of destruction reassured himself that there was. Indeed, there was. Tang San, do not presume that victory is yours. The god of destruction roared, as he swept his staff of annihilation horizontally, clashing with the Asura sword. It appeared that Tang San had truly exhausted his divine power within the Asura blood sword, for he was propelled backward, creating distance between himself and the god of destruction. The god of destruction raised his staff high, in that moment relinquishing all feelings of shock, astonishment, and fury. His blood-red eyes transformed into a deep purple hue. A vast sphere of annihilation enveloped his being. Tang San's countenance grew grim in response. Just as the Asura God possessed the formidable Asura blood sword, the god of destruction wielded his own devastating technique. Even la destruction was the very power he was about to unleash. Despite the sudden turn of events, the god of destruction, being a supreme deity, promptly made an accurate assessment. Although 5 of his primary deities had fallen, the situation of his adversaries was equally dire. The emotion god and the butterfly god's soul fusion technique was nearing its conclusion, and the emotion god had already endured a series of battles that had drained his strength. The food god and the 9-color goddess were similarly fatigued. Restoration seemed a formidable challenge. On the side of the yawning white tiger, the god of wrath had gained the upper hand. if their side could swiftly subdue the emotion god and the food god, along with their respective partners, they could then face the sea god, the god of destruction, and the phoenix god anew. Even if they could not triumph over them, at the very least they could maintain stalemate. Therefore, the ultimate outcome of this battle hinged upon the confrontation between himself and Tang San. Had Tang San not expended his power using the Asura blood sword twice in previous skirmishes, perhaps victory would still be within reach. But now, his divine power was significantly diminished, and if he could swiftly overcome him, the situation would remain firmly within his grasp. Chapter 87. Just kidding. This was the instant judgment made by the god of destruction, who no longer wished to ponder why the god of destruction had turned against him. The only thing that mattered now was achieving ultimate victory in battle. Thus, at this moment, he unleashed his most formidable attack, heavenly destruction. The sky darkened into a deep purple, and the earth fell into shadow. A terrifying wave of annihilation engulfed the divine realm, transforming it into a forest of purple lightning. The lightning forest appeared devoid of any offensive capability, yet within the hearts of every deity present, it inexplicably birthed thoughts of despair and the desire to obliterate all. The essence of destruction within them was swiftly drawn forth, merging back towards the god of destruction. Heavenly destruction, the supreme technique of the god of destruction. He could no longer afford to wait. He had to crush Tang San at this moment. At that very moment, the god of pride and the god of sloth approached the emotion god. Standing side by side with the food god, the emotion god exhibited no fear, as if he had not expended any divine power at all. Meanwhile, the nine-colored goddess ascended from behind them, transforming once more into the nine-treasure glazed tower. However, this time she did not descend into the hands of the food god, but instead floated towards Tang San. The god of pride scoffed, his face betraying arrogance, as he pointed with his right hand, sending a beam of blue light towards the nine-treasure glazed tower in an attempt to halt its flight. Yet at that very moment, the emotion god struck. His soul fusion technique with the butterfly god had yet to conclude, and in that fleeting instant, his divine power surged dramatically. Both the god of pride and the god of sloth were taken aback, realizing that the divine energy emanating from the emotion god was now comparable to the strength he exhibited when simultaneously controlling the four original sin gods. How could this be? Was it possible that this being possessed an inexhaustible supply of divine power? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the emotion god proved through his actions that, within him, miracles seemed perpetually attainable. Pointing forward with his right hand, an icy blue beam shot forth, intercepting the divine light emitted by the god of pride. Not only that, but the emotion god's aura intensified, enveloping the two original sin gods in an extreme chill. Absolute zero, an ultra-low temperature soul technique. At this moment, even the god of food seemed to have taken action. A brilliant flash of blood-red light erupted instantaneously, engulfing him entirely and rendering him invisible. The blood sword of Shura? Both the god of pride and the god of sloth exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with palpable fear. That was indeed the blood sword of Shura. Without the protection of the god of destruction, how could they possibly withstand what was reputed to be the most formidable single-target attack within the divine realm? In an instant, their primal instinct as the two original sin gods compelled them to swiftly converge, each unleashing their divine power to its utmost limits. The blood sword of Shura? How could the god of food possibly unleash it once more? This was simply inconceivable. From a distance, the goddess of life observed this unfolding scene, her delicate visage betraying a slight tremor in her facial muscles. With a resigned shake of her head, she seemed to convey her disbelief. Just teasing you, the god of food's mischievous voice echoed, as the crimson light flickered momentarily before returning to normalcy. Of course, he could not unleash the blood sword of Shura again. After all, he was merely a secondary deity. Even if he possessed some unique means to simulate the blood sword for combat, he lacked the divine power to sustain it. Despite the augmentation from the nine-colored goddess and his own enhancements, the prior consumption of his essence was irreparable. Yet at that moment, with the assistance of the god of emotion, he had managed to induce fear in the two original sin gods through a simulation of the divine technique, coupled with a mere trace of the aura emitted by the blood sword of Shura. In a brief interlude, the nine-treasure glazed pagoda had already soared forth. Hovering not far behind Tang San, the pagoda, with its 9 levels, was shrouded in a protective aura of divine light. The melodious voice of the nine-colored goddess, Ning Rong Rong, resonated through the air. At the pinnacle of the pagoda, a radiant beam of golden light shot forth. As this golden light radiated, the nine-treasure glazed pagoda transformed into a resplendent golden hue, surrounded by what seemed to be a symphony of celestial music, enchanting even in this world fraught with devastating thunder. The golden light settled upon Tang San, transforming the crimson glow of the Asura God into a brilliant gold. In the next instant, Tang San's form was engulfed by the terrifying, world-destroying force of the God of Destruction. The devastation was encapsulated in a colossal black thunder sphere, its edges adorned with a layer of blue-violet hue, containing an unimaginable storm of annihilation. The overwhelming intent of destruction reached its zenith. The God of Destruction, having unleashed the storm of annihilation, appeared significantly dimmed, yet in his dimness, there lingered an intense fervor. At this juncture, the nine-treasure glazed pagoda underwent a peculiar transformation. The golden structure began to dull from the topmost layer, fading into oblivion, followed by the second layer, and so forth, cascading downwards in a sequence of dimming. The aura of the nine-treasure glazed pagoda gradually diminished. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The god of pride and the god of sloth, feeling deceived, were consumed by fury. Their divine power surged anew. They no longer wished to contend with the god of emotion, but were solely focused on eliminating the god of food, whose scruffy beard and lecherous gaze had incited their wrath. This detestable being had wasted their most crucial opportunity. The god of food chuckled mischievously and swiftly concealed himself behind the god of emotion, who, at that moment, bore an expression of profound seriousness. His right hand gradually lifted before him, with his index and middle fingers delicately pinching a seemingly exquisite dagger. The dagger emanated a ghostly blue glow, and its handle was adorned with a vividly carved demon's head, appearing rather bizarre. However, as the god of pride and the god of sloth took note of this dagger, they were shocked to discover that their very souls trembled in response. Indeed, they quaked with fear at the mere sight of such a dagger. This tremor stemmed from the depths of their being, a primal instinct signaling that this dagger possessed the potential to genuinely harm them, perhaps even to extinguish their lives. As gods, irrespective of their close ties to the god of destruction, their own lives remained paramount. The divine power they had prepared to unleash upon the god of food was abruptly retracted, with all attention fixated gravely upon the god of emotion. The most formidable divine technique holds its greatest power in the moment before it is unleashed. Once it is set in motion, it paradoxically loses its edge, for the outcome is already determined. The dagger in the god of emotion's hand appeared poised to strike at any moment, yet it remained suspended in stillness. Meanwhile, his divine power continuously ascended, the purple-gold aura swirling into wisps of vapor that flowed into the dagger. Even the halo of 8 rings behind his head began to disintegrate ring by ring, merging into the dagger he held. The god of pride and the god of sloth comprehended that they should have acted before he unleashed his strike or compelled him to do so. Otherwise, allowing him to gather strength would surely yield a blow of cataclysmic proportions. Yet, despite this realization, they found themselves paralyzed. For any attack aimed at the god of emotion would invite the full force of that impending dagger, risking their very existence. Who would dare? The god of emotion seemed acutely aware of this hesitation, which is why he refrained from launching his dagger. The halo behind him continued to dissolve, as the 7 distinct emotions flowed into the dagger, enhancing its essence. What manner of ability is this? The god of pride and the god of sloth finally grasped why the god of destruction had proclaimed that the god of emotion might become an exalted deity in the future. Are you curious as to why he possesses such vast reserves of divine power? The god of food peered out from behind the god of emotion, grinning slyly. The god of pride and the god of sloth froze momentarily. Though they would not voice their inquiries, their minds were rife with confusion. The god of food chuckled. Very well, let me play the good Samaritan and enlighten you. Behold, what do you see? As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and, astonishingly, a sausage appeared in his hand. This sausage glistened a vibrant red, with droplets of grease cascading down, making it exceedingly tempting. Do you know what nickname I bore back when I roamed the Dolawa continent? I was known as Uncle Big Sausage, and I thrived on this very sausage. This here is the recovery sausage. Consuming it restores stamina and divine power. Of course, this is merely the weakest among my sausages. The ones you devoured were of far superior quality. For instance, he just consumed over half of my diamond sausage, which can increase his divine power by 50%. And it does so gradually. The results are simply splendid. Naturally, there are others he has consumed that I shan't disclose to you, such as the limit-breaking dark green sausage, which allows one to unleash their full potential, and the stalwart golden fly sausage, which boosts attack power by 50% in a single strike. I shan't reveal more. You know, as he spoke, A more mischievous grin spread across his face. Indeed, the god of food possessed no offensive capabilities and lacked combat strength, a trait he shared with the nine-color goddess. However, there was one aspect in which he matched her, an extraordinary enhancement capability. At first glance, the enhancement abilities of the nine-color goddess appeared straightforward, direct, and immensely effective. In truth, the amplification abilities of the god of food were no less remarkable than hers, albeit with a different focus. Chapter 89. The Decisive Battle. During his time in the Doloa continent, he was known as the god of food Doloa, possessing the remarkable ability to create sausages. He was later revered as the foremost master of food-type martial souls on the Doloa continent, a testament to his formidable capabilities. Upon his arrival in the divine realm, opportunities for conflict were scarce, and since neither he nor the nine-color goddess excelled in combat, they naturally went unnoticed by the divine beings. However, the fact that they had ascended from the human realm to become deities, achieving the status of a secondary god, suggested that they possessed their own formidable powers. While the nine-color goddess was continuously showcasing her prowess, the god of food played an indispensable role within their team. Moments ago, the god of destruction and the gods of original sin observed Tang San and his companions munching on various sausages crafted by the god of food. Each type of sausage served a distinct purpose. For instance, only one of the sausages bestowed the god of food with temporary combat prowess, the mirror replication sausage. The efficacy of this sausage was extraordinary, enabling him to replicate a divine skill for his own use. Why did Tang San immediately employ the Asura blood sword? Fully aware that it would greatly deplete his energy, beyond the intention to breach the opponent's formation, the crucial factor was to allow the god of food to replicate it. Thus, the subsequent Asura blood sword duet came to fruition. Of course, the god of food's singular strike was contingent upon the consumption of 4 types of sausages: the stalwart golden fly sausage, the exhilarating pink sausage, the half-diamond sausage, and the limit-breaking dark green sausage, which drained his primal energy. Nonetheless, being inherently unskilled in combat, he required no further offensive actions after that strike. His role was merely to continue producing sausages from behind. His abilities synergized with those of the nine-color goddess, amplifying each other and significantly accelerating his sausage production. However, crafting high-grade sausages still demanded time. Consequently, he primarily allocated his most potent sausages to Tang San and the god of emotions. This was also the reason the gods of original sin perceived these two as exceptionally powerful. Upon hearing the god of food's account, the god of pride and the god of sloth exchanged intrigued glances, and a sudden thought struck them. Since the god of emotions could maintain her combat strength for such a duration after consuming these sausages, what about Tang San, the supreme god, the sea god, the Asura god? Undoubtedly, he had partaken of the same sausages, augmented by the nine-color goddess. Surely, it would result in an astonishing level of combat prowess. Indeed, as the golden light of the final layer of the nine treasure, glazed tile, flickered precariously, a sudden transformation occurred within the colossal black sphere of destruction. A crimson blade emerged from a fissure on the surface of the annihilation sphere, followed by a surge of golden light from within as a figure burst forth. In midair, a brilliant crimson glow radiated as a massive sword materialized, transforming into the awe-inspiring Asura blood sword, descending upon the god of destruction. The god of destruction had initially believed that this strike would at least deplete Tang San significantly, thereby securing his victory. However, as the Asura blood sword reappeared, a look of bewilderment crossed his countenance. He could distinctly sense that the divine power encapsulated within this strike was on par with the initial Asura blood sword Tang San had unleashed. What tremendous strength this was! He could invoke the Asura blood sword thrice. Even the Asura god of yore would see a gradual decrease in power after 3 successive uses. The god of destruction had not heeded the god of food's words. Thus, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Tang San's newfound strength. The destruction scepter was raised once more, its tip crystallizing into a colossal blade of purple-black destruction energy, slicing through the air. In the distance, the goddess of life trembled slightly, wanting to rush forward but ultimately refraining. She had faith in Tang San, that even in victory, he would not truly slay the god of destruction. The sound of metal clashing resonated as their powers collided, sending shockwaves through the air. The god of destruction shook violently, as enormous golden fissures appeared amidst the purple-black clouds above, while the black earth began to shatter, releasing waves of ethereal mist. The colossal Asura blood sword reverted to Tang San's true form, with him grasping the sword firmly and pressing it down upon the destruction scepter. The god of destruction glared at him, his eyes filled with a fierce countenance, as the blade at the end of the destruction scepter began to crumble inch by inch. He was relying solely on the scepter itself to withstand the Asura sword, yet the sword's edge had already penetrated several inches into the scepter. Nearing a third of the way through, the once mighty artifact, the destruction scepter, was sustaining damage, indicating that the god of destruction had been completely suppressed by Tang San. "No, I will not be defeated." The god of destruction suddenly let out a roar toward the heavens. In response, a swirling purple-black energy began to rise from him. Chapter 90, The Flying Knife. "No, it cannot be." The goddess of life cried out, rushing toward the god of destruction. However, a shadow of deep blue light moved faster, slicing through the air in an instant, arriving at the god of destruction's forehead. The shadow flickered and vanished, finally revealing the cloak that had adorned his head. Now torn in two, a small knife of deep blue had embedded itself into his forehead. The previously swirling purple light instantly calmed, while the god of destruction's body trembled violently, and the destruction scepter fell slowly from his grasp. Tang San also retracted his Asura sword. Revealed was the god of destruction, appearing as a man in his 30s, with short, dark red hair, standing upright like steel needles, and an exceptionally handsome visage, rivaling that of Tang San. However, his complexion was somewhat pallid. His eyes still glimmered with a red light, which now seemed to contain countless flickers of shifting hues. His body appeared entirely rigid, frozen in place. Only then did Tang San begin to breathe heavily, his breaths coming in sharp gasps as he leaned on the Asura sword, a look of relief gracing his handsome features. As a supreme god, overcoming the god of destruction was no trivial matter. Why had he witnessed the goddess of life's fear in response to the swirling purple light? The answer was simple. In that fleeting moment, the god of destruction had clearly aimed to ignite his divine flame, emulating the god of emotions. As a supreme god, should he ignite that divine flame, the destructive force unleashed would likely shatter half of the already fragile divine realm, leading to his annihilation and eternal damnation. This was the root of the goddess of life's fear. Yet, the small knife radiating deep blue light had interrupted the god of destruction's attempt to ignite his divine flame. It was known that once a supreme god ignited their divine flame, no external force could extinguish it. Once, the god of destruction extinguished the divine flame of the god of emotion, effectively saving him. Yet this time, it was the god of emotion who extinguished the divine flame for the god of destruction. With his ethereal blue dagger, he struck precisely at the moment before the divine flame was about to ignite. This strike was imbued with the immense power of the god of emotion, as well as his emotional energy. Upon delivering the blow, the fusion technique between him and the butterfly god concluded instantaneously, and the butterfly god reappeared before him. As for the dagger embedded atop the god of destruction's head, it would be a fatal wound for a mortal. It was hardly significant for a divine being. At this moment, the goddess of life had arrived beside the god of destruction, supporting his body to stabilize him while enveloping him in her life force. Having sustained significant depletion during the earlier battle, the god of destruction, even if he wished to reignite the divine flame, could now be restrained by the goddess of life. The battle had finally reached its conclusion, marking a decisive victory for Tang San and his comrades. At that moment, Xiao Wu, the god of destruction, and the Phoenix god had gathered around the couple of the god of emotion and the god of food. Before them, the arrogant god of pride and the languid god of sloth appeared remarkably diminished. The god of food retrieved the reformed human form of the nine-color goddess. The nine-color goddess, her face as pale as parchment and trembling all over, could barely stand without the support of the god of food. If the foundation for their victory lay in Tang San's prowess as the god of Shura, the crucial key to triumph rested upon the nine-color goddess. It was she, Ning Rongrong, who with her formidable divine power had assisted Tang San in withstanding the cataclysmic might of the god of destruction, allowing him to harness the strength from the sausages provided by the god of food to unleash the final Shura blood sword, ultimately achieving victory. The ultimate capability of a nine-treasure glazed tower, the nine-treasure divine light, typically grants a divine being immunity to a single attack. This, however, consumes 1/10 of the nine-color goddess's divine power, which does not simply return swiftly. It requires at least a month of cultivation to restore. Yet just moments ago, the nine-color goddess had expended nearly 90% of her divine energy to barely shield Tang San from devastation. She herself would need at least a decade to potentially regain the divine power she had lost. Nevertheless, all of this was worthwhile. Tang San, leading his companions, had finally secured ultimate victory. In the distance, the watching divine beings remained in stunned silence, unable to believe the extraordinary events unfolding before their eyes. It was all too surreal. Tang San, accompanied by 2 first-level divine beings and 6 second-level divine beings, had triumphed over the god of destruction, who commanded 8 first-level divine beings. This was utterly unimaginable, yet he had accomplished it. Moreover, it was evident that from the very beginning, Tang San had meticulously calculated every facet of the ensuing battle. Chapter 91, Victory. This astonishing victory was indeed predicated upon a myriad of variables: the unpredictable contributions of the god of food and the 9-color goddess, the formidable strength of the underworld white tiger, and the might of the god of emotion. Most crucially, it was the god of destruction's betrayal at the pivotal moment that turned the tide. Any absence of these factors could have drastically altered the outcome of the battle. Yet, in the end, all unfolded as per the sea god's design. The god of destruction, who should have held an absolute advantage, ultimately faced defeat. In his pride, the god of destruction should have accepted his impending loss with grace. Yet, the overwhelming superiority he once possessed made it difficult for him to come to terms with this reality, prompting him to ignite his divine flame. How proud he was! How could he permit such a failure to tarnish his legacy? Nonetheless, failure had indeed arrived, and regardless of his reluctance to accept it, he was left with no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Rong Yinbing exhaled deeply. It was over, finally over. What a challenge it had been. Tang San. Oh, Tang San, that cunning fellow had not disappointed me after all. Tang San's companions gathered around him, with Xiao Wu extending her hand to grasp his. The crimson radiance receded, and the azure light shifted, as Tang San reclaimed his position as the sea god. Unless engaged in battle, he typically refrained from merging with the god of Shura. Even for a supreme deity, the soul and consciousness are susceptible to influence, particularly as the strength of control intensifies. The likelihood of impact escalates. The god of destruction was such an example, and thus, Tang San wished to avoid repeating past mistakes. Although they had emerged victorious, it was far from an easy triumph. Overcoming the strong with the weak is no simple feat, and the mental toll it exacted cannot be measured lightly. Tang San turned, his gaze first resting upon the god of emotion, smiling as he nodded in approval. Well done, you have truly grown. The god of emotion returned a slight smile, stating, I merely did what I was meant to do. After all those years of your training, how could I fail to live up to your expectations? Tang San's face flushed, a rare occurrence. He had indeed trained the god of emotion, albeit through rigorous methods that had caused him considerable distress. However, the god of emotion was correct. Without enduring those hardships, he would not possess such formidable powers today. The goddess of life supported the god of destruction, who floated there, silent for an extended period, while the blue dagger gradually extricated itself from his form. Once it had completely detached, it transformed into a beam of blue light, returning to the god of emotion's hand. With a sharp crack, the god of emotion winced in pain, turning to see Rong Yinbing glaring at him. The former god of emotion had returned Tang Wulin to Xiao Wu, scolding him, You little rascal, what were you thinking? When I gifted you the ghost-carving divine knife, did you intend for it to become a throwing dagger? The god of emotion's expression stiffened, quickly donning a smile. Teacher, I was wrong. But as you can see, the situation was urgent, so... Rong Yinbing snorted, It's clear this isn't your first time using it as a flying dagger. Truly worthy of being from the Tang sect, you've already sullied it with blood. Can it still be a carving knife? Rong Yinbing was not only a powerful sorcerer, but also a culinary master, known as the Ice Fire Magic Chef. The ghost-carving divine knife was originally his tool for food sculpting, a divine artifact that stood shoulder to shoulder with the golden trident, nurtured by him for many years. Later, before the divine inheritance, he confirmed his connection with the god of emotion and bequeathed this artifact to the current god of emotion. The ghost-carving divine knife was extraordinarily profound. Once it was mastered, a mere inadvertent usage turned it into a flying dagger. To date, it had never missed its mark, consistently striking down formidable foes. Even the god of destruction had not eluded its grasp, although it occurred under special circumstances. Its ability to penetrate the god of destruction's body was a source of pride. This act also secured the god of emotion's renown within the divine realm, establishing him as one of the most powerful divine beings beneath the supreme gods without question. The god of emotion, at a loss for words, was relieved that Rong Yinbing did not continue to chastise him, but instead turned to Tang San beside him, saying, Tang San, I have repaid my debt to you. You cunning old fox, your calculations run deep. I find myself at a loss, having lost both my woman and my troops. I shall never engage with you again. Keep at my distance. Surprisingly, Tang San did not rebut or engage in banter. Instead, he smiled and bowed to Rong Yinbing and the 7 elemental gods, expressing his gratitude. The 7 elemental gods hastily returned the gesture, somewhat astonished to receive a bow from the ruler of the divine realm, especially since Tang San's side had ultimately prevailed. Their spirits were undeniably lifted. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Why? Chapter 92. Why? Why? The utterance drew everyone's attention. Tang San turned to see the god of destruction, his eyes ablaze, having posed that very question. However, his gaze was not fixed on Tang San, but rather on the god of destruction, clad in silver armor, standing not far behind him. Indeed, those words were directed at the god of destruction. All of Tang San's stratagems had been flawlessly executed. Yet it was the god of destruction who ultimately turned the tide at the critical moment. His betrayal led to the suppression of the god of jealousy and the other 2 original sin gods, and coupled with his own rebellion, it precipitated the catastrophic downfall of the god of destruction's faction. This was far more terrifying than if the god of destruction had originally aligned with Tang San. Had he not been an ally, how could the god of jealousy have felt at ease to confront Xiao Wu? How could the god of destruction have launched an attack directly behind the god of gluttony and the god of lust? It was precisely because of his treachery that the battle was turned on its head, culminating in the utter defeat of the god of destruction's side. Undeterred by the formidable mental pressure exerted by the god of destruction, the god of destruction swiftly flew to Tang San's side, raising a hand to remove his helmet, revealing a handsome and youthful visage. I apologize, god of destruction. He slightly bowed in deference, his eyes filled with regret. The god of destruction continued to glare intensely, demanding, "Why? Tell me why. Have I not treated you well?" The god of destruction shook his head, responding, "Since my arrival in the divine realm, you have shown me great kindness, aiding my rapid growth and adaptation to this new life. I am truly grateful." The god of destruction growled softly, "Then why betray me? Why? If not for you, how could we have lost?" Taking a deep breath, the god of destruction fixed his gaze resolutely on the god of destruction, declaring, "Because I cannot betray myself. Indeed, you have been kind to me, but the debt I owe to Senior Tang San is far greater. In my mortal days, faced with insurmountable foes, I was on the brink of annihilation. At that moment, it was Senior Tang San who descended from the divine realm to aid me, not only saving my life, but also that of my family. He even extended an invitation for me to enter the divine realm and offered to pass on Asura God position to me. However, I declined. At this revelation, all the gods present were taken aback. What? As the ruler of the divine realm, Tang San once intended to pass on his divine position, and it was his most powerful Asura God position? Is this true? How could he be so indifferent to power? The god of destruction was momentarily stunned, the ferocity in his eyes waning. This cannot be. How could he relinquish such a potent divine position? The god of destruction earnestly replied, "God of destruction, at this juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. This is the truth. Senior Tang San is not attached to the power of the divine realm. Had I not refused, perhaps I would now be the Asura God." "I can attest to this," Rong Yinbing interjected. "At the time when my disciple was still on Doa continent, he was initially favored by Tang San. Otherwise, how could he have come to be with Wudong? Later, seizing an opportunity while he was preoccupied, I hastily passed on the divine position to this young man, thus intercepting it and allowing him to inherit my emotion god position. Otherwise, do you think I would have remained in the divine realm for so many years post-inheritance? I had long grown weary of it. It was merely to repay a debt of gratitude to Tang San that I felt compelled to remain. Otherwise, why would I waste my time opposing you? I could have spent that time with my wife and children." Observing the god of destruction's shifting gaze between the god of destruction and the emotion god, his expression grew increasingly complex. Tang San sighed, saying, "Destruction, you are incapable of heeding others' counsel. I have long since conveyed these sentiments to you, yet you refuse to believe them. My promises to you are sincere. I do not covet this position. If you are willing to wait alongside me, when a year has passed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall naturally heed your wishes and expand the divine realm. Even now, I remain committed to honoring my initial promise." The god of destruction's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he inwardly questioned himself. Have I truly erred? Have I misjudged Tang San? Should I have acted differently? Tang San turned to the god of destruction, nodding, "Please continue. He must understand the truth." Chapter 93. The God of Destruction. The god of destruction continued, "Initially, I declined Senior Tang San's offer because I was reluctant to part with my friends and family in the mortal realm, and I did not regard the divine realm as a desirable place. Thus, I remained among mortals, foregoing the inheritance of the Asura God position. However, as time passed and I grew older, my loved ones gradually departed from my life, and I began to panic. As mortals, we all harbor a fear of death. I'm no exception. With age come such thoughts. I diligently trained, attempting to reconnect with Senior Tang San, but despite having reached the pinnacle of strength in that world, I was still merely human, unable to reach a divine being. At that moment, the god of destruction discovered my existence and initiated contact. After passing numerous trials, I finally ascended to the divine realm and inherited his divine position, becoming the god of destruction. Upon learning of this, Senior Tang San sought me out, expressing regret for not having persistently persuaded me. How could I forget his kindness? However, as I was assigned under your command, I had no choice but to comply with your orders. The god of destruction, seemingly devoid of the inclination to listen to the god of destruction's tale, instinctively retorted, "Is his kindness your justification for betrayal? In the face of great matters, is personal gratitude so paramount?" The god of destruction shook his head, resolutely responding, "No, my betrayal is not solely for the sake of that kindness. The stigma of betrayal is hardly commendable. Moreover, throughout these years, you have also shown me kindness. You too are my benefactor. If it were not for dire necessity, I would never have betrayed you. I cannot betray my own conscience." Upon learning of your plans, I was engulfed in inner turmoil. Ultimately, I chose to stand by your side, cooperating to capture Senior Tang San and confine him within this divine prison. It was only later, when Senior Tang San revealed the entire story, that I realized my error. God of destruction, this truly is your fault. You should not have acted so impulsively. The god of destruction seethed. You placed such unwavering faith in him? The god of destruction fell silent for a moment before responding. "No, it is not merely a matter of faith in Senior Tang San. It is also my own judgment. I too wish for stability in the divine realm. If it is possible to develop safely, why must we take unnecessary risks? I can sense your insatiable thirst for power, which has clouded your vision and obscured the truth. Alas, I must choose to stand with Senior Tang San. I do not wish to oppose you, but I dread the calamity that could befall the divine realm, for it would spell disaster for all." The god of annihilation's expression shifted between various emotions, coldly regarding the god of destruction before nodding and saying, "Very well. You are indeed commendable." The god of destruction sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and positioned himself behind the sea god. Having made his choice, he would not harbor regrets. The god of annihilation turned his gaze towards Tang San, the two supreme deities locking eyes. The god of annihilation instinctively clenched his fist. Could he truly concede? Certainly not, especially in light of his overwhelming advantage, to suffer such a dismal defeat at the hands of Tang San, who had triumphed against the odds, was a profound blow to his pride. Moreover, he had never believed his actions were misguided. The betrayal by the god of destruction had intensified this blow to an unbearable degree. "Tang San, you're indeed a master of schemes. In this regard, I find myself lacking. Here, take it back." As he spoke, the god of annihilation raised his hand, a beam of light shooting towards Tang San, who accepted it. Indeed, it was the central core of the divine realm that he had previously bestowed upon the god of annihilation. The reclamation of the divine realm's core signified that the outcome of this conflict had been irrevocably determined. Ultimately, the god of annihilation had lost, bested by the well-prepared Tang San. All the deities present witnessed, once again, Tang San's formidable control. In terms of both strength and intellect, the sea god, under the mantle of the god of slaughter, was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the divine entities. Tang San, with his abilities, demonstrated to all present that the choices made by the two divine kings were indeed sound. With the divine realm's core secured, Tang San gestured behind him, prompting the emotion god and the god of destruction to release the original sin deities they had previously suppressed. Although this was evidently fraught with danger, Tang San trusted that the defeated god of annihilation still possessed a modicum of honor. He would not strike again, at least not for the time being. Tang San spoke solemnly. "This matter is merely a clash of wills between myself and the god of annihilation. It is not a war of the divine realm. Thus, no matter which side or deity participated, none shall be held accountable by the divine realm council. However, god of annihilation, goddess of life, I must trouble you to assist me in compressing the divine realm back to its original size to avert unforeseen circumstances." Upon hearing this, those deities who had previously followed the god of annihilation felt a mix of relief and considerable disappointment. After all, the expansion of the divine realm benefited each of them, presenting an opportunity for advancement. Just as the expansion was nearing completion, Tang San sought to halt it, undoubtedly infringing upon their interests. Chapter 94. How foolish you are! The god of annihilation sneered, "Tang San, although you have bested me, I have accomplished what I set out to do. The expansion of the divine realm is essentially complete. Prior to your arrival today, I had already ruptured the fundamental formation of the 108 pillars of thought. You're not the only one with a hidden agenda. I possess one as well. Without the core formation, these pillars are irreversible, and the expansion of the divine realm is an inevitability. Now, neither you nor I, nor even our combined efforts, can reverse this. Thus, this time, your victory may not be as definitive as you believe. Tang San's face paled at this revelation, exclaiming, "What? You have destroyed the core formation of those thought pillars?" "You." The god of annihilation coldly replied, his earlier resentment seemingly released in that moment. "Indeed, before your arrival today, I had dismantled those thought pillars. Therefore, even if I agreed to assist you in restoring the divine realm, I am now incapable of doing so. The expansion of the divine realm is inevitable. You may have won this battle, but my objective has been fulfilled. What do you do about it?" Although the god of annihilation had been defeated, he remained confident that Tang San could not strip him of his position as a supreme deity. After all, he still had a wife. Should Tang San threaten his life or divine status, the goddess of life would undoubtedly intervene, combining the powers of the two divine kings. They would be beyond Tang San's reach. Thus, he felt emboldened in his destruction of the thought pillars. His intention had always been to expand the divine realm, and he had no plans to retract the thought power. Consequently, the destruction of the pillars bore no consequence for him. While simultaneously preparing for any potential measures Tang San might employ to overcome him, it would be impossible to reverse his plans. Tang San glared darkly at the god of annihilation. Even when the latter had sealed him away, he had refrained from uttering harsh words. Yet at this moment, the fire of fury burned brightly in his eyes. "Destruction, how foolish you truly are. How could you? How could you destroy the thought pillars? Do you truly wish to drag the entire divine realm into irreparable ruin?" Tang San shouted in anguish. The god of annihilation scoffed. "Spare me your theatrics. I have witnessed your kind too many times. You always proclaim that a great calamity is imminent for the divine realm. Yet where is this calamity? The time since our annual agreement draws near. If disaster were to come, it would have arrived by now. Soon, all the deities will experience the benefits of the divine realm's expansion and will come to recognize my correctness. I shall let the truth reveal itself to you and your followers. You are mistaken. You are but a cowardly little man, fearful that my expansion will enhance my influence and undermine your control over the divine realm, which is why you oppose me. I shall see how you intend to compress the divine realm now, and I shall witness whether a great calamity truly looms over the divine realm in the near future." Tang San's anger caused the deities around him to tremble, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, as if the god of slaughter's position could revert at any moment. The goddess of life sighed, "Destruction, you remain ever so extreme. However, see God, given the circumstances, we are powerless to alter this situation. Let's observe how it unfolds." The god of annihilation interrupted her, taking her hand. "What good is further discussion? If he possesses a means, let him attempt to reclaim the thought power. We shall depart." With that, he pulled the goddess of life along and turned to leave. Tang San's expression darkened further, but as the god of annihilation had stated, although he had triumphed in this confrontation, he was unable to reverse the actions already taken by the god of annihilation. This was a development Tang San had not anticipated. He had not expected the god of annihilation to act so recklessly, leaving no escape route. Had the core of the thought pillars remained intact, with the combined might of the three divine kings and the numerous deities present, they could have expended effort to retract the outwardly projected thought power. However, with the destruction of the thought pillars, restoration was utterly impossible. Given the god of annihilation's methods, the destruction would have been thoroughly executed. This left the outwardly projected thought power without a means of retraction, forcing them to watch helplessly as the divine realm completed its expansion. Among the 7 original sin deities, the gods of jealousy and gluttony glared fiercely at the god of destruction. The god of pride could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "Traitor!" The god of destruction remained unfazed, steadfast in his beliefs, convinced he had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, deep within his gaze lay profound concern. The expansion of the divine realm was nearing its conclusion, and with the destruction of the thought pillars, their escape route had vanished. Tang San's warnings resonated within him, and he held unwavering faith in his words. The god of destruction, accompanied by the goddess of life and the 7 original sin gods, turned and soared towards the direction of the divine council. The majority of the secondary and tertiary deities who had previously followed him remained steadfastly at his side. After all, they were beneficiaries of the divine realm's expansion and firmly believed in the righteousness of the god of destruction, Otherwise, they would not have pledged their allegiance to him in the first place. Although the god of destruction had lost this contest, he still maintained a formidable strength comparable to that of the sea god. Why then should he abandon his original intentions? Chapter 95. That shade of gray. Third brother. What shall we do now? Xiao Wu whispered beside Tang San. With a sigh, Tang San replied, we can only observe the unfolding events. At that moment, a soft hum resonated through the air. The sky of the divine realm, having returned to its original state, was now a vibrant blue, adorned with swirling clouds. Yet, at the instant the hum emerged, the clouds trembled, and an eerie double image appeared, as if each cloud had split into parallel forms. The god of destruction and the goddess of life, who had just begun to take flight, halted simultaneously and turned to face Tang San. The first thought that crossed their minds was that the sea god Tang San had a hidden card up his sleeve, one intended to confront them all. However, upon turning back to look at Tang San, they were astonished to find him equally shocked, staring into the sky with a changed expression. The goddess of life felt a tightening in her heart and hurriedly grasped the hand of the god of destruction, whispering, something feels off, it seems wrong. A flicker of confusion crossed the god of destruction's eyes. What is it? He inquired. The goddess of life closed her eyes tightly, and suddenly, memories of the life prayer ceremony she had performed before the ancient tree of life flooded her mind. Instantly, her complexion turned pale, devoid of any color. The results of the life prayer ceremony had weighed heavily upon her heart like a boulder. However, the consecutive battles had somewhat dulled that fear. But now, with the sudden emergence of the hum, Tang San's altered countenance, coupled with her abrupt recollection of the life prayer's results, the supreme deity felt engulfed by darkness, as if countless life forces were swiftly ebbing away. Another hum reverberated through the air. If the previous one could be misconstrued as an illusion, this one was unmistakably clear. All the deities present distinctly sensed the existence of the hum. The deities surrounding the god of destruction turned their gazes toward him in unison. Meanwhile, Tang San's voice rang out, let's go investigate. As he spoke, he ascended, transforming into a streak of blue light, swiftly climbing into the heights above. The deities accompanying him, including the 7 elemental gods, followed closely, soaring into the sky. Xiao Lu, are you all right? The god of destruction asked, noticing the goddess of life's pallor with concern. The goddess of life remained silent, her gaze anxiously directed towards the heights, her ominous premonition growing ever stronger. The god of destruction felt a pang of anxiety, tightening his grip on her hand. Xiao Lu, what is the matter? What has happened? As the supreme goddess, she was revered throughout the divine realm, and nearly all deities had benefited from her grace. Thus, no entity here posed a threat to her, making her pallor a first for even her husband, the god of destruction, to witness. How could he not feel anxious? With a determined bite of her lip, she declared, let's ascend and take a look. Something grave is likely at hand. The god of destruction nodded, taking her hand as the 2 supreme gods, along with their faction of deities, ascended towards the sky in pursuit of Tang San and the others. Tang San's flight was swift. He grasped Xiao Wu's hand and soon left the other deities far behind. Ascending higher, the divine realm grew increasingly ethereal, with clouds thinning and the sky deepening into a profound blue. From his height, one could see that the 108 pillars of thought energy continued to emit violet light, releasing the accumulated thought energy of the divine realm, thereby expanding its very essence. A careful observation would reveal a luminous membrane at a distant altitude, perpetually extending outward. This was the outer layer of the divine realm. The expansion of this layer was a crucial process in the realm's growth. Tang San hastened toward the outer layer, which served as a protective shield for the entire divine realm. Should this barrier falter, the divine realm would face the risk of collapse. Had the divine realm not been expanding, this barrier would have been significantly thicker, allowing it to withstand greater external forces. As a supreme god, Tang San's speed was unparalleled. In mere moments, the faint purple membrane appeared before him. The expansion of the divine realm's barrier was rapid, just as the god of destruction had predicted. Before long, the entire divine realm would triple in size, capable of accommodating thought energies from at least a dozen other planets and dimensions. Suspended in the void, Tang San's gaze fixed intently on a certain direction, his azure eyes gradually reflecting 2 points of gray light, causing his body to shudder with an instant surge of danger. Xiao Wu felt his grip turn icy, her surprise evident. Third brother, what's wrong? Are you all right? Chapter 96, The Onset of the Divine Catastrophe. Tang San managed a bitter smile. Not only is there something wrong, but it is a grave matter. I sincerely wish that the god of destruction is right and that the catastrophe I foresaw would never come to pass. Yet, it has indeed arrived. At that moment, another hum echoed through the air. Following Tang San's gaze, Xiao Wu looked but saw nothing. Only the endless night sky and the stars, magnificent and awe-inspiring. What could it be? Xiao Wu asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Just then, the god of emotion and the butterfly goddess arrived. The god of emotion, whose cultivation was second only to the supreme gods, flew swiftly. Tang San raised his hand, pointing towards a certain direction. The god of emotion, the butterfly goddess, and Xiao Wu all focused their attention there, straining to see. After a prolonged gaze, Xiao Wu and the butterfly goddess could discern nothing. However, the god of emotion's expression suddenly grew solemn. Father-in-law, is it what you predicted? He asked in a hushed tone. Tang San nodded, his face ashen. The god of emotion, one of the two great martial souls on Do continent, possessed keen eyesight, and under Tang San's guidance, he quickly detected the anomaly. Amidst the myriad stars, a small gray dot, seemingly inconspicuous, was gradually approaching the divine realm. Although it was not yet clearly visible, both Tang San and the god of emotion could ascertain that it was indeed heading in their direction. Taking a deep breath, the god of emotion activated the eye of fate on his forehead, its vertical pupil shining brightly, allowing him to discern the distant gray dot with greater clarity. The gray speck is an extraordinary entity, seemingly inconspicuous and drab, yet it appears to be spinning violently, reminiscent of a vortex composed of swirling air currents. Can such a presence pose a threat to the divine realm? Given the considerable distance, the god of emotions is yet unable to ascertain the true magnitude of this gray point. However, if it is merely a disturbance in the air, should the divine realms might not suffice to counteract it? At this moment, the god of destruction, the goddess of life, and a multitude of divine beings have already flown closer, gazing into the distance. The sea god Tang San turned around, casting a piercing glance at the god of destruction. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, pointing toward the gray speck. The god of destruction, perplexed, gazed in that direction, and in the next breath he shuddered, his handsome yet pale face betraying disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could there be such a colossal space-time turbulence? He found himself involuntarily voicing this thought. Beside him, the goddess of life's countenance had turned ashen, her eyes shut tight. The god of destruction stood dumbfounded, staring at the distant gray point, his body trembling uncontrollably, his expression shifting dramatically. He could scarcely fathom why such a situation had arisen. Tang San's premonition was indeed accurate, unfathomably so. The first-tier divine beings, upon hearing the term space-time turbulence, also turned pale, particularly those aligned with the god of destruction. The second and third-tier divine beings, however, fared somewhat better, appearing bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, any astute observer could discern from the god of destruction's demeanor that a grave crisis was at hand. Only 3 supreme gods, along with the god of emotions, who specializes in vision, could perceive the gray speck. Tang San, in anguish, closed his eyes and raised his right hand, revealing the core of the divine realm. A surge of divine power swiftly flowed into the core, as his authoritative and resonant voice echoed outward. All divine beings of the divine realm, heed my call. This is the Divine Realm Committee, and I am the god of Shura. I implore all divine beings to leave their abodes, ascend into the skies, and converge at the Divine Realm Committee. We are about to face a violent collision of space-time turbulence, and only through our united efforts can we hope to withstand it. I beseech all divine beings to gather at the Divine Realm Committee immediately. Any defiance shall incur divine punishment. Once he uttered the final words, Tang San promptly turned and soared downward. The divine beings accompanying him naturally followed, while the god of destruction remained suspended, at a loss for what to do. The goddess of life suddenly turned and tightly embraced him, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression was grave as he led the assembly of gods back to the Divine Realm Committee, promptly initiating task assignments. He had not anticipated that this calamity would strike with such suddenness. At present, the Divine Realm was at its most vulnerable state. The Divine Realm had been expanded thrice by the god of destruction, rendering its outer walls exceedingly thin. The space-time turbulence he had just witnessed was one of the most colossal recorded in the annals of divine history. Had the Divine Realm remained in its original state, there might have been a chance for resistance. However, now, mounting a defense seemed insurmountable. Furthermore, the god of destruction had previously mobilized the reserve mental energy of the Divine Realm Committee to enact the original sin divine punishment array against him. leaving the committee weakened. The clash of the 7 original sin gods and the 7 elemental gods had exacted a tremendous toll. How could they withstand this? Chapter 97. The Origin of the Space-Time Turbulence. Tang San had anticipated the majority of events, yet he could not ascertain the specific timing of this impending disaster. He had contemplated numerous possibilities and considered that the calamity might be linked to space-time turbulence, but he never envisioned it would be of such magnitude. The god of emotions and the butterfly goddess followed Tang San back to the Divine Realm Committee. Unable to contain her curiosity, the butterfly goddess asked, "Father, what is space-time turbulence? Is it terrifying?" As they walked deeper into the committee, Tang San gravely replied, "It is exceedingly terrifying. Space-time turbulence arises when various spatial planes within the universe rub against and collide with one another, sometimes resulting in the emergence of parallel spaces that exert force upon each other, creating a unique energy that overlaps time and space. Generally, these energies dissipate directly into the cosmos. However, under certain special circumstances, they can merge and, after countless millennia of absorbing external temporal and spatial forces, form a formidable space-time turbulence. This turbulence possesses immense destructive power. Whether in the human realm or our divine realm, space-time turbulence is exceedingly dreadful. Ironically, it is we who fear it the most. If this space-time turbulence approaches the planet inhabited by humans, the physical nature of the planet, which has its own temporal and spatial laws, allows it to withstand the interference to a large extent, resulting in most planets being unharmed by the turbulence. Conversely, the turbulence is influenced by the planet's temporal and spatial dynamics, causing it to deviate from its course. Yet, our divine realm lacks a tangible existence, relying instead on the mental energy from various planes to form a unique space. Here, we do not possess a pure concept of time or space, and we are far less stable than planets. Although we may seem to transcend the existence of planets, when confronted with space-time turbulence, we can only endure it through the sheer force of our divine mental energy. The turbulence we observed earlier is far larger than any recorded in the history of the divine realm. The last instance of space-time turbulence occurred 1,000,000 years ago, approximately 1/5 the size of this occurrence. Yet it nearly caused the divine realm to collapse by 1/3 before it was resolved. Over the 1,000,000 years, we have absorbed mental energy from other planes, making us significantly stronger and more stable than before. However, this time, the turbulence is 5 times greater, and all our accumulated mental energy has been utilized by the god of destruction to expand the divine realm. The divine realm now resembles a fragile membrane. If the space-time turbulence breaches this membrane, the entire divine realm will be obliterated, leaving only a handful of divine beings alive. Moreover, constrained by the laws of the universe, without the existence of the divine realm, even the surviving divine beings would be unable to venture to the planets, doomed to drift aimlessly in the cosmos, where they would likely perish. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, the god of emotions and the butterfly goddess gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tang San sighed ruefully, "Regrettably, while I can foresee impending calamity, I cannot predict its exact timing. This time, we may truly be in dire straits." The god of destruction has destroyed 108 pillars of mental energy, leaving us with no possibility of reclaiming energy to stabilize the divine realm. It seems the divine realm may be doomed. As he spoke, he led the assembly of gods to the pinnacle of the Divine Realm Committee. At the top, Tang San raised his right hand, and a circle of blue light radiated outward, dispelling the residual aura of the god of destruction. A cylindrical platform then ascended from the ground. Tang San quickly stepped forward and inserted the divine realm core he held into the apparatus. Instantly, a colossal light screen rose, revealing numerous luminous dots converging from all directions toward the Divine Realm Council. Those deities who truly understood the conflict between the god of destruction and Tang San were, in fact, the ones present here before today. Most other deities resided in their own territories, completely unaware of the grave situation unfolding at the Divine Realm Council. Taking a deep breath, Tang San declared, "Our only hope now lies in uniting the strength of all deities to bolster the defenses of the divine realm. Though this endeavor may seem like a drop in the bucket, it could diminish the turbulence of the time-space chaos, thereby increasing our chances of survival." Rong Yinbing approached Tang San's side, speaking in a somber tone. "I fear that the chances of survival for the second and third-tier deities are bleak. The god of destruction is truly misguided." His expression was equally grim. If he had previously harbored some dissatisfaction toward Tang San's schemes against him, now only admiration remained at his heart. Were it not for Tang San, the current situation would likely be far more dire. At the very least, Tang San had regained control over the divine realm, providing a flicker of hope to protect it. Resolutely turning to Rong Yinbing, Tang San said, "Brother Rong, I am aware that previous events may have caused you some discontent. However, in light of the calamity facing the divine realm, I require your assistance and support." Without hesitation, Rong Yinbing nodded. "The divine realm is our shared home. I will, of course, aid you." "What must we do?" Chapter 98, Resolute. Tang San spoke gravely. "We must prepare for the impending chaos of time-space turbulence. The divine realm will undoubtedly experience violent upheaval. I will unite our powers to resist the turbulence. But our chances of enduring are slim, nearly impossible. Therefore, my role is to weaken the force of the time-space chaos as much as possible. I implore you, Brother Rome, along with the elemental deities, Yu Hao, to unite your strengths and form a protective shield. I will request the Life Goddess to provide you with a life seed. Together, you must assist the Life Goddess and the God of Destruction in evacuating as many deities as possible. As long as the life seed exists, there remains a possibility of reconstructing the divine realm." "And what of you?" Xiao Wu interjected almost instinctively. Tang San smiled faintly, recalling when the God of Kindness and the God of Evil had entrusted the divine realm to him. As its ruler, he bore an unwavering responsibility. He could only exist alongside the divine realm, sharing its fate. Only he could command the divine realm core and combat the time-space chaos with all his might, prolonging their resistance and creating opportunities for their escape. Thus, Brother Rong, I entrust this to you. Although Rong Yinbing's overall power was now inferior to that of the Emotion God, his prestige and experience within the divine realm far surpassed what the Emotion God could comprehend. The words of Tang San were clearly a solemn charge. After finishing this proclamation, his gaze fell upon the infant in Xiao Wu's arms, filled with tenderness. Yet, beneath that tenderness lay a steely resolve. A man of virtue must know when to act and when to refrain. This was not the time to debate right or wrong. Since the crisis was internal to the divine realm, he, as its ruler, had no choice but to take responsibility. He could only do his utmost to leave a seed of life for the divine realm. Tang San, a powerful voice suddenly boomed from the entrance. Turning around, Tang San saw the God of Destruction and the Life Goddess entering hand in hand. The God of Destruction's eyes gleamed a fierce crimson, his demeanor remaining haughty, seemingly unaffected by the impending chaos. Tang San nodded at them, speaking gravely. "You arrive at a fortuitous moment, Life Goddess. I must trouble you to retrieve the life seed. The current state of the divine realm cannot withstand the forthcoming turbulence. Soon, I implore you to join forces and help me resist the time-space chaos. Once it weakens, please center your efforts around the ancient tree of life to construct a separate space. I will leverage the power of the Divine Realm Council to create an opportunity for you to lead some deities to safety. Please, exert yourselves to maximize the shield's size and evacuate as many deities as possible." At this moment, he spoke as the sovereign of the divine realm, as if the prior conflicts had never occurred. In the face of such catastrophe, words were futile. Only unity could offer a chance of survival. Xiao Wu nodded. "This appears to be the best course of action." "Mama," the voice of the butterfly goddess quivered as she called out, observing the determination in her father's eyes and the calmness in her mother's. Her heart ached painfully. Xiao Wu gently passed her newborn brother, Tang Wulin, to the butterfly goddess, instructing, "Take care of him." As she spoke, she lowered her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she kissed Tang Wulin's forehead, murmuring, "My son, I am so sorry. I haven't even fed you once, yet I cannot leave your father. I must always be with him. This is what we agreed upon. Be a good boy and listen to your sister." How could a newborn possibly comprehend her words? He could barely open his eyes. Yet he seemed to sense something and began to cry lustily. The newly minted mother, Tang Wutong, held her brother tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Wu opened her arms and gently embraced her daughter, kissing her forehead. Then she turned to the Emotion God. "Yu Hao, you are calm and resolute. The heavy responsibility of protecting our family now rests upon you. Take good care of them." "Understood." The Emotion God gritted his teeth, fighting back tears. In this dire moment, he understood that facing death with composure was difficult, but surviving was equally challenging. With the weight of his in-laws' trust upon him, he knew that preserving the Tang family lineage was paramount. Tang San turned around, placing his hands upon the divine realm core. Divine power surging forth as he infused it into the core. Xiao Wu calmly walked beside him, silently channeling her divine energy into Tang San. The deities exchanged glances before each seated themselves in meditation, focusing on restoring their divine power. The moment the time-space chaos arrived would be the defining moment for the fate of the divine realm. The god of destruction stepped forward, approaching Tang San. Tang San did not look at him, continuing to channel his divine energy. Xiao Wu cast a cold glance at him. Are you satisfied now? Is this the result you desired? The god of destruction did not glance at Xiao Wu, his gaze fixed intently on Tang San, his pride undiminished. Tang San. Chapter 99. You have won, yet I have not lost. Tang San turned to face him, surprised to find an unusual glimmer in the god of destruction's eyes. It was not a sign of defeat or remorse, but rather an air of arrogance. You have won. The god of destruction nodded at him. Tang San's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately held his tongue. But I have not lost. The god of destruction added swiftly. You have won, yet I have not lost? The 7 elemental deities, seated in meditation, exchanged incredulous glances at the god of destruction. Even at this critical juncture, he still refused to concede. The god of destruction raised his hand and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Xiao Wu's expression hardened, yet she did not take action. They were in the Divine Realm Council, and Tang San was connected to the Divine Realm Core. Should the god of destruction wish to harm him, he would undoubtedly face severe backlash. The god of destruction gently patted Tang San's shoulder, and the pride in his gaze gradually faded, giving way to a serene demeanor. Together, let us strive to survive, he proclaimed before turning to exit. As he approached the tear-filled eyes of the butterfly goddess, a faint smile unexpectedly graced his pale visage. My dear Tang Wudong, Uncle Z will ensure that you do not lose your parents. Never, under any circumstances. The god of destruction cast a glance at the small Tang Wulin cradled in Tang Wutong's arms, and his smile seemed to radiate a deeper sense of relief. He pivoted and strode purposefully away. Tang San abruptly turned to gaze at the departing figure of the god of destruction, simultaneously catching the apologetic smile of the goddess of life. Following closely behind the god of destruction, she stepped out alongside him. Original Sin God, heed my command. From this moment forth, you shall obey Tang San's directives, and the same applies to the other deities of destruction. Let us unite our efforts to confront this formidable challenge. The resounding voice of the god of destruction echoed outside, yet his presence swiftly receded, vanishing without a trace alongside the goddess of life. Tang San inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he muttered to himself, "You have always been so unyielding." In the next moment, 2 figures soared from the Divine Realm Council, shooting off in opposite directions, each a brilliant streak of purple and green, disappearing in an instant. The ominous hum re-emerged, palpably more intense than before, as nearly all deities sensed an unsettling foreboding. Outside the Divine Realm Council, numerous deities had gathered. The higher-ranking deities had already entered the council, while a greater number of secondary and tertiary deities, along with the most ordinary priests, lingered outside. Their expressions were grim, some displaying overt anxiety. However, this was the divine realm, not the mortal world, and the deities possessed a far greater capacity to endure challenges than humans. Tang San's voice once again resonated through the divine realm's core. All deities, prepare to channel your divine power at a moment's notice. Shortly, I will guide our collective divine strength to resist the impending turbulence of time and space. For now, please focus on consolidating your divine energy and maintaining optimal readiness, awaiting my command. Tang San's words served as a pillar of strength for the pantheon, prompting all deities to swiftly assume meditative postures, diligently cultivating their divine powers. As Tang San observed the luminous screen before him, he gestured with his left hand. The display transformed instantly, revealing a deep blue night sky, where countless stars continued to twinkle with their inherent brilliance. Yet this time, even Xiao Wu and Tang Wutong perceived a small grade emerging on the screen. Under the influence of Tang San's divine power, the screen encircled the dot with a red ring, monitoring its trajectory. It is indeed heading towards us. Tang San inhaled deeply, yet refrained from gazing at the screen, standing there silently as he restored his depleted divine energy. Endless deep purple light shimmered, the aura of destruction exuding a foreboding sense of impending doom, erupting continuously. The ominous purple castle loomed, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This was the residence of one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm, the god of destruction, his castle of annihilation. A beam of purple light descended from the heavens, illuminating the once dim castle with a vibrant glow. The intense purple radiance surged forth, as if infused with vitality, the overwhelming aura of destruction blossoming outward. In the sky, arcs of purple lightning began to dance, a manifestation of the destructive divine thunder emanating from the castle. The god of destruction strode forward, his demeanor having returned to tranquility. He ventured deep into the innermost sanctum of the castle, descending underground into a profound and shadowy hall. With a wave of his right hand, swirling purple light emerged, illuminating the hall with elegant purple lanterns that exuded a regal and destructive essence. At the center of this grand hall stood a colossal spherical object, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. Within, a liquid-like substance pulsated rhythmically. Chapter 100: The Power of Destruction in Life. The god of destruction approached the sphere, murmuring softly, "You have always told me that the end of destruction is rebirth. You consistently employ your gentleness to soothe the fury within my heart. Yet I am, after all, the god of destruction. I only comprehend annihilation." He reflected, "He is right, and you are right. Had you stood by his side from the beginning, perhaps I would have already faced utter defeat, but you did not, simply because you are my wife. I have lingered for far too long, and in this final moment, I perceive the significance of destruction's existence, which makes it worthwhile." With arms outstretched, the god of destruction's eyes gradually transformed to a deep purple, a misty purple light beginning to emanate from within him. Should any other deity witness this scene, they would be astonished to discover that the god of destruction was igniting his divine flames. That was the life force inherent to all deities. With arms wide open, pressed against the immense sphere, the ethereal purple light rising from him served as a conduit, slowly infusing the colossal sphere with his essence. Instantly, the sphere began to glow, the liquid inside taking on an even deeper shade of purple as terrifying notions of destruction surged forth. This sphere contained the primordial essence of destruction, absorbed and condensed from the cosmos when the divine realm was first established. It embodied the purest essence of annihilation, forming one of the core elements of the divine realm, safeguarding it throughout the ages. Furthermore, it represented the very essence of the god of destruction. Apart from him, only the goddess of life was privy to this truth. For when the ancient tree of life was but a sapling, it grew within this liquid of destruction. The culmination of destruction births the creation of life. In the divine realm, the initial emergence was the emotions of good and evil, followed by the life created after destruction, culminating in the arrival of slaughter. Thus, the first generation of the 5 great kings of the divine realm, the eventual masters, arose. They were not human, but rather a confluence of the purest energies from the universe. Among the 5 great divine beings, only the god of destruction and the goddess of life remained, and only they possessed alternate forms within the divine realm. The liquid of destruction was the essence of the god of destruction, while the ancient tree of life naturally represented the essence of the goddess of life. The god of destruction's form gradually morphed entirely to purple, a sudden flash of powerful lightning coursing through him. As the entire castle of destruction began to crumble from the outside in, while the light emanating from the liquid of annihilation grew ever more potent. In a flash of purple light, the god of destruction merged completely with the liquid of destruction, vanishing from sight. The immense sphere began to quiver violently, the liquid within roiling as the terrifying aura of destruction erupted outward from its epicenter. This was the realm of verdant life, a world of existence. The towering ancient tree of life, with each branch and leaf, seemed to narrate the meaning of life itself. In a flicker of green light, the goddess of life appeared quietly before the ancient tree. Gazing at the colossal tree, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. The ritual of life prayer is not in vain. Ultimately, we must all face our inevitable end. We have existed for far too long. The wrongs he has committed must naturally be rectified by both him and me. He is correct. He is not lost. When one takes responsibility for their own actions, there is no defeat. At long last, we shall be completely united. At this point, a faint smile graced the countenance of the goddess of life as she gently closed her eyes, her form drifting forward to stand before the ancient tree of life. Before departing from this place, during the life prayer ritual, she prayed for the future of herself and the god of destruction. In those moments, she was uncertain if their relationship would be altered due to the divine conflict, nor did she know whether the god of destruction would forgive her opposition. Now, however, all answers have emerged. The crimson leaves signify a calamity of blood. Yet, despite the sorrow in her heart, the goddess of life felt no anguish. At least, when she and the god of destruction hovered in the air, gazing upon the chaotic currents of time and space, he did not disappoint her. The god of destruction had merely uttered a single phrase to her: "I shall bear the consequences of my mistakes." In response, the goddess of life had simply said 3 words: "I accompany you." Thus, they returned to their respective realms, to the territories they called home. Her hands gently rested upon the ancient tree of life, tenderly caressing its seemingly rough yet richly textured trunk. A gentle aura of life emanated from the goddess, radiating outward from her being. The ancient tree of life once again shimmered with a jade-like glow. Each branch unfurled, and the leaves emitted a vibrant brilliance. The dense, almost tangible essence of life transformed this place into a veritable ocean of vitality. With her eyes closed, the goddess of life stepped forward, her body gradually merging with the ancient tree. In the next instant, the ancient tree seemed to awaken, its robust branches stretching outward in a gentle tremor, releasing a powerful essence of life into the sky. The entire forest began to resonate with its movements, countless green orbs of light converging toward it. The vibrant green radiance surged upward, a testament to the power of life. Chapter 101, An Omen. The Divine Realm Council. With his eyes shut, Tang San focused entirely on restoring his divine power. Despite the significant drain from before, as a supreme deity, he rapidly regained his strength with the assistance of the core of the divine realm. His divine power continued to surge. Within the uppermost tier of the Divine Realm Council, the core area, only the first-tier deities remained, while other second-tier deities, including the Shrek 7 monsters, had withdrawn. Even Tang Wudong was absent. The celestial energies in this realm were overwhelmingly potent, rendering the recently born Tang Wulin incapable of withstanding them. Little Wu remained, as she had reattached herself to Tang San's sea god position and was silently cultivating, replenishing her divine power. Tear stains lingered at the corners of her eyes. How she longed to nurse her child, yet she could not, for the sake of the divine realm and her husband. She could only support Tang San with all her might. Suddenly, Tang San abruptly opened his eyes, raising his right hand to stroke the light screen. In an instant, the screen transformed, revealing a scene of dramatic upheaval. A blinding purple light surged forth, imbued with a sense of destruction capable of obliterating all, soaring skyward. Upon reaching a certain height, it suddenly split apart, generating 108 beams of purple light that cascaded over the entire divine realm. Through the core of the divine realm S-screen, it was evident that these 108 beams of purple light fell squarely upon 108 mental pillars. Tang San's gaze sharpened. He recognized that this potent purple light was the god of destruction. But how could the god of destruction be so immensely powerful at this moment? He was several times stronger than during his peak. The terrifying essence of destruction had taken on a tangible form. To engage in battle with such a state of the god of destruction would be tantamount to certain defeat. As Tang San marveled, the powerful purple light in the sky transformed once more, expanding into a humanoid form, revealing an enlarged version of the god of destruction. Even within the screen of the divine realm's core, this incarnation appeared colossal. In reality, it likely towered over 1,000 feet. The overwhelming essence of destruction seemed poised to annihilate the very world itself. Is he truly intent on bringing about the complete destruction of the divine realm? A voice laced with uncertainty echoed. Tang San shook his head, stating, "No, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken as he did upon leaving. Although I differ from his destructive ideology, he has been one of the supreme deities since the inception of the divine realm and possesses profound feelings for it. He would never wish for its demise." In the sky, the god of destruction's immense form solidified further under the influence of the powerful purple light, while 108 beams of light continued to connect with the 108 mental pillars within the divine realm. Yet, he made no further movements, as if awaiting something. Just then, a powerful green light surged forth from the distance, and the moment it appeared, even the purple light of the god of destruction dimmed slightly. Subsequently, the green light blossomed in the sky like a blooming flower. Even within the Divine Realm Council, the gods led by Tang San felt the intense tremors in the heavens. Then, an unparalleled surge of life essence rushed in. In an instant, life flourished across the divine realm. Under the vast coverage of this vitality, the once anxious deities, some even unsettled by fear, seemed to find their grounding. Their hearts at peace. Their own life force surged forth, divine power rising. Each deity sensed that their divine power had seemingly increased to 120%. This was the power of the goddess of life. Some weaker deities even began to bow in reverence toward the sky, worshipping their goddess. The vast majority of deities remained oblivious to the recent internal conflict within the Divine Realm Council. The voices of Tang San, the destructive force of the god of destruction, combined with the life energy radiating from the goddess of life, had instantly reassured these deities. With the three supreme deities taking action, could humanity not be safeguarded? The green light in the sky continued to blossom, gradually revealing a colossal ancient tree of life suspended in midair. The branches of the ancient tree unfurled gently, radiating outward, then suddenly shot toward the divine realm. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the branches descending from the ancient tree were the 108 robust branches that were its essence. These branches plunged downward, imbued with a potent life essence and brilliant light, swiftly wrapping around the 108 mental pillars. The destructive force of the god of destruction and the life force of the goddess of life, two entirely opposing powers, clashed at that moment, emitting an eerie glow from the 108 mental pillars. Chapter 102. Creation. It was a peculiar shade of pale pink. In the moment it manifested, its nobility astonished the entire celestial realm. A pink radiance slowly drifted upwards from the 108 pillars of mental energy, where the life force of the goddess of life intertwined with the destructive power of the god of destruction, entangling within that pink glow. This pink aura began to emanate outward from the 108 pillars, spreading in all directions. Observing from the light screen of the Divine Realm Council, one would initially notice merely 108 pink dots, but soon these points began to blossom, gradually suffusing the entire screen with their brilliance. A low humming resonated twice, and the Divine Realm trembled once more, though this time, the tremor was markedly more potent. This heralded that the chaotic currents of time and space had drawn closer to the Divine Realm. A formidable essence of destruction reverberated through the air, while a rich life force seemed to embrace its impending end. In that moment, two colossal energies, starkly opposed, complemented and birthed one another. In the sky, the immense figure of the god of destruction gazed upward, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very horizon, while in the distance, the grand ancient tree of life revealed its innermost structure as its branches fell. A vibrant green luminescence surged upwards at an astonishing speed, unfurling like a colossal blossom. The goddess of life stood at the heart of this bloom, her delicate form magnified countless times, gazing across at the distant god of destruction. In her eyes, there existed only boundless gentleness. Tang San closed his eyes. At this moment, the only emotion etched upon his visage was one of anguish. This was a sight that Rong Yin Bing could scarcely comprehend, his gaze fixed in horror upon the pink glow. The 7 elemental gods, too, shared this sentiment, especially the 7 original sin gods who had just entered the Divine Realm Council. Each of their faces bore expressions of shock, soon morphing into sorrow. Meanwhile, the emotion god, who had spent less time in the Divine Realm, remained oblivious to the significance of this pink hue. Creation. This was the essence of life and destruction, the power of creation. It belonged to the force of Genesis. Tang San's voice echoed within the Divine Realm Council, imbued with pain, yet laced with a sense of reflection. Even the deities of the Divine Realm were witnessing this manifestation of creative power for the first time. As they heard Tang San utter these words, they dared to ascertain the implications of the emergence of creative power. Creation signifies a new beginning, a vision born from the fusion of destruction and life. The power of creation knows no bounds. It could be said that the Divine Realm first took shape under the influence of this creative force. The power of creation is hailed as one of the greatest strengths of the Creator God. There exists a legend within the Divine Realm. The Creator God, having divided his power, fashioned the Divine Realm, wherein life and goodness formed the foundation of the entire realm, while destruction and evil constituted its antithesis. A world with shadows is the true world. Slaughter established the order of the Divine Realm. In creation and order lie at the heart of the Divine Realm. After completing the creation of the Divine Realm, the Creator God transformed into 5 seeds, taking root and sprouting within the realm. These 5 seeds were goodness, evil, life, destruction, and Shura. Over countless years, these seeds gradually acquired their own wisdom. They became the 5 origins of this world, the 5 supreme gods of the Divine Realm. Goodness and evil constituted thought and emotion, while life and destruction birthed the entirety of the Divine Realm. If goodness and evil represent the heavens of the Divine Realm, then destruction and life signify its earth. The central Shura harmonizes all orders between heaven and earth, giving rise to the Divine Realm and its current state. At this moment, the god of destruction and the goddess of life rekindled the creative power that the Divine Realm originally possessed at its inception, signifying that creation would restore them as well. When the power of creation reaches its zenith, life and destruction will cease to exist, and all will begin anew. At that time, only 2 seeds, representing life and destruction, will remain. The goddess of life and the god of destruction will also vanish from the Divine Realm. including Tang San. None could have anticipated that the god of destruction and the goddess of life would choose such a resolute manner to confront this calamity of the divine realm. If previously, Tang San's side was filled with intense resentment toward the god of destruction, at this moment, that resentment had wholly transformed into admiration. Indeed, with the core of the mental energy pillars destroyed, the expansion of the divine realm was nearly complete. In such circumstances, if any force could restore the divine realm to its former state, capable of withstanding the forces of time and space, it could only be the very power that created this world. The goddess of life and the god of destruction ignited the power of creation at the cost of returning to their origins to restore the divine realm. For his transgressions, the god of destruction paid the price of life. Regardless of his past mistakes, at this moment, in the hearts of all informed deities, he had been forgiven. Chapter 103, We Will Return. This was also the reason for Tang San's profound suffering. The goddess of life and the god of destruction were the last two of the initial 5 seeds of the divine realm. Their departure signified the quiet disappearance of the original power of the entire divine realm. Had it not been for the previous conflicts, had the god of destruction not been so obstinate in concentrating the powers of the 3 supreme gods, combined with the accumulated strength of the divine realm over the years, it would not have been impossible to withstand this chaotic flow of time and space. Tang San's anguish was tinged with a hint of regret. Had he employed more decisive measures sooner, rather than being overly considerate of the harmonious relationships among the supreme gods of the Divine Realm Council, perhaps such a predicament could have been avoided. Yet now, regret bore no weight. The reality lay before them, and all they could attempt was to mitigate the outcome. In the high heavens, the destructive power radiating from the god of destruction intensified, as did the life force emanating from the goddess of life. The colossal forms of the 2 supreme gods gradually drew closer in the skies above the divine realm. Within the Divine Realm Council, Tang San took a deep breath, suppressing the sorrow within his heart. At this moment, he was the brain of the entire divine realm. He could not afford the slightest lapse in focus. First, he must stave off this calamity of the divine realm. Raising his right hand, he tapped the light screen, and the outer space scene reappeared. The once diminutive grade out of chaotic time and space had grown considerably larger. All present could now clearly see its swirling form. It resembled a mass of gray fog, rapidly hurtling towards the divine realm. It was approaching. Tang San narrowed his eyes, both hands pressing down upon the core of the divine realm. His own Shura godly power surging forth like a geyser. A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire interior of the Divine Realm Council. However, this tremendous force remained restrained. Tang San could not yet unleash the power of the Divine Realm Council to control the mental energy, as it would interfere with the creative power being released by the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Thus, he was no longer merely waiting. He could only choose to place his faith in the god of destruction and the goddess of life, trusting that they would be able to restore the divine realm to its original size before the tumult of time and space descended upon them. The area cloaked in pink had begun to expand increasingly. In the heavens, the god of destruction and the goddess of life gradually drew closer together. Gazing into each other's eyes, the god of destruction's countenance was marked by a palpable sorrow. "Forgive me, little green. It is my stubbornness that has led us to this dire outcome. I am truly sorry." He would not concede to Tang San. Yet how could he not feel regret when facing his beloved wife? "Do not speak of such things," the goddess of life replied softly. "No matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. I have never regretted marrying you, not for a single moment." The god of destruction inhaled deeply, yet his once vibrant purple eyes betrayed tears. With a sudden turn, he bellowed towards the divine council. "Tang San, it is now up to you. You must safeguard the divine realm. One day, we shall return." Upon uttering these words, he swiftly surged forward, enveloping the goddess of life in a fervent embrace. This was the embrace of destruction upon life. In that fleeting moment, when purple and green merged in the skies, a brief stillness enveloped the entire divine realm, visible only to a select few deities. The god of destruction and the goddess of life began to coalesce into a magnificent orb of pink light, a potent force of creation merging with the divine realm itself. A tremendous gravitational pull emanated from this creative force, rapidly tinting the protective barrier of the divine realm in the same hue, which then began to collapse inward at an astonishing pace. The pink radiance released from the 108 pillars of mental energy soared skyward, forming colossal pillars that reached the heavens, drawing the protective barrier of the divine realm inward. As this contraction progressed, The pink glow adorning the barrier grew increasingly vibrant, indicating its thickening. Tang San struck his chest with vigor. They had succeeded. The creative force birthed from a union of the goddess of life and the god of destruction had triumphed. The expanding divine realm began its contraction. The once massive mental energy of the realm began to coalesce. Although the speed of this contraction was still insufficient to match the impending chaos of the time-space turbulence, there remained a distance to cover. Before its arrival, restoring the divine realm to its original size should pose no difficulty. Moreover, the creative force resulting from the fusion of the god of destruction and the goddess of life had bestowed an additional layer of protection upon the entire divine realm. This was the creative force, the power to create all things and elements, though the forces of time and space would still exert considerable influence. The renowned vitality of the creative force would mitigate the perils posed by the turbulence. In a moment when life reached its conclusion, the god of destruction and the goddess of life had pushed their capabilities for the divine realm to their utmost limits. A persistent humming resonated as the time-space turbulence drew ever closer. Following a brief stillness, the divine realm resumed its normal state, with the gods congregated around the divine council. Particularly the numerous first-tier deities who had expended great energy in battle, rejuvenated to peak power under the baptism of the creative force. The 7 elemental gods and the 7 deadly sin gods encircled Tang San, united by a common purpose, to safeguard the divine realm and their homeland. From the expanse of the universe, one would observe that the entire divine realm had transformed into a resplendent pink. As the time-space turbulence approached, it could be discerned as a colossal gray cloud, incessantly swirling, with flickers of gray light emanating from its core. The closer one drew to the epicenter of this turbulence, the more perilous it became, as the central chaos was where the forces of time and space were most severely compressed, wielding the power to alter reality itself. This tempest of time and space boasted a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, a truly formidable presence. As it advanced, even the twinkling stars dimmed in its wake, as if the universe had carved a path of annihilation for it, with celestial bodies retreating from its approach. Surrounding the turbulence were tendrils of gray clouds, spiraling like silent whips, instilling fear without uttering a sound. The divine realm contracted rapidly. However, the pink luminescence began to dim. Yet, the creative force emanating from the divine realm grew, increasingly potent. The goddess of life and the god of destruction, at the cost of their own existence, had successfully compressed the entire divine realm, merging all their strength within it, using their very essence as the initial barrier against the impending chaos of time and space. As the divine realm contracted, the thickness of its outer layer swiftly restored, gradually returning to its original state, instilling a sense of security within the hearts of all deities. Those who had once followed the god of destruction in his ambition to expand the divine realm hung their heads in shame. Now fully aware that the sea god had been right, his foreboding had proven accurate. What could pose a greater calamity than the turbulence of time and space? At last, the first tendril from the time-space turbulence reached the divine realm. The gray cloud lightly settled upon the surface of the protective barrier. Instantly, the entire divine realm quaked violently. However, under the aegis of the creative force, the cloud dissipated rapidly, dissolving into nothingness. The speed of the oncoming turbulence diminished noticeably upon colliding with the divine realm. Following the first cloud, the second soon followed, but the creative force resolutely countered, swiftly neutralizing this second assault. Yet, the tremors within the divine realm intensified. The internal chaos was overwhelming, visions swirling in disarray. A beam of golden light shot forth from the apex of the divine council, transforming into a vast protective dome that enveloped all the deities gathered around the council. Within the confines of this golden barrier, the previously terrifying forces that twisted time and space were wholly obstructed. Shall we not assist them? Xiao Wu whispered beside Tang San. Yet, Tang San clenched his jaw. Shaking his head, it is not yet time. Indeed, the moment was not ripe. The creative force still had time before its collapse. If they were to mobilize the divine realm's powers to fend off the external turbulence now, it would overlap with the creative force, resulting in a waste of divine energy. Out of friendship, Tang San might have been inclined to act, but he could not. He was not only the friend of the god of destruction and the goddess of life, but also the steward of the divine realm. He had to consider the entirety of the divine realm and all its deities. Even if it seemed heartless, he needed to maximize the divine power at his disposal. Only then would there be a chance to preserve the divine realm. The resonant hum escalated into a thunderous roar as the golden shield surrounding the divine council trembled violently. The earth began to fissure, mountains crumbled, and lakes overflowed. The entire divine realm was engulfed in tumultuous upheaval. This is the great calamity of the divine realm that even the deities dread. Were it not for this, they would not exhibit such urgency. Fortunately, the protective power of creation is remarkably robust, and the divine realm has contracted in a timely manner. Otherwise, even the outer bands of the temporal turbulence could potentially shatter the divine shield. The pink radiance grows ever stronger, striving to mitigate the devastation wrought by the temporal chaos. Although the divine realm trembles from within, it has thus far avoided catastrophic damage. Yet, within the core of the divine council, Tang San's expression grows increasingly grave. That brilliant pink hue is maintained at the cost of the divine powers of the god of destruction and the goddess of life, and it is impossible for them to sustain it for long. Chapter 105. A vow to coexist with the divine realm. The impact of temporal power strikes the divine realm head-on, an unavoidable force. Initially, Tang San harbored a glimmer of hope that if the turbulence merely grazed the periphery, it would be relatively easier to withstand. However, it now appears that they must endure this disaster in its entirety, without any other recourse. The pink luminescence intensifies, as strands of clouds are continuously worn away by this creative force. It seems that the outermost layer of the temporal turbulence is gradually disintegrating, its overall mass diminishing. Meanwhile, the divine realm stands resolutely against its onslaught, suggesting that resistance may not be insurmountably difficult. However, once the pink glow reaches its zenith, it begins to wane. Suddenly, 2 points of light appear in the sky, akin to shooting stars racing towards the earth. The protective barrier of the divine council proves utterly ineffective against these 2 lights. They swiftly penetrate the shield, even passing through the apex of the divine council, directly landing before Tang San, resting in his palms. Tang San's eyes brim with tears, his jaw clenched tightly as he struggles to suppress his emotions. The objects that have fallen into his hands are 2 crystalline stones, one shaped like an octagram, within which an endless swirl of purple-black mist roils violently, seemingly containing profound destructive power. The other, a teardrop shape, glistens with vibrant vitality. Even a mere glance conveys the immense life force it harbors. As these 2 stones settle into Tang San's grasp, the entire divine council trembles slightly. The divine power it emanates suddenly amplifying more than twofold. The first-tier deities present exchange glances, their expressions darkening. Though they have never seen such objects before, they can surmise their significance. These are seeds, the original seeds that existed at the inception of the divine realm. The seeds of life and destruction, fundamental to the existence of the divine realm from its very beginning. The resurrection of the god of destruction and the goddess of life also signifies that their own lives are drawing to a close. We have done all we can. While lament, in 10,000 years, we shall return. A cold voice reverberates through the air, yet it remains imbued with formidable authority. The god of destruction, the deities gaze in astonishment at the 2 seeds in Tang San's hands, and even Tang San himself is taken aback. After all, no divine being has ever encountered the seeds of the divine realm. The consciousness of the god of destruction and the goddess of life still exists. This is truly magnificent. I forgive you, came the icy 4 words, still suffused with majesty. Yet in the next moment, the god of destruction is weeping profusely. Boom! The divine realm quakes, trembling violently. Through the luminous screen of the divine realm's core, it is vaguely observable that with that last impact, the entire divine realm seems to have shifted slightly from its original position, while the outer layer suffused with creative energy, the pink aura, begins to weaken, transitioning from abundance to decline. Tang San takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. Yes, the missions of the goddess of life and the god of destruction have been accomplished. They have not only compressed the divine realm, but have also, at the expense of their lives, managed to withstand the first wave of the temporal turbulence with the power of the 2 supreme deities. The next phase now lies in their hands. As the temporal turbulence approaches, the deities prepare. I, the god of Shura, hereby vow to coexist with the divine realm. The moment these words are spoken, golden runes surge around Tang San, ascending into the air and transforming into a mist of radiant light that emanates from the apex of the divine council. Forming a golden halo in the sky, each deity gathered around the divine council can clearly perceive it. In the face of such impending disaster, what could possibly uplift the spirits of the deities more than this? The 7 elemental gods exchange glances and simultaneously raise their right hands, taking an oath towards the heart of the divine realm. We vow to coexist with the divine realm. 7 smaller spheres, each representing water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, ascend one after another, as the voices of the seven elemental gods resonate throughout the divine council. I, the god of destruction, vow to coexist with the divine realm. The voice of the god of destruction rises passionately. We vow to coexist with the divine realm. Another 7 voices echo in unison, as the 7 original sin gods solemnly take their oaths. A smile flickers in the eyes of the 7 elemental gods. The fire god chuckles. It seems these fellows are not so detestable after all. Who are you calling detestable? The god of wrath bellowed furiously. The fire god laughed heartily. If you're unconvinced, we can settle it one-on-one later. But for now, you're my brother. The god of wrath paused, rolling his eyes. Who is your brother? I'll deal with you later. Frosty thought sighed. Will I even be allowed to leave? Tang San, I become your elder now. Though he complained, his expression quickly turned serious as he shared a knowing glance with the god of emotion, both solemnly declaring, we vow to coexist with the divine realm. Chapter 106, Coexistence. Outside the divine council, numerous second and third-tier deities, along with a multitude of priests, listened to each solemn vow while witnessing the radiant halos emanating from the highest-ranking deities of the divine realm. In an instant, the divine bloodlines within each deity began to surge with fervor. In the divine realm, they have enjoyed a life of ease for far too long. Now, it is time to ignite their passionate blood. We vow to coexist with the divine realm. We vow to coexist with the divine realm. We vow to coexist with the divine realm. A chorus of fervent calls begins to resound around the divine council, as rings of varying intensities of light begin to blossom. Amidst the blossoming of these rings, the entire divine realm begins to tremble slightly. On the ground, the pink hue brought by the goddess of life and the god of destruction slowly seeps into the very soil of the divine realm, causing the buzzing and quaking to stabilize. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the pinnacle of the divine council's tower, piercing the sky and illuminating the entire divine realm. The golden protective shield of the divine realm is clearly presented before every deity. Following this, strands of golden light, delicate as threads, cascade from the divine council, connecting to each deity. Without hesitation, the deities sit cross-legged, pouring their divine power unreservedly into the golden filaments. Instantly, the radiance of the divine council becomes even more resplendent, and under the collective effort of the deities, the entire divine realm transforms into a colossal golden light sphere. Boom! 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 A series of resounding roars echoed through the cosmos, where a magnificent golden light flickered defiantly against the formidable and terrifying onslaught of the chaotic currents of time and space. Yet, the divine realm stood unwavering, resolute, and steadfast. This was the divine power of the gods, a testament to their unwavering faith. United in purpose, the deities had compressed the divine realm back to its original dimensions, rendering it as solid as a fortress. At the forefront was Tang San, surrounded by the other first-tier gods, each channeling their divine energy into the heart of the divine realm, with Tang San as the principal orchestrator of their collective resistance. At that moment, his form radiated an entirely golden hue, as beams of golden light flickered in the air. Each flicker caused the surrounding air to warp slightly. Yet the brilliance of his golden aura intensified with each passing moment. Xiao Wu refrained from swearing an oath alongside Tang San, for it was rendered unnecessary. If Tang San were to perish, how could she possibly survive? Instead, she stood behind him, continuously infusing her divine energy into his being. United in resolve, the chaotic currents of time and space had fully conjoined with the divine realm, mercilessly dismantling the protective barriers that encircled it in an attempt to obliterate it. However, the divine realm proved remarkably resilient. While layers of psychic shields were dismantled, they were promptly reinforced by powerful divine energies. Nevertheless, the tremors of the divine shield grew increasingly pronounced as the core of the chaotic currents drew nearer. Tang San's countenance became solemn. As the principal orchestrator, he alone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet he had no answers. He was uncertain whether the divine realm could withstand this catastrophic ordeal, for the circumstances were beyond discernment. The chaotic currents were overwhelmingly potent, yet exceedingly unstable. Initially, the swirling masses had been so formidable that they nearly drained the energies of 2 divine kings before dissipating the outer clouds. Yet paradoxically, the chaotic currents appeared to weaken inwardly, allowing the divine realm to stabilize once more through the efforts of the gods. However, in the next instant, the chaotic currents surged anew, growing ever stronger. Tang San found himself unable to gauge the eventual might of the chaotic core. Undoubtedly, the core of the chaotic currents would prove to be the most terrifying entity in this calamity, yet it possessed varying strengths. To what extent it would amplify remained unknown. Should it grow excessively strong, the dissolution of the divine realm would be inevitable. If relatively weaker, there might yet be hope for survival. Regardless of whether the core harbored the powers of time or space, its essence would be unfathomably dreadful. For now, their only recourse was to resist with the utmost fortitude, striving to safeguard the entirety of the divine realm. The god of destruction and the goddess of life had deemed preservation of the divine realm impossible before its contraction, prompting Tang San to command preparations for retreat. However, such an action would undoubtedly lead to the demise of the majority of the gods. Now that the divine realm had successfully contracted and had withstood most of the assaults thanks to the efforts of the god of destruction and the goddess of life, Tang San swore an oath to lead the gods in defending the divine realm, convinced that as long as the worst outcome was averted, the divine realm could endure. As the chaotic currents intensified, the entire divine realm began to tremble once more. The earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the world beyond with startling clarity. The chaotic currents loomed like a colossal gray beast, intent on devouring the divine realm entirely. Fear? Such an emotion had long since vanished. All the gods could do now was unleash their divine powers in full splendor. In the midst of this turmoil, a powerful tremor shook the land, fracturing it, while Tang San and the god of destruction engaged in their fierce battle. The forest within the sacred domain had already been reduced to rubble. At this very moment, the central tower of the sacred domain collapsed dramatically amidst the violent clash between the divine realm and the chaotic currents. A massive fissure spread outward from the point of the tower's fall, initially measuring 10 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width, but soon expanding rapidly as the ground continued to fracture. From within that fissure, radiant golden light began to seep forth, its brilliance so dense that it resembled solid gold. Deep, resonant roars followed. Initially low and guttural, the sound soon transformed into a soaring crescendo. It was the roar of a dragon, infused with exultation, defiance, malice, and an insatiable thirst for destruction. The terrifying echoes of the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the space. The intensifying golden light shot skyward, though it still paled in comparison to the golden radiance emanating from the divine council. Yet, upon its emergence, the trembling earth around it ceased to quiver. It was essential to note that while the divine barrier had repelled the chaotic currents, some remnants of temporal and spatial energy had inevitably infiltrated the divine realm, resulting in the cataclysmic upheaval observed. Yet, the formidable golden light managed to pacify these remnants of temporal and spatial energies, illustrating the immense power it wielded. It was capable of stabilizing an entire realm. With a thunderous sound, a colossal claw emerged from the edge of the fissure. As it grasped the edge of the cliff, an enormous claw-shaped indentation formed, measuring hundreds of square meters. The claw was golden, each of its 5 digits remarkably robust, with each joint adorned with a circular protrusion resembling a golden gemstone, adorned with radiant spiral patterns. The tips of the claws were sharp, akin to deadly spikes. With another resounding thud, a second claw ascended the cliff, identical to the first. Almost simultaneously, the 2 massive claws dug into the cliff's edge, causing the entire precipice to tremble. In the blink of an eye, an immense creature surged forth from the fissure. Its emergence was akin to a mountain rising into the sky, its radiant golden form casting a hue across the land. What a colossal entity it was! Upon its full revelation, it became clear that the claws that had just grasped the cliff were merely its smaller forelimbs. Its hindquarters were even more formidable, with thighs so robust that the claws connected to them were nearly 3 times the size of the forelimbs. Its scales shimmered with resplendent hues, each scale a diamond shape, with intersecting lines at their centers forming 4 prominent ridges, thick and solid, imbued with a sharpness that radiated power. Even a single scale was over a square meter in size, and the sheer number of scales on its gargantuan body was incalculable. Enormous wings unfurled from its back, overshadowing the chaotic currents outside the divine barrier. Its massive head bore numerous spikes emerging from the crown and jaw, extending along its spine to the tail. Its tail was lengthy, widening abruptly at the tip, adorned with spikes, resembling an oversized wolf fang mace. It was difficult to imagine the catastrophic devastation that would ensue if that mountain-sized mace were to strike head-on. This was a dragon, a fearsome creature stretching nearly 1,000 zhang in length. His eyes, akin to the hue of rubies, were filled with a savage and frenzied light. A profound golden radiance danced around him, shimmering brilliantly. Beneath him, a colossal golden halo illuminated the surroundings. With his wings fully unfurled, his immense form hovered effortlessly in the air. A terrifying aura of oppression lingered in the atmosphere, accompanied by a thunderous roar. An unparalleled surge of vital energy erupted from him, evoking the awe of myriad gods. Indeed, he was the very being sealed within the sacred Forbidden Land. It was his existence that prompted the goddess of life to hastily arrive upon hearing the god of emotions report that the god of destruction had unleashed his power. The god of destruction had not truly shaken the seal of his sacred Forbidden Land. He had merely drawn forth a fraction of his strength. Now, as calamity descended upon the divine realm, the slightly loosened seal finally weakened under the influence of the tumultuous currents of time and space, allowing this entity, part of the one responsible for the last great catastrophe in the divine realm, to break free. It is referred to as a part because it constitutes half of the body of the instigator of the previous calamity, the Dragon God, the Golden Dragon King. Chapter 108. Breaking Free from the Cocoon. The Dragon God had once wrought immense disaster upon the divine realm, standing alone against the 5 great divine kings. It was only through the combined might of the 5 divine kings, led by the god of Shura, that he was ultimately vanquished. With a single slash of Ashura's sword, he was cleaved into 2 parts, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King inherited the power and physical prowess of the Dragon God, while the Silver Dragon King inherited his mastery over the elements. The whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King remain unknown, whereas the Golden Dragon King, on the brink of death, forcibly transformed into an indestructible cocoon, sealed by the divine kings within the sacred Forbidden Land. Now, as the sacred Forbidden Land trembles, the Golden Dragon King has finally emerged from his confinement. The very scenario the goddess of life dreaded has come to pass. Roar, roar, roar. The Golden Dragon King unleashed 3 more furious roars towards the heavens, his colossal form ascending with unparalleled authority. His physical capabilities were so formidable that even the turbulence wrought by the currents of time and space, along with the fragments of time and space appearing throughout the divine realm, could not touch him in the slightest. The forces of time and space dissipated upon contact with the Golden Dragon King, shattering into nothingness. Rising into the sky, the Golden Dragon King's ruby-like eyes fixed upon a singular direction, his fierce gaze locking onto the beam of golden light emanating from the Divine Council. Like a vast golden cloud racing through the skies, the speed at which the Golden Dragon King flew was terrifying. He had inherited the Dragon God's physical abilities, powers far beyond mere strength, encompassing defenses and speed as integral aspects of his physical prowess. In that moment, as he soared at full speed, only the supreme gods could rival him in the divine realm. After being suppressed for countless years within the sacred Forbidden Land, the Golden Dragon King was now consumed by boundless hatred, a terrifying aura of destruction pervading the air, his blood-red eyes seemingly ready to ignite in flames. The Divine Council. Tang San furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the shimmering screen before him, which had now turned a grim gray. The turbulent currents of time and space had fully merged with the divine realm, eroding it at an astonishing pace. The 2 sides were essentially engaged in a battle of energy. Should the mental energies from the lower realms deplete first, the divine realm would face utter annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. Conversely, if the temporal powers within the turbulence were exhausted first, the divine realm could avert catastrophe. Regardless of the outcome, the divine realm would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, requiring many years to restore its former state. Nevertheless, survival remained paramount. Yet, Tang San's concerns extended beyond this. Ordinary divine beings could not perceive the distant roars or feel the terrifying oppression emanating from afar. However, as the central controller of the divine realm, attuned to all its changes, how could he remain oblivious? It has arrived. It has indeed broken the seal. After a brief moment of furrowing his brow, an unprecedented brilliance radiated from Tang San's eyes, his fighting spirit ignited even more fiercely than when he faced the god of destruction. If their conflict had stemmed from differing ideologies, at least they both cherished this world. But the impending presence embodied only destruction and devastation. It truly sought to annihilate the divine realm. With its own might, even in the event of the divine realm's ruin, it could surely survive, merely seeking refuge in another world. It must not be allowed to succeed. Tang San took a deep breath and suddenly turned to the god of emotions nearby. The god of emotions, like other first-tier deities, was channeling divine power into the divine realm's core. Yet, upon meeting Tang San's gaze, he immediately sensed the urgency. His perceptive instincts compelling him to open his eyes wide and look towards Tang San with a questioning expression. Tang San nodded at the god of emotions, gesturing with one hand while signaling him to remain silent. The god of emotions, being exceptionally astute, immediately understood. Rising quietly to Tang San's side and using a simulation technique to mask his aura, ensuring that the other first-tier deities remained oblivious. The shift in Tang San's demeanor was first sensed by Xiao Wu, who opened her eyes in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at Tang San. Observing the god of emotions beside him, Tang San suddenly grasped his hand, causing the god of emotions to feel a hard object fall into his palm. In the next moment, as his body shifted, he found himself in Tang San's position, even Xiao Wu's hand now marked upon him. The god of emotions looked down in astonishment to find a small, crimson crystal in his palm. The moment he touched it, a shiver coursed through him as the overwhelming aura of bloodshed and death emanated from the tiny crystal, nearly sending him into a frenzy. Chapter 109. Tang San prepares for battle. Tang San pressed a hand upon his shoulder, infusing gentle divine power into the god of emotions, allowing him to stabilize, though his complexion paled. He quickly deduced the nature of the crystal. It was the Shura seed, one of the 5 seeds from the creation of the divine realm, equally significant as the life seed and the destruction seed Tang San had previously collected. The Shura seed governed order. Tang San's voice echoed in the god of emotions' mind. Yuhua, from this moment forth, you will take my place. A formidable enemy approaches. I must confront it. You need to maintain stability here. The situation with the temporal turbulence is currently stable. Simply continue to exert divine power and control, and stabilizing the situation should be feasible. Once I have dealt with the enemy outside, I will return to relieve you. The god of emotions gazed in astonishment at his father-in-law, wanting to speak but ultimately swallowing his words. So much had transpired in this single day. Yet, one thing he knew for certain was that his father-in-law had never erred. Now is certainly not the time for inquiries. Tang San cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Wu, and in an instant transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring forth and vanishing from the pinnacle of the Divine Realm Council. The god of emotion deftly turned his head towards his mother-in-law, and although a fleeting hint of anxiety flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, she quickly regained her composure, nodding at him to indicate that he should heed Tang San's words and refrain from asking questions. In a flash of red light, Tang San had already arrived outside the Divine Realm Council, no longer presiding over the central hub of the Divine Realm. At that moment, the radiance emanating from his entire being had reverted to the blood-red hue of the Asura God. I must make it in time. A prayer unexpectedly arose within Tang San's heart, and then he transformed into a red light, shooting off into the distance. He was acutely aware that the god of emotion could not sustain his position for long. Although the god of emotion had made significant advancements through this trial, he was still merely a low-tier deity, not yet a supreme god. As long as he had not ascended to the realm of the supreme god, even wielding his own Asura God seed, he would be unable to maintain control over the divine realm's central hub for an extended period. He needed to return swiftly. However, could that fellow truly resolve matters in such a short time? A roar. The moment he emerged from the golden barrier that enveloped the Divine Realm Council, Tang San heard the resounding roar of a dragon. His gaze sharpened, and he transformed into a streak of crimson light, covering 1,000 miles in an instant, intercepting the colossal golden figure before him. Even though he had already surmised the identity of a newcomer, witnessing the figure before him caused his pupils to constrict slightly. Such overwhelming vitality. As a supreme god, Tang San's physical prowess was beyond question. He was unquestionably the strongest being in the divine realm. Yet, as he hovered before the Golden Dragon King, he was still astonished by the vitality radiating from the Golden Dragon King. He could ascertain without doubt that in terms of physical capability, he could not compare to the Golden Dragon King before him. What a formidable Golden Dragon King! No wonder it managed to break free from the god Forbidden Land. Upon seeing Tang San, the Golden Dragon King's ruby-like eyes gleamed with ferocity. Although the form of the deity before him had transformed, the aura surrounding him remained unchanged. It was him indeed. It was he who, with a single stroke of his sword, had reduced him to a mere part of his own being. The might of that sword had severed even the soul and consciousness, transforming the dragon god into the golden and silver dragon kings, rendering both body and mind, even abilities, into 2 independent entities. Compared to the dragon god in his prime, who could challenge the 5 supreme gods single-handedly, the disparity was insurmountably vast. Upon seeing Tang San, the first emotion that surged within the Golden Dragon King was intense rage, followed closely by profound trepidation. Yes, he too could feel fear. The memory of the deity's offensive prowess was still fresh in his mind. After splitting into the Golden Dragon King, he had ultimately been forced to cocoon himself before the other deities, being sealed within the God-forbidden land. Now that he had just emerged, encountering this entity once more made him wonder if he would be sealed again. No, absolutely not. The Golden Dragon King let out an enraged roar, its massive form accelerating abruptly, resembling a colossal golden meteor soaring through the air, charging directly at Tang San. Tang San's expression hardened. The blood-red Shura sword shot up towards the heavens. He transformed, merging with the blood-red giant sword, infused with his divine power. The Shura sword swiftly morphed into a colossal blood-red blade, extending several dozen yards, hurtling towards the Golden Dragon King's head. United with the sword, the formidable abilities of the Asura God manifested. However, at that moment, Tang San refrained from unleashing the Shura blood sword. It was not out of desire, but rather due to his limitations. From the moment he shattered his seal, he had been embroiled in continuous battle. Even after the conflict had concluded, there had been no time to restore his divine power. Indeed, as a supreme god, his recovery rate was significantly faster than that of most deities. Yet equally, when he expended a great deal of energy, the amount he needed to recuperate was equally substantial. Presently, the majority of the divine energy in the divine realm was devoted to combating the tumultuous currents of time and space. The timing of the Golden Dragon King's emergence was indeed inopportune. At this juncture, Tang San could only muster 50% of his combat prowess from the peak of his Asura God phase. In the face of the Golden Dragon King, he found himself greatly constrained. The Golden Dragon King, however, was indifferent to these considerations, taking full advantage of its momentum. Its massive form crashed violently against the Shura blood sword. The longest golden spike on its hardened head radiated a brilliant golden light, causing all spikes from its tail to its head to gleam, the golden radiance surging like waves, culminating in a collision with the Shura blood sword. With a resounding crack, the united form of the sword and Tang San was sent rebounding, soaring into the air and flying at least 100 miles away. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon King merely swayed slightly in the air, a small dent appearing on its horn. Momentarily taken aback, the Golden Dragon King's ruby-like eyes brimmed with exhilaration. This new Asura God had weakened significantly, much diminished compared to the former Asura God. The Golden Dragon King's physical capabilities were not solely manifested in combat, but also in recovery. The gap in its horn rapidly mended at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, its immense form accelerated once more, propelled by its dragon wings, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously caught up to the Shura sword, which was Tang San. With a fierce whip of its long tail, resembling a wolf fang hammer, it struck the Shura sword with tremendous force. Instantly, the Shura sword was sent flying again. It was not that Tang San wished to evade. Rather, the Golden Dragon King's speed was simply too swift and its strength overwhelmingly potent. By the first strike, he was already left disoriented, his divine power unstable. Thus, he was unable to evade the subsequent blow. What incredible strength! This creature had undoubtedly grown even more formidable since before its sealing. Having cocooned itself for so many years, it had continuously absorbed the divine power of the divine realm. This selfish being had not even contemplated leaving any divine energy to nurture other divine beasts, but had consumed it all for itself. Although the current Golden Dragon King was still far from the power of the original Dragon God, it was at least equivalent to that of a supreme god. With only half the strength of Asura God, how could Tang San contend with it? Moreover, the Golden Dragon King possessed an extraordinary recovery capability. Its overall strength was on par with that of a supreme god, yet defeating it would be a challenge even for two supreme gods. For the physical capabilities of deities were, in fact, inferior to those of divine beasts. This was one of the key reasons why divine beasts had once brought about such calamities. As Tang San's thoughts raced, he contemplated numerous strategies for counteraction. Yet ultimately, none seemed feasible for him to vanquish the Golden Dragon King in such a short time frame. Even merely overcoming it appeared daunting. However, when he was sent flying for the second time, he was nonetheless prepared. As the Shura sword was struck, it recoiled slightly, avoiding a full-force impact from the Golden Dragon King. Thus, after being propelled away, Tang San quickly regained control of the Shura sword as flight, then pinpointed a direction and surged forth. Regardless of whether he could withstand the Golden Dragon King, he must first draw it away, ensuring it posed no threat to the Divine Realm Council. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the Divine Realm. Tang San transformed into the Asura sword, soared ahead with great speed, while the Golden Dragon King roared furiously behind, pursuing him with fervor. Judging the current speed of the Golden Dragon King, Tang San realized that had he not achieved the unity of body and sword, he would undoubtedly be outpaced by the seemingly colossal figure of the Golden Dragon King. Even at full strength, he might not have been able to match its velocity. The Dragon God of Yore was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that it took the combined might of the first generation of the 5 great divine kings to barely overcome it. The physical prowess of the Golden Dragon King was truly overwhelming. However, after merging with his sword, Tang San's speed was unparalleled. He deliberately minimized his size, gradually transforming into the original form of the Asura sword to enhance his flight speed. In the air, he executed agile maneuvers, leveraging the Golden Dragon King's bulk as a disadvantage, steadily increasing the distance between them. Although the Golden Dragon King could occasionally unleash bursts of speed to close the gap, Tang San's nimble evasions ensured it could not truly catch up. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor coursed through the divine realm, darkening the skies momentarily. A chill ran down Tang San's spine as the pressure of the temporal turbulence intensified. He wondered if Xiao from the Divine Realm Council could withstand it. At that moment, he felt a stir in his heart. The Asura sword, in its unified form, momentarily paused in midair, influenced by his will. The Golden Dragon King, capitalizing on this brief hesitation, surged forward, opening its massive jaws to bite down on the Asura sword. The sharp dragon teeth gleamed ominously. And while this bite might not damage the sword, escaping its grasp would prove difficult. In a critical moment, a blood-red pattern suddenly illuminated the blade of the Asura sword. With a fierce twist, the sword abruptly accelerated, slipping through the Golden Dragon King's teeth at the last possible instant and changing direction to fly straight towards the Divine Realm Council. The Golden Dragon King, unwilling to relent, let out an enraged roar, flapping its enormous wings with such force that it propelled its massive body forward in an instant. Do you not realize that the Divine Realm is on the brink of temporal turbulence? Once the protective barrier is breached, you may find it difficult to escape unscathed. Tang San's voice echoed with fury. I am well aware of the impending temporal turbulence, perhaps even before you. My superior perception has long detected its approach. The destruction of the Divine Realm holds little consequence for me. In fact, it would be for the best. You wretched, self-righteous deities have dared to imprison me for so long. This time, I shall aid the turbulence in obliterating the Divine Realm, and then we shall see how you survive. With my physical strength, even the turbulence cannot harm me for long. I can simply seek refuge in another space. Moreover, without your Divine Realm, there will be no Divine Realm hunters. When that time comes, I can wander freely among the mortal realms of various planets, unchallenged. Once I locate my other half, the Dragon God shall return, and I will create a realm of divine beasts, subjugating all of you and the entirety of humanity into eternal servitude. Hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, Tang San felt a shiver of dread. It was evident that the Golden Dragon King had long been scheming, perhaps even influencing the God of Destruction. However, words were futile at this point. The immediate danger had to be addressed first. The Golden Dragon King spoke a partial truth. If the Divine Realm were consumed by the temporal turbulence, the worlds under its dominion would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Without the divine hunters, the mortal realm might give rise to beings surpassing their original limits. The absence of divine suppression would unleash powers beyond comprehension, potentially birthing entities capable of cataclysmic destruction. Yet, this remained merely a possibility. While energy could reach astonishing heights, transcending those limits was exceedingly arduous. Such restrictions, however, would not apply to the Golden Dragon King. With its might, if it truly descended upon a planet, annihilation would be trivial. This was a scenario Tang San could not allow to unfold. Should that happen, countless planets would fall under the Golden Dragon King's dominion. If it were to establish the so-called divine realm it envisioned, it would spell disaster for all humanity across the stars. As Tang San's thoughts raced, he maintained unwavering control over the sword's trajectory, continuing to steer towards the Divine Realm Council. After a relentless pursuit, the Golden Dragon King realized it could not catch up and consequently slowed its pace to follow Tang San at a distance. Do not struggle, Asura God. You stand no chance. The consciousness of the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life has been extinguished and poses no threat. Now, you are the only one left who can barely resist me. The Divine Realm Council is approaching. Do you still hope for their protection? I have already seen your fellow deities battling the temporal turbulence. I did not directly shatter the barrier. I merely aimed to exhaust your energy against the turbulence, ensuring my own safety. The Golden Dragon King, inheriting part of the Dragon God's wisdom, had anticipated many of these developments. It had deliberately allowed the god of destruction to utilize its own aura to seal Tang San within the divine forbidden land, never expecting Tang San to break free using his son's umbilical blood. Yet, the temporal turbulence it had sensed was indeed upon them. Its plans could continue. Although it claimed to fear nothing from the turbulence, deep down, it harbored apprehensions, particularly regarding the terrifying might at the core of the turbulence. It did not dare to confront it directly. Meanwhile, the divine realm's defenses were continuously depleting the turbulence's power, and it had no intention of hastily destroying them. The likelihood of the divine realm fully blocking the turbulence was minimal. Even if they succeeded, the deities within the divine realm were nearing exhaustion. Who else could withstand it? During its battle with Tang San, the Golden Dragon King had comprehended all of this, remaining calm and patient. It simply followed Tang San, waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash its full power. As the Golden Dragon King slowed, Tang San naturally reduced his speed as well, the divine energy emanating from him visibly waning. This was beyond his control. The day's exertion had been immense. The energy within the divine realm had been largely siphoned off by the council, leaving him akin to a well without water. Restoring his divine power was currently impossible. Yet, Tang San uttered not a word to the Golden Dragon King, resolutely heading towards the divine realm council. Chapter 112. The Foolish Deities? The Golden Dragon King jeered, Asura God. Do you intend to perish alongside the divine realm council? Very well. I shall grant you that wish. Rest assured, I shall not hastily launch an assault on your divine council. Instead, I intend to allow the deities surrounding your council to perceive my existence. Just imagine, if they were to experience a surge of panic, would their ability to withstand the turbulent currents of time and space not diminish? At that moment, I would relish the sight of you wretched deities, one by one, engulfed in the chaotic flow of time and space, and it would be utterly delightful. The malevolent words of the Golden Dragon King seemed to cause the Shura sword to tremble slightly. Possessing extraordinary vision, the Golden Dragon King clearly observed a subtle shift in the massive dragon's maw, which appeared to reveal a hint of disdain. Indeed, the disparity between this new generation of supreme gods and the first generation is quite pronounced. The Asura God is rather unimpressive as well. Alas, if only the chaotic currents had arrived later, perhaps the god of destruction would have completely obliterated this realm. The battle between Tang San and the god of destruction unfolded entirely within its perception. It witnessed the entire process. In its eyes, Tang San's displayed combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the former Asura God, and the gap was significant. Now, through their mutual battles, it became even more certain of this fact. The divine council was drawing near. In the distance, the majestic golden edifice was surrounded by numerous deities, and streams of golden light continued to converge towards the divine council. Yu Hao performed exceptionally well. A flicker of gratitude crossed Tang San's mind. His son-in-law's performance over these days could only be described as astonishing. Without him, the current situation would undoubtedly be far worse. It seems that my daughter's discernment surpasses my own. Had the Golden Dragon King been aware of Tang San's contemplations at that moment, it would undoubtedly have felt a sense of caution. Unfortunately, it lacked the ability to read minds. Even if it could, it would be impossible to penetrate the thoughts of a supreme god. With a flash of red light, Tang San had already vanished into the divine council. While the immense form of the Golden Dragon King nearly instantaneously appeared the perimeter of the protective barrier surrounding the divine council. Naturally, it could not enter, provided that the protective shield could withstand its assault. The Golden Dragon King, seemingly eager to demonstrate its virtue of keeping promises, unfurled its colossal wings and hovered outside the barrier, refraining from attacking, instead emitting a series of thunderous roars. The barrier could obstruct the turbulent currents of time and space, but offered no such protection against sound. The deities, who were fervently channeling their divine power, were abruptly roused. Just as the Golden Dragon King had stated, when the gods beheld its immense form radiating with brilliant golden light, chaos erupted around the divine council. Is this the Golden Dragon King? Questions and exclamations echoed in a cacophony. Everyone understood the implications of the Golden Dragon King's appearance at this moment for the entire divine realm. Especially for the seasoned deities, the tales of the dragon god lingered vividly in their memories. What should we do now? Will the Golden Dragon King immediately attack the divine council? A resounding boom echoed, but it was not caused by the Golden Dragon King. It originated from the external turbulent currents of time and space. Remarkably, the chaotic flow continued to intensify, showing no signs of abating. Within that gray mist, streaks of gray lightning flickered incessantly, casting the divine realm in a dance of light and shadow. You foolish deities, Exert yourselves and strive to counteract the turbulent currents of time and space. Rest assured, I am in no rush. I can afford to wait," proclaimed the Golden Dragon King boldly. It was indeed unhurried, reveling in the sight of the gods battling the chaotic currents, a scenario it relished. It harbored no fear of the deities turning their attention towards it. Its own strength was formidable, but more importantly, these deities had no alternative in the face of the turbulent currents. Should they abandon their resistance against the chaotic flow, the divine realm would be annihilated in an instant. Thus, even knowing its scheme, they had no choice but to confront the external turmoil with grim determination. The Golden Dragon King considered itself exceedingly clever, so much so that it was inclined to marvel at its own intellect. The thunderous roars reverberated, and the radiance emanating from the divine council appeared to intensify, suggesting that Tang San had regained control of the central authority. The Golden Dragon King spread its arms, circling the protective barrier of the divine council, scrutinizing the terror and gritted teeth of the deities, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with a triumphant glint. Truly magnificent. Strive on, foolish deities. Chapter 113. The Fool is You. Indeed, the fool is you. You once had a genuine opportunity to bring about the destruction of the divine realm, but alas, while you inherited the power and physical prowess of the dragon god, you failed to inherit the wisdom. In this regard, you are vastly inferior to the Silver Dragon King. When the Silver Dragon King separated, it had the foresight to flee immediately, yet you merely knew how to recklessly exert yourself. Thus, you have been sealed for so many years. This time is no different. You remain as foolish as ever, but after this, you shall have no further opportunities. Tang San's icy voice resonated from within the divine council, echoing through the air for every deity in the realm to hear. The anxious expressions of the deities gradually transformed into calmness. The words of the supreme god possessed an undeniable power to instill tranquility. The Golden Dragon King was momentarily taken aback. Even at this juncture, you still resort to alarmist rhetoric? Though it spoke thus, it slowly flapped its immense wings and began to retreat. The battle between Tang San and the god of destruction had left a profound impression upon it. It vividly recalled how the god of destruction had gradually fallen into Tang San's trap, ultimately losing despite holding an absolute advantage in strength. Could it be that this individual before it possesses the capability to reverse the situation at such a time? Though skeptical, the Golden Dragon King chose to adopt a mindset of cautious belief. Destroying the divine realm was paramount, regardless of the consequences. Even if the turbulent currents outside posed a threat, it could always find a planet rich in elemental energy to slumber upon. After all, it had grown accustomed to enduring solitude. While contemplating, the Golden Dragon King's massive wings suddenly flared, propelling its enormous form skyward. Coordinating with the chaotic currents was simplicity itself. It merely needed to create a fissure in the divine barrier, after which the turbulent currents would accomplish the rest and obliterate the entire realm. At that moment, two flickering flames silently manifested on either side of the divine council. Initially, these flames appeared insignificant, one red and the other blue, seemingly the simplest, most unassuming flames. However, in an instant, the two flames transformed. One turned black while the other became white. In that fleeting moment, time and space around the divine council seemed to come to a sudden halt. Then, the two flames elongated abruptly, transforming into two razor-sharp swords. A melodious female voice rang out, "Rise." As gentle as water, a deep male voice followed, evil, majestic, and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, amidst the expanse of heaven and earth, a mist reminiscent of primordial chaos surged forth, transforming the sky into a brilliant white and the ground into a deep black. In that fleeting moment, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the simultaneous eruption of the goddess of life and the god of destruction just moments prior. The colossal form of the Golden Dragon King seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, forcefully rebounding. The black and white dual swords flanking the divine council instantaneously morphed into two streaks of light, piercing through the air towards the direction of the Golden Dragon King. The divine blades swelling majestically in the wind. Not only that, but from the pinnacle of the divine council, a crimson light similarly shot forth, converging with the black and white swords, transforming the three divine blades into beams of intense radiance that enveloped the Golden Dragon King entirely. An unprecedented wave of terror surged within the Golden Dragon King, and before the three divine swords, it felt as though every scale on its body quivered in trepidation. As if its very being was on the verge of being torn asunder, the sensation of death abruptly descending upon it. Roaring with primal fury, it flapped its mighty wings, striving to escape with all its might. Yet at that moment, the entire divine realm seemed to fall under the dominion of the three beams of sword light. How could it possibly evade such a fate? I have said it before, the foolish one is you, echoed the cold voice of Tang San in the ears of the Golden Dragon King. Indeed, the foolishness lay within it. At this juncture, the Golden Dragon King had come to a realization, albeit rather belatedly. The only entities capable of threatening its existence within the divine realm were the supreme gods. The white divine sword was the manifestation of the benevolent god of goodness, while the black divine sword was wielded by the formidable god of evil. Coupled with the Asura God and the Asura blood sword, which governed order, the three swords united commanded all the laws of the divine realm. Even the complete dragon god of yore would have recoiled before such a blade, let alone the Golden Dragon King, which only possessed the physical might of the dragon god. Before the Golden Dragon King lay the sword of judgment of the three realms, representing the domains of goodness, evil, and Shura. In the aftermath of the calamity wrought by the dragon god upon the divine realm, the five great divine kings, in their moment of profound reflection, realized their lack of offensive capabilities. Thus, they united to devise the sword of judgment of the three realms. Had the goddess of life and the god of destruction still been present, they could have augmented the sword with the powers of life and destruction. Yet now, although the goddess of life and the god of destruction had perished, their essences resided within Tang San. Consequently, despite the sword's incompleteness, its might was scarcely diminished from its former glory. Chapter 114. The Sword of Judgment of the Three Realms. Within the Divine Council, the god of emotion gritted his teeth, his forehead veined and his entire form trembling incessantly. Before him, the luminous screen began to blur. The immense pressure caused his bones to crack ominously. Limit, limit. He was drawing perilously close to the brink of his endurance, a threshold that had presented itself a mere 10 minutes prior. Yet, he had resolutely held on. Ironically, the reason for this limit was the timely return of his father-in-law, the supreme god Tang San. The moment he beheld Tang San's return, a wave of relief washed over the god of emotion, yet the overwhelming pressure pushed him to the very edge of his limits. However, after Tang San infused a surge of divine power to stabilize the divine realm's core, he solemnly instructed him to persist, to not yet be replaced. The god of emotion was momentarily taken aback. Was he not a first-tier divine entity? Must he continue to endure? Yet, he could hardly withstand much longer. Then, Tang San uttered a single phrase that compelled him to grit his teeth and bear the weight. The Golden Dragon King is coming. At that, the god of emotion's entire being quaked, suddenly understanding why his father-in-law had departed at such a critical moment. Now, he could only withstand the onslaught. As a first-tier divine entity, his ability to endure within the heart of the divine realm for this long was a source of pride. It was worth noting that even the supreme gods would face immense pressure here, yet he continued to uphold, to channel the collective strength of the divine realm against the chaotic currents of time and space, preventing the realm from shattering. As he gritted his teeth, he noticed two additional divine entities beside his father-in-law, two familiar figures representing hope for the entire divine realm at this critical juncture. They were the two supreme gods. The god of goodness and the god of evil had returned at this most pivotal moment. When the god of destruction had suddenly launched his attack and sealed Tang San away, Tang San had indeed been somewhat prepared, though his readiness was far from complete. At that time, even if he had wished to contact the two supreme gods of goodness and evil from the lower realms, he could not do so. Communication with lower realm divine entities necessitated passage through the divine realm's core. The current god of goodness and the god of evil were the second generation of supreme gods, their powers slightly inferior to those of Tang San, the god of destruction, and the goddess of life, yet they remained entities of supreme caliber. After a grueling battle with the god of destruction, Tang San ultimately reclaimed the divine realm's core. Upon returning to the divine council, his first action was to establish contact with the god of goodness and the god of evil. The exertion had been immense, as had that of the god of destruction and the goddess of life. A growing sense of crisis compelled him to understand that the divine realm must consolidate all its strength to confront the impending calamity, especially since the divine realm had already been expanded by the god of destruction. Upon receiving Tang San's summons, the two divine kings of goodness and evil hastened their return. Why had Tang San led the Golden Dragon King on a wild goose chase outside? He was certainly not acting without purpose. He was calculating the imminent return of the two divine kings, buying time. When he had inadvertently been caught by the Golden Dragon King, it was precisely because he had received word of their return, and in his excitement, he had momentarily faltered. Then he had returned. As he had stated, The truly foolish one was the Golden Dragon King. It had grown overly complacent, even forgetting the existence of the god of goodness and the god of evil. While the Golden Dragon King had inherited the physical prowess of the dragon god, it was evident that it had not inherited the dragon god's wisdom. It was crucial to remember that the dragon god had once nearly shattered the divine realm through his immense power and wisdom, not merely brute strength. Endure. You must endure. The god of emotions' body began to tremble, yet he continued to clench his teeth, aware that the moment of truth had arrived. If he could hold out until the three divine kings returned to the divine realm's core, the likelihood of successfully resisting the chaotic currents of time and space would be maximized. Black, white, and red, three hues of light coalesced in the air, forming a colossal tricolor sword that emerged with grandeur. The Golden Dragon King sought to flee, yet it could not muster the will to resist. It was an absolute suppression of power, an unyielding dominion of law. Ultimately, the divine realm remained under the governance of the pantheon of gods. Tang San vividly recalls the solemn words imparted to him by the previous generations of the benevolent and malevolent deities before their departure from the divine realm. The sword of judgment from the three realms was specifically forged to confront the Golden Dragon King. It was foretold that one day, the Golden Dragon King would devise a means to break free from its seal, and at that moment, its demise would be inevitable. As long as the Golden Dragon King remained, it would pose a persistent threat to the divine realm. Before the sword of judgment, it would not even have the opportunity to reconstitute itself into a dragon cocoon. At this very moment, the truth of those words was being validated. The Golden Dragon King fervently flapped its mighty wings in a desperate bid for escape, yet its body seemed inexplicably tethered, as the sword of judgment from the three realms relentlessly closed in. Fortunately, the absence of the god of destruction and the goddess of life meant that the sword had not yet claimed its life. For the combined might of the five divine kings could withstand the chaos of time and space for a considerable duration. The Golden Dragon King, now fully aware of its predicament, realized it was too late for redemption. Suddenly, a ferocious glint flickered within its ruby-like eyes, and it abruptly changed direction, hurtling towards the divine council. Faced with the specter of death, it finally exhibited a semblance of cunning, or rather, in its desperate state with no avenue for escape. The resolve to perish alongside its adversaries sharpened its mind. Not good. Both the god of destruction and the goddess of life exclaimed in unison, their hearts racing as they discerned the intentions of the Golden Dragon King. It aimed to assault the protective barrier of the divine council, to shatter it and disrupt the council's dominion over the divine realm's powers. Although the divine council, as the epicenter of the divine realm, was shielded by the laws, it was currently devoid of any supreme deity presiding over it. At this critical juncture, it was tenuously enduring the chaotic forces from beyond. The Golden Dragon King was evidently resorting to a desperate gamble, attempting to make a final stand. Should the resolve of the three divine kings to eliminate it waver, an opportunity would present itself. What shall we do? The god of benevolence and the god of malevolence simultaneously inquired of the god of destruction, who remained in command. Kill. Tang San commanded without hesitation, for time was of the essence. The threat posed by the Golden Dragon King was too substantial, and more importantly, given his current state, he could not afford to collaborate with the god of benevolence and the god of malevolence for a second strike with the sword of judgment. If they did not slay the Golden Dragon King now, there might never be another chance. The council's protective barrier could collapse, but the divine realm's profound foundation could endure the chaotic forces for a time, allowing for a glimmer of hope. However, should the Golden Dragon King escape this lethal strike, it would spell catastrophe for the divine realm. A brilliant golden flame enveloped the Golden Dragon King, for as a divine beast, it possessed powers akin to those of the deities. Upon realizing the danger closing in behind it, the creature comprehended that its final chance for survival had evaporated. Thus, it resolved to embrace destruction alongside its foes. Its colossal golden form began to diminish rapidly in the air, and with its shrinking size, its speed increased, outpacing the sword of judgment, which had been summoned with all haste. The divine council loomed just ahead. Let you all perish. The Golden Dragon King roared in a frenzy, its furious dragon's roar reverberating throughout the divine realm. Yet at that moment, the hilt of the sword of judgment erupted with tricolored light, black, white, and red, propelling the sword into a sudden burst of speed, reaching the Golden Dragon King's rear in an instant. The Golden Dragon King, despite its diminishing size, halted abruptly in midair, suspended as if caught in time. In the next heartbeat, black, white, and red light erupted from the wound on its back, as its massive form began to tremble and fragment violently. At this juncture, It was perilously close to the protective barrier of the Divine Council. The Golden Dragon King unleashed a final, thunderous roar, lamenting its impending demise under the Sword of Judgment. Mere moments after breaking free from its seal, it was filled with an insatiable sense of injustice. Suddenly, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a sphere of golden light. The instant this orb separated from its body, the once vibrant ruby eyes dimmed. Yet even in their dullness, they remained filled with malice and a thirst for vengeance. The golden sphere penetrated the protective barrier of the Divine Council. In the skies above, 3 figures materialized in a desperate bid to intercept the golden light. But they all met with failure. In that fleeting moment, the velocity of the golden orb was terrifyingly swift. Tang San, with his acute perception, recognized it as a radiant golden crystal about the size of a fist, shaped like a diamond, with protrusions reminiscent of the Golden Dragon King's own scales. Within it resided an immense and formidable power. The Divine Core, the God of Benevolence, exclaimed. Just as deities possess souls and consciousness, the core of a divine beast is its divine core. However, since that fateful battle, nearly all surviving divine beasts have been stripped of the possibility of possessing a divine core by the Divine Council, rendering them incapable of sustained growth. Yet the Golden Dragon King's divine core had remained intact throughout. In this final moment, the Golden Dragon King released its divine core, willingly sacrificing its life to propel its power toward the Divine Council. Upon hearing the God of Benevolence utter the words divine core, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he understood that while the divine core contained immense power, it lacked offensive capabilities. Especially now, with the Golden Dragon King vanquished and devoid of control over its divine core, the energy within, no matter how formidable, was no longer a threat. It could not dismantle the Divine Council. As the divine core breached the outer barrier of the Divine Council, the emotion god spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. "This is bad," Tang San gasped, swiftly turning his attention from the divine core to the heart of the Divine Council. Without the emotion god's influence, the entire divine realm began to tremble violently. As a deep rumble echoed throughout, the God of Benevolence and the God of Malevolence raced towards the divine core, determined to seize it first. Tang San plunged into the core of the Divine Council, channeling the remnants of his divine power to stabilize it once more. However, at that moment, he felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force, a wave of intense palpitations coursing through him. "Something's amiss," Tang San exclaimed in alarm, causing Xiao Wu to take a step back in fright, while the other first-tier deities gazed at him in astonishment. Upon their sighting of Tang San, they were astonished to discover that this paragon of steadfastness, who had always remained unperturbed amidst chaos, now bore a countenance of profound change, his entire being trembling involuntarily. "Singo, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu inquired, her voice laced with surprise. In the outer realm of the divine realm's core, Tang Wutong cradled her brother, steadfastly awaiting developments while continuously channeling her divine power, amalgamating her strength with that of her peers in the Divine Council. Suddenly, a golden light appeared without warning before her. Before she could comprehend the occurrence, the golden light abruptly surged into her embrace, vanishing from sight. Tang Wutong paused momentarily, but in the next instant, a scream escaped her lips. A blinding golden radiance erupted from her brother, and in that fleeting moment, his entire being transformed into a resplendent gold, his body expanding outward, while a delicate layer of diamond-like dragon scales surfaced upon his skin. At that juncture, 2 hands reached forward simultaneously, placing themselves upon the small Tang Wulin's forehead and abdomen. The contrasting auras of black and white infused him, soothingly halting the expansion of his form. It was then that Tang Wudong noticed that the benevolent and malevolent deities had arrived at her side, their expressions grave. "Wutong, entrust the child to us." The malevolent deity spoke in a somber tone. Tang Wutong, left with no choice but to place her trust in them, handed the child to the benevolent deity. The benevolent deity embraced Tang Wulin and, together with the malevolent deity, entered the chamber at the heart of the divine realm. Tang Wudong hurriedly followed suit. Tang San's chest heaved visibly, his expression shifting ominously, yet his divine power continued to pour unreservedly into the core of the divine realm. Upon witnessing the benevolent and malevolent deities enter, cradling the child aglow with golden light, he instinctively closed his eyes in agony. Xiao Wu, too, recognized their son's condition. Rushing forward with a tremor in her voice, "What has happened? What is wrong with our son?" Her entire being quivered, and recalling Tang San's earlier demeanor, an ominous premonition coursed through her. I am sorry, the malevolent deity spoke haltingly. Tang San's lips quivered as he fought back tears. Gritting his teeth and urging the benevolent and malevolent deities, quickly, let us unite our efforts to withstand the chaos of time and space. In this critical moment concerning the very survival of the divine realm, he was acutely aware that the fate of his son was dire, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. As the supreme deity and custodian of the divine realm, his foremost duty was to protect it. The benevolent deity cautiously entrusted the child to Xiao Wu, whispering, "Together, we shall utilize the power of reward and punishment to seal his body. After we vanquished the Golden Dragon King, its core infiltrated your son's body, seeking to harness the immense power within to rupture his form. For now, we can only temporarily seal that power." Xiao Wu received her son, who had previously cried out vigorously, now lying with closed eyes, radiating intense golden light. A sight both magnificent and harrowing. This newly born life, however, was rapidly diminishing in vitality at an alarming rate. Chapter 117, Save the Child. The Golden Dragon King's divine power was immense, and its core contained over 1/10 of its strength, the purest essence of its being. The Golden Dragon King was acutely aware of the birth of Tang San and Xiao Wu's son, for they were sealing it within the divine realm at that very moment. Confronted with the sword of judgment from the three realms, fully aware of its impending demise, it harbored malice and invoked its core with its last strength. It understood that its core's power could not slay a supreme deity. Thus, it sought revenge by inflicting unbearable suffering upon the instigator, the Asura God. Consequently, it chose the newly born Tang Wulin, for what could be more agonizing for Tang San and Xiao Wu than the demise of their infant son? In truth, it succeeded. The three supreme deities, Tang San, the benevolent deity, and the malevolent deity, were unable to prevent the calamity due to the activation of the Sword of Judgment. Though the benevolent and malevolent deities had sealed its core, the immense power contained within it resonated with the divine forces of the realm, continuously expanding until it threatened to obliterate Tang Wulin's fragile form. What to do? What to do? My son, Xiao Wu murmured to herself, while Tang San managed to contain his emotions. As a mother, how could she not be overwhelmed by the pain of her son, who had yet to taste her milk? Teetering on the brink of death? Mother, Tang Wutong cried out, embracing her mother, "It's all my fault. I failed to care for my brother." The benevolent and malevolent deities had now approached Tang San, their hearts heavy with guilt. Despite their recent return, they had grasped the gravity of the situation within the divine realm. They had been deceived by the god of destruction, leaving Tang San to bear such immense pressure alone, while their newborn son suffered as well. Yet at this moment, nothing was more crucial than preserving the divine realm. The benevolent and malevolent deities positioned themselves on either side of the Asura God, extending their hands to press against the core of the divine realm. Instantly, powerful streams of black and white divine energy surged into the heart of the divine realm, stabilizing the once trembling protective shield and quelling the upheaval throughout the realm. With the reinforcements of these two supreme deities, the struggle against the chaotic currents of time and space found temporary equilibrium. The benevolent deity addressed Tang San, "Sangu, we shall hold this position. You must attend to your child. If we falter, we will call for you." Tang San hesitated momentarily before retracting his hands, taking a deep breath to adjust the scant divine power remaining within him, drawing in the vast mental energy centered around the divine council to replenish himself. The confrontation between the divine realm and the chaotic currents of time and space was not merely a matter of strength. It required a comprehensive process. Now in its later stages, with the benevolent and malevolent deities controlling the core, the divine realm was safe for the time being, and his own depleting energy would not contribute as significantly as theirs. He resolved to check on his child first, for he was indeed a father. Tang San hurried to Xiao Wu's side, leaning down to gaze at the child in her arms. Upon seeing him approach, Xiao Wu clutched at him as if he were a lifeline, urgently imploring, "Sangu, save our child. Please save him. He is so small, so very small." Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, kissing her forehead gently, and murmured, "Those blessed by fate have their own protection. Do not weep, Xiao Wu." As he spoke, he took the child into his arms, simultaneously exchanging his divine position back from Xiao Wu to the sea god. The Asura God's power was excessively domineering, while the healing arts were the forte of the sea god, whose abilities were far gentler. Moreover, with his supreme divine power, he could amplify the sea god's healing capabilities to a considerable extent. With his spirit coalescing and his consciousness focused, he prepared to act. Tang San meticulously examined the body of little Tang Wulin, and his brows gradually furrowed deeper. The divine core of the Golden Dragon King resided within Tang Wulin, positioned at the center of his chest. The terrifying divine power contained therein was subjected to the dual influences of the god of goodness and the god of evil, preventing its leakage. However, the divine power within the core surged relentlessly outward. The moment the core penetrated Tang Wulin's body, it established a connection with his bloodline, making it impossible to extract it now. The child's physique was exceedingly fragile. Moreover, the divine power within the core was being drawn by the divine forces of the realm itself, exhibiting a constant tendency to erupt outward. Even if sealed, it could not be completely restrained. The child's life force had become increasingly faint. Tang San's brow was tightly knitted, his mind racing with thoughts. The fact that the child was still alive was the best scenario they could hope for. The pressing question was how to resist the power within the core and prevent its eruption. This was the paramount issue they faced. Chapter 118, The Divine Blood Seal. Yet, the Golden Dragon King's power was tantamount to that of a supreme deity, and the core represented its most central force. Before its demise, it imparted a singular mission to the core, to merge with this child. Once fused, the immense divine power within the core would inevitably threaten Tang Wulin's life. Extracting the core was inconceivable. It had already merged with the bloodline, and forcibly removing it would be akin to severing Tang Wulin's lineage. One could say that this core was akin to a curse from a supreme deity. Under such circumstances, none could extricate it. Unable to extract it, they had no choice but to continually suppress the power within the core, ensuring that it did not adversely affect Tang Wulin's body in order to save his life. But how could this be easily accomplished? Father-in-law, I have just sensed it. The only way to prevent the power in the core from activating is to be in a place devoid of divine power. Hua Yuhao's voice chimed in. Tang San turned to see Hua Yuhao speaking while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression weary and pallid, yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. Tang San's heart stirred. Yuhao possessed formidable spiritual awareness, unmatched in the realm, and in terms of detection range, even supreme deities might not surpass him. In more subtle aspects, he was even superior. Indeed, in a place devoid of divine power, there would be no external divine force to provoke the internal divine power of the core. Although the divine power within the core would still surge, at the very least, the intensity of that surge would be significantly diminished, stabilizing the current volatility. Taking a deep breath, Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and declared, I have a plan. Xiao Wu's heart leaped with joy. Quick, then save our son. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but Xiao Wu's heart tightened. But what? Tang San's expression turned bitter. I fear that the child cannot remain with us. Yu Hao is correct. Only in a place devoid of divine power can he be safe. Yet, where in the divine realm exists such a place? Only by sending him to the human world can we prevent interference from divine power. In the human realm, the elemental forces of heaven and earth are vastly inferior to those of the divine realm, thus will not easily provoke the power within the core. I will apply sufficient seals to the core, allowing them to gradually unravel as his power grows. This way, he can slowly absorb the energy from the Golden Dragon King's core, which may not only prove beneficial, but perhaps even grant him a portion of the Golden Dragon King's abilities. Xiao Wu stared blankly at him, then glanced at their daughter beside her, and said, Are you suggesting we send him back to Doloa continent like we did with Wu Tong? Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu exclaimed, But he has just been born. He is so small. Tang San replied with a wry smile, At this moment, this is the only way to save his life. We are reluctant to part with him, but what matters more is ensuring our son survives. Once the divine realm stabilizes, we will keep a watchful eye on him and assist him in resolving the core's influence. All right, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, but resolutely agreed. A temporary separation was far less significant than the life of their child. Together with Tang San, they had endured numerous trials, and she understood that hesitation was not an option. They must first save their son. With Xiao Wu's support, Tang San instantly solidified his resolve. Tang Wulin's condition was dire. Decisive action was imperative. Biting his own fingertip, Tang San flicked it, and a drop of golden-red blood shot into the air. His right hand gestured in the air, as a peculiar fragrance emanated from the bright red blood. Tang San handed Tang Wulin to Xiao Wu, then placed his left hand upon the child's chest. Waves of blue-golden light radiated from him, transforming into spiraling beams that converged into Tang Wulin's body. The drop of blood in the sky infused into the center of that vortex. Tang Wulin's tiny body trembled violently, and then the golden light surrounding him dimmed slightly. Tang San did not pause. With another flick of his right hand, another drop of blood flew forth. This time, the blood spread slightly in the air, forming a rune that entered Tang Wulin's body. The golden light waned once more. Tang San was using his own blood as a medium to lay down seals within his son, and he harnessed the dual powers of the supreme deity's judgment to center the seals around the concepts of reward and punishment. Drops of blood. Runes. These contained the essence of a supreme deity. Although the divine power within the Golden Dragon King's core was domineering, it had lost its control. And under Tang San's relentless suppression, the seals began to take effect, repressing the divine power that sought to overflow from the core. When the 18th drop of blood flowed into Tang Wulin's body through the blue-golden vortex, Tang San's body swayed, nearly causing him to fall, his complexion now deathly pale. He had already exhausted a significant amount of divine power, and now focusing entirely on sealing his son, the pressure was unimaginable. Yet for the sake of his child's life, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 119, Space Transference. A golden stream of energy surged from Tang Wulin's mouth and nose, and the next moment, he let out a wail of cries. Tang San pressed the seed of life, left by the goddess of life, against the child's chest, and a gentle life force flowed in, instantly improving Tang Wulin's complexion. Xiao Wu was overjoyed, hastily embracing her son and showering kisses on his rosy little face. My son, Xiao Wu murmured affectionately. Tang San, supported by Tang Wudong, urged urgently, quickly Yu Hao, open a passage to the human world and send him out. We must swiftly isolate him from external divine power. Otherwise, the core, influenced by external divine forces, will directly assault my seals. Understood. The god of emotion promptly sprang into action. A golden light illuminating as a passage to the human world opened within the divine realm. This was a manifestation of spatial transference. Only supreme deities held such authority in the divine realm, but even lower deities could operate it. Tang San steadied himself and approached Xiao Wu, gazing down at the infant in her arms, his eyes brimming with reluctance. He lowered his head and gently kissed his son's cheek, struggling to hold back his tears. Xiao Wu, in order to ensure his survival, we cannot afford to delay. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Wu trembled as she handed the child back to him once more. Tang San inhaled deeply, turning to Tang Wudong and instructed, bestow the golden dragon spear upon him. It is a fragment of the golden dragon, left behind from the time he was first gravely injured. Tang Wudong note that, retrieving the golden dragon spear and passing it to Tang San. With his right hand, Tang San lightly touched the spear, causing it to transform into a radiant golden light that swiftly contracted, ultimately coalescing into a small, diamond-shaped golden pattern which he inscribed upon Tang Wulin's wrist. Simultaneously, he pressed his left index finger to Tang Wulin's forehead, infusing a spark of spiritual light. After completing these actions, he took a deep breath and stepped forward, arriving at the passageway to the mortal realm, where he sent the child into the portal. Wulin and Xiao Wu cried out, and in a moment of darkness, Xiao Wu fainted into her daughter's embrace. Tang San, too, swayed, barely supported by the god of emotions to prevent himself from collapsing. The tears he had been suppressing finally erupted forth, for as a father, the agony of being unable to protect his own child felt like a dagger piercing his heart. The tiny figure vanished almost instantaneously into the passageway. At this moment, the divine realm faced grave peril. Even Tang San, as a supreme deity, found himself incapable of arranging anything for his son, as he had once done for his daughter. All that remained was to surrender to fate. Yet, this was also his son's sole chance at survival. A thunderous rumble echoed, shaking the divine realm. Tang San turned to gaze at the central screen of the divine realm, horrified to witness the colossal temporal vortex outside the divine realm fully peel away, revealing the core spectacle beneath. It was an incomparably dazzling silver light. The god of kindness and the god of evil had each pushed their divine powers to the utmost. Yet their faces also bore expressions of alarm. The core of the temporal vortex was not a manifestation of temporal power, but rather an unfathomably pure force of spatial energy, compressed over countless years, a terrifying spatial might. Amidst the violent rumbling, the silver brilliance suddenly blazed forth, transforming the entire divine realm into a silvery expanse. In the boundless cosmos, the sudden emergence of the silver light was visible throughout the entire star domain. Unbeknownst to those within, this potent silver glow resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, slowly engulfing the divine realm. Quickly, uphold the barrier with all your might, Tang San bellowed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu murmured in her son's unconscious state. The god of kindness and the god of evil managed to amplify the protective shield of the divine realm to its maximum potential. But under the influence of the external spatial force, the divine realm continued to compress inward relentlessly. Finally, a blinding silver light flashed and vanished in an instant. Alongside the divine realm that governed countless universes and worlds, the Asura God, sea god Tang San, Xiao Wu, the god of emotions, the butterfly god, the god of kindness, the god of evil, Rong Yinbing, the seven elemental gods, the seven deadly sin gods, the god of destruction, all deities were obliterated in that very moment. The order that had once belonged to this star domain, established by the divine realm, quietly crumbled. The divine realm had vanished. Beneath the grand spatial upheaval, a profound silence enveloped all. What remained of the divine realm was but chapter 120, Hope. Towering trees were so densely packed that not even sunlight could penetrate, rendering the vast forest rather dim. Deep within the woods lay a crystal-clear small lake, its waters pristine. Yet the distance between the water level and the shore suggested it was on the brink of desiccation. Life's essence stirred within the lake, though it was faint, bordering on frail. By the lakeside stood a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome and resolute visage. A strand of golden hair cascading down one side of his forehead. He stood there, his gaze somewhat vacant, exuding an air of despondency. Not far from him stood several others, varying in height and girth, each bearing a distinct appearance, yet all shared the same dullness in their eyes. The beast god, a woman dressed in a verdant gown, quietly approached the black-clad man from behind, respectfully stating, "My lord." The man, referred to as the beast god, trembled slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The beast god? Now, I fear our spirit beasts are reduced to merely those present before us. Whom do I still serve as a god? The green-gowned woman paused, then softly replied, "It has been 10,000 years. From the time Yu Hao established the Spirit Transmission Tower to now, an entire decade has elapsed. The Spirit Transmission Tower persists, yet we are on the brink of extinction. Are we not?" The beast god lamented. "The might of humanity has rendered us powerless. The Stardow Forest harbors but this final sanctuary." Indeed, the green-gowned woman was about to continue, when suddenly the ground beneath them trembled slightly, followed by the lake's surface bubbling as though boiling. The bubbles ascended rapidly, and soon the earth began to shake violently. "What is happening? Have humans arrived?" the green-gowned woman exclaimed. "Let us fight back." A towering figure bellowed, transforming into a colossal bear standing over 30 meters tall, radiating a dark golden sheen. "Calm down, bear lord. They are not humans," the beast god commanded, an expression of indescribable joy illuminating his once dull features. "It is over, it is over, it is over," a somber voice echoed throughout the forest, as if emanating from all directions, its deep timbre obscuring any indication of gender. The ground cracked, the entire forest quaking violently, causing the already dwindling lake water to surge back, revealing the lakebed in an instant. A burst of silver light erupted from the fissures in the earth, crashing heavily against the shore. It was a massive claw, gleaming silver, adorned with hexagonal scales. The beast god's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and reverently proclaimed, "We welcome our lord." In the next moment, a colossal figure exceeding 100 feet in length soared into the air, then landed heavily upon the ground. Towering trees sprang forth, and the humans who had previously stood nearby transformed into colossal beasts. Yet, faced with the immense silver entity, they could only prostrate themselves. "He has perished, yet I remain alive." The deep voice seemed to roar, yet was imbued with profound sorrow. "Have the vile humans come to annihilate us? Now that I have awakened, their days of destruction are at hand." The beast god urged, "My lord, humanity has grown far too powerful. Their top-tier soul-guided mechas are beyond my capacity to combat. Humanity, through the might of technology, has rendered us incapable of resistance." The deep voice responded, "To obliterate them, we must first understand them. You shall follow me. Our world is on the brink of complete destruction at their hands. Thus we shall conquer their realm." A colossal figure gradually took its steps, heading towards the outskirts of the forest, beneath the expansive canopy of ancient trees. In the dim light that enveloped the surroundings, its massive form slowly diminished, shrinking away. Oh my, who could this adorable child belong to? Such cuteness. Stop searching. Just look at this little one, frozen to the bone. We must take him home and warm him up at once. The tender, rosy cheeks of the child were tinged with a slight purplish hue from the cold, yet upon his delicate little hand rested a diamond-shaped golden sigil.